Zhao Manuan confirmed him. I used the tracker to locate Lu Ru. She hadn't moved from the spot, but after entering the woods all I found was her body. I didn't expect them to use a diversion. How infuriating. Mo Fan continued. How long were you two separated? Zhao Manuan thought for a moment and replied him, no more than 5 or 6 minutes. Mo Fan concluded, I didn't expect there to be 2 vampires. Zhao Manuan said dejectedly, I really failed her. Such a kind girl turned into a cold corpse in an instant. At this, Ling Ling widened her eyes and asked, you said her body was frozen? Zhao Manuan confirmed, yes, probably because all her blood was drained. When I checked her pulse, her body was unnaturally cold. Mo Fan wondered how could that happen. Ling Ling pondered for a moment before saying a human body wouldn't cool that quickly. I thought we were too late. Zhao Manuan speculated, maybe it's a vampire trait. Ling Ling shook her head. There's actually something I've been confused about. Mo Fan asked, what is it? Ling Ling replied, Lu Ru clearly died from blood loss, so why did the police say it was a heart attack? Mo Fan stroked his chin in thought, but the death certificate and related documents are flawless. Ling Ling added, the more perfect it seems, the more unnatural it is. If the truth is as old Manhwa saw it, suddenly an idea flashed through Mo Fan's mind. He stood up abruptly and said, we shouldn't have handed the body over to the police. Ling Ling agreed, but its Fanu already know the truth. Hearing this, Zhao Manuan looked confused and muttered to himself, what are they talking about? The scene shifted to the police station. In the case room, a female officer asked Yidong, still working this late? We're about to clock out. Yidong replied, there's a female corpse from Bright Pearl Academy and going in to examine it. The female officer asked in surprise, isn't that where the mages gather who would dare commit a crime there? Yidong answered, maybe it was a mage. We'll see after the examination. Then he walked into the morgue. The female officer pushed the door open and asked Yidong, hey, need any help? Hurry up and finish so we can grab a late night snack. Yidong grinned, of course I do, I'm getting hungry. The female officer suggested, then I'll go buy you something to eat. But Yidong declined, no need, just stay here. With that he shoved the female officer against the wall. The officer screamed loudly, then Yidong's fangs suddenly grew out. Seeing him choke her, the officer's face turned pale. She trembled and begged, no please. Soon after, the girl collapsed to the ground. Yidong wiped the blood from his lips and said, you were unlucky. Today I must complete the ritual. I need a lot of fresh blood. Afterward I'll just put on the uniform. He walked over to the girl's body and said, Lu Xian has also safely returned to me. What a bunch of fools, ha. Meanwhile, Mo Fan swiftly rode his steed toward the police station. Ling Ling's voice came through the phone, it's terrible, she's dead. He dared to attack her at work. Zhao Manuan will send the video to the Hunter Alliance. But we need to act fast. Mo Fan confirmed, understood. Lu Ru isn't with him. The scene shifted to the North Country Bar. In a dimly lit room, cobwebs filled the space and Lu Ru was tied to a strange ritual circle at its center. Blood flowed steadily from her hands, mixed with her ragged breathing. Then strange bloodlines from the ritual circle surged into Lu Ru's body. She shuddered in pain. Moments later the crimson glow faded. Lu Ru suddenly opened her eyes and shouted, get away, I want to kill someone. Suddenly someone called her name, Lu Ru, Lu Ru. She sobbed in response, I am here. Mo Fan, is that you? Mo Fan rushed up the stairs asking, it's me, wait a moment. Soon after, Mo Fan freed Lu Ru and asked, how are you? Do you feel better after drinking the blood wine? Ling Ling was smart to tell me to come here first. Lu Ru nodded fearfully. Mo Fan suggested, I'll take you out first, that vampire might be on his way back. Then Mo Fan held Lu Ru in his arms as she trembled and said, thank you, Mo Fan. Mo Fan replied, I'm a hunter, saving you is my duty. Suddenly Lu Ru opened her mouth and 2 sharp fangs emerged. Mo Fan warned, hold on tight, I'll get you out. He then activated his demonic tool, Blood Beast Flower. Suddenly a sharp pain struck Mo Fan. He groaned inwardly, ah, that hurts. He quickly cast a protective spell but was horrified to see Lu Ru biting his neck. After drinking his blood, Lu Ru sighed in satisfaction and fell asleep. Then she suddenly jolted awake, screamed ah, and quickly pushed Mo Fan away. Mo Fan stood frozen, glaring at Lu Ru in shock. Lu Ru was still shaken. She lowered her head and ran away. Mo Fan called out, wait. Ling Ling asked over the phone, Mo Fan, what happened? Mo Fan replied, we were too late. Ling Ling looked at the bite marks on Mo Fan's neck and asked, what should we do now? That vampire seemed to have sensed something and disappeared who knows where. Mo Fan held his head and sighed, he was a little tired, let's head back first. Ling Ling nodded in agreement, alright, I'll keep tracking, wait for my update. Mo Fan flopped into a chair, letting out a long sigh. Phew. Zhao Manuan asked in surprise, why did you let Lu Gu get away alone? Mo Fan replied, I couldn't catch up to her. Zhao Manuan muttered a curse, couldn't catch up. Mo Fan confirmed, yeah, if I ever get my hands on that vampire, I'll make sure they regret it. Suddenly his phone rang. Mo Fan froze for a second before quickly answering. Ling Ling. The other end, replied Mo-fan. I've tracked the vampire's trail. Mo-fan shot up. I'm on my way. We can't let this slip away again. With that he rushed out without looking back. Mo-fan leapt straight off the high-rise using the body shrinking step technique midair. As Mo-fan vanished into the darkness, Zhao Manyuan shouted Mo-fan. Then he noticed traces of magical residue. His mind raced over here. Mo-fan called to his allies, fellow wolves, let's move. Meanwhile, Zhao Manyuan yelled, Mo-fan, damn it, wait for me. He then hurried toward the basement. Grumbling, a mage having to drive themselves, what a joke. But he still jumped into the car, grabbed the wheel and started the engine. The engine roared to life. Zhao Manyuan declared firmly. Whatever, the luxury car sped off. The scene shifted to the South District prison where the guards were still fast asleep, unaware of the encroaching mist. A flock of crows gradually took human form. Yidong appeared, sneering, a bunch of cowards. Forget it, leaving that place was for the best. Just then a hand emerged from the smoke. Yidong asked again, so you still have some feelings left? Why not keep pretending at the academy? Yidong didn't even turn his head, just laughed loudly before saying, you refused to help me that day. What are you doing here now? Just then a woman with razor-sharp nails approached and swung at Yidong. You're going to pay for this. Yidong staggered back in shock. What are you doing? Have you lost your mind? His expression darkened as he demanded, why are you here? Yidong cried out in terror, Lu Gu Lu Ru. Lu Ru's eyes were wide, her hands covered in blood. You bastard, I'll kill you. Yidong clutched his wounded shoulder. You've turned into a vampire. That's impossible. Without drinking vampire blood you'd only become a blood-sucking monster. Before Yidong could jump again, Liu Ru swung her hand down. In an instant 5 sharp fingers clawed at the pillar, making a shink 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 sound. Yidong quickly dodged to the side and asked, whose blood did you drink? But Liu Ru had already grabbed his collar and slammed him into the pillar with a dull thud. Yidong roared in fury, damn it, you just got your powers and now you think you can kill me. Then he cast a blood curse and a scythe appeared in his hands. Next he swung the blood-red scythe at Liu Ru. Liu Ru was sent flying, instantly crashing through several pillars before collapsing in a corner. Liu Ru crawled out of the rubble, let out a cold laugh and staggered forward. Seeing Liu Ru unharmed, Yidong was shocked. Even your constitution is this strong? Liu Ru kept lunging at Yidong, but he dodged every time. Then he tossed out a few flies, saying, you're no match for me. You never were and you still aren't. No sooner had he spoken than the swarm surrounded Liu Ru. A dark orb appeared in Yidong's hands and he sneered, ha ha ha. The orb hurtled straight at Liu Ru, pinning her to the ground. With a deafening crash the entire building shook violently. Seeing Liu Ru sprawled on the ground, Yidong snarled, tch, ungrateful woman, wasting my energy like this, just die already. He grabbed Liu Ru by the hair and dragged her, then slammed her head into the wall, growling, ungrateful. A dull thud echoed and just watching made it hurt. Liu Ru glared at Yidong. The man cursed, ugh, how dare you glare at me. So he slammed Liu Ru's head into the wall again, harder. He kept striking, the thud sounds echoing. Just then Mo-fan charged in, landing a thunderous punch and roaring, try touching her again. Yidong glared at Mo-fan and asked you. With a deafening crash Yidong was sent flying as flames erupted from the building. Yidong plummeted straight down and Liu Ru stared blankly at Mo-fan. Mo-fan hesitated, saying, you over here, but Yidong had already spread his wings and taken flight. Muttering over and over, damn it, you're asking for it. Then gripping 2 scythes he unleashed a technique called Annihilation Claw. With a deafening roar the massive scythe cleaved toward Mo-fan's position. A giant hand struck, but Mo-fan had already used Shadow Step, vanishing in an instant. Seeing his target escape, Yidong sneered, showing off in front of a master. Then he commanded the swarm, go drain that kid's blood and bring his body to me. Mo-fan hid behind a pillar watching the fly swarm toward him and assessed. This space is too cramped, I need to find somewhere more open. So he used Shadow Step to escape. Reappearing in front of Liu Ru he grabbed her shoulder and said, Liu Ru, come with me. Liu Ru gasped ah, and Mo-fan scooped her up, rushing toward the exit. He grabbed the ledger, then shattered the glass and leapt out. Yidong shouted, you think you can escape? At that moment the swarm of vampire bats kept attacking, lunging at the two of them. Liu Ru already had several wounds. Mo-fan shouted, watch out. Then Mo-fan used Shadow Step to land with Liu Ru and urged Liu Ru, hide quickly. Leave the rest to me, Mo-fan said as he used Shadow Step to escape with the phantom-like bat swarm hot on his heels. Mo-fan unleashed fire magic, taunting, come and get me, you'll all perish. Then he slammed his hand onto the ground, unleashing the fierce fist Earth Calamity. Instantly a terrifying pillar of fire erupted from the ground, incinerating the approaching bats to ashes. Mo-fan sighed in relief. Only after the bats vanished, finally, that's taken care of. Yet Mo-fan hadn't noticed Yidong appearing behind him. He turned with wide eyes as Yidong sneered, ha. The creature lunged to attack Mo-fan. Just then a barrier of light magic was released, the radiant stone shield. Mo Fan was instantly protected within the barrier. Idong quickly retreated. It turned out Zhao Manuan was the one casting the spell. Sitting in the car, one hand still casting, he scolded, "Who told you to rush ahead without me? Look now, Schwer is hurt." Mo Fan replied, "Thanks." Next, Mo Fan took out a Thunder Spirit Seed Heavenly Lord inscription of Night Radiance. Instantly streaks of purplish-black lightning rained down. Idong screamed after being struck, transforming. Zhao Manuan reminded Mo Fan, "Keep striking with lightning." Mo Fan responded, "MHM." Meanwhile, Zhao Manuan unleashed a water technique, Torrent Surge. Flood Fist. A powerful current swept Idong away. The synergy of lightning and water dealt massive damage, leaving Idong twitching like a fish out of water. He roared in fury, "How dare two mere mages challenge me, Idong?" Idong grew more agitated. "You're finished." He kept swiping his claws at Mo Fan and Zhao Manuan. The two shouted in unison, "Dismantle the claws, defend yourselves." Idong flapped his wings toward Mo Fan, slashing a deep fissure with his claws. Mo Fan activated his magic tool, the Luminous Departure Shield, and 4 barriers materialized around him. With a deafening crash, Mo Fan was sent flying, crashing into a nearby car. Zhao Manuan cried, "Mo Fan." By then Idong had appeared behind Zhao Manuan, his sharp claws poised to strike. But Zhao Manuan had anticipated this. After dodging, he sneered, "No wonder you're a cunning old rat, always lurking in the shadows." Idong roared, "Die," and swung his claws at Zhao Manuan. But Zhao Manuan had already formed a whirlpool with water defense cycle to block the attack, while his other hand unleashed a light magic technique, Radiance Sevenfold Form. Beams of light kept shooting out and Idong screamed in agony. Blood streamed from his eyes as he roared, "Damn it, my eyes!" Then he completely lost control, shrieking wildly. Zhao Manuan knew the guy would lash out blindly after losing his mind. So he quickly raised a magic shield. Idong snarled, "I'll kill you." Then he kept swiping at Zhao Manuan's magic shield with his claws. With a dull thud, Zhao Manuan had already donned a set of imposing magic armor. At that moment, Idong charged forward with a side slashing at Zhao Manuan's barrier once, then 4 or 5 more times, but the barrier didn't budge. Zhao Manuan taunted, "Come on, keep hitting me. Let's see how many more hits I can take." Meanwhile, Mo Fan sneered, "Who was it just now saying 2 little mages could take someone down?" Idong whipped his head around and roared at Mo Fan, "You bastard!" Then he swung his scythe at him. But Mo Fan was already prepared with a fire element technique, Scarlet Flame, Blazing Jade, and Bow of Fire. 9 pillars of fire instantly struck Idong. Idong barely dodged a few of the fire pillars. But realizing he couldn't withstand them, he turned and fled. Just then Zhao Manuan struck Light Blessing Barrier Wall. A wall of light rose from the ground, blocking Idong's escape. Seeing this, Mo Fan immediately told his companion, "It's working, keep it up." Zhao Manuan kept casting Light Blessing and Barrier Wall. Beams of light struck Idong, causing him immense pain. He howled again, "If it weren't for that wretched woman, my power, damn it." With a loud explosion, the barrier shattered. Idong felt himself falling before spreading his wings to escape. Zhao Manuan warned, "He's trying to run. We need to stop him." Mo Fan chased after him, saying, "Don't worry, he won't get away." Zhao Manuan, seeing Mo Fan's effort, shouted, "He can fly and you're running on 2 legs, how are you going to stop him?" Then he turned to his super vehicle. By then Idong had already soared high into the sky and it was too late for Zhao Manuan to get in his vehicle. Suddenly a large net appeared from nowhere, wrapping tightly around Idong. Where the net touched his body it sizzled and he screamed in agony. Aya. Ling Ling grabbed the net and asked coldly, "Where do you think you're going?" Trapped in the net, Idong struggled desperately to break free, cursing, "Damn it." Then he took a deep breath and lunged at Ling Ling, roaring, "Die." Mo Fan rushed over from a distance, shouting, "Ling Ling, get out of the way." Then he activated Blood Beast Snail and delivered a powerful kick to Idong's face, sending him crashing down from the sky. Unfortunately, his 2 long fangs hit the ground first and snapped. Idong cried out in pain, "Ah, my fangs, my fangs." Mo Fan walked over and picked up the broken fangs. Idong trembles as he begs Mo Fan to spare him, "Give me back the blood fang, please, I'll do anything." Mo Fan turns to Lu Ru beside him and says, "Lu Ru, let me handle him for you." Lu Ru nods in agreement, "All right." Then Mo Fan takes out a fire spirit seed and toys with it. "Crimson flame," he commands before beginning the searing. A rose-colored flame ignites on Idong's body. The fire burns fiercely and Idong writhes in agony. After a while he can no longer be easily manipulated. Ling Ling warns Mo Fan, "Watch his soul." Mo Fan replies, "Don't worry, I've got it." Soon after, Idong's soul manifests. Mo Fan sighs in awe, so it's a complete warrior soul essence. But he asks in surprise, I've never seen a crimson soul essence before." Suddenly Ling Ling speaks up, "Wait." Mo Fan asks in surprise, "What's wrong?" Meanwhile the little loach is absorbing the remaining blood. Ling Ling's expression darkens. Mo Fan presses, "What's going on? Tell me." Ling Ling stays silent for a moment before saying nothing. Then she slowly tells Mo-fan I've been searching for this kind of dark blood soul. Mo-fan asks what's so special about this kind of soul. Ling Ling replies a former companion of mine disappeared because of this kind of dark blood soul. Mo-fan asks do you want me to let you examine this soul again? But Ling Ling has already regained her composure. No need, she says to Mo-fan, I already know who to ask for more information. Mo-fan thinks to himself he'll go ask old man Bao about this once things settle down. He then turns to Zhu Manuan and Lu Ru. Is everyone alright? Lu Ru answers him fine. Mo-fan comforts the young girl, vampires are still human deep down, don't overthink it. Lu Ru replies sadly, avenging my sister is enough, I don't need to dwell on the rest. Mo-fan reminds Lu Ru, I hope you can face your new self with a different mindset. Lu Ru blinks in surprise, then stares blankly for a moment before nodding and smiling at Mo-fan. Then Lu Ru turns and leaves. Zhu Manuan asks, are you just going to let her go like that? Mo-fan counters, what else can I do? She needs time to think things over. Meanwhile, Shadong's body continues to burn. Zhu Manuan agrees, you're right, I hope she can adapt. Forget it, let's go, we'll handle anything else together. Mo-fan nods in agreement. After a change of scenery, Mo-fan hands the 2 blood fangs to Huode. Huode says happily, humph, never thought you'd actually get the blood fangs. So young and already this capable, you've earned my respect. Mo-fan immediately asks, so when can you give me the magical tool and waiting to upgrade it? Huode replies generously, alright. He'll definitely give it to you before the next challenge. Then Mo-fan arrived at the Qing Tian hunting guild. As soon as he entered he shouted, boss Bao, I'm back. Hus senior sister Ling Qing, why are you back too? Ling Qing replied, just came back to check on things, didn't expect everyone to be gone, come sit down and talk. Mo-fan asked in surprise, that's odd, why isn't boss Bao here? Ling Qing looked at Mo-fan and asked bluntly, what's wrong, you seem like you have something on your mind. He thought to himself, senior sister Ling Qing is Ling Ling's real sister. Seeing Mo-fan hesitate, Ling Qing pressed, just say it, what's on your mind? Mo-fan decided to ask about what Ling Ling had told him earlier, so what happened after that? Ling Qing seemed to ponder for a moment before asking Mo-fan, are you sure that soul was glowing a dark red? Mo-fan confirmed, yeah, Ling Ling said it was related to her former partner, but isn't that person already dead? Seeing Ling Qing deep in thought, Mo-fan asked again, is there something you're not telling me about this? Ling Qing replied, it's not exactly a secret. It's just that partner was very special to us because that person was our father. Mo-fan was shocked what Ling Qing began to explain. Ling Ling was exceptionally gifted from a young age and had a keen interest in hunting techniques. She must be really skilled now, right? Yeah, we couldn't have completed this mission without Ling Ling's help. Ling Ling returned and cheerfully greeted them. Dad, sis, we're back. Boss Bao happily replied, oh, our Ling Ling is back, how did the mission go? Ling Ling grinned and answered, all done. Ling Ling was a huge help, right Dad? Her father happily agreed, that's right. Ling Qing then commented, no matter how difficult the mission, Ling Ling always provides valuable clues. Mo-fan asked again, so what does the dark red soul have to do with uncle? Ling Qing answered, it might be our only lead. When father became a wandering spirit, his soul seemed to be tainted by something, taking on a strange blood red hue. Mo-fan fell into thought, ordinary souls are pale green or blue, that dark red color, it must be a special death mark. Ling Qing nodded in confirmation, yes, over the years I've looked into it, whatever causes that mark is no ordinary creature. Mo-fan hesitated before asking, and then Ling Qing clenched her fist and said, even I don't dare to investigate too deeply, I've encountered some dangers before. Mo-fan thought to himself, even someone with the power and authority of a deputy judge isn't enough. Worried, Mo-fan asked, so everything Ling Ling has been doing, taking on all those cases to gather information? Ling Qing explained, after all, my identity is too conspicuous, once I act all related clues get erased. Mo-fan started scheming again, there must be a huge secret hidden in this. Ling Qing reminded him to let Ling Ling handle it herself as she still knows very little and won't be in danger. Mo-fan agreed, but as he left the Pure Heaven courtyard he thought he should still investigate it himself. The scene shifted to a room where Mo-fan turned on his computer to look something up. The screen displayed frequency station Fierce King rank deceased. Mo-fan was secretly shocked, how terrifying must this mission be to kill a Fierce King so mysteriously. The scene switched to an auction where Zhao Manuan said to Mo-fan, your vampire spirit sold for 250 million, not a bad price. Mo-fan yawned, it was expected. Zhao Manuan asked, didn't sleep well last night? Mo-fan replied, I've been looking into something lately. Zhao Manuan asked, do they sell books about intelligence here? Zhao Manuan said in surprise, oh, that's just a lottery ticket booth, what you saw was a classified scroll. Each page of the scroll contains scattered bits of information. If you were lucky enough to buy the real deal you could make a fortune. Fan asked in surprise. Seriously, people actually buy this kind of fragmented intel? Zhao Manuan shot back. Don't you want to know? For example, where to find spirit insect fragments or where rare demons appear? Fan asked. How much is one of these? Zhao Manuan replied, expensive ones go for over 100 million while cheap ones cost a few thousand. Name your price. Fan said, let's get a few in the 10,000 range. After hearing this, Zhao Manuan instructed a servant to go buy a few. The servant obeyed and soon 3 sheets of paper were laid out in front of Fan. Zhao Manuan said, go ahead and open them yourself. Fan opened one and read, a swordfin sea demon has appeared in the Huangpu River. It can be seen at moonrise. Zhao Manuan commented, their swordfins are being hyped up in price. These creatures usually live in the depths of the Pacific. Missouri. Fan sighed, forget it, I'm not interested. The second one was a waste of money. Zhao Manuan consoled him, it's fine, you still have 2 more. Fan finished reading and froze. Traces of Zhu Yuan's armored shell and a new life within Yanji. Zhao Manuan exclaimed, destiny, this intel is incredibly valuable. Fan hurriedly asked, why do you say that? Zhao Manuan explained, Zhu Yuan's armored shell is extremely close to Dunhuang. There's a very famous type of demon, their elemental demons. Yanji is an extremely rare one among them. Fan said excitedly and very interested in this Yanji. Is there any way to get more information? Zhao Manuan winked and smiled, of course, just throw money at it. Secrets have different tiers. Buy up all the intel on Dunhuang and you'll basically be able to verify the truth. Let's go. Fan thought to himself, this method is good, but it's too expensive. The room was already fully set up with Zhao Manuan and Fan burning through money together. Documents were scattered across the table. Zhao Manuan asked, alright, have you both finished reading? Fan painfully put away the cards, thinking the money burned so fast just for a few words. Zhao Manuan picked up a sheet of paper and said, this one is valuable. The Mage Hunter squad was attacked by the Crimson Banner. It seems we already know the location, route, and danger level. All that's left is field investigation. Fan replied, it's alert and furious, which matches the rumors about it nurturing new life. Zhao Manuan asked again, you're really going with just this little intel? Fan nodded, yeah, flight to Gansu detour through Dunhuang round trip should take less than half a month. Zhao Manuan added, then I wish you a safe journey. Try to bring back the flame machine. Sweep the main hall of Bright Pearl Academy. Fan replied, safe journey, did I say I was going alone? Zhao Manuan snapped back to reality and asked, you wouldn't be thinking of dragging me along, would you? Fan grinned, haha. Han patted Zhao Manuan's shoulder and said, since we're brothers you gotta help me out, right? There'll be plenty of benefits. Zhao Manuan sighed, then let's find a few trustworthy people to go with us. Fan responded, I already asked Lingling, she seems really interested. Xiaowo also agreed. Zhao Manuan added, the Origin Realm is known for its dangers, we might lose limbs, we should bring a healer. Fan retorted, you think healers grow on trees? Just pick one. Then Zhao Manuan remembered, oh right, your little Xinsha. Her Zhao Manuan continued, she has a true golden spirit protecting her. She's also a spirit auxiliary cultivator and can soothe elemental creatures. Fan still worried, even so she has no real experience dealing with demons. Zhao Manuan said, alright, but you just don't want her to take risks, I was just making a suggestion. The scene shifted to an apartment where Lingling was furiously typing on her laptop. Then she showed everyone the map and said, to reach the northern Origin Realm we must pass through the Sandweb River. The Sandweb River is like a frozen ghost corridor in the restricted zone. Fan asked in surprise, what's so hard about crossing the Sandweb River? Lingling pointed at the screen and explained, there's a group of defensive elemental creatures, they're like train carriage demon soldiers. They're massive in number and densely packed. Fan asked, can we just fight our way through? Lingling answered, not even a full mage brigade could make it through. The only viable option is to find a spirit mage. Zhao Manuan nodded. Lingling added that she had already told Sister Xinsha about this. Xinsha has agreed to go together. Mofen firmly said, no way, if that's the case then forget it. Just then Mofen's phone rang, he picked it up and saw it was Xinsha. As soon as the call connected, Xinsha said, brother Mofen, I want to go with you. You protect me well, but I'd rather stay by your side. I want to be your strength, not regret it after something happens. Mofen hesitated for a moment, thinking that if this was her wish he should respect her decision, so he agreed, alright, well, go together. Xinsha immediately laughed happily. Scene change, Dunhuang Airport. Zhao Manuan's group had already gathered. Alright, everyone's here. Zhao Manuan introduced, as I mentioned before, the Earth Elemental Mage is very strong. My cousin Shinping. Mofen also introduced his team. This is Xiaoho and Xinsha were both present along with the team strategist Lingling. The little girl quickly confirmed, is everyone ready? Let's set off. Afterward, Mofen's group headed straight for Dunhuang. Riding on camels, the group crossed the desert. Suddenly an animal let out a strange cry. Mofan turned around in surprise and asked what's wrong. Lingling replied, we've arrived. After checking the device in her hand, the little girl announced the density of demons ahead is very high, we can't go any further on camels. Mofan suggested, then let's get down, we'll have to rely on ourselves from here. As he spoke, he carefully helped Xinsha down from the camel, reminding everyone, take it slow, wait for me. To make it easier for Xinsha to move, Mofan had her ride on the spirit hound while the rest followed on foot. After walking for a while, a violent tremor suddenly shook the ground, causing everyone to stumble. Dust filled the air, hinting at the arrival of a massive creature. Zhao Manuan sighed, what bad luck, we just got here and already ran into the desert's ruler. Lingling quickly confirmed, it's a roaring tiger, a mid-level warrior class beast, don't let your guard down. As soon as she finished speaking, a massive striped tiger emerged from the dust, its eyes glowing blue with a fierce aura. Yi Xinsha observed it's hungry and irritable, it might be injured and in pain. A determined look flashed in Mofan's eyes, since we can't avoid it, we'll have to deal with it. But before they could act, a blue light suddenly flashed. Recognizing it as wind magic, Mofan quickly called out, Xiaoho. Zhao Manuan was startled, damn, where did you find such a bold guy? Lingling immediately warned, be careful during the battle, if the roaring tiger starts sweating blood it will become even more ferocious. Zhao Manuan nodded in acknowledgement, then Lingling turned to Divine Shield, we have spirit wolves protecting us, let's go help them. Divine Shield immediately agreed. At this moment Xiaoho was already standing in front of the tiger. He stuck out his tongue, teasing it, ahaha idiot. Xiaoho's provocation enraged the beast, it roared and lunged at him wildly. Facing the massive tiger swiping its claws at him, Zhang Xiaoho was startled at first but quickly calmed down and used Wind Ghost Dash to dodge the attack. After missing its pounce, the tiger turned around immediately, but Xiaoho taunted it without mercy, come on. The beast roared loudly, but just then quicksand suddenly appeared beneath its feet. Xiaoho continued taunting, come here, chase me. The tiger, unaware, sank into the quicksand, half its body buried, panicking. Zhao Manuan couldn't help but sigh, I thought he was reckless and impulsive, but he had already set a trap. Seeing the opportunity, Divine Shield suggested, let's go down too and finish it off while we can. Zhao Manuan immediately agreed yes, seeing them approach from afar. Xiaoho asked, Fange, is everyone here? The tiger was still half buried in the sand. As soon as Divine Shield arrived, he cast magma technique and the scalding lava made the beast let out a piercing shriek. Next, the heat wave flipped its body, knocking it onto its back. The tiger roared furiously, trying to claw at the lava, and struggled to its feet. Seeing it stand up again, Xiaoho was startled and quickly used Wind Ghost Dash. Just then Zhao Manuan cast light magic, forming a shield of light. A sturdy barrier appeared protecting Zhang Xiaoho. The sand roar tiger's claws struck, producing a dull thud. The shockwave shook Xiaoho and the tiger recoiled. Xiaoho waved in thanks to Zhao Manuan, that was close thanks. Meanwhile, Mofan used Thunder Yiksha and Divine Shield unleashed Magma Avalanche. Instantly stone pillars rose from the ground surrounding the tiger. Then lightning struck from the sky with a deafening crash. The beast was struck until smoke rose from its body and it collapsed. Mofan continued with a dark technique, Giant Shadow Spike. A massive sword pierced its abdomen, making it howl in pain. Xiaoho smugly remarked, so much for the legendary Dunhuang demon tiger. Lingling quickly reminded him, this is just a sand roar tiger weakened by your attacks. Xiaoho then said, let's see if there's anything valuable. Mofan picked up the necklace around the tiger's neck and replied, only a remnant soul. Zhao Manuan curiously asked, why don't you upgrade your basic magic to level 5? Mofan answered bluntly, get me 7 general rank soul remnants and I'll upgrade immediately. Faced with this challenge, Zhao Manuan could only retort, you must be dreaming. Standing nearby, the divine tripod couldn't help but ask himself in shock, has his basic magic already reached the 4th level? Meanwhile, Zhang Xiaoho was receiving treatment from his subordinates. He suddenly realized and shouted, who was the coward who backed down before the fight even started? Lingling reminded him, let's keep moving. And we'll find a chance for you to show off in the spiderweb zone. Just then several figures appeared in the distance. It turned out to be another group led by a bald man. One of the members reported to the bald man, Captain, is that our tiger spider cave up ahead? A purple-haired girl spoke coldly, these people have no shame daring to steal our tiger spider cave. Zhao Manuan retorted defiantly, great beast, it came here on its own. Were we supposed to jump into its belly and wait to die? The purple-haired girl shrieked, who are you calling a great beast? Zhao Manuan stuck out his tongue and smirked provocatively. Zhang Xiaoho finally caught on. No wonder the tiger spider cave was so easy to deal with. Lingling snapped, only now you realize. The others quickly tried to calm the purple-haired girl, big sister, don't be mad, don't be mad. The bald man then spoke up, how about this folks, if there's anything valuable inside it, well split it 50-50. Imofan thought to himself, this beast ran off on its own. And now that it's dead they come to take a cut. In your dreams, Lingling shouted angrily, you're not worthy of being beast hunters. The purple-haired girl shot back, hey, who are you calling unworthy? This beast was ours to begin with, come here, I'll teach you a lesson. The bald man added, we follow the hunter's code, how can you say we're unworthy? Lingling snapped impatiently, hasn't anyone taught you to respect your elders? The purple-haired girl sneered, elders, ha 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 you. It's obvious you're just students out on an adventure. But her response was a master hunter badge. Lingling waved the badge in front of her. Any more questions? The group was instantly stunned upon seeing the master hunter badge. This is Imofan scoffed, just trying to scare them. Then the purple-haired girl asked captain, and the bald man ordered, we've scared them enough, let's go. Lingling put away the badge and said coldly, we've scared them enough, let's go to still have a journey ahead. After dealing with the uninvited guests, the group continued their trek through the scorching desert. After some time they finally arrived at a dried-up riverbed. Is this the spiderweb zone? Zhang Xiaohou looked around and asked, wasn't this place supposed to be crawling with white spider soldiers? I don't see a single one. Just then Lingling walked over with a bag and said, tell Sihu to come here and toss this far away. Sihu obeys and picks up the bag, throwing it out. With a thud the bag hits the ground and the red liquid inside spills out. Instantly a group of demons appears. They exchange fierce glances before vanishing again. Sihu and Imofan turned pale with fright. Good heavens, that was terrifying. Siha shouts again with such a commotion, if we try to pass through, won't we have to fight that army? Zhong Manuan confirms, that's exactly right. Imofan stammers, but we won't go. Lingling assesses, it's getting dark, let's camp by the lake tonight and leave tomorrow. Siha volunteers, leave setting up camp to me, I'm the best at it. Afterward Zhang Xiaohou goes to pitch the tents while OS heads to the kitchen to cook. Imofan pushes the wheelchair and asks his sister Xinxia, isn't this tiring for you? Xinxia replies, not at all. Just then the disabled wolf howls. Imofan quickly adds, right, the toughest part is for it. Xinxia covers her mouth and giggles, haha, the white sand demonic soldiers aren't as violent as the sand roar tigers, maybe I can tame them. Time passes and Zhong Manuan enters the tent calling out, Imofan, it's your turn to keep watch. Imofan replies, alright, coming. He sits by the campfire to stand guard. Suddenly a commotion arises, dust swirls filling the air. Imofan quickly wakes his companions. Hosey, old Zhao, wake up, protect everyone and retreat. From the dry riverbed several sand roar tigers charge forward, led by the same group of hunters from that morning. The leader sprints forward and shouts, don't look back, run. Imofan thinks to himself, isn't this the same group of hunter mages from this morning? They've already boarded their vehicle while those below continue shouting, run fatty. The sand roar tigers are catching up, but strangely they stop at this point. They merely growl, standing still as if afraid. Imofan realizes they dare not advance any further. Just then the white sand demonic soldiers leap out from underground. Swish swish swish, the intruding hunters are cut down. Imofan watches in horror. Zhao Manuan cries out, good grief, if I'd known I would have treated this as a vacation and gone home. Siha pales and says, but we have Xinxia, right? Maybe we won't end up like them. Xinping chimes in, can your mind magic really control these demonic soldiers? If Xinxia confirms, we should leave this placebo somewhere without the scent of blood that might keep us safe. Lingling adds, as long as we're careful and with Xinxia's mind magis, it should be no different from crossing a dry riverbed. Xinxia reminds everyone, just remember and use destructive magic. If you do, the white sand demonic soldiers will attack. After hearing this, everyone's expression turns grave. The next morning, gazing at the dry riverbed, Zhao Manuan sighs, maybe we should send someone ahead to scout, it's better than risking the whole group. Imofan stroked the zither as he pondered, I think this suggestion is good, but the question is, who's going? Zhao Manuan's face paled. He thought to himself, did I eat too much or something? Why did I even suggest this? Then he pointed at Zhang Xiaohou and said, you're a soldier, you've got more guts. And you have two strange movement skills. Zhang Xiaohou could only play dumb meowing in response. Zhang Xiaohou replied, I heard brother fans say your nickname is the 1,000-year turtle mag. Your defense is even stronger than a turtle's, you're the best fit for this. Zhao Manuan turned to Imofan, what about you? Imofan sighed, don't look at me, only you two are suitable. Then Xinxia spoke up, go ahead, but remember no magic until I give the order. Zhao Manuan's face paled as he huffed in response. So he bravely stepped forward, muttering under his breath, this bunch of... Zhao Manuan continued forward but suddenly stopped. Below, a group of spectral soldiers appeared. Zhao Manuan's face turned pale at the sight of the spectral soldiers. But he remembered Xianxia's words, everyone remember no destructive spells as long as we use white gauze, the demonic soldiers will attack. Zhao Manyuan gritted his teeth and stood his ground. The divine cauldron shouted in concern, brother, but just then Yi Xianxia's body began to glow. Pan widened her eyes in surprise. Is this spirit magic? Yi Xianxia's eyes widened as concentric rings of magical ripples emanated from her hands. This was the spirit healer's soothe technique. Instantly the white gauze demonic soldiers froze in place. They trembled, glancing at each other, seeing their companions motionless. Zhao Manyuan let out a sigh of relief. Then the group of white gauze demonic soldiers vanished just like that. Zhao Manyuan stared blankly as they dissipated, then plopped down with a long sigh. Seriously, that worked. Then he yelled at the others, what are you waiting for? Get me down from here. Fan teased, I thought you were done for. Let's go, I'll help. Xianxia. Zhang Xiaowo chimed in, sure thing, little lamb. Then Ling climbed onto the swift spirit wolf's back and said, sister, I'll ride with you. The swift spirit wolf growled at having another rider. Ling snapped angrily, got a problem? Fan soothed, alright old wolf, don't mess with her. Let's go. The swift spirit wolf whimpered like it was being bullied and the group set off together. Fan reminded his sister Xianxia, you need to keep using spirit magic, isn't that draining your energy? Xianxia said, I already dealt with the white sand demonic soldiers earlier, I'll cast it again after we walk a bit. Fan nodded, oh that works too. But Xianxia added, though after we pass through this net how much farther are the demonic soldiers? Honestly, I don't know if my demonic energy can hold out much longer. After hearing this, Zhao Manyuan and Zhang Xiaowo were stunned. Zhao Manyuan suggested, this place is so spacious, how about Fan cut him off? If you're scared, just wait here for us. Zhao Manyuan forced a smile, no, I meant there are some herbs here that can restore demonic energy for Xinxia to use. Then he pulled out a medicine pouch, should have taken this out earlier. Zhao Manyuan and Zhang Xiaowo's I guess we're broke now, let's go sniff. A few hours later the group had already traveled a long way. Zhang Xiaowo couldn't help but speak up, by the way, I heard the sand here is so heavy that even the wind can't lift it. The dust flying around is actually the ashes of the dead. Yi Xinxia gasped, ashes. Zhao Manyuan's face turned pale. The dead. At that Fan roared in fury, who told you to say all that? Meanwhile Yi Xinxia channeled her demonic energy again. She muttered to herself, don't think about ashes, don't think about ashes. Suddenly Yi Xingxia's eyes snapped open and her spell was interrupted. Yi Xinxia cried out, oh no! All around them countless slicing gusts of wind appeared. A group of massive demonic soldiers appeared and Fan shouted, white chariot giants. Zhang Xiaowo and Zhao Manyuan's faces turned as green as a frog's belly. The divine vessel immediately activated its magic rock barrier. Fan quickly shouted, stop, do you want to get us killed? Suppress the magical energy now. At that moment Yi Xinxia cast a mind magic spell, Pacify. The white chariot giants affected by the concentric force stood still, staring blankly at each other. Then the demonic soldiers suddenly dissipated, turning into dust that scattered with the wind. Fan and the others let out a sigh of relief. Zhao Manyuan stammered, they're gone, they're gone. Fan warned, Hosey, don't spout nonsense like that again. Zhang Xiaowo choked out, I want never again. Yi Xinxia wiped the sweat from her brow. She told her companions, the white chariot giants are getting smarter from now on. Everyone must protect me so I can focus on casting. The others nodded like woodpeckers, no problem. Yi Xinxia cast her spell again, Soothing Presence. Warm purple light spread out in waves. Soothing Presence. Yi Xinxia continued loudly, Soothing Presence. Time passed once more. Yi Xinxia asked the little girl, Lingling, can you see the other shore? Lingling replied, let me check the coordinates, show we're not far from the other side. Lingling paused, then told Yi Xinxia, our route is a bit off, we might need to adjust another 34 kilometers. This is the last dose of demonic energy potion. Sister's demonic energy won't last that long. How much farther can you go? Yi Xinxia answered, at most 2 kilometers. After hearing this everyone stood frozen in worry. Lingling announced that we were now over 10 kilometers from shore, there was no turning back. Zhang Xiaowo suggested, what if we just sprint the last 12 kilometers, once we reach the other side we'll be safe. Fan Ling said the white sand giants were numerous enough to surround the sand fortress. How do we break through? Zhang Manyuan chimed in, we really can't charge past them. These giants aren't endless. Lingling assessed, if we can distract them we must strike hard, split up and carve a path. Everyone nodded woodenly, murmuring in agreement. Zhang Xiaowo took the lead, I'll go first, time at right where you'll be picking up the pieces. Zhang Manyuan added, don't worry if it comes to that. We won't have the guts to collect your remains anyway. Zhang Xiaowo deflated instantly. Lingling reminded them, everyone prepare quickly, once the mind magic fades it'll be too late to act. With renewed resolve everyone took their positions. Then Yixinxia declared, "Get ready, I'm about to lift the mind magic." Yixinxia began casting, shouting, "Release!" The white sand giants appeared at once. Lingling cried out, "Oh no, Zhang Manuan's side is swarming with them." Mo Fan grumbled, "This is all because he's always showing off with that." He bolted. Mo Fan yelled as he ran, "Hit them fast and hard, full power." Meanwhile, Zhang Manuan fought desperately, cycling his water defenses. A water barrier formed, blocking the monster's blades. But the barrier shattered quickly and the blades came down again. Zhang Manuan deployed a light-based defense spell, Light Shield. He sighed, "This is too dangerous," as the white sand giants closed in. Zhang Manuan turned and fled, wailing, "We're doomed, why are there so many?" He screamed as he ran, "Help, someone save me." Yixinxia grew alarmed and prepared to suppress them with magic. Lingling warned Xinxia, "Don't drain your magic here." Yixinxia looked anxious, but Lingling reassured her, "Don't worry, his turtle shell is reliable." Zhang Manuan raised his hands to defend himself, his feet sinking into the sand. The white sand giants charged, blades swinging. He instantly cast Light Shield, blocking the strikes with a radiant glow. Zhang Manuan taunted, "Come on, let's see if your attacks are stronger than my defense." Lingling smirked at Yixinxia, "See, I told you." Meanwhile, Mo Fan was locked in battle with countless foes. "White sand giant, let's see how many there are." Yixinxia agrees, "All right." Over here, Zhang Xiaohua is running away with his tail between his legs. He shouts breathlessly as he flees, then stammering he yells, "7, there are 7 more over here." He uses Wind Ghost Dash to swiftly dodge the massive blade swinging down at him. At this moment, the white sand giants stand angrily growling at each other. As he runs, Zhang Xiaohua wonders why the footsteps have grown quieter. He turns around to look and sees only 4 left. The numbers have dropped. Just then 3 shadows emerge from beneath the sand. Zhang Xiaohua lets out a startled cry. Seeing the 3 white sand giants ahead, Zhang Xiaohua shouts, "Damn it, use the shield to lure them away." Sneaky bastards! Zhang Xiaohua sees enemies on both sides. He groans inwardly, "Ugh, I'm hurt," from behind. He quickly uses a technique, Rock Barrier. A pile of rocks and earth rises and falls, covering Zhang Xiaohua and forming a layer of stone shielding. The white sand giants stab at the barrier with their blades. Soon Zhang Xiaohua's barrier is riddled with holes. Only then does he notice the ground beneath him. Thank goodness for the traveler's anchor. He buries his head in bolts. The white sand giants charge forward, blades swinging. Zhang Xiaohua leaps onto the giants' blades. He moves across their blades, and the white sand giants in their frenzy start slashing at each other. Zhang Xiaohua quickly escapes the chaos. He sighs, "Phew, I wonder how Fan Gu is doing over there." Meanwhile, Mo Fan uses fire to attack one giant beast's leg, Bone Burning Flame. The beast immediately loses a leg and collapses to the ground. Mo Fan strikes again, Crimson Flame Fist, Earth's Wrath. A pillar of fire erupts, incinerating 2 white sand giants. Their lingering spirits drift out and the small clay beast around Mo Fan's neck absorbs them. Mo Fan thinks to himself, "These giants' souls are so rich, 1 against 3. These remnants are enough to form a refined spirit. Combined with what he collected earlier, his shadow escape technique can level up." The remaining white sand giants seem confused. Mo Fan holds his necklace, thinking they won't be quick to react. He'll upgrade here. He begins refining the spirit. Soon his technique is fully upgraded. Mo Fan's eyes gleam with the light of illusion magic. The white sand giants charge at him, trying to crush him into a pulp, but their hands strike nothing. The giants become disoriented. Mo Fan unleashed an intermediate spell infused with the spiritual seed fire magic, Scarlet Flame, and blazing 9 palaces. In an instant the fire raged violently. Soon the surrounding white sand giants were reduced to ashes by Mo Fan's flames. In the blink of an eye they all turned into lost souls. Meanwhile, Shinting saw the pillar of fire rising in the distance and guessed it was Mo Fan. Just then her communicator received a message. "Mo Fan, once you're done there, hurry and find Zhao Manuan, he's barely holding on." Just then a white sand giant charged toward Jin Jingling, and Shinting cast a rock barrier technique. She thought to herself, "This is too much, we've only faced 3 and we're already struggling." On the other side, Mo Fan said to everyone, "All right, I'll head over now." He then used Shadow Step to rush toward Yixinxia's location. Yixinxia added, "Wake Mo Fan." Mo Fan asked in surprise, "What's wrong?" Yixinxia flicked her finger and a blue butterfly appeared in the air. The butterfly landed on Mo Fan, making him gasp in amazement. As soon as the butterfly touched his wound, it healed rapidly. Mo Fan asked in shock, "What is this?" Yixinxia blinked and smiled, "This healing spirit will stay with you to mend your wounds until its energy runs out." Mo Fan ran while shouting into his communicator, "Zhao Manuan, I'm coming." However, when Mo Fan reached Zhao Manuan, he saw a massive horde of white sand giants slashing wildly with their blades. Mo Fan's face paled as he thought, "Is this fate trying to wipe us all out?" Mo Fan roared, "Did you poke the white sand giant's nest or something? Why are there so many?" Zhao Manuan battered and bruised replied fate don't even mention it if you hadn't come in 3 minutes I'd haunt you even as a ghost. Mofen thought over 30 of them how are we supposed to save him? He's so wealthy why didn't he buy a radiant demon tool for emergencies? Yixinxia said worriedly to Mofen maybe I should step in but Lingling interjected wait a little longer. Mofen agreed listen to Lingling we're not out of options yet let me think of something. Just then Zhang Xiaoho ran over and shouted Fan Jill help you. Mofen yelled Xiaoho get Zhao Manuan out of there. But when he turned around he saw a group of white sand giants chasing Xiaoho. Mofen roared he can't even handle himself and now he's leading more monsters here. But Zhang Xiaoho said firmly watch me. Without hesitation Zhang Xiaoho charged straight into the horde of white sand giants attacking Zhao Manuan. Mofen thought is he trying to make them turn on each other? These giants aren't stupid Xiaoho is too naive. Yet Zhang Xiaoho leaped onto the shoulder of one of the white sand giants. The group of white sand giants immediately swung their blades at them. One of them suddenly lost its color leaving Mofen stunned at the sight. Then the white sand giant's corpse collapsed kicking up a cloud of dust. Mofen coughed violently before asking the little monkey how's it going Xiaoho. Zhang Xiaoho replied smugly I covered the ground with flowing light they tripped over it. Mofen praised him good job let's charge in. Zhang Xiaoho responded yeah brother Fan I'll cover you. Then Mofen took out a lightning spirit seed and chanted heavenly army judgment night / A white sand giant nearby swung its blade at Mofen. But Zhang Xiaoho had already cast an earth magic spell rock shield defense. Instantly an earth barrier appeared blocking the giant's blade. Meanwhile lightning struck purple-black bolts of lightning crashed down like pillars from the sky. Boom 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 the white sand giants were blasted apart. After a wave of giants was sent flying Zhao Manuan's barrier appeared Xiaoho cheered brother Fan I see him Mofen shouted Zhao Manuan. Upon hearing them Zhao Manuan said I'll clear the path. He then cast a water magic spell titled Surge. A rush of water surged forward sweeping away the white sand giants some were even drowned in the torrent. Taking the chance Zhang Xiaoho and Mofen ducked into Zhao Manuan's barrier Mofen remarked the shell's pretty tough Zhao Manuan chuckled haha. Zhang Xiaoho asked how's it going can we keep fighting Zhao Manuan replied of course. If they dare harm a single hair on any of us I'll write my name backward. Mofen commanded Xiaoho go distract the group on the right I'll handle the left. Zhang Xiaoho obediently replied brother Fan I'm on it. Mofen added once those two groups are lured away Lao Zhao and I will take out the rest Zhao Manuan agreed no problem. Mofen cast Phantom Mirage instantly appearing outside the barrier the white sand giants immediately swung their blades at him. Zhang Xiaoho also left the barrier luring the white sand giants toward him. Soon the two groups of giants collided. Amid the chaos Zhao Manuan said time to clean up Mofen agreed sounds good. Then he unleashed a fire spell blazing fist bow. Boom 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 more white sand giants were sent flying. Zhao Manuan praised still as brutal as ever then he activated his artifact slayer bracelet. The bracelet glowed and transformed into a long sword. Zhao Manuan cleaved a white sand giant in two with a single strike then slashed through the others with a flurry of sword arcs Mofen ducked back into Zhao Manuan's barrier. Yuan said so you really did have a backup plan. Zhao Manuan warned another group is coming ahead be ready. Just as Zhao Manuan said they saw those guys bringing a huge crowd with them. Mofen cleverly remarked the more the merrier as the lingering souls flew toward them. Mofen thought to himself I'll come back here to sweep endlessly once I'm stronger level 4 Righteous Fist is already proving useful Zhang Xiaoho notified Mofen brother Fan. Take them over the Reits all up to you now seeing a group of white sand giants being dragged over Zhao Manuan shouted are you out of your mind they'll trample us to paste. But Mofen had already reassured them don't worry Zhang Xiaoho leapt up and yelled brother Fan get ready. Mofen activated his fire magic in advance come on. Zhang Xiaoho sprang into the air casting rock barrier technique. A wall of earth rose as Mofen simultaneously unleashed 10,000 corpses technique Righteous Fist and drew his bow. The white sand giants were engulfed in flames reduced to ash in an instant. Lingling stared at the scene in shock before asking the divine tripod are you okay sis is done over there. The divine tripod replied there were more but Xiaoho ran off. Lingling deduced maybe we've already taken them all down. The divine tripod asked in surprise did we really finish off all the white sand giants this time. Lingling cheered looks like the rest of the journey will be smoother for us the trio then hooped in celebration overjoyed. Zhao Manuan exclaimed excitedly I've never had such an easy fight in my life. Zhang Xiaoho chimed in yeah though you really took a beating Zhao Manuan ouch your wound split open again. Zhang Xiaoho burst into laughter again ha 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 meanwhile Mofen lay resting. Yixinxia rode up on her bike and asked, "You've been carrying that the whole time?" Fan glanced down at his necklace, lost in thought for a moment. Then he held it up and said, "Yes, I don't know its origins, but I feel like it brings me luck." Yixinxia smiled and said, "I hope it keeps bringing you good fortune." Fan nodded. Just then a shooting star streaked across the sky. Continuing from before, after a night's rest the group arrived at the edge of the northern wastes the next morning. Yixinxia asked Lingling, "This is the edge of the northern wastes, we're here." Zhang Xiaohou wondered, "What do we do now?" Zhao Manuan stroked his chin, pondering how to find Yan Ji. Lingling continued typing, "Sister Xia, hand me the laptop." Then she called out, "Fan." Seeing the little girl jump down, Fan shouted, "Be careful." Soon Lingling took out a few strange items and said, "Everyone bury these in the ground quickly." Zhang Xiaohou immediately asked, "Aren't these elemental measurement tools? Are we checking the elemental density here?" Lingling explained, "The Yan Ji core is. During breeding they choose places with flame spirit seeds. So we can find flame spirit seeds." Fan added that this means there are ember bases nearby. Lingling started delegating tasks. "Makes sense, let's get moving." "Well, start here." Everyone agreed. "Alright, sounds good, no problem." Zhang Xiaohou sighed, "Too bad this method has a flaw. It attracts demonic beasts every time it's used." Zhao Manuan urged, "Let's head this way quickly, monsters will be drawn here any moment." Fan gazed thoughtfully at the crowd ahead, wondering what helping her would gain him on this journey. Zhang Xiaohou pressed, "Hurry everyone, it looks like something's on fire up ahead and the heat is intense." Fan asked in surprise, "Where?" Zhang Xiaohou pointed to the side over there. Following his finger they saw a trail of flames stretching into the distance. Fan frowned, his expression turning grave. Zhao Manuan observed, "Everyone, doesn't it seem like the fire is growing? It's almost reaching the sky." Fan suddenly realized in horror and shouted, "It's not the fire growing, it's coming straight for us, run." With that the group bolted into the woods. "Wait, there are no woods here." Behind them several ox-like demonic beasts roared furiously. Zhao Manuan cried out in panic, "What are those things? They're not chasing us, are they?" Lingling explained, "They're crimson armor beasts, creatures with defense rivaling a battle general." Fan paled, thinking even battle general level creatures are fleeing. The flame tribulation is terrifying. Fan activated his blood beast boots, speeding up. The crimson armor beasts continued their relentless pursuit. Yixinxia warned, "We need to avoid the crimson armor beasts. Their numbers and ferocity could easily overwhelm other battle general level creatures." After a while Fan and his group managed to shake off the rampaging crimson armor beasts. Lingling asked in surprise, "I still don't understand why there are so many white sand demons in the Nether River." Zhao Manuan explained, "Not all of them are transformed from the dead." Lingling still puzzled, "But why do they harbor such hatred?" She speculated maybe the flame tribulation forced them into the Crimson River over time. Zhao Manuan suggested we should leave this place. Then the divine tripod boomed, "I've heard this flame tribulation only happens once a year. After it ends many rare treasures appear." The group froze in shock. Fan whispered to Lingling, "Have you read any other records about the flame tribulation?" Lingling replied, "No." Fan asked again, "Then how does she know so much?" Lingling snapped angrily, "Why don't you just ask her?" Then everyone turned to stare at Xinping. Xinping asked in surprise, "Why are you all looking at me? I just studied this before." Zhang Manuan stepped in to explain, "Maybe someone in our group has been here before." Fan understood, "Ah, I see." Lingling pressed, "You said earlier that the tribulation fire would bring out many treasures, is that true?" Xinping answered, "Because it attracts many mages searching for treasures. The higher-ups don't want news of the tribulation fire to spread." Suddenly a deep rumbling echoed and the ground shook violently. Zhang Manuan shouted, "What's happening? Don't tell me it's the white sand giant." Yixin had cast her soul magic again, layers of light rings spreading around her. She called out, "The demon web's transmission is unstable. Me soul magic can barely keep up." Fan shouted, "In that case we have no choice but to push toward Yuanbei Corner." Xinping added, "We won't encounter the tribulation fire again. Its cycle lasts over a year." Lingling urged, "Stop talking about that. Let's get out of the demon web river." Under Yixin's magic protection the group sprinted as fast as they could. Lingling warned anxiously, "Yixinha can't hold on much longer. Everyone hurry." After running some distance, Lingling and Yixinha froze. Flames were raging fiercely ahead. Zhang Xiaohou, Zhao Manuan and the others ran out to see the charred remains. Fan asked immediately what happened. Zhang Xiaohou stammered, "This is just too much." Zhao Manuan sighed, "If I'd known this place was so dangerous I'd never have come." Fan fell silent, seeing the group of red armor beasts they just escaped from now all burned to a crisp. Fan remarked, "With those red armor beasts gone we'll be safer." Lingling frowned but said nothing. Fan patted his brother's shoulder and said, "We've been through enough scares, let's find something to lift our spirits." Ling reminded them even if we don't find flame essence there are still plenty of rare resources. Zhao Manuan perked up. Then what are we waiting for, let's go. Mo Fan was stunned by Zhao Manuan's sudden 180-degree shift in attitude. Zhang Xiaohou asked, bro, wasn't he scared to death just now? Mo Fan smirked to himself, realizing why Zhao Manuan was so wealthy. The group continued their search when the swift star wolf suddenly spotted something. Zhao Manuan's eyes widened as he looked ahead. There's something up there. Zhang Xiaohou rushed forward. Let me see. Before little monkey was a deep pit. Something inside was glowing with spiritual light. Zhang Xiaohou exclaimed in delight. Is this spiritual seed really this easy to find? Yi Xinxia warned everyone the flames below could burn everything to ashes. Ordinary people wouldn't survive. Mo Fan quickly leaped down, saying, you'll go check it out. Zhao Manuan and Zhang Xiaohou both held their breath for the reckless guy. Mo Fan landed safely. Han secretly sighed in relief. At least it's not too bad no demons or monsters got to it first. Zhang Xiaohou asked worriedly, what do we do? What about Brother Fan? But then Zhao Manuan reassured him he's fine. Seeing Mo Fan's figure, Zhang Xiaohou rushed over happily and whispered, Brother Fan, I'm glad you're okay. Zhao Manuan's gaze locked onto the burning spiritual seed in Mo Fan's hand, unable to hide her amazement. Now I'm starting to believe that the fire tribulation is truly the elemental profession's grand feast. Ling explained knowingly. This spiritual seed is called blazing fire. It's a premium flame for crafting magical tools. Artificers would pay a high price for it. Zhang Xiaohou muttered enviously, a spiritual seed, something so rare and priceless. Hearing this, Divine Infant hurriedly suggested we must act quickly and search for some special treasures. Everyone's curious gazes turned back to Divine Infant, waiting for an answer. For example, Yi Xinxia said gently, Divine Infant, if we're all on the same team, just tell us what's on your mind, no need to hold back. Divine Infant's expression suddenly darkened. She stammered too. Zhao Manuan stated bluntly, we've already said we can trust each other. Besides, it's obvious she's leading us to find something. Divine Infant grew even more flustered too. Suddenly Yi Xingxia's voice echoed in Mo Fan's mind, she's uneasy, she's probably hiding something from us. Mo Fan looked confused. Yi Xinxia hadn't spoken aloud. Noticing his confusion, she quickly explained, if I focus my spiritual heart I can roughly sense others' thoughts and emotions. Mo Fan asked curiously, so can you eavesdrop on her secrets? Yi Xinxia replied, I need to use my spiritual heart control to focus and hear more clearly. Mo Fan still looked clueless, but then Yi Xinxia chuckled softly. That's because Mo Fan, your thoughts are written all over your face. Mo Fan scratched his head embarrassed. Oh, was that so? After a moment of silence, Divine Infant finally spoke, her voice apologetic. I'm sorry, the truth is I have a relative who was badly burned by flames. We've consulted many physicians but none could heal them. Zhao Manuan asked curiously, you mean your great-uncle Lu Jiannan? In an instant those malicious rumors from the past pierced Divine Infant's heart like blades. Maybe he got what he deserved for all the terrible things he did. How is that fair? Why doesn't heaven punish others instead? Pushing aside those painful memories, she softly confirmed, yes. That person is my mother. Zhao Manuan died so tragically, didn't she? Mo Fan and Zhang Xiaohou immediately covered their mouths to stifle their laughter. Zhao Manuan, I can't believe you can't even tell a man from a woman. Zhao Manuan shouted, no, everyone calls her uncle. Shindi asked again, have you ever seen what she looks like? Zhao Manuan froze for a moment, then stammered, well no, I've only heard. Never mind, it seems we were all wrong. He suddenly remembered something. Wait, if she's your mother, then who is the aunt we've been calling? Shindi answered briefly, think about it. Mo Fan looked like he had already figured it all out. In other words, her injuries were caused by tribulation fire. Here Shindi confirmed it was indeed tribulation fire. About 20 years ago my parents went together to Yuanhua Awareness to search for a fire-type spiritual seed. At the time they were excitedly discussing how bringing this treasure home would elevate the Zhao family's status. Run! Suddenly Shindi's father tripped and shouted, save me. Shindi's mother gritted her teeth, grabbed her husband's hand and pushed him away shouting run, but she was engulfed by the flames. Years later a pair of fire mages discovered someone wrapped in bandages in Yuan frontier holding a treasure. They brought her back to Dunhuang City. After my mother returned, my father fabricated a charge against her and locked her in a room. After hearing the story everyone fell into a heavy silence. Mo Fan broke the silence. So that's why she came here. But didn't she find any medicine to heal herself here? Shindi explained, because of the tribulation fire only the tribulation fruit that appears after the fire ends can heal her. My mother still hasn't found it after all these years. I learned from my mother how to calculate when the tribulation fire would occur and it just so happened we all went together. Ling Ling suddenly realized no wonder she seemed reluctant to enter Yuan Frontier when we were preparing to go, and Shindi replied I was deliberately stalling for time. I never expected the tribulation fire to be so powerful, and really sorry. Also, I heard my mother mention Yen Jiha seems to be the guardian spirit of the tribulation fruit. Emofan's eyes lit up. If we find the tribulation fruit, well, find Yen Ji. Shindi jumped up excitedly. Yes, and we already know where the tribulation fruit is. We need to act fast. All Emofan could see now was money. He shouted, let's go, we have to get there first. Seeing Emofan's greedy expression, everyone sighed in exasperation while Zhang Xiaohou gleefully chirped Gugu. Emofan looked at the massive volcano before them and asked bewildered, are you sure the tribulation fruit is up there? How are we supposed to get up? Shindi answered, there should be a tunnel leading to the inside at the base of the volcano, let's look for it. Soon Zhang Xiaohou found a cave entrance. Is this it? The group entered and Zhao Manuan used magic to sense the path for the entire team. The group couldn't help but marvel at how vast it was inside. Seeing Emofan constantly picking things up, Chang Manuan reminded him the road ahead is still long, grab as much as you can. Emofan replied got it, when suddenly a strange noise echoed. Zhang Xiaohou shivered and asked, am I the only one who heard that? Chang Manuan shot back, what do you think it is? Emofan however remained calm, just keep moving forward, worrying won't help if it wants to hide in the dark, let it. After hearing this, Zhang Xiaohou looked stunned. The group continued deeper into the cave. Soon they arrived in a spacious area where scorching lava surged. Chang Manuan burst into laughter. Look, the lava fissures here are like streetlights and a red carpet welcoming us. Zhang Xiaohou was now brimming with excitement. Emofan muttered in confusion, one moment you were scared stiff and now you're this excited. Then Zhang Xiaohou asked, big brother Emo, can you handle this lava? Emofan pondered for a moment before dipping his fingers into the boiling lava. It's hot but not too dangerous. Shen Miao then spoke up, by the way, have you noticed the lava fissures getting wider? Emofan glanced down this lava. Wait, something's off. He noticed the lava on the upper walls seemed to be increasing. Emofan shouted urgently, we need to leave now. Zhang Xiaohou asked why. Chang Manuan chimed in, yes, shouldn't we keep going forward? Emofan snapped decisively, I said move now. No sooner had he spoken than the lava surged forward. Zhang Xiaohou screamed in terror, what in the world, when did the lava get this bad? Emofan roared, don't stop, there's a massive amount of lava pouring down from above. Then Shen Mao asked, did you hear that sound? Chang Manuan snapped, who cares about sounds right now? But then even Chang Manuan froze in fear, it's the lava. The group sprinted upward as fast as they could. But a monster blocked the path ahead. Emofan and the others were stunned. This isn't good, Chang Manuan yelled, what the heck is blocking my path? A massive beast stood in their way. The creature began moving, startling everyone again. The beast turned its head and let out a low growl. Zhang Xiaohou shrieked, oh no, the lava's coming. Chang Manuan growled, it'll take this thing down. But Ling Ling suddenly said, wait, well, deal with it later. Follow me, Emofan asked in surprise, you have a plan? Ling Ling replied, there was a cave to the left earlier, let's hide there and seal the entrance with magic. Emofan agreed, alright, let's take cover first. Old Wolf, lead the way. Yi Xinxia urged, hurry up, the lava will be here before we know it. Zhang Xiaohou and Zhang Manuan fled with their tails between their legs, only to see molten lava erupting like a flood from the cliffside. Zhang Xiaohou shouted, oh no, it's spreading toward us. Zhang Manuan quickly cast a magic barrier, light of calamity wall. A barrier materialized, sealing the passage and blocking the scorching lava. Emofan anxiously asked Lingling, did you find it? Lingling was terrified but then shouted to the left, hurry. Just then the lava broke through Zhang Manuan's barrier and surged in. Emofan cursed under his breath and yelled, everyone get inside first. He then stopped to unleash his spirit seed fire. Crimson Flame Yi Xinxia asked worriedly, what are you doing? Zhang Xiaohou shouted, brother Fan. Emofan closed his eyes, silent but resolute, thinking to himself, I must protect everyone. Emofan roared, his spirit seed flame burning fiercely as he unleashed a devastating fist technique, Raging Fist of Heaven. His fist struck the surging lava heaton. After landing the blow, Emofan let out a deep breath. Meanwhile, Zhang Manuan and the others shouted, hurry. Pull me up, we finally made it to safety. Zhang Xiaohou yelled, brother Fan, get up here. But all they saw was a sea of fire as a hand grabbed Zhang Xiaohou and yanked him back. Zhang Xiaohou was luckily pulled in by Zhang Manuan. Then lava gushed like a waterfall, forcing the two to retreat. Zhang Xiaohou shouted, brother Fan. Just then Lingling screamed, Swift Star Wolf. Pull him up. The Swift Star Wolf bit down on Zhang Xiaohou's backpack and dragged him away. He cried out in frustration, let go, I have to save brother Fan. Meanwhile, lava erupted again. Lingling commanded, quick, seal the entrance. But Zhang Xiaohou protested, we can't. Lingling said sadly. He's already been swept away by the lava, we can't save him. Yi Xinxia remained silent while Zhang Manuan cast another barrier. Light of Calamity Wall and the Divine Cauldron erected a rock barrier. For now they were safe, but everyone wore expressions of despair, especially Zhang Xiao, who collapsed to the ground. Seeing Zhang Xiao looking utterly hopeless, Xinxia explained he's not dead yet, the swift star wolf hasn't disappeared, which means he's still alive. Zhang Xiao sat up abruptly and asked, really? Is Brother Fan still alive? Yi Xinxia added, but we must deal with this crisis first. Lingling chimed in, the lava won't kill Mo Fan right away. But if we don't survive, his sacrifice will be in vain. The Divine Cauldron reminded them, once we're safe, well, go look for him. Let's hope the lava doesn't melt us first. Meanwhile, Mo Fan drifted along with the scorching lava, his clothes already burned away. Mo Fan groaned, thinking to himself, those two cowards better have run off. He continued drifting with the current. Time passed and eventually Mo Fan appeared at the peak of Huazhu Mountain, though it was unclear which force had brought him there. When Mo Fan woke from his unconscious state, the first thing he saw was a figure engulfed in flames standing before him. Then the fiery being shoved a crushed fruit into his mouth. Smoke rose from Mo Fan's wounds before they vanished entirely. The fiery figure gave him a faint smile. Time passed and night had fallen. Mo Fan jolted upright, eyes wide, and muttered in confusion, where is this? Wasn't I supposed to be taken to the stars? He stood up and gazed at the night sky, murmuring to himself, are we on a mountain? Then he wondered, that's odd, I tumbled through a pile of rocks for so long, how come I'm not hurt at all? Just then the fiery figure reappeared, leaving Mo Fan stunned. He reached out a hand and the fiery being touched it. Mo Fan thought to himself, it's not hot at all. The fiery being offered him another fruit. Mo Fan asked in surprise, for me? The being nodded and Mo Fan took it without hesitation. He studied the fruit for a moment before finally asking, was it you who saved me and brought me here? The fiery being nodded. Mo Fan stared blankly at the fiery figure, recalling the words of a fortune teller. When my mother was caught in the calamity of heavenly fire, she saw a flame-like being resembling a human save her. Mo Fan asked again, can you understand our language? The fiery being looked utterly confused, clearly not understanding a word. But didn't she just nod at you earlier? Mo Fan suddenly realized. He took a bite of the fruit and said, anyway, thank you for saving me. Oh, and my friends are still trapped in the mountains. The fiery being raised a hand, then pressed their palms together and mimed walking, implying they might have already escaped. Mo Fan's eyes widened. What? I rolled all the way down. The fiery being looked exasperated by his denseness. The two continued communicating, one with gestures, the other with a slow mind. Finally Mo Fan asked, you mean my friends are safe? The fiery being poked Mo Fan a few times. He yelped in pain. Now that hurts. The being sighed again. Mo Fan shivered and said, all right, I get it, me bones aren't broken, I'll sit down and rest, just stop hitting me. Mo Fan sat down and asked the fiery being, are you a fire spirit? Mo Fan's face darkened as he thought, guess not, my apologies. The fiery being gestured, asking, why are you here? Mo Fan replied, you're asking me why I'm here. I'm a summoning mage. I came to find a fire spirit and form a contract with it. The fiery being shook their head and gestured no. Mo Fan scratched his head, I was just trying, if I can't find one, so be it. The fiery being sighed once more. Mo Fan waved his hands, fine, I'll lie down. Mo Fan leaned against the tree roots, looking up at the sky. Suddenly a few points of light appeared, followed by a three-headed beast swimming toward him. Mo Fan panicked, thinking this is bad. Why now? The beasts were already closing in. Just then the flame witch took flight, shouting loudly. Flames rained down on the beasts' heads and soon they turned tail and fled. Mo Fan mused to himself, the flame witch, her presence now feels like that of a sovereign awakening the primal forces. A moment later the flame witch returned to Mo Fan. He stammered, thank you. Then spotting the rare fruit in the flame witch's hand, Mo Fan asked, what's that? Are you giving it to me? Seeing her angry expression, he thought, I've said the wrong thing again. He forced a laugh, while thinking this fruit looks far more valuable than anything I've eaten before. Then he asked, is this a fire tribulation fruit? After a moment of silence the flame witch nodded, leaving Mo Fan stunned. Is this the priceless fire tribulation fruit the gods spoke of? Mo Fan told the flame witch, since you saved me, I'll be honest with you. This fruit is incredibly valuable to humans. If it's important to you, you must guard it well. Not everyone is as reasonable as I am. Then the flame witch smiled cheerfully and flew away. Mo Fan stared blankly and asked, wait, where are you going? But she remained silent. Mo Fan quietly followed her, wondering where could she be taking me at this hour. Soon the flame witch led Mo Fan to a towering barren tree that pierced the clouds. Mo Fan stood dumbfounded as the flame witch placed the fruit on a branch. Mo Fan deduced, could this be where fire tribulation fruits grow? Meanwhile in another location, Zhang Xiaoluo and his group pressed onward, their moods heavy. Zhang Xiaoluo thought to himself, hang in there, Brother Fan. Zhuang Manuan announced the lava has melted. Let's go. The group exchanged glances and continued forward in silence. Zhang Xiaohou and Zhuang Manuan led the way while the swift spirit wolf carried Mia Xianhai and Ling Ling and the divine beast brought up the rear. Ling Ling reminded them everyone stay in formation. Suddenly a noise startled Zhuang Manuan. Zhang Xiaohou asked blankly, a double-head turtle demon. Zhuang Manuan spotting the turtle crowed triumphantly, perfect timing. But Zhang Xiaohou held him back. Wait, it's not alone. Another double-head turtle charged from behind. Ling Ling riding the swift spirit wolf urged run. The group fled as fast as they could. Behind them several demons continued their relentless pursuit. Zhang Xiaohou asked anxiously, what do we do if we can't shake them off? Well, never find brother Fan. Zhuang Manuan says there's a group of people ahead. Forget about them for now, let's just run over there first. Then he points forward. When they meet the group, the other side stares at Zhuang Manuan in shock. Zhuang Manuan recognizes the man as his uncle Zhuang Yulin. Uncle, what are you doing here? Zhuang Yulin snaps, nonsense, this isn't a place for kids like you. Zhuang Manuan shouts, uncle, don't scold us yet. Help us deal with the pursuers first. Just then the enemies from both sides charge forward menacingly. Zhuang Yulin scoffs and dismounts. Zhuang Manuan cheers triumphantly, we're saved thanks to uncle. Then Zhuang Yulin's eyes gleam as he casts an advanced earth magic petrification. Instantly the charging pursuers turn to stone. Soon after their bodies rapidly crumble to dust. The remaining enemies flee in terror, scrambling away. Gazing at the petrified monsters, Zhuang Manuan praises, uncle, you're amazing. Then he stomps on the stone corpses and barks, toss these rocks into that well, cut off their escape. Zhang Xiaohou reminds him, stop wasting time, we need to find Fan Gu. Zhuang Manuan adds, thanks uncle, well be going now. Zhuang Yulin asks, where are you brats off? To stick with my squad. If you need to save someone just say so. Zhuang Manuan confers with his friends, with their help finding Fan Gu will be easier. Then he turns to Zhuang Yulin, well trouble you then uncle. Suddenly a woman wrapped in white bandages appears. Shen stares at her in shock. Mom, why are you here? The woman sighs, the Sandnet River has become so chaotic it's drawn forces from all sides. Your father's worried because he's the only high-ranking mage here. Shen wonders to himself, why is dad the only high-ranking mage? The scene shifts to another location, the army camp at Fire Pillar Mountain. A woman named Nanyu walks ahead saying, let's climb up from the outside, there are too many unpredictable dangers inside. A soldier replies, Commander, Nanyu, is the fire calamity fruit really that special? Nanyu answers, it has many uses like being an ingredient for fire-boiled pills, strengthening the soul and nearly guaranteeing a 100 success rate. Several soldiers gasp, fire-boiled pills can boost potency fourfold with a 100 success rate. Its incredibly valuable pill synthesis usually has a low success rate. The scene shifts again to the foot of Fire Pillar Mountain where members of the Hunter Alliance have arrived. One says, this is the place, release the mountain beasts. Come forth, a magical beast is summoned. Meanwhile at the Magic Association in the middle of Fire Pillar Mountain everyone is in position. All these teams share one goal, the fire calamity fruit. Fan still stares blankly at the giant tree and asks, by the way, why are you the guardian of the fire calamity fruit? The flame witch turned to look at Fan. Fan asked blankly, does she mean he'll find out in a few days? Then he looked up at the fire tribulation fruit and asked, it's already turned into a stone fruit, can it bear fruit again? Fan mused to himself, the fire tribulation fruit disappears shortly after forming. Why protect something about to vanish? Suddenly the flame witch pressed down on Fan's head, looking somewhat angry. Fan forced a bitter smile and said, you're asking about my condition, right? Just my joints still ache a bit, nothing else is wrong. All right, my companions are still waiting for me, do you need any help? The flame witch shook her head to refuse. Fan replied, then I'll be off, take good care of the fire tribulation fruit, I need to go sell some spiritual seeds for money. The scene shifts to dawn in the fire cloud deep forest. A squad of soldiers was talking. Daizi, did you hear something? It sounded like someone spitting. The female soldier named Daizi replied, stop trying to scare us, it's so hot here, what kind of monster would be around? The man answered, true Daizi, do you have any water, give me a sip. But no one responded. The man called out Daizi. When he turned around he realized she was gone. The man's face turned as pale as a toad's belly. He hurried to report to his superior officer, Nanyu. Daizi, who was on rear guard duty, has vanished. Otherwise let's go back and check, maybe she got lost. Just then someone rushed in to report something's wrong. Su Dong is missing too, he was just scouting ahead. Nanyu's expression darkened. He immediately ordered, we need to leave this place as soon as possible. The man protested, aren't we going to save Daizi? How can we abandon our comrade? Officer Nanyu turned and commanded, if you want to die here, go find her corpse yourself. After a while someone reported Officer Nan, only 6 of our 12 squad members remain. Nanyu fell silent, then concluded this creature's strength is far beyond ours. The man asked again, if that's the case why doesn't it just kill us all at once, what kind of cursed place is this? Nanyu replied, it's probably enjoying toying with us like a cat with a mouse. His words sent a chill down the spines of the others. Meanwhile Mo-fan wandered through the forest. He thought to himself, this forest is like a maze, every tree looks the same. He sat down to ponder, should I go back to the flame witch and ask her to guide me? Mo-fan suddenly froze. Why is my hand sticky, he wondered. When he looked down he saw bloodstains on his arm. Mo-fan jumped up and looked again. It's blood, it looks like human blood. Then he saw a pale finger and a head of long hair. After examining the body, Mo-fan thought to himself it was a woman, a military mage. The wound looked like it was caused by a blunt object and there were signs of poisoning too. It might have been a demon eating people. Hopefully they haven't reached here yet or will be in danger. After regrouping we should find some local specialties from the origin zone and hurry back to the demon capital to sell them. As Mo-fan walked he accidentally stepped on another corpse. Mo-fan froze, thinking another person, how tragic. So he used fire magic to cremate the body, clasped his hands in prayer and said, rest in peace. Suddenly plant magic manifested, slowly spreading. Mo-fan quickly used shadow escape to dodge, then struck with lightning seal-eye technique and shouted, get out here. Nanyu appeared and retorted, I should be the one asking that. Mo-fan asked Nanyu, the army doesn't have the budget for a big fight, why did you come here looking for her? Nanyu shouted angrily, stop talking nonsense. Mo-fan shot back, what else, you can't do anything and you've already suffered heavy losses. Let your people come with us, I can lead them out safely. Nanyu refused, no, we haven't gotten the fire calamity fruit yet. Mo-fan replied, you can't even get out of this forest and you're still talking about the fire calamity fruit. If its guardian spirit wants to kill us it would be effortless. Nanyu fell silent. Mo-fan continued, the ones who attacked us were 3-headed pythons, the apex predators of this deep forest. Nanyu asked in surprise, how do you know? Mo-fan thought the bodies were poison burned and had bones, who else could it be but those 3-headed pythons? He warned Nanyu, stay out of this, do you want to stay here and die? After a moment of hesitation Nanyu asked, can you guarantee our safe departure? Mo-fan answered yes. Then he jumped in front of Nanyu and said, but first I need to find my companion, we'll leave together. Nanyu agreed, fine, but don't lie to me. Mo-fan replied, I'm just being kind, especially with my chivalry toward women. Nanyu's face flushed with anger as she said, Ugh, you're insufferable. Mo-fan grinned and said, let's go. Seeing Mo-fan's expression, Nanyu asked, what are you planning? Mo-fan explained, well, go back and ask the guardian spirit to help us leave. Nanyu asked worriedly, but will she help us? Wait, where are we? Mo-fan reminded her, we agreed beforehand and cause trouble as long as we have no ill intent, she'll be happy to help. He'll greet her first, don't worry, she won't. But suddenly a fireball came hurtling toward Mo-fan. Seeing this, Nanyu immediately cast plant magic, undying forest vine wall, but Mo-fan stopped her, saying stop. Then the witch appeared, leaving them disoriented from her attack. Those guys are shouting and screaming, damn it, you're going to get us all in trouble. Mo-fan roared angrily, wanna get yourselves killed? Just be more careful, don't do anything reckless, let me go. Ask what's going on, some idiot must have provoked her. Shielding his eyes from the flames, Mo-fan pondered what could have made her so furious. Then he was stunned to see the fire fruit had vanished. At that moment the witch was in a frenzy, spewing fireballs non-stop. Mo-fan shouted, it's me, tell me what happened, maybe we can help. The witch paused briefly before unleashing another burst of flames. Mo-fan pressed again, tell me what happened. Suddenly the witch's flames faltered and she turned to leave. He saw a sword embedded in her back, radiating a chilling aura. Mo-fan gasped, a frost iron demon tool, something made specifically to counter her. Mo-fan realized someone had ambushed her from behind, meaning they knew her well. Who among those she trusted would exploit her kindness like this? Nanyu asked worriedly, what do we do now? Mo-fan replied, we have to find a way back. He glanced outside and said, the other beasts are too scared to come out. Then Mo-fan asked in surprise how the old wolf returned to the dimensional space. He turned to his summoned beast, old wolf, where did they go? What's the situation? The swift star wolf replied, a whoa. Mo-fan asked in shock, they followed a group of people who? He wondered, could it be those guys who wanted to steal the fire fruit? While Mo-fan was lost in thought, the swift star wolf had already fallen asleep. Mo-fan called out, old wolf, but the beast didn't respond. Mo-fan sighed in exasperation, all you do is sleep. The scene shifted to Chaewon Gorge, where a group rode through the desert. The bandaged woman said, by the time the flame trio passes through here and clashes with the overlord of Chaewon Gorge, well be long gone. Zhang Yulin cheered, Shin Ding, you did great. The sap from the fire fruit can cure my mother's illness, it works wonders. Shinding hesitated. Meanwhile Shixin Xia and Lingling shared a horse. Lingling told Shixin Xia like Shinding said earlier, the flame trio once saved her mother. Shixin Xia said disappointedly, but her mother made her attack the flame trio. Both of them wondered, isn't that just betrayal? Shixin Xia asked Lingling, what do you think? Lingling replied, it's strange, I feel like there's more to this. Either way we need to leave this place as soon as possible. Shixin Xia sighed, yeah, I hope Imofan is okay. Lingling reassured him, don't worry, he's tough, I'll be fine. After some time the group arrived at the Zhao family manor in the southern part of Ma capital. Zhang Xiaohou asked impatiently, it's been 3 days already, how much longer do we have to stay here? Zhao Manuan explained, it's not safe outside, we have to wait until the flame witch gives up. Isan asked in surprise, isn't the fire seed fruit ripe yet? Zhao Manuan replied, we still need to wait a few more days. Uncle and everyone else have waited for so many years without giving up. Lingling added, at any rate we've already sent a real messenger to inform Imofan that we're safe. Zhang Xiaohou stayed silent for a moment before agreeing, yeah, as long as Fange is okay that's what matters. Then he wondered, I just don't know where Fange is right now. Meanwhile at Madu Airport Imofan said goodbye to Nanyu, thanking her for her remote help in the Nether River. Well, meet again if fate allows. But Nanyu grabbed Emofan's shoulder and asked, where are you planning to go next? I want to go with you to see who stole the fire calamity fruit. Emofan was taken aback but eventually agreed, all right. The two then headed toward Zhao family manor in Madu's southern district. As they walked, Emofan thought, Xin Xia and everyone are waiting at the manor on the mountain, where exactly is it? Just then a few guards spoke up, you two over there, this is private property, no entry allowed. Emofan responded, could you please inform Zhao Manuan that Emofan is here? After a while Emofan grew impatient, he was taken onto a cable car and then switched to an off-road vehicle. Emofan yawned repeatedly inside, a simple phone call would have sufficed, yet they made us wait for an hour. Nanyu remained silent. On the way up the mountain there were many checkpoints on both sides. A few guards whispered, I'm exhausted, they've got us on 24-hour watch, did something happen to old man Zhao? Another replied, who knows? But I heard they invited the Mu family clan. The other asked, did they offend the Eastern clan? The Mu family has been the Eastern clan's rival for 1,000 years. Emofan and Nanyu stayed silent, exchanging glances. After a while the car stopped. A guard stepped out and said, I'm the captain of the Haiyan Manor security team. Old man Zhao instructed that you two may stay here for a few days and move freely within the manor. Emofan asked, how many cultivators do you have in your manor? Haiyan replied, we've added 123 more these past few days, other families have also gathered here. Emofan was inwardly surprised that many they must be really afraid of the flame witch. The scene shifted to Madu Airport, where a car swerved aggressively, drawing curses from other drivers, trying to get yourself killed, are you insane driving like that? The driver quickly said, sorry, I have a patient in the car. Suddenly someone spoke up, I want to get out. The driver asked in alarm, but you have a fever of 1058 degrees. I need to rush you to the hospital right away. But that guy rolled down the window. Suddenly his entire body was engulfed in raging flames. The car quickly turned around and sped away while the robed man let out a blood-curdling scream. The taxi driver was trembling in fear, shouting, monster help. Just then the flame witch flew out, soaring into the sky with her body ablaze. Then the flames on her body burned even more fiercely. The crowd below screamed in panic, what's happening? It's on fire, it's on fire. Explosions erupted one after another and the screams of people filled the air, help save us. Shortly after, a news anchor reported the latest update, a series of unexplained vehicle fires have occurred on Highway 20. The fire was so intense that drivers abandoned their cars and fled. No casualties have been reported so far and the cause is under investigation. We will provide further updates as they become available. Zhang Xiaowo suddenly shouted, I'm done playing, Xin Xia always wins. Zhao Manuan replied, now I finally understand why casinos in Macau ban mediums from entering. Xin Xia innocently answered, I didn't do it on purpose, I didn't even use any magic. The others burst into laughter at her expense. Just then a purple-haired man Musa stepped forward, flexing his 8-pack abs. Some abilities are just hard to control out of habit. Zhao Manuan glared at him and corrected, Musu, don't forget I didn't bring you and Mu Ting here for a vacation. Then his purple-haired sister emerged from the pool with Musa's ice and snow wind formation. We don't even need to lift a finger. Laughing, Ling Ling turned to Shinping, by the way Shinping, I've always wondered why hasn't your mom stepped in to deal with the flame witch? Shinping blinked cluelessly, I don't know, I just do what she says. Now that I think about it, things have been going too smoothly. Just then Emofan walked in and warned Shinping, you've done something foolish. Hearing this everyone froze in shock, staring blankly. Zhao Manuan and Zhang Xiao immediately rushed forward, slinging their arms around his shoulders. Fange. Oh my goodness, when did you get here? That was fast. Xin Xia cheered Mo Fange. Mo Fan turned to Xin Xia. Sorry to have worried you. Then he glanced at the female soldier. And this is? Mo Fan introduced. This is Nanyu, someone from the military I met on the way. She tagged along. Ling Ling asked in surprise, why do you say Shinping did something foolish? Mo Fan explained, after I was swept away by the lava, it was the flame witch who saved me. She doesn't actually mean humans any harm. Ling Ling's expression turned grave. Then we really should thank her, otherwise we wouldn't have seen you again. Mo Fan replied, now that we've angered her, well, just have to take things one step at a time. Zhao Manuan speculated, it's been so long she probably can't get through. Mo dust barrier isn't that easy to breach. Mo Fan responded, if that were true, Zhao Yunang and his wife wouldn't have left them guarding the mountain gate. The scene shifts to the southern Zhao district where Shaoxinlua is active. A massive flame descended from the sky. The flame resembled a meteor, leaving the crowd below stunned. A few children asked each other what was happening. All the lights in the factory had gone out. Quick, head to the main control bridge, but before they could move, the power station exploded. The children shouted to each other, run, the fireball is coming down. The fireball plunged straight into the barrier. A deafening explosion rang out. Zhao Manuan gasped, oh my goodness. The mountain beside the villa had been blown apart. Seeing this, Zhao Manuan was terrified, her soul nearly leaving her body. Half the mountain was gone. Then the flame witch appeared, her gaze fixed on the villa. Mo Fan stood dumbfounded. At that moment the flame witch reached out toward the villa. Mo Fan and Zhao Manuan stood in front of the divine cauldron, shouting, the cauldron, watch out. But what they faced was Yi Xinxia. The little girl let out a scream, then Yi Xingxia's body lifted into the air. Mo Fan shouted Xinxia and immediately gave chase. Zhao Manuan warned Mo Fan, don't be reckless. Mo Fan roared, blood beast roar, activate. Yi Xinxia was swept into the air, her trembling hand reaching out as her voice caught in her throat, brother Mo Fan. Below, he unleashed his technique, fiery fist skyward, sending a burning giant fist soaring into the heavens. Space trembled violently as the flaming fist, like molten lava, surged with terrifying force toward the flame witch. Suddenly the flame witch waved her hand lightly. In an instant she flew to Xingxia's side and blocked the massive fist with her hand in a split second. Mo Fan couldn't believe his eyes and roared in fury, damn it, tongue probe. A heart-wrenching cry echoed through the sky, brother Mo Fan. It was Xingxia's voice. She murmured, brother Mo Fan, she doesn't mean any harm. In the blink of an eye he leapt onto the highest treetop to get a better view of Xinxia floating in the air. The air seemed to freeze as Mo Fan's eyes hardened. He thundered, let her go, this has nothing to do with her. The flame witch's eyes were hollow as she murmured, I won't hurt her, I just want to take back what belongs to me. Mo Fan seemed to hear her. The witch continued, addressing everyone, she's a spirit mage, shall help me convey my message. Just then inside the estate the security team rushed in panic by the deafening explosion and the sea of flames. Their eyes quickly locked onto the battle site thick with smoke. Meanwhile near Xinxia the flame witch's fury blazed, turning the sky a deep crimson. The witch swiftly flew toward the estate, observing intently from above. Screams echoed from below, the eerie cries of demons filling the air. The old master roared in fury, how dare you breach the demonic sect's protective barrier. Meanwhile the witch continued muttering to herself, karma fruit, return my karma fruit. A few seconds later a woman wrapped in white bandages spoke, stop talking, she's injured, there's no way she can resist this time. The old master immediately turned to the guardians and commanded, decisively attack, work together, let the winds rise. On the ground they laid down a frozen formation woven from multiple magical circles, with snowflakes suspended in the air freezing the world around them. The sky seemed split in two, one side raging flames, the other a ghostly blue of ice. A sudden burst of blue light crystallized into an icy prism, trapping the flame witch within. The witch's body blazed like stormy waves, unleashing scorching karma flames that pierced the icy prism like arrows. Strangely, within a second the ice swiftly mended itself, continuing to imprison her in midair. Mo Fan watched in horror, his eyes filled with panic. He blurted out, they're going to fight her to the death. Just then a deafening crash tore through the air as if fire and ice had already clashed. He shouted, Xia. Moments later the smoke cleared, embers swirling as her small figure appeared in the sky, standing beside the flame witch. Mo Fan, perched on a branch, called out her name, his voice echoing across the land, Xia. Just then Xia was barely conscious, leaning against the witch, her voice weak. The witch, seeing this, immediately released a gust of wind to wrap around Xia and send her back to the ground. Mo Fan caught her swiftly, exclaiming in surprise, oh. The witch, however, paid no heed to Mo Fan's words. Expressionless she turned and left. The sky seemed torn apart by crimson light radiating from the witch like a torch below. Shouts rang out, watch out, she's attacking. A massive beam of red light erupted downward, smashing into the icy barrier surrounding the estate. The collision of ice and fire sent chilling echoes through the air. Sparks flew as the clouds seemed torn apart by the heat of the impact. The Guardians coughed violently from the blast's shockwave, their formation shattered as residual flames surged into the estate. Seeing this, the old master and the Chu family couple cried out in alarm. "What are you doing?" Terrified, he shouted, "Do you want to burn alive?" He quickly ordered, "Regather your focus, strengthen the formation." The group steadied themselves and responded in unison. "Understood." In an instant the icy prism reformed, unbreakable once more. The flame witch, seeing this, stretched out her hand from the sky, fueling more swirling demonic flames. In less than a second, flames erupted violently from her grasp as she clenched her fist. Then the witch spread her arms, her entire body engulfed in raging flames. The fire swirling violently like a vortex as if to consume everything. Seeing this, Elder Shur acted without hesitation, thrusting his hand forward and shouting, "Let me handle this." A massive ice pillar erupted from the ground, soaring into the sky to confront the blazing witch. Assuming a battle stance, he roared, and icy shards scattered, launching an attack toward her. Countless ice chains spiraled upward, encircling and binding the witch tightly. Enraged, the flame witch channeled all her fiery energy, unleashing a fierce counterattack that shattered the ice chains into countless fragments. The ice pillar crumbled and Elder Shur lost his balance, crashing to the ground with his hands braced. But the ground beneath him began to collapse violently from the witch's assault. In that moment, Elder Shur quickly raised his hand adorned with a metal bracelet and shouted, "Giant armor." In an instant, a gleaming suit of metal armor enveloped his body. Clad in the armor, he crossed his arms in a defensive stance as debris exploded around him, sharp fragments flying in all directions. Dust billowed from the rubble, the crimson flames still smoldering, and amidst the ruins Elder Shur struggled to hold on. With his lower body trapped beneath the debris, he gasped for breath and muttered in disbelief, "This can't be happening." Above, the flames continued to churn, and a flicker of doubt crossed Elder Shur's eyes. His heart filled with unease. What kind of calamity had the Jade Forest Court invited to attract such a powerful monster? Just then the flame witch parted her lips, releasing a dazzling burst of fiery energy. The flames swirled like a vortex, forming a crimson ring that devoured the entire space. Embers rained down like fiery arrows, igniting everything in their path, screams rising as people fled. The manor was swallowed by the inferno, cries of panic echoing as everyone shouted to escape. The fire spread rapidly to where Elder Shur was trapped, and in the blink of an eye he was surrounded by flames. The manor was consumed, the crackling of wood and the roar of fire merging into a deafening chaos. Amidst the chaos, Mo Fan carried Xin Xia as they fled the burning building. From a distance he saw his friends gathered outside, calling out, "Ho Zi." Hearing the familiar voice, he turned toward the burning entrance, and Ho Zi responded joyfully, "Fan Go." The golden-haired boy asked worriedly, "Is she all right?" Mo Fan quickly replied, "She's fine." Perhaps the flame witch's mental power was too overwhelming, leaving them struggling to endure the strain after their exchange. As he spoke, he looked down at Xin Xia in his arms. Her eyes were closed, her lips moving slightly as if trying to say something. The crowd murmured in confusion. What was she saying? Before anyone could react, Yu blurted out anxiously, "Let's get out of here first, right? We don't want to end up like dried fish." Mo Fan looked around as he asked, "Where's Shinping? I don't see her anywhere." The long-haired, golden-haired boy replied, "She probably went to her parents' place." "Seriously, Shinping, she injured the flame witch running now is just asking for trouble." Suddenly a faint halting whisper cut through the noise. "That's not how it is," she said hesitantly. It was Shixia's voice. With great effort she forced herself to speak louder. "It's not like that." Everyone listened carefully. Mo Fan's expression darkened as he shouted, "No more hesitation, we need to leave now." No sooner had he spoken than a deafening explosion erupted behind them, billowing smoke and flames blotting out the sky. The group turned to see the explosion, their faces tight with shock and dread. Ho Zi cried out in panic, "Oh, now we're trapped." Just then a roar split the air. Tidal surge. A swirling vortex of blue energy violently tore into the firestorm. It was the golden-haired boy still cradling Shurxia in his arms. "Hold on," he shouted, "the demonic energy will clear a path for us this way." Above them the flame witch remained focused, gazing down at the estate below. Inside the building where the beastskin couple hid, a girl ran toward them calling out, "Dad, Mom." It was Shinping. Seeing her daughter, Zhao Yulin asked in alarm, "What are you doing here?" The bandaged woman, Shinping's mother, spoke up, "I told her to come." He turned sharply, and in that moment she gave him a sinister smile. Zhao Yulin's brow furrowed, his gaze sharp as a blade. A low growl rumbled from his throat. A voice called from the distance. It was Elder Shur. "Enough bickering," he said. Shinping's father immediately asked, "Elder Shur, are you all right?" His face blackened from the flames. He muttered, "That monster, when the icebound demon sealing formation reaches full power, we must freeze it solid." After a pause, Zhao Yulin said that would be ideal. Once this is over, I'll make sure to repay you handsomely. Eldersher continued, even if we freeze it, the dark fire within won't vanish. I still can't get close. Hearing this, Shinping's father cut in gravely, so we can't kill it. Just as the tension peaked, Zhang Fu, Shinping's mother, declared firmly from behind, no need to worry. Her expression turned cold, her eyes glinting with malice. Once it's frozen, I can control it. Back at the Flame Witch's side, she continued watching the inferno below when suddenly a glowing blue triangular symbol appeared beside her. The light spread, striking the witch's hand, freezing it instantly. At that moment she trembled slightly, a murky tear rolled down her cheek, her gaze hollow. Below, the magic formation unleashed multiple beams of blue light. The witch immediately raised her hand, gathering flames. Launch an attack on the peacekeeping team as they set up their formation. Now the blue triangle has condensed into an icy crystal prison, trapping the witch inside. Her face is filled with fury and frenzy as she gathers flames around her. The peacekeeping team struggles to hold their ground, enduring the relentless assault from above. Suddenly a deafening crash echoes from the flames, imprisoning the witch. Seeing this, Zhao Yulin laughs heartily. Did you really think I was unprepared? The witch thrashes inside the icy prison, desperately searching for a way out. Then the frost weapon on her back suddenly reacts, slowly freezing her body. The witch seems affected, her body stiffening. Zhao Yulin shouts, it worked. Seeing this, Magister claps his hands in excitement. Excellent, he says before turning to issue orders. However, against his intentions, the people in the formation collapse, sprawled across the ground. Magister worries aloud. If this demon keeps resisting, the consequences could be dire. Meanwhile, Zhang Feng beams with joy. Great, the frost iron ghost halberd is working. Magister then addresses the remaining members of the Zhao family and the peacekeeping team. I've done all I can, the rest is up to you. Upon hearing this, the Divine Infant's mother immediately turns to her daughter. Divine Infant, do you remember the annihilation artifact I gave you? She nods repeatedly. She continues, annihilation can trigger the frost poison in the frost iron ghost halberd, turning it into a deadly toxin. At this moment the Divine Infant looks panicked and terrified. She grits her teeth and says, the plan is flawless. If we pierce her with it, she won't stand a chance. The Divine Infant straightens up, her eyes wide as tears stream down her face. Her trembling finger points at herself. Zhao Yulin shouts in horror, are you insane? You can't ask a child to do this. Ignoring her husband's objections, she says firmly, trust me. Then she turns to her daughter. Divine Infant, listen to your mother, go now. She hesitates, but the atmosphere grows tense and suffocating as she leans in close to the Divine Infant's face, her voice low but laced with power. Kill her and the fire tribulation fruit will restore your health. It will also elevate your father's status. After understanding her mother's words, she lowers her head, her eyes widening as she silently tells herself, mother wouldn't lie to me. The Divine Infant closes her eyes, her heart heavy with silence and unbearable pain. Before her lies annihilation, a double-edged frost weapon. Her mother stands behind her, placing a hand on her shoulder and urging softly, go now. Don't worry, you'll be fine, just walk up to her and strike her heart. Meanwhile, the Flame Witch is in a state of panic and agony, her body slowly freezing. In the distance, the Divine Infant grips annihilation, cautiously stepping toward the witch. The tension is suffocating. Zhao Yulin turned to look at his wife and shouted, you weren't like this before. The reply came in a gentle yet calculating voice, people change. Before she could finish, he shot back, but what if the Divine Infant is burned to death by the flames? Zhang Feng immediately stepped closer. I wouldn't joke about my own daughter. He raised his voice, she's your child too. Meanwhile, not far away, Mo Fan and his friends had fled to the entrance of the burning building above them. The Divine Infant gripped a weapon of destruction and charged toward the witch. At that moment, Xian Xia lay in his arms. Despite her exhaustion, she murmured weakly, Mo Fan, wait, he asked in a panic, what's wrong? Xian Xia trembled, all over drenched in sweat, and cried out, stop the Divine Infant, stop her. In that instant, Mo Fan seemed to sense something from her words and widened his eyes. He then handed Xian Xia to the curly-haired youth, urging everyone to take care of her. Before anyone could react, he leapt like a squirrel, bounding onto the rooftop. He saw the Divine Infant gripping her weapon tightly and waved frantically, shouting, Divine Infant, don't go one more step and shall be burned alive. The Divine Infant paused, and behind her came her mother's conflicted voice, don't listen to him, do as I say. Don't you trust your own mother? After speaking to her daughter, Zhang Feng turned to Mo Fan and roared angrily, mind your own business. The Divine Infant's hands trembled as she clutched her weapon, her breathing ragged. She squeezed her eyes shut, every drop of sweat falling as red embers still drifted in the air. In that moment, the Divine Infant continued toward the witch, each step sinking deep into the ground. Below, Mo Fan stared at Xian Xia, his eyes wide with worry. On the other side, the Divine Infant's mother narrowed her eyes, her gaze sharp as a blade. Flames roared, embers raining down like meteors as the divine infant's small figure advanced through the fire weapon gripped tightly. As if sensing something amiss, she widened her eyes in shock. For a moment time seemed to stand still. After a brief pause, sweat streaming down, she whispered to herself, "It'll be fine." Then her mother's scream came from behind. "Hurry, she's about to break free." The divine infant tightened her grip on her weapon and charged at the witch, the flames growing fiercer. Fan seemed to notice something strange. The divine infant had crossed the witch's strongest domain. Did her body have some special resistance? No, that wasn't it. When only a single step remained between the divine infant and the witch, he suddenly shouted, "Divine infant, stop, she is." Before he could finish, the divine infant's mother suddenly reached out toward him. Sending concentric ripples like a formation, she yelled, "Shut up, mind your own business." His words caught in his throat as Fan was restrained. Trapped by her hands and magic, he was powerless to resist. Meanwhile, the divine infant closed in on the witch of flames, the razor-sharp tip of her annihilation spear mere inches away, her gaze locked unwaveringly on the witch. Before her was the witch of flames' sorrowful face brimming with unspoken emotions, stirring memories within her. When she ambushed her on the mountaintop, the witch could have burned her to ashes then and there, but she didn't. Just then the woman wrapped in bandages charged forward, unleashing concentric magic circles with a wave of her hand, shouting, "What are you waiting for? Kill her!" Unexpectedly, the divine infant was ensnared by the surge of energy, losing herself in the moment. Without hesitation, she raised the annihilation spear with all her might, her face pale. Then came a deafening scream as the spear pierced the witch's body. The impact tore through space like crimson lightning streaking across the sky. Shattered ice crystals scattered like shards of glass, intertwining with the raging flames. At the epicenter stood the divine infant and the witch of flames, locked in confrontation. Stunned by the sight, the divine infant raised her hand to shield herself from the flying ice shards. After being struck by the annihilation spear, the witch let out a pained groan. And a surge of crimson energy erupted, warping the air like a massive firestorm. Countless crimson flames like burning serpents lunged toward the divine infant. Frozen in place, she squeezed her eyes shut, arms crossed in front of her, holding her breath as she braced for the attack. Yet when she opened her eyes, she was unharmed. She saw the witch of flames desperately focusing her power to protect her, leaving her bewildered. Why would she do that? Below, Zhao Yulin suddenly had a thought. Something felt off. Zhang Feng's primary affinity was fire, secondary was wind, and tertiary was space. He turned to his wife behind him and demanded, "Mind magic? Why do you know mind magic?" Just then Fan's voice rang out from the rooftop, "You fools, and not Zhang Feng." The woman's gaze was icy, her eerie laughter sending chills down his spine. His eyes widened in terror, teeth clenched, cold sweat dripping down his face. The moment the divine infant heard those words, she was left confused. If she wasn't Zhang Feng, then who was she? Her gaze shifted to the witch of flames, suddenly recalling her mother's tertiary affinity, space just like the witch's. The divine infant grew even more perplexed. Why had that person ordered her to ambush the witch of flames? Why had the witch counterattacked but only targeted vital points? At that moment Fan shouted, "Divine infant! Are you blind?" She pulled back her dark flames to save you. As soon as Fan finished speaking, the divine infant quickly looked at the witch of flames, her heart pounding. Before her was a face, though hollowed, it radiated warmth and tenderness. Silence enveloped the space, the witch's eyes seeming to hold 1,000 words. In that instant the divine infant stood frozen, her gaze locked onto the witch. When suddenly she saw a faint figure materialize behind her. Suddenly the demoness was horrified to see Shinping as a child. She hastily withdrew, her flame-covered hands trembling as she backed away from Shinping. At that moment she let out a silent scream, overwhelmed by panic. In just a second the demoness turned and fled, leaving Shinping standing there in shock. Then Shinping lunged forward and drove her blade straight through the flame demoness back. Afterward she collapsed to the ground, her trembling hands clutching her chest, her eyes were hollow, tears streaming down her face as she choked back sobs. How could this be? How could this be? It was all a lie. Just then Nan Yu wheeled Xan Xia over, and Xan Xia softly said that her mother Jiang Fu had been revived. This was Xan Xia had just awakened from her earlier shock, but the story was only half told. Fan continued explaining that after the tribulation of heavenly flames, even the fire tribulation fruit couldn't heal her body, so her soul had to attach itself to another life. Now she stood before everyone as they were, and Shinping listened intently, tears streaming down her face. The moment he spoke, everyone present was left bewildered. Zhao Yulin immediately pointed at the woman wrapped in a white headscarf and shouted, "Wait! If she is Jiang Fu, then who is this person? How does she know everything about Jiang Fu?" A friend of Fan spoke up, "A spirit user. She's a master of spirit and talisman arts. The ghost matron from the militaries wanted listies at her." The woman in the white headscarf remained unfazed, bursting into laughter. "Ha ha ha. Then her expression turned cold, her lips curling in disdain, casting a heavy silence over the entire estate. The ghost matron finally spoke. Someone still remembers the past. I had no choice but to live in this body until now. Nanyu snapped angrily. The Dunhuang military has been hunting her for over a decade. We thought the ghost matron was dead. She gripped the wheelchair's armrests, trembling with rage, and sighed. I never imagined. This startled Xin Xia, who coughed lightly, prompting Nanyu to apologize at once. But then Nanyu could no longer stay calm. She shouted, my instructorship missing, and she fell into her hands. Fan, standing behind her, now understood why Nanyu had followed her. This was the reason she had insisted on coming here. Nanyu admitted, no matter what, this is happening on my territory. I won't let any clue slip away. The ghost matron remained composed, arms crossed. Seeing her goal achieved, she let out a soft chuckle. Then Xin Xia, still in the wheelchair, began trembling violently. Her eyes widened as she suddenly cried out, why? With all her strength she staggered to her feet, her voice shattered by rage. She had burned herself in karma fire to save her. Why was she so cruelly betraying her? Waves of fury crashed over her, tears streaming down her young face. Xinxia screamed. Was her heart made of scorpions? The moment the words left her lips, her balance faltered from the fire of her anger. Fortunately, Nanyu caught her from behind, steadying her gently. Xinxia shrieked again. Oh, she was a scorpion devoid of any humanity. Above, the flames grew wilder, twisting like venomous serpents, raging uncontrollably. By the divine tripod she pressed her hands to the ground, her body trembling violently. Her eyes wide, tears streaming down like a fountain. Memories of her mother flooded her mind. Mother, why didn't we get wet in the rain? Because her mother had used magic to shield her. All she could do was cling to her, sobbing. She collapsed forward, her hands limp at her sides, her lips quivering. Her voice choked in her throat. So this was what she had become. Childhood memories resurfaced. The time she had seen her mother in agony, terrified. Madam, please endure it. Once the medicine takes effect, your pain will ease. She had poured all her love into wanting to help her mother, wishing she could share her suffering. The divine tripod turned to look at the sorceress lying on the ground, murmuring to herself. Mother is still the same as before, protecting her, not wanting her to get wet in the rain, not wanting her to be hurt. The sky burned, crimson embers swirling in the air. The divine tripod was consumed by guilt. She had killed her own mother. Below, Zhao Yulin stood frozen, his shoulders stiff, his breathing heavy, his gaze locked onto the sorceress as he gasped, it's exactly the same. He paused, recalling the past. Back then she had sacrificed herself to save Zhaoyu, allowing him to live until now, and now she was doing it again. In the depths of his sorrow, his eyes suddenly widened as if he had remembered something crucial. In an instant, Zhao Yulin shouted loudly, telling everyone that the fire tribulation fruit. Seize the fire from the tribulation, there might still be hope to save her. On the other side, Nanyu and Xinxia stared in confusion while Fan in the distance stood stunned. High above, a small orb glowed with a dazzling red-orange light spinning endlessly. That was the tribulation fire fruit. For a moment the crowd set aside their hatred, their minds focused on one thought. If they dealt with the heartless witch now, there was still hope. In an instant the witch leapt onto a high rooftop, cackling triumphantly as the three divine tripods stared in shock. Zhao Yulin, did you really think I'd be unprepared after exposing everything? He roared, you wretch. With a shout she commanded Spectre. A monstrous figure materialized. Its eyes glowing fangs bared, seizing Zhao Yulin in its grasp. Purple demonic mist coiled around him as the creature tightened its hold. Zhao Yulin had no strength to resist, left only to wail in pain and despair. The witch laughed even harder. Go to hell and apologize to them, mother and daughter. Just then Master Sure dashed forward like an arrow, shouting at the top of his lungs. Ferocious beast. His gaze was icy, filled with resolve, his voice firm and unyielding. I will never allow you to continue your rampage. But the demoness remained unshaken, a sinister smile curling her lips. Old fool, your fate is already sealed. With a sudden shout she spread her arms wide, unleashing a soul-seizing hex. Layers of dark magic swirled like invisible chains. The rings grew larger, numbing everything they touched. Everyone present froze in place as if paralyzed, their minds slipping under her control. Seeing this, Elder Sure rushed forward. How dare you use their lives to fuel your wicked magic, despicable. The demoness continued her spell, her voice dripping with malice. Look closely, whether they're harmed or not they'll still perish. Just as she cackled in triumph, a thunderous roar echoed, lightning Exha strike. In an instant she shuddered, eyes widening as she looked upward. Space twisted violently and a bolt of purple lightning crashed down, striking where she stood. She leapt aside, dodging the attack, and snarled, brat, you're pushing your luck. At that moment Mofan descended with blazing speed, flames wreathed around his fists. You're already rotting, demon, time to burn in hell, Fisher Fist. The flames erupted like an explosion, sending her flying. Upon impact the demoness shrieked in fury, I was going to burn you alive, but since you insist. Without giving her a chance to recover, he pressed the attack cyclone prison. Fierce winds howled, emerald light weaving like serpents, forming a tornado that trapped her at its core. Her screams echoed unceasingly. Such a petty trick won't stop me, but before she could finish she was overpowered, pain twisting her features. Below, Mofan's friends remained under the demoness spell, struggling to break free. Xinxia pushed herself to the limit, casting a countermeasure mind barrier. The technique formed a massive shield encircling the estate and repelling the demoness' dark magic. Mofan turned, his eyes burning with determination. With a roar, golden light erupted, divine radiance. His green-haired companion immediately followed, with lightning vine massive tendrils lashing out. Meanwhile, Xinxia strained to maintain the barrier while Nanyu supported her from behind. Uneasy, he rushed to her side, his voice tight with worry. Xinxia was utterly spent, her body trembling, sweat dripping down her face. In that moment she realized Mofan had appeared beside her, whispering her name softly, Xinxia. The space seemed to freeze as Xinxia forced a smile, trying to reassure him. She spoke up, saying her mental magic could help them cope. Mofan immediately responded, his tone gentle and his gaze warm as he acknowledged her. Then Xinxia reached out, focusing her energy once more to reinforce the protective barrier, and said, her mind was too cluttered, her mental energy and spells were hard to cast. We need to work together to handle her. Suddenly the ghost woman tore off the bandages on her face, revealing a scarred visage. She roared, you think you can ruin my plans? A warning voice rang out. Her third affinity was earth, so they had to beware of her eyes. The ghost woman quickly activated her petrifying gaze, her eyes widening as she locked onto them. The glow of her technique began to spread, engulfing the surrounding space. Wherever the light touched, explosions erupted in its wake. The collapsing buildings sent clouds of dust billowing, turning everything desolate in an instant. Her gaze transformed a vast stretch of land into a sea of flames. Mofan rushed forward to shield his sister while Xinxia cried out in alarm. Brother Mofan. Zhao Manyan turned and ordered Ho Feng to pull her up. He quickly replied, got it. The moment he pulled her up, he swiftly cast two spells like Blessing and Misfortune Wall. Zhao Manyan successfully conjured a shield to block the incoming force. But the power was too great. Cracks formed on the shield the moment it took shape. Yin gritted his teeth, straining to hold the shield in place. Mofan and the others behind him watched the fierce attack with growing concern. Everyone's eyes were fixed on Zhao Manyan's every move. Mofan seized the moment to rush forward and assist, summoning his family's ancestral shield. He didn't forget to encourage his companion Zhao Manyan, keep it up. Then he summoned the Nether Departure Shield. The two shields stood side by side, resisting the petrifying force. Despite his exhaustion, he believed they could hold against the petrification. Yet Mofan still worried. Even so, the Nether Departure Shield would take damage if it touched the petrifying force. Instead of anger, the ghost woman sneered triumphantly, taunting, if that's all you've got, then bring it on. Xinxia seemed to sense her intent and shouted urgently, watch out, she's trying to break the shields. The white-haired man reacted swiftly, casting water defense and cycle. But alarms blared in his mind, danger, no time left. Suddenly a massive boulder appeared in front of the petrifying force. After expending a great deal of energy, Ho Feng, drenched in sweat, reported it's blocked. Si Manran immediately broke into a delighted smile, turning to the other with gratitude, thank you, Brother Ho. But Demofan still furrowed his brow, signaling warily, that's not enough, we need even more reinforcements. Before he could act, two voices rang out simultaneously, icy cold, replacing the shattered boulder and blocking the surging force. Si Manran instantly recognized the owners of the voices, muttering they're here too. Mofan, however, remained deeply suspicious. On the rooftop of a building, a young man and woman struck a dramatic pose. The black-haired youth flicked his hair back. How could you handle such a towering mage on your own? The girl beside him chimed in with, the two of us here, things will be different. The twins stepped closer to each other, introducing themselves with confidence, we are. But before they could finish, Si Manran roared in fury, blasted, do you have to show off their ice and earth types attack now? The two sprang into action, casting ice seal techniques simultaneously. The frozen area expanded rapidly, snuffing out the flames that had just ignited. The ghostly crone, seeing the scene before her, cursed in rage, despicable. Suddenly she shrieked, I'll hold you back, I'll devour the fire tribulation fruit. A piercing shriek assaulted them, forcing the twins to clap their hands over their ears. Mofan and the others weren't faring any better. They clutched their heads, eyes still locked on her. Everyone present was affected by the ghostly crone's attack. Xinxia couldn't help but gasp. That was terrifying, but she quickly reassured them, stay calm. She pressed her palms together and activated her technique, Spirit Healer Soothe. The ghostly crone snarled in fury, you little pest, you keep ruining my plans. Xinxia summoned a small spirit and commanded, Spirit Heal. The spirit fluttered to Jiang Fu's side, slowly mending her wounds. She stood up in surprise. The girl whispered encouragement, "Please hold on." The weak Jiang Fu felt the kindness and softly replied, "MHM. Xinxia," then summoned more healing spirits, directing them to tend to everyone. The elder grumbled inwardly, "If I weren't so badly injured, would I be held back by these little tricks?" As the healing spirits took effect, the elder suddenly realized with delight, "My headache is gone." The ghostly crone grew even more enraged, her voice dripping with venom. "You little pest, I'll make sure you never wake up again." She screamed in fury, "Curse you!" Meanwhile, her power began spiraling out of control. The ghostly crone summoned a monstrous creature, taunting, "Consider yourself lucky." Zhang Yulin was also affected by her power. Affected by the impact, his body was sent flying backward. The ghost crone immediately shouted, her mind as still as water, as she wove her hands into a spiderweb. The spiderweb expanded rapidly, instantly enveloping Mo Fan. He quickly noticed the giant spider approaching and exclaimed in panic, "Oh no!" The spider drew near, opening its jaws filled with sharp teeth as it lunged at him. The ghost crone controlled the web with her hands, excitedly commanding, "Go." Obeying her order, the spider instantly spat silk toward its prey. Trapped by countless strands of silk, Mo Fan cursed under his breath. "When did this crone set up the web? There's no escape." His brow furrowed, beads of sweat rolling down his tense face. Xinxia hurried forward to reassure him, "Mo Fan, don't panic," but seeing her approach he grew even more frantic, shouting, "Xinxia." Instead of stopping, the ghost crone grinned with delight. Suddenly she shrieked wildly, "You've fallen for it." Mo Fan's brow twitched, cold sweat dripping as alarm bells rang in his mind. This isn't good. The ghost crone used soul snare, her eyes swirling with hypnotic patterns. A ghostly voice echoed in his ears, turning his eyes bloodshot as the crone loomed nearby. Mo Fan looked around but couldn't pinpoint the source of the voice. He glanced at his seated sister, muttering in confusion, "Ghost crone." The ghostly voice taunted relentlessly, "Yes, kill her." The elder sensed the danger and warned loudly, "Beware, the ghost crone's soul snare is a ploy to manipulate you into killing." Hearing this, Zhao Maning and Ho Feng turned in horror. Now fully controlled, Mo Fan slowly approached Xinxia, murmuring, "Ghost crone, kill." Next he raised his hand, summoning a fire spell, ready to strike the person before him. The two behind him strained to stop him, Ho Feng desperately trying to rouse him. Mo Fan xiong. The ghost crone barked, "Don't interfere." Zhao Maning immediately retaliated with light blessing, while Ho Feng still dazed cursed, "Ugh, it's a rock barrier, I can't get through." She kept whispering to Mo Fan, "Kill her." The girl froze in terror, only able to cry out, "Mo Fan Ji." But Mo Fan, now lost to reason, couldn't respond to her pleas. The ghost crone cackled, "Kill her for me, kill that girl." Mo Fan obeyed, instantly launching an attack at Xinxia. Die. Ho Feng and the other gasped in despair, shouting in unison, "No." Xinxia, stunned by the sudden assault, could only scream instinctively. Zhang Yu, standing aside, suddenly moved, her brow furrowed as she gathered all her strength. This surprise attack struck Mo Fan squarely in the back, disrupting his movements. The blow sent him stumbling to the ground, flames erupting violently behind him. At that moment he lost all control, unleashing a massive surge of power unconsciously. The ghost woman's scheme had failed and her fury grew. "You wretched bunch, I'll kill every last one of you." Seizing the moment while no one was looking, she turned and fled. But someone spotted her and shouted, "She's trying to escape." Suddenly a massive net dropped from the sky, trapping the ghost woman. Someone sighed, "The heavens' net is vast, nothing escapes it." Then a deafening crash echoed from the net, slamming her to the ground. Though captured, the ghost woman snarled, "You will kill you." The twin-tailed girl merely exhaled slowly, "You brought this on yourself." She immediately urged, "What are you waiting for? Kill her now." Despite the net's restraints, the ghost woman thrashed backward, hissing, "I'll make you pay." The opportunist watched exasperated and sighed. That old hag was even prepared to run. Mo Fan approached from a distance, wreathed in flames, declaring firmly, "No one else needs to die." Then Mo Fan hovered in the air, summoning a massive scythe. He swung it down with all his might toward the ghost woman's position, roaring, "Only a venomous fiend like you deserves death, go to hell." The flames on the scythe spread and the force of the strike made her scream in agony. The collar around his neck glowed and he muttered, "Even you think she's beyond redemption." Zhang Feng suddenly cried out, jolting him awake. Immediately after she collapsed, her body growing alarmingly weak. Mo Fan panicked, his brow furrowing as he blurted, "Wait." He quickly leapt over the flames, rushing toward the ghost woman's location. After searching for a moment, Mo Fan found a small fireball near her and exclaimed excitedly, "Found it." The twin-tailed girl hurried forward to help use it to save her. Mo Fan agreed. He swiftly performed a series of actions before returning to Zhang Feng's side. Mo Fan propped her up and held the fireball close, urging, "Eat this now." The weak Zhang Feng shook her head repeatedly refusing. She stared at the fireball in his hand murmuring a name over and over Ling. Since he was close, Mo Fan heard her clearly and turned to the twin-tailed girl in confusion. Worried and puzzled, he started to ask oh. But before he could finish, she suddenly lifted off, slipping from his arms. Zhang Feng's body was engulfed in flames as she cradled the fireball protectively. Mo Fan shouted in panic, "What are you doing?" The fireball suddenly left her hand and hovered in midair. Suddenly a pink hole appeared on the fireball and a small hand reached out from inside. Mo Fan stared at it, eyes wide with shock, stammering, "This is..." Fragments of the fireball fell to the ground with a crisp sound. Then a little sprite poked its head out from the fireball, making noises its shape. As if sensing something, it focused its gaze on the person before it, showing a familiar expression. Xia immediately explained, "This is Yenji." Mo Fan was stunned upon hearing the little girl's words. What? His mind reset, so the fire tribulation fruit hadn't vanished naturally, it would eventually transform into a rock base. The little girl watched the scene with concern, saying back then Zhang Feng was saved by Yenji using a fire tribulation fruit. The woman behind her guessed, so if Yenji wasn't born back then the little girl must have been here at Peaceful Mountain ever since. The girl confirmed this. Everyone's gaze turned to Zhang Feng, marveling at the miraculous sight. Looking at the adorable little Yenji, Xia spoke again, "To protect this little life." The little Yenji flew over and grabbed Zhang Feng's hand, whimpering. She responded, "Spirit." Then the little Yenji curiously turned to look at everyone. It affectionately flew toward Mo Fan. The little girl explained, "During the soul binding process, a fire soul mark will appear in your soul. Yenji will see you as its parent." Then turning to Zhang Feng, she added, "Big brother Mo Fan. Zhang Feng hopes you can take good care of little Yenji." As soon as Xia finished speaking, Zhang Feng's body instantly dissipated. The little Yenji let out a sorrowful cry. Mo Fan looked at the fading flame and said, "If her lingering spirit is still here, please tell her for me. I'll take little Yenji to the spirit language tree and guard it in her place." The little Yenji nestled on his shoulder, whimpering. Xia suddenly spoke, "Big brother Mo Fan, there will be no more tribulation fire from now on. Yenji is the last of its kind." Hearing this, he was shocked and immediately asked why. The little girl sadly explained, "I only know a little from her memory fragments." Seeing this, he didn't press further. Instead, he looked at the little Yenji and said firmly, "All right, I'll take good care of this child." Then he opened his palm, releasing a magic array. He slowly raised the hand holding little Yenji, bringing the magic array closer with his other hand. It slept soundly in Mo Fan's arms as the bond circle was successfully completed. Seeing everything go smoothly, he gave a gentle smile, his eyes softening. Zhao Ma quickly leaned in, curious, "By the way, what if this little Yenji needs milk? Here, let me touch it." The woman with the hair bun suddenly spoke, "It should eat spirit insect fragments and they must be fire type." As soon as she finished, Mo Fan and the others stood up at once. Everyone was left behind, their faces filled with confusion. Ho Feng stepped forward and whispered, "Fan, do you have enough money to buy formula for it?" He quickly reassured, "Don't worry Fan, luckily we still have some stock left in Yuan Bay Corner, though it might not be enough. I heard fire salamanders eat spirit insects." The girl with the hair bun added, "I heard if it eats spirit insects, the fire insects it condenses as an adult will be of a very high grade." Zhao Marin immediately seized the chance to suggest, "Right Mo Fan, why not let me raise it?" No sooner had he finished speaking than Yu immediately objected loudly. Ho Feng glanced at the sky and said, unaware, "It's already dawn, I need to rush back to the military district to avoid getting fired." Mo Fan then suggested, "Brother Ho, I can't let you leave empty-handed this spirit insect." Hearing this, he forced a smile and waved his hand in refusal. "Brother Fan, let the little fire salamander have this spirit insect. After you were swept away by the lava, I found a magma crystal. It can be sold for a lot of money." After hearing this, you couldn't help but grumble inwardly. While I was in danger, he was busy looking for magma crystals. Zhao Manran also stepped forward to divide the loot. "The remaining items in the ghost woman's bracelet are mine, and the spirit-based demonic energy goes to you." When you turned your gaze to the girl with the hairbun, she immediately explained, "I've already gotten what I wanted, I'll be leaving now." After saying goodbye, she immediately summoned her contracted beast and left. The next day, a news broadcast announced that last night the Shaochen Luowa district was struck by a meteor, causing a massive fire. The person in charge, Zhao Yulin of the Zhao family, suffered heavy losses. The strange meteor carried a mysterious flame, disabling the engines of thousands of vehicles. The Shaochen Luowa district was engulfed in flames, but staff escaped in time, avoiding major casualties. After hearing the report, Mo Pham immediately grabbed the remote and turned off the DVD. He sighed, "Zhao Yulin really knows how to control public opinion. But now he might have realized the truth." "You also suggested Brother Mo Fan. I've been out for so long I need to get back to school. You immediately agreed I'll take you back. The scene shifted to the Pearl Tower where a sudden exclamation rang out, welcome, how come it's you? The white-haired man shouted upon seeing Mo-fan. Right, where did the snake script in that tattered snakeskin bag of yours go? You frowned, thinking to yourself, why hasn't this idiot been fired yet? Seeing you ignore him, the white-haired man grew even angrier. Don't ignore me, you coldly asked, where's your master? Just as he was mentioned, the green-haired elder appeared. What's wrong, Mo-fan? Luckily you were joking about the bloodfang earlier. Suddenly something caught his attention and his voice cut off abruptly. His eyes widened in shock. He rushed up to you, staring intently at what was on your shoulder. Let me see, what's the little fire salamander on your shoulder? The little fire salamander looked blankly at Mo-fan and you looked back at it. Proudly introducing my contracted beast. Then you flicked its forehead playfully to tease it. Mo-fan sternly scolded, didn't I tell you not to? Running off on your own like that spare you from burning down someone's house? And little Yanji's eyes immediately well up with tears. The blue-haired elder stroked his chin, his eyes gradually lighting up with interest. This has to be a Yanji. He rushed forward to touch the little Yanji, but Mo-fan quickly pulled him back. Have some decency, old man. After calming down, the blue-haired elder coughed awkwardly, too excited. Name your price, young man. I want to buy this Yanji. Don't refuse so quickly, think it over. This little Yanji isn't for sale, don't even dream about it. The blue-haired elder hurriedly shouted, you don't understand. Yanji are the darlings of the gods for us master craftsmen. He rambled on. Different materials require different flames. And having another spiritual seed means crafting even more intricate magical tools. Yanji usually come with 2 types of flames. Then the blue-haired elder lunged at Mo-fan's master, pleading desperately, Mo-fan, Ano. Brother Mo-fan, sell it to me. You're panicking, but you still refuse. No deal, hand over the armor tool now. The white-haired elder grew even fiercer, seething inwardly. Have some shame, master. The scene shifts to the Azure Sky Hunting Guild. Mo-fan slumps over the table, sighing in frustration. The twin-tailed girl asks, so you've been training these past 2 months? He replies, that's right, my nebula shadow system finally reached the 2nd stage. The twin-tailed girl tilts her head, then why the long face? Mo-fan glances at the playful little Yanji beside him. Next month I'm challenging the top 20, but its combat strength is still too weak. The twin-tailed girl explains, lower bloodline creatures grow faster. Yanji may have a high bloodline, but it's not even in its juvenile stage yet. Hearing this, he gasps in horror. Not even juvenile. He watches the little Yanji happily playing. The girl reassures him, but it can absorb your nebula energy. So it's growing faster than it would naturally. Mo-fan immediately looks exhausted. Tell me how long until it reaches the juvenile stage? Meanwhile, he orders the little Yanji, put that back. The twin-tailed girl silently flips through the book's details. Then she answers, based on the number of rabbit slice seeds you fed it. Plus the daily nourishment from your summoning energy. It'll take at least a month, 3 at most. Hearing this, Mo-fan exhales in relief. Thank goodness, I thought it'd take 3 to 5 years. His face pales, instantly groaning inwardly. A single box costs 20 million, this is unsustainable. The girl switches to lecture mode. Higher bloodline creatures require greater investment, but the returns are also greater. If you keep feeding it rabbit slice seeds, its juvenile stage combat strength will surpass a bald spirit wolf's. Mo-fan mutters in shock, warrior tier at the juvenile stage. His gaze shifted to the little flame beast and he couldn't help but marvel in his heart. If it's already like this in its infancy, what will happen when the little flame beast grows up? Won't it rule over all creatures? Then Mo-fan pulled out his storage pouch, happily calling the little flame beast, good boy, eat more, dad has plenty of money, you can have as many spiritual beast chips as you want. As he spoke, he laughed heartily, imagining the future life at its peak. There's hope now. The little flame beast watched him curiously but didn't stop stuffing its mouth with spiritual seeds. And so an incredibly hilarious scene unfolded between Mo-fan and the twin-tailed little girl. The little girl asked, top-tier wealthy mansions usually have lingering spirits, the reward is $1 million, take the job. He answered without hesitation, take it, I need money to buy milk for my kid. The little girl then mentioned another mission, escorting a medicine merchant caravan beyond the border with a high reward requiring a heroic hunter, take it. He replied without a second thought, didn't you say I'm a heroic hunter, take it. Mo-fan's eyes burned with passion as he declared, everything is for my child. Time passed quietly and before he knew it, it was deep into the night. Mo-fan's weary feet stepped onto the floor as he sighed weakly, no wonder they needed a heroic hunter for the escort. He staggered into the room, nearly bumping into the bed. Mo-fan collapsed onto it, muttering, I almost lost my life. Exhausted beyond measure, his body relaxed and unconsciously drifted into deep sleep. The little flame beast's tiny paw suddenly stepped on his cheek, making him frown slightly as he woke from his slumber. Mo Fan grabbed the little flame beast, startling it into a panicked flurry of movement. He then flicked its forehead playfully, making it giggle. Seeing this, Mo Fan relaxed and smiled warmly. The little flame beast thought he was mocking it and immediately scowled. Mo Fan quickly pulled out a pouch of spiritual seeds. Alright, here are some more spiritual beast chips, eat up. The little flame beast pounced on them and devoured them hungrily while he turned away, saying, Dad's going to rest a bit. Suddenly something felt off and his drowsiness vanished instantly. Mo Fan immediately jumped up from the bed, scanning the room and surprised it was completely clean, neat and tidy. He suspiciously glanced at the little flame beast, and there's a sweet scent. Could it be? Seeing the little flame beast's satisfied expression after eating, Mo Fan dismissed his earlier thought, I must be overthinking. Suddenly he noticed a kiss mark on his neck and his mind began racing. A familiar figure flashed in Mo Fan's mind as he murmured her name, Lu Ru. Recalling past experiences, he lowered his eyes and sighed deeply, troubled. Mo Fan closed his eyes, trying to calm the negative emotions in his heart. He remembered Lu Ru's upright figure, his heart filled with contemplation. Even if it meant living in disgrace, she still wouldn't want to burden him. A cold voice rang out the song, Inquisition won't wait for cowards like you. Jiang Wu couldn't contain his anger. What are you talking about? Facing this fury, Changbu remained unmoved. Want to punish me under military law? Do as you wish, you'll take the blame. With it, he spread his wings and prepared to leave. Jiang Wu hurriedly asked, Where are you going now? This time Chang Bu's answer was resolute, to find Salong. The name Salong struck like thunder. Jiang Wu stood frozen, stammering the crimson cardinal of the Song Inquisition. Before he could recover, Chang Bu's figure had already vanished into the distance. Jiang Wu could only shout in despair and fury, You'd better wait for me. At that moment Chang Bu gazed toward the northwest, thinking to himself, Salong's true goal was never Bucheng. He thought of his beloved again. War, if I survive this time, we'll go to Tianshan Lihan to find you. Then he looked at the necklace in his hand and murmured, If I can't, please forgive me for breaking my promise. Chang Bu had never bowed to anyone in his life except Salong. With that thought he spread his wings and flew off, leaving behind a vast empty sky. The scene shifted to the main hall, where a new round of battle began on the arena. Mo Fan unleashed a powerful bolt of violet-black lightning. Since it was only basic lightning, he could wield it freely without worrying about draining his magical energy. On the opposite side, Dongfang Ming could only roar in frustration. That cursed lightning seal field is keeping my summoned insects away. His summoned insects were charred black the moment they drew near. Mo Fan said casually, Number 19 goes to me, Geely Nightmare. Dongfang Ming suffered the same fate. His body went limp from the shock and he collapsed to the ground. From the audience, Dongfang Lai sighed, That lazy guy really lost again. Shu Mingshu, sitting beside him, immediately asked, With your cultivation, how long would it take to deal with this Mo Fan? Dongfang Lai answered confidently, With the power he's shown, 1 or 2 moves would be enough. Shu Mingshu pondered for a moment before patting Dongfang Lai's shoulder. He'll remember that, but I have some bad news for you. It's about that boy with dual affinities, Dongfang Lai exclaimed in surprise. Oh. Shu Mingshu explained, he's secured an alternate seat. Dongfang Ming couldn't believe his ears. Shu Mingshu listed them off. The Blessing Council, the Lingyin Judiciary and the Hangzhou Municipal Office all nominated him. I happened to hear about it too, Dongfang Lai replied. Sounds like he has quite the backing. Shu Mingshu added, But I also heard the judiciary wants to push both him and Huang Bang. Dongfang Lai's eyes widened at that. The leaderboard is divided into 4 tiers: Heaven, Earth, Black and Yellow. The yellow tier is reserved for the weakest young mages. He couldn't help but think this guy had appeared again on the preliminary list for the China region's yellow tier. That annoying guy had barely squeezed into the fire tier at 19th place, yet he still dared to look down on him. After some time, Mo Fan entered the 3-step pagoda to cultivate and finally succeeded in breaking through. As soon as he came out, he took out his phone to order food, thinking, after 5 days of hard work, it's time to treat myself this weekend. Suddenly Tutu's voice came from behind. Are you planning to challenge the top 10? Isn't that a bit reckless? Mo Fan jumped in shock, nearly dropping his phone, his whole body trembling. My phone is brand new. Tutu, stop messing around and answer my question. Mu Nukio gently reminded Tutu, please don't joke around. Then she turned to Mo Fan and said, I think challenging the top 15 would be more reasonable. Mo Fan pointed at the small lighter in his hand and explained. The main reason is that the top 10 get more spirit seed fragments. Look at how broke I am. Mu Nukio added, the top 10 all have innate talents. You'd better learn about their special abilities first. Mo Fan asked, confused. Innate talents? Mu Nukio explained, yes, your dual affinity talent is one of them. The higher the rank, the stronger the talent. Oh, and that guy Dongfang Ming draws talismans twice as fast as normal people. Mo Fan finally understood. I see. But then he thought fighting them one by one would take too much time. He cheerfully replied, got it, thanks. He secretly hoped the top 10 wouldn't be like Tong Fangming, unaware of how to use their talents. Meanwhile, in another place, Tong Fangming kept sneezing. A friend asked, got a cold? Tong Fangming muttered, I don't know who's talking behind my back. Suddenly Zhao Manyuan shouted from a distance, do you have to be so dramatic? I'm still stuck outside rank 200, where's my dignity? Emofan replied, you're a mage with an affinity for water. With that huge turtle shell you'll never make it onto the leaderboard in this lifetime. Zhao Manyuan retorted, I want to join the World Academy tournament, I don't care about these leaderboards. Emofan asked curiously, is the World Academy tournament fun? Zhao Manyuan excitedly replied, more than fun. The school sponsors trips around the world and you get to show off in front of beautiful girls from different countries. At this, Emofan imagined himself surrounded by countless beautiful girls. He patted his friend's shoulder. That sounds reasonable. Zhao Manyuan agreed, alright, let's do it. Then the two of them shouted their slogan together, charging toward the World Academy tournament. That's right. Zhao Manyuan continued, you're already a chosen participant, I still have to keep working hard. Emofan suddenly remembered, oh, I forgot something, Dean C once told me about it. Zhao Manyuan immediately asked Emofan, that plague brought you so many gains, why don't I have that kind of luck? Emofan replied, luck? Don't say I'm not loyal, next time I'll definitely let you try. He recalled the mystic serpent taller than a building and thought, if there's a next time I'll let this kid Zhao Manyuan take a shot. Before long the challenge moment arrived. Several guys watched Emofan walk toward the arena, each giving him a sympathetic look. That's him, right, the one who's asking for trouble. On this side, Mr. Tutu asked Emofan, are you ready? Seeing the girl, Emofan immediately turned and walked away. Mr. Tutu, confused, chased after him. Hey, where are you going? Emofan walked out, saw the sign for the Fire Court Grand Hall and thought to himself, is this the Fire Court Grand Hall? Then he turned back and asked, why are you all here? It turned out he was just making sure he hadn't gone to the wrong department. Mr. Tutu said gleefully, just wait and see how you get crushed. Don't interrupt. Have the guys from the gang looked into your opponent yet? Emofan asked blankly. Looked into what? Munukyo also exclaimed in surprise, didn't we tell you the top 10 are full of natural prodigies? Emofan suddenly realized, oh right. Munukyo asked again, did you investigate? Emofan answered briefly, no. Mr. Tutu burst into laughter, ha ha ha, didn't I tell you? Big sis Mu overestimated you, I knew you weren't prepared at all. I've already looked into it for you. Ding Wumian's talent is Emofan looked blank again. What? My opponent is Ding Wumian. Mr. Tutu was puzzled. Didn't you check the opponent list before issuing the challenge? Is challenging the fire rankings top 10 really that simple? Emofan quickly tried to calm things down. Stay calm, hat. Mr. Tutu sighed, I shouldn't have wasted my time worrying about this guy. Let's go, let him fend for himself. Emofan could only think to himself, it's not like I didn't check who my opponent was. Is it really that big a deal? Then Huang Xingli spoke up, Emofan, let me tell you. Wumian's strength is far beyond her current ranking. You're doomed, Emofan said blankly, I was just giving it a try. Huang Xingli shouted, a try? What do you take our Wumian for, a punching bag? Kid, just wait and see how you get wrecked. She stormed off in a huff. Emofan still looked confused as he muttered to himself, humph, it's just a challenge, I didn't provoke anyone. By this time a large crowd had already lined up outside the arena waiting to watch the duel. They chattered among themselves, Ding Wumian is in the fire rankings top 10 and one of the 10 great beauties of Mingzhu. Right, challenging her is like challenging a natural duel system powerhouse. The show's about to start, there are too many people, who knows when we'll get in. Suddenly Chihuahua walked over and asked Emofan, why aren't you going in yet? Today you're the main attraction, so many people are waiting for you inside. Emofan said in surprise. Teacher Chio then replied, I'll go in right away. Alright, your opponent today is really strong, try not to lose too badly. Emofan could only sigh, oh okay. Then he thought, one after another, do they all look down on me? He sighed again. In the audience fans shouted loudly, go Ding Wujian. Go teach that arrogant kid a lesson. Ding Wujian stepped onto the stage without a word. Emofan thought to himself, if I had known my opponent was her I would have just challenged the 9th rank. Ding Wujian coldly warned, you'd better go all out. Emofan wondered, is my expression that obvious or is this girl just really good at reading people? Ding Wujian remained silent. The referee waved his hand signaling the start of the match. As soon as she stepped onto the stage, Ding Wujian used a psychic type spell, Psychic Shock. Emofan began drawing a spirit diagram and lightning seal, but he already sensed the danger from the psychic attack. Emofan shouted Swift Star, but Ding Wujian had already interrupted his technique with Psychic Shock. Emofan clutched his chest and cried, oh no, his face turned as pale as paper. This is bad, I can't even use basic spells now, things are looking grim. Meanwhile Ding Wujian struck again using an intermediate spell fracture fist. Fan panicked. Don't know why is the range of this fracture fist so huge. He jumped desperately but still couldn't dodge it, shouting repeatedly. It's so hot, this is bad. Once my blood beast's power fades, will I even be able to escape? Before Fan could even panic, Ding Wujian struck again with fracture fist 9 palaces. Fan grumbled humph again, then he thought to himself, now I can only use shadow escape to reach safety. But then he changed his mind, no, even if I lose I can't reveal this trump card. So he summoned his spirit beast Go Cun Jishing. As soon as Cun Jishing charged out, it let out a piercing howl. Fan shouted, stop howling and run. On the other side Ding Wujian continued casting fracture fist 9 palaces. By now Fan had mounted Cun Jishing. In the audience Huang Xinglei shouted, humph, if he wasn't born with dual affinities he'd have lost for sure. Suddenly the magical energy around Fan's neck condensed and glowed. Fan thought, this is the spirit concentrating rope given to me by Dean Xiao. Meanwhile below the stage Cun Jishing dodged flames while letting out pitiful howls. Fan told his spirit beast, we need to stall for time and wait for Ding Wujian to get impatient and make a mistake. Then Fan jumped off, splitting up man and beast taking separate paths. Old wolf block her, so Cun Jishing lunged at Ding Wujian. Ding Wujian used another psychic type spell, Psychic Armor Silence. A glowing orb enveloped Cun Jishing. Cun Jishing immediately became sluggish, the halo continuously radiating from it. Ding Wujian mistakenly believed his mind was at peace. His mind was at peace. The swift spirit from the goblin village darted through layers of light rings like a beast running in a cage. As it neared Ding Wujian, it suddenly flipped onto its back, lying on the ground. Ding Wujian patted its nose and said, they're off to the next world with you. The swift spirit obediently stepped out of the light rings, whimpering like a dog. Fan's face darkened. Pathetic, what's wrong with you? He roared. Come back now. Fan was stunned, shouting in disbelief. Meanwhile Ding Wujian had already drawn a spirit diagram and unleashed the array fist. She slammed her fist into the ground. This was the array fist's earthly fiend technique. The ground beneath Fan split open, forcing him to scramble away in a panic. Then a pillar of fire erupted beneath him, launching Fan high into the air. His clothes burned away instantly, revealing his 8-pack abs. Seeing Fan cough up blood, Ding Wujian asked, in this situation aren't you going to use your magical tool to protect yourself? Fan teased, you wanted to see my physique and I couldn't very well refuse. Ding Wujian glared, retorting, if you don't use your magical tool you'll pay the price. Meanwhile Fan had finished drawing his spirit diagram. Ding Wujian said coldly, it's useless. She immediately unleashed her mind magic, but it was neutralized by Fan's magical tool focused. Ding Wujian gasped, was he trying to draw a spirit diagram right in front of her? Fan replied, now it's my turn to strike back. Crimson flame array fist, draw the bow. Fan's hands struck downward and rose-colored flames roared to life, surging toward Ding Wujian. Seeing the flames about to engulf her, Ding Wujian activated her armor magical tool. The flames exploded relentlessly, but Ding Wujian managed to shield herself with her armor. Fan continued, watch this next move. He then cast an intermediate lightning magic. Heavenly army accumulated wrath and martial dark clouds gathered overhead, thunder rumbling. Finally a bolt of lightning as thick as a pillar crashed down. With a deafening boom, Huang Xinglei in the audience paled, her face turned purple as she looked down. Wujian below the lightning crackled violently. Ding Wujian coughed relentlessly in the smoke, her body trembling. Fan shouted, perfect, you're still standing, she's defenseless now. Ding Wujian asked, you didn't use your focus necklace earlier just to wait for this counterattack, didn't you? Fan replied, you've lost. Fan emerged victorious. The referee announced the match is decided. A few spectators sighed, impressive. If Ding Wujian's armor magical tool had been stronger Fan would have lost for sure. Another added, but there's no use in what ifs. Enough, Huang Xinglei shrieked, this is outrageous. This kid must have used some new trick to beat Wujian. Meanwhile Fan is panting and coughing. Han secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Lucky the lightning star cloud was inside the 3-step tower or he'd have lost for sure. Then Ding Wujian took out a medicine bottle and said, the Izumi flame medicine has a latent effect, use this to neutralize the fire. Fan took it, thanked him and downed it in one gulp. Ding Wujian looked uneasy at the sight. Fan stared blankly, did I just get tricked? Ding Wujian's face darkened. After a long pause he said, it's for external use. Fan wished he could disappear into the ground. Then he walked into the infirmary. Elder Bai applied the ointment, but Fan screamed like a stuck pig, it hurts, be gentler. Elder Bai chuckled, the medicine Ding Wujian gave you is excellent, it can neutralize fire damage. Hurry up and put your clothes on, kid, your muscles are so toned most people would have passed out by now. Fan sighed, maybe I've been burned so much my body built up immunity. Then he asked, by the way elder by, could you help me change this useless name? Hearing this, elder by flew into a rage. Not a vet. Fan ducked his head and muttered stingy as he ran off. Meanwhile, a few guys were gossiping. Did you hear? The infamous troublemaker Fan is definitely a contestant. He's even on the World Academy tournament roster of courses, ranked in the top 10. Still, he'll have to compete against opponents from other academies. So this is the chosen one. Doesn't look like much. Others sneered. All that praise is just good with words. Hell fall hard soon enough. Fan groaned. I'd love to find whoever spread this rumor and give them a piece of my mind. Just then a few guys approached Fan. Hey bro, wanna grab a meal together sometime? That's right, you're the pride of all us freshmen. Too bad Zhao Man Yuan already claimed him. They made plans together. Fan cheered Zhao Man Yuan. So you two were buddying up behind my back. Just you wait. Others shot them envious glances. Next, Dong Fawn Lai stepped out, his face turning purple with anger. The scene shifted to another place where a soldier named Wang Tong was complaining to Xiao Ho. The higher-ups are ridiculous. They lost someone for 2 months. And only now send us to look. There's no way we'll find them. Zhang Xiaoho thought to himself, everyone who went to Jiangxi has disappeared. Who knows what'll happen this time? Wang Tong grumbled, only Qin who gets to relax to us and have to do a thing. Zhang Xiaoho replied, stop complaining. The more you talk, the more we still have to do the job. Wang Tong sighed, I just love talking a day without complaining and I feel off. Zhang Xiaoho was at a loss for words when suddenly the phone rang. Zhang Xiaoho answered the call. Hey Fanch, what's up boss? I heard he came back after suffering a severe head injury, but after that I don't know what happened. I'm on a mission right now and can't contact the boss. If there's any news let me know immediately. Fan replied, got it, stay safe. Zhang Xiaoho said cheerfully, don't worry, I'm the fastest runner in the whole team. The others are all broke, but I don't really care. Wang Tong yelled angrily from the side, who's broke? Watch your mouth. A few others chimed in, yeah, be careful what you say. Zhang Xiaoho grinned and said, alright, I was just making an example. But inwardly he grew worried. Would this mission really be that dangerous? The scene shifted to a makeshift protective zone. After landing from the Sky Eagle, Captain Xian, who said our first destination is here, Yanyang village, home to about 30 households. Lu Jinghong, the chubby one, scratched his head and said this village's name is kinda funny. Xian, who snapped angrily, can you stop with the useless comments? A female mage named Xiao Zeju added, we're still 4 kilometers from Yanyang village and the sun's about to set. Shouldn't we figure out a plan? Lu Jinghong replied bluntly, well, deal with it when we get there. Every little monster we take out is one less. Xian, who warned, don't underestimate this. Wang Tong interjected, don't forget this place is marked as an orange zone. I take walks in red zones all the time. The Hunter Alliance usually marks demon distribution maps with different colors to represent monster density. There are 6 colors in total. Orange, red, purple and black represent 4 different levels of danger. Blue is the safe zone, while white indicates areas with scattered monsters. Orange marks areas where monsters gather in groups, considered a high-risk zone. Red is the hope zone, where monsters are as common as cattle. Purple is the monster kingdom, where anyone below the rank of mage cannot enter. Black is the forbidden zone of life, where no one has ever set foot. The team continued moving forward. Suddenly the ground beneath the team began to stir. Zhang Xiaoho suddenly felt dizzy, then several hands reached out from the ground. Lu Jinghong was the first to be targeted. Screamed, my leg, my leg, my leg. Qin Hu and Xiao Zegu turned around. Lu Jinghong hastily cast a water-based spell. Before he could finish drawing the magic circle, the spell was interrupted. The monsters had already grabbed Lu Jinghong's legs. A zombie opened its mouth and bit down hard on his leg. Blood sprayed everywhere. Lu Jinghong let out a blood-curdling scream, my leg. Just as he was about to fall backward, Qin Hu shouted, don't fall. Zhang Xiaoho quickly cast a hand-based spell, Territory Seal. His spiritual flow system immediately activated a shockwave force, pulling Lu Jinghong away from the zombies. Qin Hu shouted, save him quick. Wang Tong was startled. How right then? Qin Hu praised. That kid reacts fast, he saved that arrogant guy. Wang Tong then used a wind-based movement technique to drag Lu Jinghong away. He told his companions, quick, stop the bleeding. Soon Lu Jinghong's wound was bandaged. Shichiju asked Zhang Xiaoho, how long can the shockwave last? We have to break through Yanyang village, will be safer. Zhang Xiaoho took the lead. It'll clear the path. Qin Hu agreed. Good, your spiritual flow can slow them down. Seeing a horde of zombies charging, someone screamed. Oh no, so many undead are rushing toward us. A lot of people must have died here before. Among the zombies some were still in military uniforms. They must have gone missing during a mission. Shichiju unleashed a technique, binding shackles. Several ropes burst from the ground with a roar. She warned, go, don't even think about killing them all. Zhang Xiaoho said while drawing a magic circle, follow me, I'll make the ground more stable. With that he leapt forward and the group quickly followed. Suddenly a zombie wearing pearl ornaments on its head appeared blocking the path. The creature swung its arm trying to smash Zhang Xiaohou into a pulp. But Master Xiaoju had already used magic to block it, vines writhing and entangling relentlessly. The vines immediately wrapped around the zombie's body. The zombie was instantly subdued, letting out a muffled groan. More and more zombies gathered, climbing the rock walls and gnawing at the earth and stones with their mouths. Zhang Xiaohou gritted his teeth, thinking he had never seen such terrifying zombies. Wang Tong shouted, "What do we do? The defenses are being torn apart. We can't hold back that giant zombie." Xiaoju replied, "Ordinary zombies are manageable, but 3 war general level monsters are far harder to deal with." Xin, who assessed the situation, this land had nurtured them for years and the barrier's rock wall had already cracked. She ordered, "Prepare to retreat." Zhang Xiaohou activated his earth spirit seed, commanding flowing earth swallow them all. He slammed his hand into the ground, sending a tremor through the earth. Zombies instantly sank into the soil. The group praised Xiaohou. "Well done, Lord Ho has saved the day." Xiaoju spotted a war general level zombie and shouted, "This is bad, retreat, that thing is charging at the barrier wall." Everyone began fleeing in panic. The war general zombie grabbed someone, seeing this Xin, who ordered, "Leave them, or we'll all be wiped out." Meanwhile a female mage named Jiaji was caught. She screamed, "Let me go!" Zhang Xiaohou yelled, "Wait, is still alive?" Xin, who roared, "Idiot, don't go!" Zhang Xiaohou rushed forward to save Jiaji, reaching out but unable to grasp her. Jiaji sobbed. "Xiaohou!" Zhang Xiaohou shouted back, "Jiaji!" But the zombie's arm broke free from restraint. It let out a guttural roar, and with 2 sickening cracks Zhang Xiaohou's face was struck. Blood splattered. A heavy object fell nearby, leaving him stunned in place. Wang Tong yelled, "Run, you fool!" The zombie continued its frenzied howling. Zhang Xiaohou had no choice but to turn and flee. Stammering, he said to Jiaji's lifeless body, I am sorry." Xiaoju handed him a handkerchief, saying, "Here, wipe your face." Zhang Xiaohou blamed himself. If only he had been faster. Xiaoju reminded him, "I thought with your skills you'd be used to life and death by now." Just then Wang Tong walked over and asked what happened. He grabbed Zhang Xiaohou by the collar and yanked him up, demanding, "You nearly got yourself killed." Zhang Xiaohou remained silent. Qin, who reminded them that when in danger they should know when to retreat to avoid heavy losses. "Next time don't do anything so reckless and never disobey orders." Wang Tong looked toward the village and said, "There are no undead here. Ahead is Yangyang village. I see a few wooden fences." Qin, who agreed, "Good, let's hurry into the village." Soon after the squad arrived at the entrance of Yangyang village, where a watchtower stood. Xiao Zeju said, "Demons have an extremely strong perception of technological devices. This village's simplicity is the main reason they're safe." The person on the watchtower shouted down, "You, before entering the village, throw away everything you shouldn't bring, including blood." Xiao Zeju said, "Elder, we're from the Lintong military district. We were attacked by corpse creatures on the way. Please let us in for treatment." The old man replied, "That's exactly why I said to throw away everything you shouldn't bring. Those things will bring us misfortune." After hearing this, the entire squad exchanged glances but said nothing. Then all their phones were tossed to the ground. The old man on the watchtower added that communication backpack has to go too, and this as well. Qin, who responded, "This is our only means of contacting headquarters. It's been specially treated to avoid detection by demons." But the old man refused. "No, otherwise don't come in." Xiao Zeju told Qin, who listened to him, if they've survived in a place swarming with undead for so long, they must have their own methods. Thus all their communication devices were burned to ashes. Wang Tong thought to himself, "Without our communication devices, if we die no one will ever know." Zhang Xiaohou also thought, if the survey team enters the village and destroys all their equipment, no wonder they'd go missing. Then the old man took a torch and led the way. "All right, come in. Everyone wash your faces by the stream. Oh, don't use the upstream water, we still need to drink it." The scene shifted to the village interior, where there was indeed no sign of modern technology, not even electric lights. Wang Tong started rambling again, "We haven't seen a single person on the way here. Could it be that only the undead don't attack the undead?" Zhang Xiaohou warned, "Don't talk nonsense, maybe they're all asleep. No TV, no internet, what else would they do at night but sleep?" Wang Tong whined, "Oh, you're right. Speaking of which, my newly bought equipment just got burned, my heart aches." Zhang Xiaohou thought, better stay far away from this guy. Then he looked around and mused, "Every household has a branch of stinky plum hanging at their door. I feel like I've seen this somewhere before." After a while the old man opened a door and said, "There are no other prepared rooms. Everyone make do here for the night. We'll discuss anything else at dawn, and absolutely do not wander around." Qin, who replied, "Understood." Then he ordered his team members to get some sleep right away. Everyone agreed with a murmur. The next morning just as dawn broke someone started grumbling indirectly. A few guys came over who told you to wash your feet upstream. Want me to skin you alive? A woman replied, we're all just doing laundry together. My husband is useless at everything but he's really careful when it comes to washing clothes. Just then the alarm clock rang with a hint of mockery jingling away. The young lords and Wang Tong were still drooling in their sleep, mumbling to each other in confusion what's going on. By this time the sun was already high in the sky and the villagers were busy with their work. The old man who had guarded the gate the day before walked over and asked, are you all awake? Head to the village office, the village chief wants to see you. After hearing this the young lords looked bewildered. Oh, the scene shifts to the village office. As the young lords walked by they noticed a small well. Inside were stones with names carved into them. Seeing their curiosity, the old man explained that the names of the village's missing people were carved on the stones to prevent them from joining forces with outside forces. Then the old man announced to those inside, village chief, I've brought them. Immediately an elderly man stepped out and greeted them, and the village chief, here you can call me Fong Gu. Xin, who replied, thank you for letting us stay the night. We've been sent to investigate the survey team at the Sea Institute if you have any information. Fong Gu asked in surprise. Oh, they came by, they gave a few warnings and left, maybe they went to another village. Xiao Zeju asked Fong Gu, were they alright when they came here? Fong Gu answered they were fine, 9 people, not one missing. Sure, Xiaoju asked Fong Gu, the survey team lost contact, it might be because their communication devices were destroyed. Fong Gu replied, every village probably has rules like this. Xin, who added, if you know where they went please tell us. Fong Gu answered, it seems like they mentioned Flower Village to the west. Xin, who turned and said thank you. The gatekeeper spoke up, by the way it takes 2 days to get to Flower Village from here. Xin, who replied, elder, we're mages, it won't take us that long. But the old man said I was talking about mages. After hearing this, Xin Hu and Shi Shaoju exchanged a glance but said nothing. Then Shi Shaoju asked village chief, is there a way to travel at night and avoid the spirits? Upon hearing this the old man loudly objected, village chief. This is our village's secret, we can't tell outsiders. And even if we did they wouldn't be able to use it. After a moment of thought Fong Gu said, there are other ways, but if you make a mistake it could be disastrous. Then Xin Hu's team left. Soon dusk fell. A stuttering child said, it's getting dark. Shi Shaoju said, I hope last time was just bad luck, we were too close to the corpse pit. Xin, who warned, be prepared, don't let yourselves be ambushed again. By now the air was thick with deathly miasma. Several of the Wang children covered their mouths and noses, the stench of corpses was overwhelming. Shi Shaoju pinched her nose and said, the deathly aura is spreading, get ready. Zhang Xiaoho also pressed his lips tightly together. Then he pulled out a head of garlic and handed it to Wang Tong. Eat this first. Wang Tong asked, is this really going to work? Shi Shaoju reminded them, the village chief said garlic can mask the scent of the living, it's our only option. Wang Tong frowned, this stuff tastes just as bad as garlic, disgusting. Xin, who picked up a bulb of garlic and urged, it's getting dark, hurry up, one each. So the whole team opened their mouths and stuffed a head of garlic inside. Xin, who gave the order, move out, the group, now resolute, nodded in agreement. Then came a chorus of complaints. Ugh, this is even worse than before, as if you've ever eaten it, it's so bad I'm gonna be sick. Xin, who barked, endure it or do you want to die? Wang Tong shouted, it stinks so bad, Captain, and talk to me. Just then Shi Shaoju hissed, Shh, quiet. The group held their breath. They saw a horde of zombies emerging from the ground. A female soldier turned around and Terora zombie was reaching for her. She screamed, there are more behind us. She tried to draw a talisman water but Shi Shaoju shook her head. She stopped casting, the zombies were closing in. The female soldier covered her nose and mouth, afraid to breathe. She thought, oh no, I'm going to suffocate. Finally she couldn't hold it anymore and exhaled softly. At that moment the surrounding zombies turned toward the sound. Zhang Xiaoho and the others froze in shock. This is awful. If it weren't for the risk of attracting monsters, a gust of wind could have blown you all away. But the zombies turned away menacingly. The female mage dared not breathe loudly again. Zhang Xiaoho held his breath, glancing around as the zombies left. Only then did Qin Hu and the others realize the method worked. The group let out a quiet sigh of relief. Qin Hu raised 2 fingers signaling the 2 teams to move forward one after the other. The group advanced in turn, slipping past the zombie horde. Wang Tong remarked, if we'd known this trick we wouldn't have feared ghosts. Shi Shaoju warned, this black garlic is rare, we've used up the village chief's entire stock. Zhang Xiaoho said in surprise, how we can talk without disturbing them. The team continued moving forward. Zhang Xiaoho sighed, there are more and more zombies. Shi Shaoju confirmed, yes, there's a huge group ahead. Wang Tong boasted, let's just charge through, they won't attack us. Zhang Xiaoho shouted, wait. Wang Tong waved dismissively, it's fine, it's fine. But Zhang Xiaoho saw the zombie horde growing even larger. During the forging, chaos erupted and he turned pale with fear, shouting to be careful. Wang Tong turned around to see the group of zombies howling and lunging at him, scaring him so badly he wet himself. Wang Tong was frozen in terror as the zombies drew closer. Shi Shaoju reminded him to eat garlic to ward off evil. Wang Tong's body trembled like a leaf as he shakily stuffed a garlic clove into his mouth, ignoring the taste and chewing wildly. The pungent garlic overwhelmed him, making him gag repeatedly. But the strong garlic odor wafted out, causing the zombies to grimace in disgust. They growled but no longer lunged at Wang Tong. Afterward the zombies turned and left and Wang Tong collapsed onto the ground in fear. Zhang Xiaohou asked with concern, "Hey, are you okay?" Wang Tong sobbed uncontrollably. "This smell is unbearable and it's only been a short time." Shi Shaoju assessed, "Probably we need to hurry. Stop complaining, everyone, eat a clove." The group quickened their pace and continued on. Suddenly a massive zombie emerged from the ground. Wang Tong paled in terror and cried out, "That's a blade axe zombie general. Has it been following us this whole time?" Shi Shaoju guessed maybe we're still in its territory. Hearing this, the two of them looked even more grim. Shi Shaoju told everyone, "Don't be afraid, eat garlic to ward off evil. Don't move. Don't move at all. Remember what the village chief said. A wind spirit level general can detect movement to identify its own kind." Wang Tong hesitated, but Qin Hu barked, "Don't move." By then the blade axe zombie general had drawn near and everyone's faces turned ashen with fear. The general's stomach bore a familiar head. The head spoke, "Hey, listen to my voice." Wang Tong and Zhang Xiaohao's faces turned even paler. The head continued, "WH, why did you leave me behind?" The head belonged to the fallen female soldier Qin, who stammered, "It's possessing the body." The imposter head continued, "Come, follow me, follow me." Then a rattling sound came from the blade axe zombie general's body. The nearby zombies grew enraged. Qin, who ordered, "Run." Immediately the group fled while attacking over their shoulders, screaming, "Run, run." Lu Jinghong suddenly tripped and fell, lying on the ground in terror as he watched the others. Zhang Xiaohou glanced back, his expression grave. This time Lu Jinghong used a water defense technique to set up a barrier. The zombies were temporarily held back. Shi Shaoju warned, "Don't look back." Zhang Xiaohou hesitated, but Shi Shaoju shouted, "This place has never had rescue. The rescue team is just a corpse collection squad." From the side, Lu Jinghong's blood-curdling scream echoed, "Aya." Several zombies had already latched onto his bloodied head. Lu Jinghong shrieked desperately, "No, save me, save me." Zhang Xiaohou clenched his teeth, thinking, I didn't hear anything, damn it." By then Lu Jinghong's body was being torn apart by the zombies. A shrill scream pierces the aira. On the other side, several zombies charge at Wang Tong with chipped dull blades, forcing him to frantically dodge backward. Zhang Xiaohou bolts in terror, only to hear a deep voice behind him, "I caught someone, come here, come to me." Another one falls. This time it's Xin Hu. Coughing up blood, Xin Hu gasps, Don't look back." Moments later, Xin Hu's body is torn to shreds. Zhang Xiaohou rages in despair, damn it, I thought I was strong enough to save everyone. If Fango were here, he'd have killed that zombie general by now. I must become a high-ranking mage, I have to get stronger." The moment the words leave his lips, his wind escape technique flares to life. Zhang Xiaohou dashes across the cliffside like a gust of wind. Behind him, Shi Shaoju shrieks, "Zhang Xiaohou, it's dangerous, don't go that way." But it's too late. The ground beneath him crumbles, sending him plunging into the abyss. The entire area collapses, uprooting a nearby withered tree. Fortunately, Zhang Xiaohou grabs a branch just in time and hauls himself up. Still shaken, he looks down and yells, "What's going on?" Then the horrifying sight below makes his head spin. What is that? Below the abyss lies a sea of zombies writhing like maggots in filthy water. Just then a chilling laugh echoes from behind. He, come join us." Zhang Xiaohou whirls around to see the zombie executioner general crawling toward him. The Fushi skull grafted onto its body is the source of the monstrous voice. Zhang Xiaohou frantically casts earth magic at the creature, despair rising in his heart. "I never thought I'd die here today." Just as he thinks it's over, Zhang Xiaohou opens his eyes, still alive. Sure, Giju had saved him just in time. A magical vine coils around the zombie general, dragging it away and leaving Zhang Xiaohou to stumble onward in a daze. Sometime later, by a stream near the village, a girl is drawing water when she notices streaks of blood floating in the current. Startled, she freezes. Following the trail, she finds a man unconscious in the water. Terrified, she stammers, "It's a person." Carefully she approaches and confirms he's still breathing. She shouts, "Is anyone there, help?" Meanwhile, at the Magic Association headquarters, a female inspector runs in, panicked, black. Vice President Pang Lishan says calmly, "Take a breath, explain clearly." Still agitated, the inspector repeats, black spots just appeared, it's a death omen. Hearing this, Pang Li immediately strides into the meeting room. He focuses on the screen where a black dot marks the location of Yangyang village. Pang Li's situation became extremely awkward. A young man squinted and smirked, saying something's wrong. Isn't this black area humanity's forbidden zone, sacrificing tens of thousands of lives at once? After listening, Pang Li glared at the man, ordering him to shut up immediately. The female inspector scolded, what do you know? It's likely the appearance of death smoke. The man looked confused and asked, death smoke? I've never heard of it even after being here so long. Pang Li then asked, you said earlier that tens of thousands of lost souls would create a black spot. The other replied, yes, but even that many souls couldn't cause something like this. Pang Li explained, death smoke, also known as the hell abyss, burying 10,000 corpses, is an extremely terrifying existence. He turned to the inspector and said the equipment wouldn't be wrong. Notify the other forces, we're in big trouble. The other asked nervously, really? Pang Li answered, if we can't find the cause, that land might become a true hell. At the Lin Tong military district, a man with spiked hair, Fei Jua, was roaring loudly. Who sent this message? The intelligence officer swallowed hard and replied, villagers from Hua village passed by this morning. From their clothing and equipment we could barely tell they were ours. The entire squad was wiped out. Fei Ju let out a bitter laugh. Rescue team, ha, rescue team. Then he shouted they were sent to their deaths. Which idiot sent my men there? The intelligence officer panicked. Instructor, please calm down. Fei Ju roared, damn it, how can I not be furious? They were my students, how am I supposed to face their families? The intelligence officer urged. Instructor Fei Ju, gather a team immediately, we need to find them alive or dead. What are you waiting for? The intelligence officer quickly added, senior instructor, stay calm, they might have encountered the death abyss, otherwise they couldn't have been wiped out. Fei Ju pressed, what did you say? The intelligence officer said gravely, not even the wind affinity mages survived, it must be true. Fei Ju's voice trembled, the death abyss, how could something like this appear? The intelligence officer continued, senior instructor Zhang Xiaowo has no parents. His grandmother is elderly, you might need to inform the family. Also he has a younger brother, should we notify him? Fei Ju softened his tone, let me speak to the family first, if I can't find them I'll notify the others. After saying this he looked up at the sky and murmured, family, where could you be? Meanwhile the intelligence officer kept persuading senior instructor, don't act recklessly, that's the death abyss, a bottomless hell. In Madu at Mo Fan's apartment he still had the window open, a small fire spirit fluttered around the room. Then Mr. Tuta, holding a little rabbit, asked, don't you close the window when you sleep? Mo Fan replied, I'm a fire affinity user with a portable little furnace by my side, opening the window keeps the air fresher. He mused to himself that the capital wasn't peaceful, then moved the cursor to close the work window. Next he stood up and stretched, saying to the scholar, earlier you mentioned the World Academy's selection tournament is open for registration, the top 20 in each department qualify. The scholar replied, yeah, haven't you noticed Sister Mu has been in secluded cultivation for a while? Only then did Mo Fan recall the stunning beauty next door. Wow, her strength has improved so quickly. The scholar asked again, what about you, no plans? Mo Fan let out a long yawn and answered lazily, I already have 3 votes. The scholar pouted, I'd advise you not to join. Mo Fan asked naively, why? The scholar held up 4 fingers and explained, you need 4 votes to advance, if you compete you'll use 1 up, safe and avoids gossip. Mo Fan agreed, she has a point. The scholar smirked proudly, of course I do. Mo Fan thought to himself, like father like son, even sparrows raise chicks who love a good fight just like me. Over by Shaoyanji someone boasted loudly, Ling, tomorrow morning at the main building. A few students asked each other, did you sign up too? Yes, I'm checking the rules, it's 4 versus 4 and the winning team takes it. No, I heard it's based on individual performance, otherwise how do you compete? Just then the scholar appeared in a high-neck sweater with a bold slit showcasing her striking figure. A few male students gasped as she walked by, while stunning. Meanwhile the sword maiden instructed her teammates, listen to my commands when we're on stage. The scholar exclaimed, I recognize you, you're the great swordmaster from the Thunder Institute. The sword maiden. The sword maiden squinted, thinking this girl's a distractions, hell ruin my chances. Others chimed in, beautiful. The sword maiden asked, are you from Team 11? Ahem, if everyone's here let's start by introducing which department you're from. The scholar thought, Mo Fan's already at the 3-step pagoda in secluded cultivation, I need to clarify this. She hesitated and the sword maiden pressed, are you actually from Team 11? Don't waste our training time. The scholar stammered, yes. She recalled her mother's advice, it's New Year's, you and young Master Gu should go out and socialize more. Young Master Gu, the sword maiden Mo Fan was paired with him again. Might as well observe him first under the Great Demon Lord title if he's decent, heh, she giggled behind her hand. The sword maiden fumed inwardly. What's with this lovesick act? Just as the scholar grinned smugly, the sword maiden called out, Emofan, Emofan. The scholar jumped. What? The sword maiden asked. Your turn. Which department are you from? His face turned purple with rage and he thought to himself, is this guy's hearing impaired? The bookworm replied, my major is botany and my minor is light magic. Upon hearing this, the female swordsman exclaimed, oh well, our team isn't lacking in destruction magic anyway. At the three-step tower, this guy suddenly let out a huge sneeze. Nearby, Swiftwolf and Little Flame Beast were playing around. He stared blankly at the two and shouted, Swiftwolf, where were you just now? As a wolf, where's your wild spirit? Come here and let me teach you a lesson. Little Flame Beast squeak squeak, this guy's nose is way too sharp. Then his pained screams echoed all around Swiftwolf. Little Flame Beast, why are you burning your uncle? Stop, stop, Little Flame Beast, it started the fight, stay away from me. Heavens, Swiftwolf, come back, summon the element, let's see where you run now. Well, this guy has two troublemakers now, no wonder he's suffering a bit. Back at the training grounds, the female swordsman sternly asked, what's going on with you? That wretched Lin Lin was meant to stimulate dark magic, how did it end up affecting the master too? Someone chimed in, come to think of it, I remember there's a female student called this guy among the trainees. Has she been selected by the higher-ups? Maybe her skills are about the same as this girl's. The female swordsman shook her head with a wry smile. All right, don't make the same mistake next time. Late at night, the bookworm slammed his cup on the table, fuming, tomorrow I'll make them see me in a new light. This guy fed Little Flame Beast while eating himself, asking, who do you want to impress? Little Flame Beast was gobbling food with its mouth wide open. He sighed, leave some for me. The bookworm chuckled awkwardly, and nothing, you must misheard, ha. This guy looked puzzled. How right, I heard the competition's starting soon, why haven't I been called yet? Little Flame Beast finished eating and let out a loud burp. The bookworm called out, oh, your number's later. This guy thought to himself, I feel like this girl is hiding something from me. The next day, seeing the bookworm's outfit, this guy followed behind, thinking this outfit is clearly for battle. Just as he was staring intently, Ding Wumian called out, hey you. Startled, this guy stammered, why you? He thought she recognized him quickly and asked Ding Wumian, heading to the library so early. Ding Wumian countered him, isn't today your competition day? This guy asked blankly, what afternoon or evening? Ding Wumian replied in surprise now. Just then the broadcast announced next group team 11 female swordsman Lu Xin Li Jian, and this guy, please proceed to the competition. Upon hearing this, he yelled in frustration, that darn bookworm. He hurriedly told Ding Wumian, I have to get to the exam hall right away, let's talk later. Ding Wumian called after him, wait, you should go to the judge's room to explain first. This guy asked blankly, where's that? Ding Wumian added, I'll take you. This guy nodded, all right. Ding Wumian asked, your other three teammates must be furious, right? Hand over the book now. Emofan blinked and asked, what for? Ding Wumian blinked and asked, how, why are there 4 people? Now Nu Jian will assign tasks, understood? Everyone nodded. The referee announced the break was over and the match resumed. Meanwhile, Ding Wumian sat beside Emofan and asked, so he impersonated you to compete? Emofan's face darkened as he thought, I shouldn't have left this to that bookworm. Ding Wumian told Emofan, things aren't looking good, they're running out of energy. Emofan agreed, the situation is clear. Someone from the opposing team taunted Nu Jian's group, your Emofan isn't up to much, has never even restrained anyone. The group burst into mocking laughter, ha ha ha. Nu Jian had just finished drawing her battle plan, take this Thunder Seal. Just then the bookworm unleashed a move, light of bewilderment. A blinding light shot out, binding them and making them scream, my eyes, I can't see. No sooner had she spoken than Nu Jian was hit with bone freezing strike. She coughed up blood uncontrollably, cough, blood spurted as her face turned pale. On the other side, 2 teammates were subdued, 1 unconscious. They lost 2 rounds in a row. Nu Jian's eyes nearly popped out in fury as she pointed at the bookworm and yelled, are you insane? Did you expect radiant light to blind me? You traded your well-being for rankings, foolish, don't let me see you again. Lu Han and Li Jian stood frozen in shock. The bookworm stood there stunned by the insults. Then the little girl's eyes welled up with tears and she began sobbing uncontrollably. Wah. Nu Jian tore off her bandages and roared furiously, get lost, I never want to see you again. Lu Han and Li Jian tried to calm her down. Nu Jian left, come on, we still have the 3rd match. He was just trying to help. Nu Jian grew even angrier, compete with her here, what's the point? Suddenly the bookworm let out a cry, covered her face and ran out in tears. She collided with Emofan, who was walking over with a grim expression. The bookworm sobbed, Emofan, I'm sorry, I'm so sorry, I didn't mean to. Emofan reached out and patted her head, don't cry there. The bookworm asked timidly, why, you're not mad at me? Emofan replied, you went a bit too far, but I was already set to withdraw, whether I compete or not doesn't matter. The bookworm added, I'll find a way to make it up to you. Mo Fan nodded, alright, I accept, but we'll discuss compensation later. Before she could respond, he walked up to the purple-haired man and asked, are you Nu Jian? Meanwhile, Nu Jian was still berating the bookworm, calling her that foolish girl. Lu Xian reminded him someone's coming. Are you still going to keep arguing with that girl? Mo Fan gritted his teeth and asked, arguing. Then she pointed at the female swordsman and cursed, now let her go and take 3 hits from me, I might just cool down. The female swordsman pointed at Mo Fan and snapped, who do you think you are, get lost. Losing and then blaming a woman, even a dog is cuter, begging for mercy like that is just disgusting. The female swordsman was so furious she couldn't speak. She took a deep breath to calm herself and continued, what kind of skill is it to insult people? If you have the skill, prove it in the arena, make me regret it. Mo Fan scoffed, so you admit insulting people isn't a skill, weren't you just bragging about cursing my friend? Hearing this, the crowd couldn't help but burst into laughter. Ha. The female swordsman shouted him, clearly the weaker one, what's wrong with venting a little? Mo Fan replied, that's because you're weak, you're no match for us in this match. The female swordsman laughed again, with such a foolish girl on your team, no one's winning this. Mo Fan shot back, you said it, how about we make a bet? The female swordsman retorted, sure, I said it, what's the bet? That girl's clearly got issues, anyone can see that. Mo Fan looked serious, the third match I'll take on your team if I win. You'll do as I say, crawl in front of her and let her hit you 3 times. The female swordsman agreed, fine, but if you lose you'll eat something unpleasant in front of my apartment, you and that girl can share it. Li Jian cautioned female swordsman, your terms are too harsh. But the female swordsman glared at Li Jian, silencing him. Mo Fan agreed, alright judges, please bear witness. The judges chimed in eagerly, sure, this is interesting. Someone then cleared their throat, ahem, if that's the case, no matter how well you perform you'll only be considered average opponents, no extra points. If you agree we have no objections. Li Jian said, I agree. Lu Xian added, since we can't win the third match anyway, we might as well go all out. Then Mo Fan turned to the stands and called out to his classmate Ding Yummy, get me a bottle of water. Duda concerned asked naively, Mo Fan, are you really okay? Mo Fan struck a confident pose, relax. Ding Yummy handed him the water. Here, Mo Fan replied, thanks. Then he turned to Dudu, you still don't believe in my skills? Dudu covered her mouth and giggled, ha. Mo Fan smirked as he watched the opponents laughing loudly. The one laughing was Su Mingsong, a wind elementalist. He said to the female swordsman, bro, don't expect me to go easy on you today, you're out of luck. The female swordsman paused, then sneered, ha, so you're my opponent in the third round, guess who's really out of luck now? Mo Fan and the commander were silently watching their opponent. Lu Xian clutched his head and sighed, disaster was upon them. It was Su Mingsong, and that guy was incredibly strong. Li Jian chimed in, this isn't looking good if we lose all 3 rounds. Our results will be too embarrassing to explain when we get back. Mo Fan cheerfully replied, don't worry so much, let's just work together. Lu Xian jolted in shock, you don't understand, Su Mingsong is a top 5 expert. We can't even touch the hem of his clothes, how could we possibly win? Mo Fan laughed, how would we know if we don't try? Lu Xian glumly told his teammate he just doesn't get it. Li Jian nodded in agreement. Him over there, the female swordsman is talking to Su Mingsong, they're plotting something sneaky. Su Mingsong smirked, kid, you don't even need to introduce yourself. I, Su Mingsong, have no interest in remembering the names of small fry. Mo Fan shot back, if you can't even remember the face of someone who beats you, it just proves you're incompetent. Hearing this, Li Jian and Lu Xian were stunned while Su Mingsong looked utterly baffled. Then he roared in fury, you'll be licking the floor clean soon enough. He commanded his team and the trio, a guy and 2 girls, responded in unison. Yes, Mo Fan finally realized this isn't good. Su Mingsong sneered, what's the matter, too scared to fight? Mo Fan turned to his teammates, oh right, I forgot to ask, what element are you two? Li Jian and Lu Xian exchanged glances, where did this weirdo even come from? Su Mingsong said to Mo Fan, I'm ready. Mo Fan replied, so am I. The referee announced begin. Li Jian struck first, drawing a magic diagram and unleashing a fire surge. A blast of flames shot forward, but Su Mingsong merely scoffed. Dodging it effortlessly with his agile movements, Lu Xian gasped, how was that possible? He tried again with another fire surge. As the flames closed in, Su Mingsong sneered and sidestepped again. The fireball exploded with a boom. Su Mingsong taunted, come at me together, your pathetic little spells won't even graze me. Li Jian cast ice spread followed by bone-freezing frost, but Su Mingsong dodged both with ease. Mo Fan thought to himself, this guy's agility is on par with a monkey's. Su Mingsong arrogantly goaded, keep going, is that all you've got? Mo Fan unleashed a fire technique, thinking this is nothing special. Another bone-freezing frost came at him, and a chubby girl on Su Mingtong's team offered let me help with water control, but he refused. No need for such trivial help. Li Jiayan raised his hand pointing at the frost-covered bones trying to run. But the tip of the ice spear was effortlessly dodged by Su Mingtong. Then the guy slipped his hands into his pockets and casually sidestepped the bone spike. The girls watching nearly fainted in frustration. This is infuriating. Just then a fireball came flying at him. Su Mingtong snapped enough already and dodged to the side. With a sneer he said, I told you low-level magic like that won't work on me. But before he could finish, a deafening explosion sent dust flying everywhere. Mo Fan saw it all while Li Jian and Lu Xian stood frozen in shock. Even their opponent was taken aback. You okay? The girls on the stand shrieked. Su, oh my goodness, I can't bear to look. As the dust cleared, Su Mingtong was seen faceplanting into the ground. His backside up in the air, his pants torn to shreds exposing his skin. Everyone stared in stunned silence. Su Mingtong trembled with rage. Oh no, the chubby girl pulled out a jacket. Here, cover up, but Su Mingtong stopped her. That's enough. Then the brown-haired girl finally spoke up. No wonder he looked familiar. He's Mo Fan, the infamous tyrant from Fire Academy. His basic magic is already at level 4. Su Mingtong tied the jacket around his waist and roared, why didn't you say so earlier? The girl replied, you didn't ask. Su Mingtong turned to his teammates, my baddie drew all this fire, don't tell me you're just gonna stand there. The brown-haired girl smirked, of course not, didn't you see my frost spread, huh? The spiky-haired guy said, leave Mo Fan to you, rumor has it he's a magic-destroying machine, well handled. The others everyone agreed. Su Mingtong scoffed. Humph, like a magic destroyer matters, watch how I take you down. He activated his phantom techniques, giant shadow spike and tear thorn. Mo Fan delegated tasks. Mr. Tutu, don't shield Mei won't be dumb enough to attack me directly, go protect them. Mr. Tutu nodded, alright. Meanwhile someone asked Ding Wanmian, sorry I just got here and saw that girl crying, could you tell me what's going on? Ding Wanmian explained the situation. So they're in the middle of a match. The newcomer had hair like Mr. Tutu was Zhang Tu. He turned to Ding Wanmian, I see, thanks. Ding Wanmian thought, what an odd person. Mo Fan was drawing a spirit diagram using the repelling Yiksha attack. A barrier formed shielding his team. Meanwhile the giant shadow spike and tear thorn had already been launched. Lu Xian warned Mo Fan, water defense won't block it, watch out. The giant shadow spike struck the ground. Mo Fan smirked, huh, can't handle it. Su Mingtong taunted, your lightning spirit diagram sure serves you well. Mo Fan had already unleashed bone-searing flame. The spirit diagram wasn't even finished before the giant shadow spike shattered it. Mo Fan clicked his tongue, tch, only one left, better save it. Then he told his teammates, cover me for a bit. Li Jian and the others agreed, got it. Mo Fan activates his summoning magic, come out, shouts Pang Mimi, this guy's trying to summon something. Su Mingtong curses under his breath, damn it, he forgot Mo Fan was born with dual affinities. Then he adds that last shadow nail isn't compatible with ancient summoning magic. The swift wolf-sized glow as it roars, unleashing a phantom hull. Mo Fan smirks, my wolf is very proud of its speed, you two take your time getting acquainted. Coxcomb mutters, I've hated summoners my whole life. Lu Xian chimes in, forgot you had a summoner too. Mo Fan grins, nice. The opposing team shouts, don't let them succeed. Ice seal. Water magic surges forward, unleashing a torrential wave. Coxcomb sees the rising water and quickly deploys his rock egg fortress, building a barrier to block the flood. Boom, the water crashes against the rocks. Coxcomb scoffs, you dare use the trick in front of me. Meanwhile brown hair warns, watch out for that wolf. The swift wolf lunges, sinking its fangs deep into the fortress. Coxcomb activates his bracelet, triggering his magic tool, and fires an unsolidified bone freeze. Brown hair remarks that beast is relentless. Su Mingtong suddenly realizes something's wrong and yells, hey, weren't you supposed to keep an eye on Mo Fan? Over here. Mo Fan finishes drawing his formation, Heavenly Army brush, Chronicle and Martial. Su Mingtong roars Yu Xiang and hurls his final giant shadow nail. But Tutu steps in with a favor with me here. Radiance fails. A blinding light erupts and the giant shadow nail instantly fizzles out. Su Mingtong thinks, what the, her radiance should have clashed with mine. The enemy formation collapses into chaos. We're done for, use your magic tools now. Mo Fan grits his teeth, enjoy the wrath of thunder judgment. Su Mingtong activates his magic tool and armor materializes to shield him from the lightning. Mo Fan adds fire to the mixed scarlet flame, Chronicle Fist, 9 palaces igniting an inferno in an instant. The female swordsman uses same lightning and fire mages, yet he's so aggressive the referee announces Team 11 wins. Tutu can't believe it, we won. Lu Xian and Li Jian embrace, tears in their eyes, did we really win? On the other side Su Mingtong's team concedes defeat. Tutu plants a quick kiss on Mo Fan's cheek, we did it Mo Fan, you were amazing. Mo Fan freezes, Tutu freezes too. Blushing she stammers it's just excitement nothing else Mofan touches his cheek ahu. Meanwhile the female swordsman and Su Mingtong are whispering Su Mingtong what were you doing you lost Su Mingtong retorts. Humph you'd lose just the same if you were up there want to test that. Move aside one fight proves nothing well see about that. Next Su Mingtong's team dispersed clearing the path Fan called over the female swordsman what is she doing now get lost. Then the spectators in the stands started jeering get out of here female swordsman. That's right the doctor already said a promise is a promise. The female swordsman gritted her teeth trembling as she knelt hands on the ground and began crawling forward step by step she was filled with hatred but powerless to resist. The female swordsman lifted her head to say something to Elder Tutu but she didn't finish her sentence. With a loud smack her face was slapped to the side. Elder Tutu roared this slap is to teach you that if you're not strong enough don't act recklessly. Another smack followed this one is to remind you and nobody not to bite people with your words. The final slap never came even after waiting for a long time. The female swordsman opened her eyes slightly and saw someone gripping Elder Tutu's hand. Elder Tutu asked who? Elder Jiang said to the female swordsman I apologize my sister was never strictly disciplined as a child. The female swordsman stammered you are Elder Jiang and she is your sister. Elder Tutu awkwardly said brother Elder Jiang has already let go of me. Elder Jiang stepped in front of the female swordsman and said our father has been away at war for years. Neglecting to discipline my sister if she has offended you. But the female swordsman cut him off as she stood up I lost fair and square but she impersonated me to disqualify me the elders won't let this slide. Elder Jiang replied our father has veto power he'll notify your family as compensation. Upon hearing this the students in the stands erupted he has voting rights. He's a big shot even the president might not have that what kind of power does Elder Jiang have the female swordsman asked is this true? She thought if he has a vote taking a few slaps today wasn't a loss. Elder Jiang continued I already have 4 votes representing the military academy my father's vote won't change much. The crowd started jeering again 4 votes this guy already has 4 votes. This guy is the real pre-selected candidate. The female swordsman turned and scoffed tch if that's the case I'll let this go. But Elder Jiang added oh you can let it go but I never said I would spare you. Continuing from earlier the female swordsman stammered you what else do you want Elder Tutu also cried out in panic brother. Elder Jiang pointed at the female swordsman I've compensated for my sister's mistake but you haven't finished insulting her. A blood-curdling scream erupted from the female swordsman Aya. She was lifted into the air by an overwhelming force gripping her throat. Elder Jiang's hand clenched slightly then slowly raised Elder Tutu called out in concern second brother. But Fan stopped her saying don't go over there. The teachers serving as judges quickly cast spells and shouted stop. This student don't cause trouble Jiang Tao said calmly waving his hand this doesn't concern you. The 3 teachers serving as judges were instantly sent flying. Fan was taken aback thinking to himself he sent the teachers flying Jiang Tao is really something. The female swordsman coughed trembling as she threatened Seacough what do you want? Why you can't just leave after causing trouble Jiang Tao shouted angrily get out of here. We guard the city walls day and night and all we have left is this little sister only for her to be insulted by these brats get out of here or you'll regret it. With a wave of his hand the female swordsman was instantly slammed headfirst into the ground with a dull thud dust billowed across the field as the students in the stands held their breath. Fan stammered in surprise space affinity. I heard only high-ranking mages can awaken space affinity. Tutu asked worriedly he won't die will he? Jiang Tao glanced at the swordsman stuck in the ground and said calmly if we don't save her she'll definitely die. Fan couldn't help but mutter boss you're really bold to say that. Realizing the severity of the situation one of the judges quickly called out medical team save her. The healers began treating her urging hold on. The students panicked crying out oh no he looks terrifying. Jiang Tao realized he had been too aggressive and said to Fan and the others there are too many people here let's go somewhere else. Li Jian and Lu Xian were already pale with fear thinking thank goodness we never insulted Tutu. The scene shifted to the cafeteria where Fan Jiang Tao Tutu and Ding Yumian sat together. Jiang Tao spoke up oh so you're Fan. Fan grinned yeah if I'd known I had a brother like you I wouldn't have stepped in for her. Jiang Tao shook his head it's different you did it as a friend while I stepped in as her brother. Fan nodded in agreement fair enough nice to meet you. Jiang Tao replied likewise I'm strict with my team members. Besides skill I value courage and spirit you've passed. Ding Yumian asked in surprise team members Jiang Tao flinched realizing he had slipped up. He quickly covered it up it's nothing eat more. Mo Fan thought to himself, this guy must be the captain of the academy's national team. Back in the dorm, Mo Fan plopped into a chair and sighed, I never expected that. Munukyo asked, never expected what? Mo Fan replied, are you the only one back? Munukyo answered, Otutu took my brother out for a walk. Mo Fan pressed, do you know him? Munukyo countered, you mean Jiang Tao? Yeah, he's really strong, I've heard legends about him since I was little. He's an arrogant guy storming into the military academy to slay demons and monsters. His strength is incredible. Mo Fan asked again, what's wrong with you, still drinking? Munukyo looked a bit down, it's nothing. Oh right, I haven't congratulated you on your victory yet. Mo Fan pressed on, drinking won't solve anything. Are you really bothered by the academy's power struggles? It's not worth it. Munukyo replied, you might not understand how these noble family disciples operate. Mo Fan nodded in agreement. Go on, I've got time tonight. Munukyo explained, in short, I've been relying on my family's regenerative resources. Mo Fan scoffed, if you can't break through they'll strip you of all your freedom just because you didn't meet their expectations. Munukyo nodded, it's clear-cut. Muningsu is in the same boat as me. Mo Fan's expression shifted, why bring her up? Munukyo answered, she just won the Imperial Capital Academy's throne battle. The news was just announced today. In the main building, Mo Fan glanced at his new phone and sighed to himself, raising kids is so expensive. He recalled the night before Lingling had shouted over the phone, Mo Fan now. A horde of one-eyed goblins charged at him. Mo Fan struck with a move, scarlet flame igniting a fierce blaze. Just then Mo Fan's phone slipped out, shattering on the tiles below. Mo Fan cursed under his breath before letting out a long sigh. A few of his brothers cheered as he walked in. Finally, we thought you'd be late. Mo Fan nodded, made it just in time. His friends sighed, there are so many people today, unlike the last two matches our opponent is strong. The stands were packed. Mo Fan asked his companion, who are all these people? Someone nearby answered, Dongfang Lai. Others chimed in, no wonder the crowd's so big today. Mo Fan muttered, guess this is a big match. He happened to spot Dongfang Ming in the crowd. Over by the withered tree, someone glared at Mo Fan, thinking, Mo Fan, this kid's done for. Mo Fan's teammate warned, the match is about to start, stay focused. Mo Fan nodded, got it. Dongfang Ming fumed internally, acting like he didn't see me. Humph. Just then Mo Fan's phone rang. Lingling said on the other end, Mo Fan, I'm transferring your old phone's data to the new one, don't turn it off. Mo Fan startled, what, I'm about to go on stage. But Lingling reminded him the old phone has hunter certification points, losing them would affect your hunter rank evaluation. Mo Fan relented, fine, hurry up and transfer it. Lingling suddenly remembered, oh right, your phone has a few messages. Mo Fan asked, anything important? Lingling replied, I didn't read them carefully, but one seems to be about Zhang Xiao, you can check it later. Mo Fan nodded in agreement. All right, he thought to himself, that jerk hasn't been reachable for months. Just then the referee reminded him, hey, the match is about to start. Mo Fan replied, got it. Mo Fan glanced at his phone, the progress bar had reached 90, just one more minute, he thought. Meanwhile, Uncle Shuming said to Dongfang Lai, this time we've run into them. I haven't forgotten, you said you'd finish this in 1 or 2 rounds. Dongfang Lai replied, don't worry, my fierce fist can defeat him in an instant. Uncle Shuming added, of course your talent is innate, it's naturally above his dual system abilities. Bai Wulang warned Mo Fan, Dongfang Lai's talent ranks towards a mutated fire seed, his fire-based skills are a level higher than normal. Mo Fan mused, this guy really knows how to conserve his potential. Once he reaches level 3 cultivation, he'll have level 4 abilities. Bai Wulang continued, the team sounded a warning, his wind skills are average, but you absolutely can't let him use his fierce fist. Everyone nodded in agreement, the whole team understood the danger. Understood. Then Bai Wulang turned to Mo Fan and asked Mo Fan, your combined lightning firepower isn't any weaker than his. His gaze then landed on the small flame beast on Mo Fan's shoulder. And he exclaimed in surprise, how, what's that on your shoulder? Mo Fan replied calmly, oh, my contracted beast. He then scolded the little creature, little flame beast, who told you to come out? Seeing this, Bai Wulang said, well, if that's the case you can summon it, though it's still not fully grown. Mo Fan agreed, yeah, it's still in its infancy. After hearing this, Bai Wulang blurted out, infancy, you're just gonna summon it for cuteness, I think you should summon your swift spirit wolf instead. Mo Fan reassured him, it's fine, the swift spirit wolf is a basic spell easy to summon. Bai Wulang added, even so you should summon it sooner for better control. If Dongfang Lai throws a punch, we're all doomed. Someone beside him couldn't help but point out, Captain, you've said that at least 10 times already. Bai Wulang awkwardly replied, heavens above, and just worried about the team. In the stands, the commander and Munu Jiao were waving. The commander excitedly shouted, Mo Fan, go for it. Mo Fan looked at his friends, secretly pleased, no wonder my assistant has a girlfriend, it's fate. Meanwhile, a group of guys shot envious glances at Mo Fan, muttering about how he managed to date Wu Chi's girlfriend. The referee then announced, match prepare. Just as the match was about to begin, Mo Fan's phone suddenly chimed, breaking the tense atmosphere. The screen displayed login successful. Mo Fan thought happily, has Ho Z come online? This must be good news for me. Seeing the contestant still staring at his phone, the referee shouted loudly, "Contestant, per the rules no phones are allowed during the match." Mo Fan absently replied, "Oh okay, almost done." The referee had already called, but he still hadn't put his phone down. Mo Fan put on a show. Typing by Wuling was left speechless. Across from him, Dongfan Lai was so furious his veins were bulging. Ignoring the referee's warnings, Mo Fan kept tapping on his phone. A notification chimed and he glanced down at the screen. A few lines of text appeared: an urgent alert. Mo Fan's expression shifted drastically as he read the message, his body stiffening. The screen displayed only a few words, but they were chilling. The ancient capital was under attack by chaotic spirits. The West Hong sect had dispatched a team to investigate and assist. Zhang Xiaoho was among them. The entire team had been wiped out. Mo Fan's mind reeled. Ho was in trouble. Around him cheers erupted. "Come on Dongfan Lai, come on Mo Fan, crush him." By Wuling, seeing Mo Fan still in a daze, called out, "Referee, please wait." The referee asked, "What's wrong?" Dongfan Lai sneered him, "Trying to run away. I've waited for this day for too long." Xu Ming chimed in, "The referee has already announced the start, no more stalling fight." He thought to himself, daring to be with the girl and pursuing, "You'll pay for this." Across from him, Dongfan Lai had already completed his formation, murderous intent filling the air as he took his stance. "Now even if you want to surrender, you'll have to taste my fist first." Bai Wuling shouted, "Damn it, didn't I tell you to stop?" Dongfan Lai roared, "Don't interfere, this is between him and me." Bai Wuling yelled back, "Idiot, what are you doing?" Xu Ming wondered, was one of Mo Fan's 3 votes originally meant for Dongfan Lai? Dongfan Lai see that inwardly Counselor Zhu Meng had deep ties with the Dongfang family. That vote must have been stolen by that brat. Dongfan Lai unleashed his ultimate technique, Fierce Fist. 9 crossings, 9 pillars of fire rained down from the sky, scorching the air. Bai Wuling gasped, "Fierce Fist level 4. A massive fire dragon roared toward Mo Fan, who remained motionless. Xiao Yan on his shoulder grew frantic. Munu Zhao and AI22 shouted in unison, "Mo Fan, dodge." Zhao Manuan yelled, "Mo Fan, the dragon's head is almost on you." Fueled by rage from the news, Mo Fan let out a furious roar, "Get away." He completed his own formation, flames and fury enveloping him as Fierce Fist and Flame Spirit took hold. The fire dragon suddenly shot into the sky before diving back down. Bai Wuling hastily cast a defensive spell, Water Shield. The Magic Shield Knight and Huang Xingli shouted, "No defense, are you still alive?" Ding Wumian remained silent. Below the stage, the fire dragon Yun roared wildly while Dongfang Lai squinted and laughed triumphantly, "Ha!" Soon Dongfang Lai realized something was wrong. He saw Mo Fan completely unharmed with dazzling light shining from his eyes as he screamed. A flame swirled around him. Chu Shuming mused to himself, "It's the little flame basit, must be the little flame base auxiliary body." Dongfang Lai thought in shock, "How is this possible?" Mo Fan's eyes blazed with fire as he threw a flaming fist, blazing fist, sky-shattering. Dongfang Ming and the others immediately activated their defenses, Armor Demon Tool, Shield Demon Tool. But Dongfang Lai was still sent flying by the punch, covered in injuries. Dongfang Ming collapsed to the ground shouting, damn it, Dongfang Lai lost in one move." Chu Shuming thought to himself, the pre-selected contestant, this is his true strength. After landing, Mo Fan angrily crushed his newly bought phone. "I just bought this morning and now it's broken." Mo Fan's teammates shouted, Mo Fan, where are you going? The match isn't over yet." Mr. Fu Fumunukio and Zhao Manuan called out worriedly, Mo Fan. Zhao Manuan asked, looking at Mo Fan, "What's wrong?" Mo Fan answered blankly, "I need to go to the ancient capital, there's an undead war breaking out there." Zhao Manuan pressed, "What about your academy tournament?" Mo Fan replied, "Well, talk about it later." Munukio suggested, "Then we'll go with you," but Mo Fan shook his head and refused. Afterward, Mo Fan wandered the streets vowing silently, "Alive or dead, I will find you, Hozi, no matter where you are. Bring my brother back." As he pondered, he suddenly sensed someone tailing him and said, "Don't forget I have shadow abilities too." Lu Ran let out a yelp as he turned to leave. Mo Fan quickly called out, "Wait." Lu Ran looked confused as Mo Fan added, "I need your help." Lu Ran asked in surprise, "Me?" Mo Fan nodded yes. Lu Ran widened his eyes and asked Mo Fan, "What do you want me to do?" Mo Fan explained, "I need to go to the ancient capital to find someone." "There are many undead creatures there," Mo Fan continued. Lu Ran interrupted, "Vampires are a type of undead too, you know." Mo Fan confirmed, "So I hope you'll come with me." Lu Ran quickly flew in front of Mo Fan and said, "You're my senior, I'll do whatever you ask." Seeing Lu Ran get too close, Mo Fan said, all right. He seemed a bit flustered. "Too close?" Lu Ran asked, "What's wrong?" Mo Fan scratched his head, "Oh, nothing." "Oh right, have other vampires been bullying you?" Lu Ran turned around looking puzzled. "There used to be, but they don't dare come to this territory anymore." Mofan asked again, "What's going on? Does our city have powerful vampires protecting it?" Seeing Lu Ran smiling happily, Mofan was startled. "How you mean yourself?" Lu Ran giggled proudly. "Ah hee hee." The scene shifts to the ancient capital airport where Lu Ran happily tells Mofan, "The airline suspended flights, good thing we caught the last one." Then a security officer stops them and asks, "Sorry folks, every disembarking passenger must show ID and state their purpose." Mofan mutters, "Are we flying out of the country or something?" The security officer replies, "I apologize, but please cooperate." Mofan points at Lu Ran, "We're here for tourism. This is my girlfriend. Her identity is sensitive." Mofan thinks it's nice to take his girlfriend on a trip during this time. But the two had already slipped away using an illusion, leaving the security officer baffled. Where did they go? Mofan gestures to Lu Ran, "Let's go, let's go." Later one of them rides a limping wolf carrying a bundle of hay on their back. Lu Ran sighs, first time seeing such a large-scale escort. The two ride the limping wolf along the Great Wall, using it as a substitute for horses. Mofan sighs, given the grim situation here, the outside world must not be safe either. Next, Mofan and his group arrive at the tower of the Magic Association. After negotiating with the staff, Mofan happily says thank you. Lu Ran asks cheerfully, "Good news, I take it?" Mofan replies, "We found out where the incident happened. No remains found at the cenith. That's a good sign." Lu Ran asks, "So where are we going next?" Mofan answers, "Well, find a few experienced old Taoists to accompany us to Yangyang village." He thinks to himself, "Hosea, wait for me." Mofan and Lu Ran head to the Hunters Alliance Hall. After observing for a while, Lu Ran says it looks like many people are in danger. Suddenly someone scoffs, "Quit pretending, you're just scavengers." Lu Ran turns around in shock but sees no demons or monsters. She wonders, "Did I hear that wrong?" Then a short man shouts, "I'm right here." Those requests are just so their loved ones won't turn into the undead. This place is turning into a scavengers alliance. Mofan asks quietly, "Why do you say that a friend of mine went missing out there?" The man replies, "Out there staying overnight means certain doom. Leave it to the scavengers. If you're hoping to save anyone, don't get your hopes up." Lu Ran asks in horror, "How could this happen?" The short man admits, "I'm not trying to scare you, that's how it was before, let alone now." Mofan deduces, "Since you brought it up, there must be another way." The short man smirks, "Kid, you're sharp." Mofan replies, "Right back at you." After turning around and leaving, the short man said, "I know you two might have a hard time believing me. So let's see if any other hunters are willing to take the job." Then Mofan went to ask the other hunters. He kept boasting about his strength, claiming he was powerful, but all he got were rejections. Mofan tried asking someone else, introducing himself as part of the Clear Sky Hunters, but the person just shook their head apologetically. Mofan offered other terms, saying he had money, but was still turned down. Mofan sighed and muttered, "What in the world is this kill smoke that everyone's so afraid of?" Just mentioning the name makes them refuse outright. At that moment the two exchanged a glance before approaching the short man, who was leisurely smoking. After taking a deep drag, the short man asked, "Well?" The short man cut straight to the point, "Let's talk price then." Mofan said urgently, "My friend's in a critical situation. Name your price, money's no object." The short man held up a finger. Mofan pulled out a card and said, turning pale, "1 million deal." The short man shouted, "Do I look like a beggar to you? Make it 10 million. After finalizing the deal, Mofan turned to Lu Ran and said, "Let's go." Lu Ran thought to himself, he already said money wasn't an issue. Then, as if remembering something, Mofan asked, "Wait, we don't know the way. We might accidentally stumble into the tomb of the dead." He pulled out his card again and said, "I still have some money left. I was planning to give it to you since I can't spend it all alone." Mofan hesitated before saying, "Lu Ran, we can't just throw money around like this." But after glancing at his account balance, he gasped, "Wait, where did you get this much money?" Lu Ran grinned and said, "The Young Blood clan respects meth air loaded." Mofan chuckled, "Hey, if it's ill-gotten gains then I'll gladly take it." Hearing this, Lu Ran laughed so hard he nearly spat out his food. The short man added, "By the way, I'm not just taking your job, there are others in the group." Mofan exclaimed, "Good heavens, you're adding more conditions." The short man held up 2 fingers and said, "We have 3 master-level hunters for protection. That's the total price, where you can charter the whole team for 20 million. Mofan's face twisted at the mention of money. "No, not his is fine, just bring your client Lu." The scene shifted to late at night as Mofan climbed the city wall. He showed the mage guard their hunter's license. After checking it, the guard let them pass and Lu Ran climbed up as well. Here Mofan caught a whiff of a pungent fishy stench and thought to himself, "This smell is unbearable." Across from them a large group of zombies gathered. Thinking the scent of the living, a whole group of them with a roar, the zombies charged forward, their stench spreading wherever they went. Lu Ran couldn't help but shudder at the sight, his legs trembling uncontrollably. Fan reassured him saying after all she is an undead. Just then a group of mages approached warning unrelated personnel please leave. Fan glanced back and saw the massive corpse groaning. The next day outside the southern gate of the ancient capital a crowd had gathered. Fan told Lu Ran they're over there. The short man said to Fan if everyone's here let's get going. Fan agreed sounds good. Then Fan noticed a kind-hearted girl with her face covered. Xiangzhu glanced at the short man and asked where'd you find this girl. The short man replied she came to us herself. What's wrong? Fan casually remarked there's something off about this girl. The short man shot back she's got way deeper pockets than you. Fan snapped angrily who said anything about that get lost. Then the group began leaving the city. Lu Ran mentioned the girl traveling with them saying her energy feels really strange. Fan suddenly realized so you think she's odd too. He turned back and said she might be practicing dark magic well before trailing off. A companion handed Fan a garlic bulb saying here eat this. Master's got food. Fan cheered why didn't you say so earlier I'm starving. He stuffed the garlic into his mouth without hesitation. But the moment the pungent smell hit him Fan nearly spat out blood. He stammered for a while before complaining what in the world did you give me? The short man explained it's garlic powder masks the scent of the living it's precious so don't waste it. Someone else added those who don't eat it won't last the night. Fan pulled out his water skin muttering this stuff is disgusting. I'd rather fight a horde of undead heathen. The girl remained silent but the short man warned don't say that too soon. A voice called out listen up eat the garlic now. The ground began to shake and everyone hurriedly stuffed garlic into their mouths Lu Ran included. Fan just stared at the garlic already too afraid to take another bite. Suddenly a corpse burst from the ground with a growl. Fan yelped that's revolting. He kicked the corpse's head roaring you think you can mess with me. The corpse's head flew off like a ball. Fan looked around layers of corpses were clawing their way out of the ground. He brandished his crimson flame declaring fine I'll give you a taste of my power. But Lu Ran warned Fan look around the corpses were rising everywhere. He eyed the garlic in his hand and sighed well it's not that bad I guess. The short man urged we need to leave now this might be an ancient minister's burial site. Fan chewed the garlic gagging at keep your distance when you talk. The short man added the bones aren't the problem it's if the minister was a mage. Becoming a ghostly deity after death is dangerous. The woman asked has it always been like this here? The dwarf replied no ever since the Far Net Town riot the industry has said the supreme ruler of this land of the dead changed hands. The woman asked again the supreme ruler. The dwarf answered no one has seen them but everyone knows they exist. It's said to be a Tang dynasty monarch who became a ghost after death. The woman asked how many years has it been since your Tang dynasty? The dwarf countered ours. Fan thought to himself could she be a foreigner? The dwarf replied over 1,000 years. The woman murmured 1,000-year monarch. The dwarf added exactly. Speaking of 1,000-year ghost's power even 1,000-year demon wouldn't stand a chance. Then he said to everyone below is Yangyang village the night is still young let's rest there. Someone spoke up the village has rules best to follow them if we want to enter. The dwarf coughed and said no Fan sneered what's wrong did the garlic upset your stomach? The dwarf stammered the village it's gone. Fan cursed what nonsense are you spouting? The dwarf grabbed Fan's collar and shouted see for yourself. Fan gasped Yangyang village had become a wasteland no sign of human life remained. Fan stood frozen and the others were stunned as well. Then someone angrily demanded are you messing with us? The dwarf said blankly too don't know what happened say something will you? At that someone rushed downward and soon the rest followed. Lu Ran told the group the map shows Yangyang village is right here. The dwarf eagerly confirmed yes the map can't be wrong I didn't lie. Someone grabbed the dwarf and asked then where's the village? The dwarf replied I don't know. Lu Ran speculated could the village not have escaped the undead riot? Fan agreed most likely maybe the new ruler of the dead launched an attack. He then scanned the area for a long moment. Someone told the masked woman no bodies in sight we don't know what happened. Fan added no matter what happened we won't find any bodies. Someone asked what do we do now? The woman replied well have to go to the next village. The dwarf chimed in right let's go. The dwarf turned to his companion and said let's go maybe they relocated. Don't be so pessimistic someone insisted the next one is Flower Village. Just that we might not have enough garlic for the road it's a 2-day journey to Flower Village. Someone else said no problem well just rush through lead the way. But the woman warned don't be reckless the undead aren't everywhere along the way. Save the garlic for emergencies. The group agreed let's go time is passing and night is falling. The horde of zombies began crawling up from underground. The short man turned pale with fear and said they're here. Just then a zombie was gnawing on a corpse as if it had just taken down the beautiful woman. Immediately one of the woman's subordinates acted casting ice seal and bone-binding techniques. The zombie was instantly restrained then torn to shreds. The woman warned Ali, "Don't waste your magical energy." The short man turned to the beautiful woman and asked, "By the way, we've been together this long and I still don't know your name." The woman replied, "Dreams Meng Anna's in Dream of Dreams Anna of Peace, you can call me Meng Anna." The subordinate asked again, "Can we really call you that?" But the woman didn't answer as the battle erupted once more. The short man reported, "It'll be dawn in another hour." Then two of Meng Anna's subordinates exchanged words. "I thought the undead in the ancient capital would be tougher. These walking corpses are brainless." The other retorted, "Bro, the land of the dead frowns upon such talk." Ali almost got punished for it. Soon after the sky darkened with thick clouds, thunder roared and heavy rain poured down. The short man announced, "It's raining." The tall man shouted, "Run, the rain will wash away the garlic scent." Molfen asked again, "Can't we use garlic when it rains?" The short man replied, "No." Molfen told his companion Lu Ran, "Stay close to me." The short man complained as he ran, "Darn it, there's more and more blood here. Something big must be coming." Just then the sky rumbled with a deep clap of thunder. The corpse general from earlier, wearing a ridiculous fake head, let out a guttural voice from its throat. Why did you abandon me?" Molfen screamed, "Heavens, who are you?" The short man answered, "A corpse general, a great corpse general. We're doomed." Ali shouted, "This isn't good. A group of corpses is gathering here like they're answering the corpse general's call." Meng Anna instructed two of her subordinates, "Tang Huang Ashin Ali, after you deal with those corpses, come over here." Then she removed her veil and said to Molfen and the others, "Let's join forces against it." But the short man yelled, "Run, all of you. We can't handle a great corpse general." Molfen argued, "The rain has cut off our escape routes. If we run, we'll be picked off one by one. Dawn is near. We just need to hold on a little longer." Then he told his vampire servant Lu Ran, "Lure the undead over there." Lu Ran replied, "Lead it to me." The tall man asked, "Can she handle this?" Molfen answered, "Relax, she's not as weak as you think." Meanwhile the great corpse general roared, Come keep me company." Then it slammed its hands into the ground, splitting the earth instantly. Molfen and Meng Anna both used shadow step, splitting up to act. From left and right they close in on the great corpse general. Emofan tells Meng Anna find an opening and use shadow nails to control it. He'll distract it first. Meng Anna agrees, alright. Emofan runs to higher ground and activates the lightning seal. Electric field lightning spreads across the ground beneath him. The corpse general roars again, "Pathetic lightning seal, you think that can stop me?" It swings its hand at Emofan. Emofan activates his travel demon tool, the blood beast boots, and shoots straight into the sky. Seeing Emofan leap onto the cliff, the corpse general roars, "Where do you think you're going?" Emofan sighs, "This corpse general is really fast." No sooner had he thought that than the corpse general swung its hand at the cliff where Emofan stood. With one strike the cliff crumbles. Emofan uses shadow step again and the corpse general continues its pursuit. Emofan hides behind a rock and thinks this great corpse general is even stronger than those demon lords. Then the fake jester's head turns to glare at Emofan, nearly interrogating, "Dare to toy with me?" Emofan curses under his breath, "Oh no." The great corpse general swings its hand at Emofan again. Meanwhile Meng Anna finishes her spell. Giant shadow nails go. 3 giant shadow nails pierce the corpse general's mouth and limbs, pinning it in place. Emofan raises his hand to the sky and casts the lightning tribulation spell. "Heavenly army, gather your might." A lightning bolt as thick as an ancient tree descends from the sky. With a deafening crash the corpse general's body is engulfed in lightning. The corpse general is in agony from the strike, but the shadow nails fall away. Just then the fake jester's tongue lashes out, wrapping around Emofan's leg. Emofan is swiftly dragged away and Meng Anna gasps in shock. Emofan suggests to Meng Anna, "Try using our ultimate move." Meanwhile Meng Anna continues casting. Emofan is dragged to the corpse general's mouth. He immediately activates his toy, the armored demon tool, the mystic serpent demon armor. A layer of armor manifests, wrapping around Emofan's body. He seizes the moment to slash through the tongue wrapped around his leg. He then crashes to the ground with a thud, sending dust flying. Emofan coughs a few times. "Ugh, cough." The fake jester's head howls, "A die." A giant hand slams down. Emofan quickly uses shadow step to dodge and another thud echoes. This time Emofan uses phantasm to dodge to the side. The corpse general angrily scans the area but finds no trace of him. Enraged, it lifts all 4 arms to the sky and then wildly smashes them into the ground. Emofan's face pales. Oh no, he is revealed. And before he can react the corpse general's giant hand slams into him. With a thud Emofan is sent flying. He staggers to his feet, spitting blood. Then he glares at the corpse general before looking down at his armor in horror. My mystic serpent demon armor, it's dented. Fan looks at himself and thinks this person's armored demon tool is truly top tier. Emerging unscathed from such a fierce attack. By now Mofan had finished casting his spell revealing the traveler's true form, a knight on horseback. This was the Night Knight with an attack of 2,300 and defense of 2,100. Oh no, I made a mistake, this guy is the Dusk Knight. The Dusk Knight charged forward wielding a long sword wreathed in blue smoke. Mofan wondered what in the world is that? She could summon creatures even more unique than the swift spirit wolf. Pitch black all over, could this be a Dark Knight? Mangana ordered her subordinate the Dusk Knight to deal with that thing. With a gesture toward the massive corpse general ahead, the Dusk Knight spurred his horse forward. Mofan thought to himself the swift spirit wolf wouldn't stand a chance against the corpse general, better not summon it. The Dusk Knight closed in swiftly on the corpse general and swung his sword with a sharp clang. A flash of cold light severed one of the corpse general's arms. The disarmed general let out a furious roar. It lashed out repeatedly at the Dusk Knight, but the knight parried each strike with his blade. Mofan was stunned. This Dusk Knight's power was terrifying. Mangana warned, hurry and adjust me, cultivation isn't enough to sustain it for long. Mofan mused, even the most powerful beings had their limits. Meanwhile the Dusk Knight broke free from the corpse general's assault and swung his sword again. Another flash of cold light and the corpse general lost its other arm. The Dusk Knight unleashed another technique, raging blade howl. The corpse general swung its remaining arm only to have it cleanly severed by the knight's blade. The corpse general let out a defiant roar. Mofan thought, yes, finish it off like that. Before Mofan could even celebrate, the Dusk Knight froze and vanished. Mofan sighed, powerful but far too short-lived. Mangana cautioned Mofan, it's badly wounded, don't let it get near us. Mofan finished drawing the star array and declared, watch this accumulated effort, but the undead kept multiplying. Ali shouted, there are more and more corpses. Mofan declared resolutely, if we're fighting you'll see it through. He unleashed lightning seal electric field, instantly frying a horde of zombies. Axing and Ali incinerated the zombies with ice and fire, couldn't hold them back. Lu Ran added, we can't control our side either. Then the corpse general roared again, driving the zombies into a frenzy. The short one clutched his head and groaned, I told you to run while you could. Now none of us can escape. The corpse general and zombies just keep coming. Mofan and Mangana fought back to back. Suddenly dawn broke. Mangana exclaimed, look, it's daylight. Mofan chuckled, the zombies. Just as he was hinting at wailing, that corpse suddenly stopped in its tracks. Then sunlight began scorching the zombies and they quickly burrowed underground. The tall one sighed in relief while the short one burst into laughter. Haha, thank goodness. Over here Ashin and Ali helped each other walk, saying, slow down. Mofan was also gasping for breath and Lu Ran quickly ran over. Mofan asked her, are you okay? Lu Ran replied, yeah. Meanwhile Mofan watched Mangana's back as she spoke with Ashin and Ali. Mofan suggested, let's find a place to take shelter from the rain, it's cold and wet, easy to get sick. The tall one added, Huatsuan is still far and monsters lurk toward Singling. Then the short one stood up and said, I know a place, follow me. Meanwhile in a place called Huatsuan a young man returned from afar. Sushiola scolded, you idiot, going out to gather herbs in this rain, come inside and dry off. Unexpectedly the young man was Zhang Xiaoho. The one Mofan thought had perished on a mission. He happily dried himself with a towel and grinned foolishly. Sushiola chided, always grinning like an idiot, you should try to remember who you are. Zhang Xiaoho smiled faintly. Sushiola took out the herbs to process them, saying, forget it, I'll handle the herbs, you sit there and think. Sushiola looked at the long scar on Zhang Xiaoho's head, pondering what he had gone through. At least he was alive. Just then village chief Xie Zhang barged in, asking Shiola, is the medicine ready? Sushiola replied, it's done uncle, go sit by the stove for a bit. Xie Zhang agreed, all right, since your uncle left the village has relied on you. Sushiola responded, not at all, we should thank Dafu for braving the rain to gather herbs. Xie Zhang sighed, let me have a word with Dafu. Xie Zhang asked Zhang Xiaoho, Dafu, you've got quite the luck. Then he turned to Sushiola, has he lost his memory or has he gone silly? Zhang Xiaoho stayed silent and Sushiola answered, I don't know, he's just acting foolish. Xie Zhang continued, losing memory is better, at worst his mind took a shock, if he's gone silly recovery will be tough. Just then Sushiola walked out with the medicine pot, saying the medicine is ready. Xie Zhang stood up happily, good, you've worked hard. Seeing Xie Zhang reach out empty-handed, Sushiola warned, careful, it's hot. Xie Zhang replied, it's fine, I've got insoles. Xie Zhang suddenly chuckled, haha, don't blame the village chief for not reminding you, you're not getting any younger. After hearing that about living with a man, Sushiola angrily pushed Xie Zhang away and snapped, go deliver the medicine. Xie Zhang relented, all right. Just then Sushiola shut the door and glared at Zhang Xiaoho. But before she could speak, someone shouted outside, interrupting her, something's wrong. Run run! Su Xiaoluo opened the door and saw a woman collapsed on the ground. What happened? Anxia. Anxia's face was as pale as a frog's belly. There are wraiths at the village in Transmigrate, she cried. The old night watchman was devoured. Su Xiaoluo gasped in shock. What? Let me see for myself. Su Xiaoluo bolted outside with Zhang Xiaoluo following closely behind. The two stopped at the village entrance where a group of zombies were feasting on a man. Su Xiaoluo asked in horror, what's going on? Didn't the old watchman drink the well water? A young man nearby answered, of course he did, but these wraiths are acting strange. They keep attacking us. Maybe they've mutated. Xia Zhang added, old, he was attacked last week and another person 3 nights ago. I told you we shouldn't have done that. We've drawn the attention of the turtle clan. Just then a zombie turned and lunged at the young man with a hoe, tearing into him. Another young man screamed, run, we can't let it into the village. Close the gates. Su Xiaoluo spotted the gates wheel and began turning it with all her strength. Several people shouted at Su Xiaoluo, what are you doing? Do you have a death wish? Su Xiaoluo replied, the village gate is made of ash wood. It can repel wraiths. Come help me. Just then Anxia turned pale as a zombie lunged toward her. Su Xiaoluo turned in horror to see the zombie baring its rotting, unbrushed teeth. Suddenly someone struck the zombie with a fiery talisman. A young man appeared shouting, how do you expect to handle wraiths like this? Get away from here! The villagers cheer at it. Was Hong Jun were saved, thank goodness. Hong Jun, should we wait for your father to help? Hong Jun replied arrogantly, humph, it's just a zombie, I can handle it alone. He struck again with a fiery talisman. With a loud bang the zombie only staggered back slightly. Hong Jun sighed, humph, if it weren't for this heavy rain the zombie would have burned to ashes by now. Hong Jun hastily drew a spirit talisman and a fire talisman, striking fiercely. But the attack missed and Hong Jun's face turned ashen. Oh no, he cried. Just then someone finished drawing a spirit diagram and shouted, move aside. Tidal surge banishment. The zombie was swept away by a torrent of water followed by a blood-curdling scream. The villagers breathed a sigh of relief. Village chief, thank goodness the village chief is a mid-rank mage, we're saved. Xia Zhang warned Hong Jun, boy, your arrogance nearly cost you your life. Then Hong Jun ran over and asked Xiaoluo, are you alright? Zhang Xiaoluo helped Su Xiaoluo up and asked, are you okay? Su Xiaoluo replied, yes, I'm fine, thank you big brother. What a relief. Hong Jun fumed inwardly, the young master saved everyone. What credit does this kid have? Su Xiaoluo spoke up saying, it's been years since we've seen an undead variant, why would one appear suddenly? However, Hong Jun cut in between the two, pushing Zhang Xiaoluo aside and said to Su Xiaoluo, who knows? But don't worry Xiaoluo, with brother Hong Jun here the undead are nothing to fear. Zhang Xiaoluo was being foolish. Then he handed the black donkey to Su Xiaoluo. Hong Jun wondered, where did this black donkey come from? So he snatched the black donkey from Zhang Xiaoluo's hands and said thanks. Zhang Xiaoluo stood frozen, not understanding what just happened, while Su Xiaoluo also thought this is strange. Then Hong Jun used the black donkey to shield Su Xiaoluo and pulled her away before leaving. He silently mouthed idiot at Zhang Xiaoluo. Zhang Xiaoluo watched them quietly, water dripping down his face, whether from rain or tears no one could tell. Suddenly Su Xiaoluo suggested, I want to examine that corpse. Zhang Xiaoluo immediately responded, I'll go with you. Hong Jun pointed at Zhang Xiaoluo and a flame ignited. He snapped, just stay put, you forgetful fool. Zhang Xiaoluo dodged Hong Jun's flame. Su Xiaoluo angrily yelled at Hong Jun, stop being so childish. Just then a few elders advised Xiaoluo, don't go, it's too dangerous. A middle-aged man added, yeah, it's even riskier outside the village. Xia Zhang disagreed, Xiaoluo, go check the corpse. Hong Jun, go with her. Defu, don't go, you're not from the village, you haven't drunk from our well, even ordinary undead will attack you. Zhang Xiaoluo remained silent as the rain grew heavier. Xia Zhang then pointed at 3 young men nearby and said, you 3 go too, so the 3 youths grabbed their weapons and ran to escort them. Su Xiaoluo sat down to examine the zombie from earlier. The youths protecting her grumbled, hurry up, what's so interesting about a corpse? Hong Jun smugly said, humph, what's there to fear with me around? The others chimed in, true brother Hong Jun is a fire magia level 3 beginner mage out there, he'd be really impressive, right? Hong Jun boasted. Just then Su Xiaoluo suddenly stood up, her companions tensed and asked, what's wrong, did you find something? Su Xiaoluo replied, this is just an ordinary undead. Hearing this everyone was startled, how is that possible? We've all drunk from the well, we're protected. Hong Jun quickly reassured them. Alright with me here, don't worry, don't scare yourselves. Yet under the glint of blades a zombie's shadow suddenly appeared. The youth turned pale and gasped, oh no, my goodness. In that instant a young man was pounced on by a zombie, its jaws clamping onto his head before dragging him away. Desperate cries for help echoed, ah, save me, help. The others trembled in terror, screaming in panic. The dead then they dropped their weapons and fled in terror. 2 young men ran their wails muffled, ah, save me, ah. Soon after another person was pinned to the ground, savagely attacked. Meanwhile at the village entrance villagers were busy building a wooden barricade. Done yet this side's ready. Suddenly a blood-curdling scream rang out from afar. Help, help everywhere, the rare, all undead. A man rushed out to support a young man asking what happened, where are the others? The man was still trembling in fear, only able to shriek. Over here. Young Hong Jun ran back in terror shouting, Dad, save me, save me. Fall back now. With that he used water shield technique. A barrier instantly formed enveloping Hong Jun. Hong Jun screamed in horror, there's too many undead. They several villagers cried out in terror, the undead, they're attacking. Just then Zhang Xiaohuo patted Hong Jun's shoulder and pressed, where's Shilla, where's my Shilla? Hong Jun stammered, too, don't know, maybe behind us. No sooner had he spoken than Zhang Xiaohuo bolted away. Others shouted desperately, Defu, don't go, you fool, are you trying to get yourself killed? Elder, the undead are coming. As he spoke a horde of zombies closed in rapidly. People at the village entrance shrieked non-stop, the wooden barricade won't hold them. Run over here. Zhang Xiaohuo kept sprinting. Suddenly a voice called out ahead, Defu, where are you going? He skidded to a halt and shouted back. Shilla. Then she gripped his hand tightly and asked, are you okay? Thank goodness, Shilla replied. Use incense to drive them away. She pulled Zhang Xiaohuo urgently. Hurry back, it seems the well water's protection is gone. But when the two returned to the village entrance, a gruesome sight greeted them. Many had already been killed by the zombies, their bodies strewn across the ground. Shilla sobbed in confusion, the barricade isn't working either. After all, why have we always been under the protection of the divine well? Just as I Shilla buried my face and sobbed, Zhang Xiaohuo stood silently saying nothing. He began muttering some strange words to himself. Wind, oh wind, I Shilla cried out. Run, Defu, the village might be cursed, spirits are attacking the villagers. Zhang Xiaohuo kept repeating, wind, oh wind, then he waved his hand and continued muttering. Wind cyclone, oh wind cyclone. Suddenly a blue whirlwind appeared. Zhang Xiaohuo eyed the group of zombies warily. The whirlwind charged fiercely at the zombies, tearing into the corpses. In no time they were swept up into the sky. The villagers screamed in terror. What is this? I Xiaohuo gasped in shock. Defu, over here. Zhang Xiaohuo had finished drawing the formation. He unleashed a technique. Wind cyclone, heavenly net. The blue whirlwind surged toward the zombies, tearing them to shreds in an instant. The villagers watched in stunned silence. Meanwhile, Xiesang was casting a spell. Tidal banishment. Several zombies were swept away again. Seeing Zhang Xiaohuo use wind cyclone heavenly net, he thought to himself. A mid-rank mage defus background isn't simple. Then Xiesang shouted, what are you crying for? This isn't the time. Quick, hide in the well. Listen up. Everyone started climbing into the dry well. Bring the food, leave the unnecessary things behind, hurry, follow the others. Soon the village entrance was quiet again. Fanggu, his face half hidden by a bamboo hat, asked, are there any other mages? The zombies across from them kept howling. Then Fanggu sneered, the corpses are yours, go ahead. The zombies seemed possessed as they lunged forward. The sound of tearing flesh echoed again. Fanggu said coldly, is hiding in the well really going to help? In a cave. Mo Fan was playing chess with Lu Ru. Ali spoke up, the rain has stopped, we can set off now. The short man Adeng asked Mo Fan, so are you two still heading to Hua village? Mo Fan replied firmly, we must go. Meng Anna added, I need to find someone too. Adeng turned to Mo Fan and said, you two, I know your skills are exceptional. But if you encounter vengeful spirits you could lose your lives. Mo Fan responded seriously, either pay up or keep moving forward. Adeng quickly waved his hands, there's no refunding the money, never. The tall Adeng also spoke up, I'm going too, I must find out why Mang village no longer exists. With no other options, the short guy had no choice but to reluctantly agree, alright, let's go. Afterward Mo Fan and his group finally arrived at Flower Village. The tall youth sighed upon seeing the bloodstains on the road. Something's definitely wrong here, the short guy shouted. Ugh, I'm so thirsty. Oh well, I hope the water's clean. He quietly approached it. Just as he leaned in, Hong Jun's head suddenly popped up. Their eyes met and the short guy turned pale with fright, letting out a piercing scream. There's a ghost. Hearing the scream, Mo Fan and the others were startled. Then Mo Fan suggested, let me check it out. Everyone be careful, shrieks echoed from the well. Mo Fan approached with a lit torch and peered down in surprise. Just then Hong Jun started coughing violently. Cough, cough. Mo Fan waved to his companions, it's a person. The tall guy recognized him. Aren't you Hong Jun? Hong Jun also recognized him. You're from Kitten Village next door, right? The people from Kitten Village asked, do you know where the folks from Sunny Village went? Hong Jun replied, I don't know, let's get our villagers out for some air first. Then everyone climbed out one by one. Mo Fan mused to himself, how deep is this well to fit over 100 people? Moments later Hong Jun kindly offered to help. Su Xiaoluo will support you. Su Xiaoluo replied, thank you. Zhang Xiaohuo also warned, be careful. Mo Fan jumped in shock upon seeing Zhang Xiaohuo. Su Xiaoluo told Hong Jun, we're the last two. Hongjun nodded okay. Just then Mo Fan rushed forward and grabbed Zhang Xiaohao's arm. Zhang Xiaohao asked blankly, what are you doing? Mo Fan asked in surprise. You don't recognize me? Su Xiaoluo immediately asked. You know him? Mo Fan thought to himself, could this be the legendary Amnesia? Mo Fan grabbed Zhang Xiaohao's hand and pulled him into a tight hug, exclaiming loudly, Amnesia doesn't matter, you're alive kid, it's great you're alive. Zhang Xiaohao still looked confused, not understanding what was happening. After a while Su Xiaoluo happily told Zhang Xiaohao, "Defour Zhang Xiaohao, someone's here to pick you up." Zhang Xiaohao replied, "No, I'm not leaving." Then Hongjun reminded everyone, "Pack up, we've decided to head for the ancient capital while it's still daylight." Su Xiaoluo agreed. "All right Zhang Xiaohao, let's go together." After gathering our things Zhang Xiaohao agreed. Mo Fan's face paled as he thought, I went through all this trouble to find you and here you are fooling around with girls. Just then a few elders spoke up, "We've made our decision. It'll take at least 2 or 3 days to reach the ancient capital. Sleeping outside for 2 nights is just asking for trouble." Su Xiaoluo has packed her bags and said to everyone, "Defu Zhang Xiaohao's friends will escort us." The moment those people were mentioned everyone started clamoring. These kids are so young, how can they handle the things out there? "We're not leaving anyway." "That's right, staying in the village and hiding in the well is safer." Xie Zhang reminded them. "All right, enough talking. Those who want to leave gather at the village entrance. We depart in 10 minutes. Don't forget to bring garlic and mugwort." After a while Hongjun told Xie Zhang most people decided to stay. A total of 31 are coming with us. Xie Zhang sighed. "Lao tell Mo Fan to notify everyone, let's move out." The short guy replied, "Okay." Mangana said to Mo Fan, "We won't be traveling together from here on, let's part ways now." Mo Fan wondered what those 3 were planning next, but he still warned them, "Be careful on the road." The short guy then called out loudly, "Everyone attention, we're moving out." The group began to march. Mo Fan said, "According to the map, if we go straight we'll pass through Yangyang village." However Xie Zhang said, "Let's take this route instead, we won't go through Yangyang village." Mo Fan asked, "Is this way faster?" Xie Zhang looked sincere. "Trust me, I've been around this area many times." The group continued forward. Soon night fell. Zhang Xiaohao still walked silently beside Su Xiaoluo. Mo Fan said to his companions, "Lu Ru, why don't you go to the rear and protect those kids?" Lu Ru reminded him, "All right, but you be careful." Suddenly a cold wind blew from afar. The short guy whispered to Mo Fan, "Listen Mo Fan, if we're really attacked by the undead we can't protect this many people." Mo Fan silently turned to look at the villagers behind him, then replied, "We have garlic and mugwort and the villagers have well water for protection. Let's see if it still works." Along the way many zombies appeared. The short guy whispered, "They don't seem to react to us." The group quietly passed through the horde of zombies. Su Xiaoluo asked in confusion, "Strange, the sacred well water seems fine, but what happened that day?" Hongjun speculated. "Could those have been mutated undead? If so, do we still need to leave?" Xie Zhang replied, "Of course, we'll only be truly safe in the ancient capital." After that everyone became more alert. Mo Fan thought to himself, "This village chief is definitely hiding something." Then the group silently sat down to light a fire for warmth. The short guy whispered, "Mo Fan, do you sense something off?" Mo Fan shot back, "How would I know? I'm not familiar with this place." "Did you notice something?" The short guy smirked, "Hey, I might know a thing or two." Mo Fan pressed, "Then spill it." "Remember when I mentioned that after we killed the blood beast we wanted to rest in Yangyang village?" Mo Fan replied, "I remember." He also noticed the rain praying ritual. "What's going on?" The dwarf explained, "The search party we met on the road later disappeared." Mo Fan thought to himself, They might have been attacked by undead on the way." "The same thing happened to your friend's army," the dwarf added with a sly chuckle. But there's something odd." "Do you know what the search party told me?" Mo Fan asked in return. "What?" The dwarf explained, "They said Yangyang village was completely empty and told us not to go there." Mo Fan was shocked. "What?" Zhang Xiaohao was also surprised but said nothing. The dwarf continued, "Isn't that strange? The village chief had also deliberately chosen a route that avoided Yangyang village." Meanwhile an auntie asked village chief, "Which kind of steamed bun should we eat?" Xie Zhang replied, "Sure." Mo Fan glanced at the man, thinking there must be something forcing the village chief to act this way. What secret does Yangyang village hold? After a while the village chief announced, "All right, let's pack up and get moving. We're almost at the ancient capital." A few people told the village chief's son, "Hongjun, can you help everyone find lodging once we reach the ancient capital?" Hongjun replied, don't worry. Then the group chatted happily, "Haha, it seems we've made it past the danger. We haven't run into any evil spirits for 2 nights. I thought the divine well had abandoned us." Suddenly a child screamed, "Mom, Dad!" The dwarf asked frantically what happened. People behind them shouted, "Undead! There are undead! Uncle's been dragged away, he's gone." The group descended into chaos as the zombies began tearing into people. Panic spread. "Help! Undead, help!" The zombies lunged at the villagers. Mo Fan shouted, "Stay calm. Lu Ru, protect the children, don't let them run around. Lu Ru acknowledged and leapt onto the cliff. Fan unleashed the Thunder Seal's horse eye. He then used the giant shadow nail and summoned Swiftstar to tear into the zombies. A zombie was chasing one of the villagers who screamed desperately help. Fan turned to Zhang Xiaoho. Hosey quick. Zhang Xiaoho pressed his hand to the ground and activated rock barrier. The earth and stones blocked the zombie chasing the young man, saving his life. Fan continued. Hosey reinforced the barrier. Then she turned to her own vampire like this, keeping the little demon tightly controlled in the tent. Over here Xia Sun used water defense while that kid used fire attacks. Fan was also dealing with a group of zombies. Damn it, lightning seal! Fan shouted, stop running, come back. Then Fan used shadow dash. Over here Liao Ru was holding a sobbing child. Don't cry, Liao Ru comforted, come with big sister. The child kept calling mom mom, then another child screamed, help, save me. A child sat on the ground wailing. Liao Ru rushed toward the little one. She swung her arms a few times, instantly slicing the zombies to pieces. Then she told the child, little brother, stay behind big sister. But the child stammered. He Liao Ru asked in surprise. What's wrong? The child pointed at the other kid. He wasn't from our village. Meanwhile the little demon stretched out its bony hand and jabbed at Lu Ru's chest. With a sickening sound the demon's hand pierced straight through Lu Ru's chest. The child spoke in a deep voice, hand over this meddlesome one to me. You're done for. It pulled its hand back and licked it. Let me taste this girl's blood. But it asked blankly, blood, where's the blood? Liao Ru pointed at the trembling zombie child. This little one lied, what a brat. And ruined my favorite clothes. The zombie child yelled, how could you? Lu Ru added. Big sister will send you to reincarnation. Stop harming others with that. Lu Ru grabbed the child by the collar. The children from Hua village were terrified by the sight. While Lu Ru warned the zombie child, don't play dead, the zombie child stuck out its tongue and lay still. Lu Ru pointed at its forehead. This is where the human soul gathers, right? The child screamed in terror. No, Lu Ru's hand turned into sharp claws. She plunged it into the zombie child's skull. Then tossed it aside, leaving 5 deep holes in its head. Follow big sister, don't get lost, Lu Ru told the Hua village child. Trembling, the child replied, eyes deeply frightened. Big sister, over here. Fan unleashed fire attacks with one hand and lightning seal with the other. He swatted at the zombies while cursing. What did I tell you earlier? Don't panic, Fan said, carrying a child on his back. Old man, if you don't start fighting he'll throw you down. Meanwhile Lu Ru announced while carrying 2 people. Only 2 were saved. The children are fine, the others were all pale with fear. Fan walked alone, dragging a corpse behind him. He blocked the shadow and said, let's go, we did our best. Over here Xiao Luo said to someone, come sit down, I'll bandage everyone. Lu Ru reminded him, be careful, the children over here are crying, their mommy's here, don't cry. Fan remained silent. Then Lu Ru spoke to him. Earlier a young ghostly spirit wasn't acting right. Fan stayed silent. Over here Xia Sang said to everyone, stay calm, don't panic. I've sent Hong Jun ahead to scout. Lu Ru asked Fan, do you want to investigate? Fan replied, forget it, take the villagers to the ancient capital, let them do as they wish. After a while Hong Jun told the survivors there are no spirits ahead, it's safe. Xia Sang confirmed. Alright, pack up, let's move out immediately. Time passed and the group arrived outside the safe boundary of the ancient capital. Xia Sang announced, the ancient capital is just ahead. The villagers cheered, great, we've finally made it. Just then a military mage stepped forward to ask, you're from Flower Village? Xia Sang took out a seal and said, yes, I'm the village chief. This is the seal. A young military mage interjected. There's been a lot of talk in the city about your villagers' plight. Hong Jun asked in surprise, talk about us? Why? The man handed a newspaper to Xia Sang and Hong Jun. See for yourselves, Hong Jun read aloud. Spirit attack, 6 villages destroyed. Is this true? Fan fell silent for a long time. Then he said to the people of Flower Village, let's go. Everyone can make their own arrangements. Auntie needs to go, so the fields, thank you. I never expected someone so young to be such a powerful mage. Su Xiao Luo added, without you we wouldn't have made it. We're truly grateful. Fan replied, you're welcome. Then he waved over his followers. Alright, let's go. Attendants Zhang Xiaowo stared blankly at Fan, then glanced at Su Xiao Luo. Fan looked at his follower with a helpless expression. Then he said, let's go, we'll notify the military district. So he called the Lin Tong military district. Alright, got it. Thanks. Lu Ru pondered for a moment before asking Fan. What did the military district say? Fan answered, the instructor isn't here, he's out on a mission, we'll have to wait until we can contact him. Fan sighed, let's go. I want to visit some acquaintances. Lu Ru agreed, that's a good idea. Many cities have been assigned people from watching next. Fan and his group arrived at a bustling commercial district. Cries of vendors and haggling filled the air. High prices paid here, come take a look, new stock just arrived, selling cheap, you won't find these prices anywhere else then. A chubby man shouted loudly, good heavens, what kind of goods did you bring in? The man responded, sir. The fat man roared again, it's all trash and you want 100,000 taels. Isn't money just money? Look at this vinegar, get lost. Mo-fan felt the voice sounded familiar and asked. Zhao Lidog. Zhao Kunsen was so furious his face turned purple, looking for trouble. You really want trouble? Believe it or not, I'll blast you with magic. Before he could finish, Zhao Kunsen choked. Did I just see a ghost? It's you. Mo-fan said cheerfully, it's me, long time no see, you don't seem too happy. He then made a ghostly face. Zhao Kunsen shouted, no way no way. Mo-fan draped his arm over Zhao Kunsen's shoulder and walked off. He revealed his true villainous form and said, let's go, take me to see our old classmate. Lu Ru watched the scene unfold speechless. Time passed and Zhao Kunsen returned with Mubai. Who's missing? Look who's here, Mo-fan exclaimed happily. Lu Chunnan, long time no see. Mubai shouted. Mo-fan replied, just handling some personal matters. Since you're here, let's all get together tonight. Mubai asked again, who else is in the ancient capital? Mo-fan answered, Min Shu, she's also studying at the academy here, and Wang Pan is here too. Zhao Kunsen stepped forward and said, call that young master over too, we'll go get him. Mo-fan asked again, by the way, is this your shop? Are you still working for the Mu family? How come I've heard so many things? Mubai replied, the Mu family. Xiong, do you take us for beggars? I do my own thing, they only care about Mu Ningxue. Mo-fan responded, her talent is incredible. Mubai scoffed. Xiong. Scene transition. Night fell. Old friends gathered in the restaurant. Mubai asked the girl, Uncle Min, which tower are you cultivating? And Uncle Min replied, Mubai, you sure know how to flatter in front of brother Mufan. How dare I mention my cultivation? Mufan scratched his head and said, oh come on, I have many cultivation systems, it's complicated. Uncle Min asked, really? Let me see how far your cultivation has progressed. Mufan suddenly sensed someone probing his spiritual sea and immediately said, hey, don't just barge into someone else's mental world. Uncle Min replied, what, it's just second level yellow cloud. Mufan chuckled, interesting, I never said I was that strong. Wang Pan looked miserable. Darn it, second level yellow cloud is already really strong. Okay. Think about those who haven't even broken through the intermediate stage, will you? Mubai added. Uncle Min, so you've reached level 3 already? No way, if I could have handled the guardians by now, my rank would be higher too. Mufan asked in surprise, what is your ranking based on dealing with the guardians? Mubai answered, it's for dealing with the undead. There are countless spirits in this land. Our academy's ranking is determined by how many we kill. Mufan suddenly understood. I see. Uncle Min continued. Besides, we have to go out for training every once in a while. Mubai shot back, you didn't skip training today, did you? Uncle Min stuck out his tongue. Isn't it because Big Mufan is here? That's why I snuck all the way here, Mufan said happily. Well, I'm flattered. What a surprise. Uncle Min laughed. Of course. Ha, all right, it's not easy to meet like this. I've missed you all too, Mufan replied. Yeah, just seeing each other is rare, Wang Ben shouted, and it's all because of that wretched academy. It ruined our sworn brotherhood city. Ugh. The more he talked, the angrier he got. It'd be great if we could go on missions with Uncle Man to vent our frustration. True. Kantam spoke up again. Let's go sing then karaoke. Calm down, Wang Bang shouted. Slaying monsters and leveling up is way more exciting. We're mages after all, Uncle Min replied. I'm fine with that, Mufan added. My hands are itching for action too. Afterward, the group arrived at the city tower. Uncle Min announced, we're here. This is the corner tower. Everyone else should be inside. Just then Mufan looked up and saw a hawk circling in the sky. He was lost in thought when his companions called out to him. Mufan responded, come here. Inside the tower was a bustling scene of trading. Hurry, come look, the most tempting magical traps are on sale here. Freshly hunted spirit tea. First come first served. How much is this magical tool? Uncle Min pointed ahead and said, right here. Suddenly someone walked over and said, wait. Those without a mage badge, please leave. Uncle Min said to the person seniorly. A bespectacled man added, they are my classmates, all mages here to help. Then put on your mage badges. The Magic Association has rules. Mubai asked in return, do they have mage badges? Just then Wang San and Zhao Kunsen also put on their badges. Here, look at this badge, seniorly shouted. First rank, you two are planning to deliver food to the dead. The two chubby guys awkwardly said, we. Mubai replied, it's fine, just support me. You two. Wang San and Zhao Kunsen agreed. All right, Uncle Min said, just follow orders when the time comes. Mubai also reminded them, don't wander off. Got it, seniorly then called out to Mofan. Didn't you hear me? Are you deaf? Mo Peng said disappointedly to Uncle Min. She had no good impression of her classmate at all. Then he flashed his mage bat. Hey, a nightmare mage second rank, and said, is this enough? The bespectacled guy asked. Midstage second level, so you're an expert? Mo Peng replied, nothing special, just average. Uncle Min introduced him the new student representative of Bright Pearl Academy. The guy who called himself Li Jingbi said, just midstage second level. It seems Bright Pearl Academy isn't all that impressive. At that moment someone wearing a hunter badge spoke up. Alright, wait for orders from above. Well, move out soon, he told the others. Once we leave the safe zone, everyone must follow my lead. Wang Pan whispered to Mo Peng, your secondary path is already midstage second level. What about your dual cultivation primary path? Mo Peng answered. A little higher, Wang Pan added. Uncle Min senior is tough, let him see what you're made of later. Mo Peng said awkwardly. Interesting. In the sky a flock of eagles circled. Suddenly the ground below trembled violently. The eagles scattered in alarm. Then from a puddle in the ground a pale hand emerged. A glowing-eyed ghoul appeared in the air. It picked up a large rock and hurled it at the eagles, nearly hitting one. It quickly flapped its wings and flew away. A voice came through the walkie-talkie. Attention, a warlord-class wraith has appeared at the eastern border. Attention, a warlord-class wraith has appeared at the eastern border. It's attempting to breach the city walls. Send reinforcements to eliminate it immediately. The hunter gave the order. It's time to act. Li Jing scoffed. Humph, just a bunch of lowly minions. We should have gone after the warlord class instead. A girl happily said, this way we can earn a lot of points. But the hunter warned, warlord class wraiths are extremely dangerous. Be very careful. After hearing this, Wang and Xiao Kunsen were stunned, thinking it was Li speaking. I hope these rookies don't wet themselves from fear. By this point Mo Fan was so restless he started scratching his ears. Just then a military mage arrived on a gray eagle to deliver a message. Take it down quickly, don't let it get near the city walls, the hunter commanded. Don't worry, 7 mid-tier mages are more than enough to handle a wraith general, the military mage said, firing a flare with light magic. Alright, I'll have the mages on the walls clear a path for us. The fire mages drew star charts and called out to each other, clear the way ahead. Instantly a barrage of fire techniques was unleashed, leaving the vanguard zombies disoriented. After the fire attack, a batch of zombies had been cleared. The hunter gave the order, move out. The mages began casting spells, fire curses, wind wraiths, water shields. The hunter warned, don't get greedy, keep moving. Finally the trainees reached their own opponent. That's a bone demon general, the hunter said. Its bones are as hard as steel and it's incredibly strong. Usually only a mid-tier elite mage squad can handle one. As the bone demon general charged, the hunter cast an earth spell, defend, watch your formation, rock barrier. But the bone demon general shattered the rock barrier with a single punch. The hunter shouted, watch out, scatter ground, waifu something. The bone demon general's eyes glowed red as it fired several sharp bone spikes. The girl in the hat screamed, my hand, help, you, rushed forward as the hunter cursed under his breath. This bone demon general isn't normal. Mubai froze the bone spikes with absolute zero. He then shattered the spikes and asked the girl with concern, how are you okay? The poison might not have spread yet. The girl looked at the ice on her hand and said, much better, thank you. Mubai cast frozen bone chains binding the bone demon general. The creature thrashed wildly, roaring in fury before breaking free with a violent jerk. Mubai cried out in alarm, it can break free. Zhongli charged forward fiercely, step back, let it taste my wind essence. A gust of wind shot toward the bone demon general like an arrow. The creature immediately swung its arms, clapping them together with a loud bang to shatter the tornado. Shumin used fracture fist. The girl summoned vines and others unleashed lightning and ice spells. A barrage of magic attacks finally subdued the bone demon general. Zhumin asked happily, did it work? Suddenly a sharp bone spike lunged at Zhumin. Imofan shouted, Zhumin, watch out, and summoned his magic tool. Humph, the bright departure shield. Imofan's shield appeared just in time, blocking the two of them. Continuing from the last episode, Imofan swung his hand, activating the bright departure shield. He raised the shield in front of him. With a dull thud, the bone spike demon general's spike struck the bright departure shield, even piercing through Imofan's shield, barely missing his face. Imofan yelled, oh no, then furious he added, only rookies use stabs. A hook sickle shot out from the bright departure shield, instantly piercing the bone spike demon general's eye socket. Imofan crowed triumphantly, gotcha. The bone spike demon general roared in pain and charged at Imofan. Imofan shouted, oh no, seriously, the hunter yelled, distracted. Then the frostbone net and heavenly web struck together. Imofan sighed, I only used one move, how did this pile of bones fixate on me? He wanted to use Shadow Step but reconsidered, no, Zhumin wouldn't have time to dodge, he'd have to take the hit. Hedon. Imofan activated his demon tool, the Mystic Chariot demon armor. He shouted to his teammate Zhumin, fall back. Zhumin looked terrified. Yep, Imofan just charged straight at the bone spike demon general. The others watched in disbelief. The bone spike demon general raised its hands and slammed them down. Imofan was about to be flattened. But as the dust cleared, the bone spike demon general, now with only one eye, looked over. Imofan poked his head out, panting. Mubai shouted, he's still alive. Seeing the kid wasn't squashed, the bone spike demon general flew into a rage, swinging wildly. It grabbed Imofan. Shumin shrieked, no. Imofan saw the bone spike demon general raise its hand while loosening its grip with the other. Then the creature clapped its bony hands together with a deep thud. The bone spike demon general expected to see Imofan crushed in its palm. Instead it was horrified to find Imofan still bouncing around. The kid yelled oh and waved at the demon, hey, fancy seeing you again, oh, let me make it up to you. Fan leaped down from the bone spike demon general's hand. Zhu shouted, Fan, what is that woolhut-wearing girl even saying? The demon seemed unable to handle him after landing. Fan yelled, what are you all standing around for? The group finally snapped out of it. Fan starts shouting loudly. Mubai quickly frees its feet. Mubai nods in agreement. Fan runs over to Zhu and asks you okay? Zhu replies. Fan speaks again. He runs back to join them and starts shouting again. After the others freeze it, they attack together, leaving it unable to fight back. The hunter shouts, almost there, just a bit more. He and Mubai cast Icebound Union. The skeleton demon general's body is more than half frozen. Fan raises his hand toward the sky and roars, now heavenly army thunder yiksha. A bolt of violet-black lightning strikes down from the sky. Only yells, are you blind? You missed. Fan points downward and snaps shut your mouth. Buzz, crackle, pop. The skeleton demon general's bones begin to tremble and shatter. Its lower body is continuously wrapped in violet-black lightning. Finally, the skeleton demon general's lower body explodes apart. It lets out a pained cry. The hunter shouts over the wind, so your spiritual lightning has spatial shockwave power. Fan chuckles smugly. Then Mubai cautiously freezes the skeleton demon general's head. Phew, it shouldn't be able to move now. The hunter praises Zhu adds, Fan, you're amazing. Fan grins. Hey, it was nothing. The hunter across from him also praises him. It's rare to see a student with such courage. Afterward, everyone moves to a safe area. Several military mages praise them. Well done, the demon general has been defeated. Hunter Deng points at Fan and the others behind him. It's all thanks to this student Kong-san who loves to tease, raises his voice. Some people think they're impressive, but it's all just an act. Wang Ben agrees, that's right, exactly. It seems that slaying demons isn't something just any expert can do. After hearing this, Li Si was furious. The bespectacled one advised, let it go, let's head back and rest. Wang Ben and Zhao Kun continued to mock them. What are you eating so early for? Don't you have any shame? Mubei's expression darkened. He asked Fan, don't you think that was a bit too much? Fan replied calmly, we can't let people like that get away with it. Zhu said to Fan, my score might go up. Thanks. Fan answered. I was about to say something, but he suddenly stopped mid-sentence, sensing something. Mubai seemed to notice it too. Zhu asked naively, what's wrong? A crimson glow appeared on the horizon. Suddenly the tower's bell rang. Clang clang. Fan asked in surprise, what's going on? The hunter answered. A large creature has appeared. That's the alarm bell. Fan asked in shock, what kind of large creature? The man replied, I don't know. Then 3 signal flares shot into the sky. The hunter was startled. That's the signal to gather all non-mission mages. Mubai deduced, looks like something big is happening. Meanwhile, the mages were discussing. Mages without classes today head to the North Tower. Understood. The hunter told Zhu and the others injured students should go get treated first. Alright everyone, stay safe, you go ahead. The hunter called out loudly, stay in touch at all times. Everyone follow me, behave yourselves good. Then everyone heads toward the North Gate Tower together. A few people shout after seeing the signal flare in the sky, this matter is really serious. Things are getting more and more unsettled. But we low-ranking mages shouldn't be chosen, right? At this moment a military mage commander announces loudly. All mid-ranking mages and above proceed to the gate tower. Mubai says to Fan and Zhu, let's go. Fan agrees, yeah. So all the mages rush up the stairs together. On the tower, Zhu asks dejectedly after seeing the sparse crowd, why are there so many people? The people below see Zhu and say it's the counselor, the honorable counselor. Greetings to the counselor. Fan thinks to himself, that voice sounds familiar. When he sees Zhu face, Fan exclaims in surprise. Good heavens! Zhu immediately grits his teeth and curses, why is it you again, you jinx? Fan smirks in response, I feel the same way about running into you. A military mage commander points at Fan and scolds, how dare you? However, Zhu waves his hand at the commander. Forget it. After hearing this, everyone looks at Fan in surprise. Just then a mage clears his throat and begins to announce. Ahem everyone, I must share some unfortunate news. 30 kilometers north of the ancient capital, a calamity abyss has appeared. Everyone is horrified upon hearing this. How could a calamity abyss appear so close to the city? Is this a mistake? Oh no, are we really facing a spiritual disaster? Confused by what he just heard, Fan turns to the hunter. What's a calamity abyss? Why is everyone so panicked? Seeing the man still in a daze, Fan waves his hand in front of him. Hey, the hunter finally snaps out of it. Then he begins to explain to Fan. The calamity abyss is called the hellish furnace buried beneath the earth. I've seen my companions fall into it, dragged and devoured by countless ghostly hands. You'll never forget that terrifying sight, Mubai adds from the side. And the calamity abyss has another horrifying trait. Fan asks curiously, what trait? Mubai continued his explanation. Besides its ever-expanding nature, it also has an unpredictable spatial property. Fan grew more confused the more he listened, dumbly asking for clarification. Unpredictable spatial property. The hunter leaned in to explain. In other words, you never know when it will appear or where it will show up next. By now Mo-fan was completely lost. What kind of situation is this? Just then Zhu Meng sitting above him spoke up. When resentment peaks, space distorts and shatters, causing the abyssal rift to traverse time and space. Most who fall into it perish. Even forbidden spellcasters struggle to survive. Mo-fan stroked his chin, pretending to ponder powerful energy affecting space and time. Right, so why not just wait for it to randomly change locations? The abyssal rift being 30 kilometers away doesn't mean it will spread here. The hunter agreed it wasn't certain. For example, the last time it appeared it was over 100 kilometers from this city, Zhu Meng added. And half a year ago it was 60 kilometers away near the Sand Net River plains. Hearing this, Mo-fan began to think deeply. Half a year ago the Sand Net River. Suddenly remembered he had been in the desert then. Mo-fan gasped. That's the day that explains the strange events at the Sand Net River. Then he asked Zhu Meng, when did it appear last time? An armored instructor strode in, his voice firm and resonant. 3 months ago in Xianqi. Unfortunately my student was there. Mo-fan stared at the newcomer in surprise. And you are? Zhang Li quickly reminded him, the head instructor of the ancient city Mage Fei Zhu. Mo-fan blinked in shock. Huh? Zhang Li couldn't help but exclaim, how do you not know anyone? With that, Zhang Li respectfully bowed to Fei Zhu. Greetings, instructor. Yet Zhang Li was completely ignored. Fei Zhu didn't even glance at her, walking straight up to Mo-fan. In the one who contacted you, Zhang Xiaowo, was my student. Mo-fan finally realized. Oh, sorry, I didn't recognize your voice, Fei Zhu replied. No matter, I truly admire you. You weren't even afraid of the abyssal rift coming for him. Mo-fan could only scratch his head. Didn't you realize someone like me, an amateur, had no idea what the abyssal rift even was? The people around shot disapproving looks at Mo-fan, who acts like this, no respect at all. The counselor and instructor Fei Zhu are too patient. Yeah, he's so arrogant, Fei Zhu suddenly roared, cutting them off. Enough nonsense, though the abyssal rift was 30 kilometers away. But upon hearing this the crowd was shocked once again. What you mean it's outside the city walls? Each time it gets closer the crowd began to murmur among themselves. Are we gathered here to fight the death abyss? Impossible, something like that is beyond us. We cultivators are only of average skill. Zhu Meng stomped his foot to restore order and then shouted, everyone please do not worry. Due to the overwhelming death energy the death abyss has summoned spirits. We hope you can help us eliminate them tonight. Upon hearing this the cultivators below finally let out a sigh of relief and their spirits lifted. I see, as long as it doesn't involve the death abyss I have no problem with it. Counselor, rest assured this is our duty as cultivators. I have no problem with it either. Count me in again. Just as everyone cheered in response, a deafening roar suddenly shook the entire scene. Then a massive zombie appeared. The crowd screamed in terror. Ghost tyrant. What? Zhu Meng gritted his teeth. It's here again. Mo-fan thought to himself, recalling his last encounter with one in Jia. Zhu Meng warned it intends to use the death energy from the death abyss to gather spirits and destroy the northern city. A military officer, looking worried, spoke up. This is bad. The ghost tyrant originally commanded an army of spirits. We need more reinforcements to handle this. Mobilizing more people is extremely difficult, Fei Zhu added. But if we fail tonight the city will fall into chaos. Zhu Meng made his decision. It seems we must execute the previously devised plan. An advisor hastily objected. Lord Zhu, absolutely not. That plan is far too dangerous. Zhu Meng insisted. Advisor, with me here. No demon will cause trouble. No demon will be allowed to cause trouble. The advisor still firmly opposed. Absolutely not. If you all fail, who will command the northern city walls? Just then a tall man stepped forward, his voice filled with authority. What if you count me in? The crowd turned to look, their faces filled with surprise. Mo-fan also looked up, feeling strangely familiar with the man. Others welcomed him with joy. Laifeng. Wow, when did Lord Laifeng arrive in the ancient capital? A curious man asked. Who is this? Why does everyone call him Laifeng? The person beside him was so excited tears welled up in his eyes. You don't know Laifeng, the unrivaled, a top-ranked expert on the mystic rankings. Mo-fan suddenly realized, so that's who he is. So he's Laifeng. Then he turned his gaze to the purple-haired youth behind him and immediately recognized him as one of Laifeng's men. I remember Ling Ling always called him the pretty boy. Is he here too? The pretty boy and Mo-fan locked eyes and he immediately grinned, squinting. Zhu Meng couldn't help but burst into laughter. Ha ha ha, you're just in time. The pretty boy pointed at Mo-fan excitedly, asking, what spiders killing demons now switch to devouring souls? Mo-fan scoffed, feigning indifference. When I arrived at the ancient capital I didn't expect to run into so many acquaintances. Laifeng turned to his strategist and said, Strategist, even if my toxin is weak I'll still bring a few of them back alive. The strategist hesitated. With you joining us there's no problem, Fei Zhu immediately decided. Alright, now that we have all the transcendent mages here the next step is figuring out how to deploy them. After listening, Zhu Meng fell silent for a moment before speaking. I'm very sorry, but to carry out this plan we'll need everyone's help to eliminate the Spectre Rampage Corps. The others all voiced their agreement. Counselor Zhu Meng is leading by example. How could we back down? That's right, and me too. Just as all the intermediate mages agreed, their eyes turned to Mo-fan. He however casually tossed out a cold remark. I'm just here for sightseeing, wishing you all the best. Hearing this, Zhu Min couldn't believe her ears. No way, Mo-fan. Mo-fan replied breezily. Bye. Xianli pointed at Mo-fan's nose and cursed him. Thought you were something special, turns out you're just a coward unfit to be a mage. Mo-fan shoved Xianli away and snapped back. I'll hang you on the city walls to dry. The hunter quickly tried to smooth things over. All right, everyone has their own opinion. Can't force it. Meanwhile, the pretty boy covered his mouth, laughing so hard he nearly choked. Ha! Xiangli roared in frustration. What are you laughing at? The pretty boy replied cheerfully. You little brat, if all the people you've saved spat on you, you'd drown. Xiangli bellowed. Who do you think you are? But the pretty boy had somehow gotten right up in Xiang Li's face, grabbing his collar and threatening him. Watch your mouth, I won't just hang you on the city walls. Just then a military officer began assigning tasks. Senior mages are responsible for handling commander-level vengeful spirits. Remember, there's no need to eliminate them all, just stall for time. Zhu Meng said to the purple-haired demon man, you lead the mid-rank mage squad. And you must ensure the light mages complete the formation. The demon man politely replied, no problem, but I have a small request. With that he revealed his true form, of fox spirit, and let out a sly chuckle. He. Mo-fan's scalp tingled at the sight, a bad feeling creeping over him. Zhu Meng asked, what's your request? Go ahead. The demon man immediately answered, I want Mo-fan to join my team. Mo-fan cursed under his breath. Darn it, he shouted, sorry, but I never said I'd join this mission. All he could think was run. But Zhu Meng had already grabbed Mo-fan by the collar and yanked him back. Listen, kid, he snapped, stop dragging your feet. Mo-fan could only whimper. Zhu Meng roared, get back in line now. Mo-fan tried to argue, but I just got back from fighting monsters. Zhu Meng cut him off. Enough talk. Then turning cheerfully to the demon man, he said, he's all yours. The demon man bowed respectfully. Understood. Feel free to use him. If he dares to run, I'll send a letter to Bright Pearl Academy to expel him. The demon man thanked him happily. Thank you, Counselor. Mo-fan was left trembling in fear. The demon man said to Mo-fan with mock seriousness, all right, we're all here. Mo-fan could only groan in frustration. Meanwhile, the Wraith Sovereign began to roar, driving the zombies below to wail. In response, Zhu Meng immediately gave the order, all mages charge. The Mage Legion surged forward and the demon man leapt off the city wall. Mo-fan had no choice but to jump after him. Hanan thought this stench can be smelled miles away. The demon man reminded him, young man, you need to earn your merits. That's how you make a name for yourself in front of your seniors. The other mages chimed in, yes, Vice Captain, please take care of this mage. The demon man then turned to threaten Mo-fan. If I see you not giving your all, Mo-fan retorted, I'd not this again. Now that we're here, I want leave unless the situation changes drastically. The demonic man squinted his eyes and smirked again. After a while, Mo-fan had already let little flame princess eat her fill. Han calculated silently, 34 down, only 15 more to gather 49 pure spirits. Suddenly little flame princess cried out, hide. At the same time the ground shook violently. Mo-fan assessed the situation. Something's wrong. The demonic man urged them again. We haven't retreated yet, let's keep moving forward. Mo-fan said cautiously, could there be an ambush? A voice burst into laughter. Ha kid, the undead don't have the brains to set up ambushes, Mo-fan added. Well, I've at least encountered undead who did set ambushes, the demonic man explained. True undead of an undead gods or undead lords aren't that clever. Hearing this, Mo-fan thought of Lu Ru but quickly pushed the thought away. Now wasn't the time. He turned to his companion, when will the light cleric corps guards arrive? Someone answered soon. Mo-fan pondered for a moment before replying. I just don't like putting my life in someone else's hands. The scene shifted outside the city in a residential area. Lu Ru quietly climbed onto a rooftop to scout. She focused intently on the courtyard below, watching Xiatang. Just then Su Xiaoluo walked into the courtyard and confronted Xiatang. You're the person I respect most, but given the circumstances I can't help but question you. Xiatang exhaled a puff of smoke, his voice weary. Question me about what on the rooftop? Lu Ru remained silent, observing. Su Xiaoluo grew agitated. I heard the young master say you saw people from Yangyang village. Xiatang waved his hand dismissively. The young master's been out of his mind lately. Don't take his words seriously, master. Haven't you already read the newspaper? The less trouble the better. Why ask me again? Su Xiaoluo pressed on. I've heard other things too. Where did everyone from Yangyang village go? Yangyang village disappeared long ago, didn't it? Xiatang replied immediately. Xiaoluo, suddenly an unexpected voice interrupted. Our village's people aren't gone. Look, I'm still standing right in front of you. Aren't I the person who appeared as Fanggu? He smiled. Xiazang immediately let out a terrified scream. Fanggu looked at Xiazang. Patriarch Xia, I'm not a ghost, so why are you afraid? Xia Zhang asked, trembling. You, how can it be you? Su Xiaoluo also stopped crying and asked in disbelief. It's me. Fanggu took off his hat and introduced himself. Fanggu, then he pointed directly at Xia Zhang's face. Who was the scoundrel who killed my son? Tell me and I might spare your life. Xia Zhang shouted loudly. Your son? Didn't your son die long ago? Suddenly someone burst in and shouted a hint. It was her right next to that fool, the girl. Su Xiaoluo was stunned. Xiaozi. Fanggu squinted, then burst into laughter. Ha ha ha, we're all from the same clan. As soon as he finished speaking, a dark red glow emanated from Fanggu, spreading in all directions. Then a group of people appeared, everyone staring in shock. Fang Omo ran out and asked Uncle San, Uncle Li Tue, are those two still alive? But Su Xiaoluo stopped Fang Omo. Don't go over there. Fang Omo was confused. What's wrong? Su Xiaoluo warned. Don't you see it? Those people across from us look like corpses, not emitting a single wisp of warmth. Meanwhile, every breath from the living here turned into a puff of white mist. Fang Omo exhaled and finally understood, his expression darkening as he fell silent. Fanggu raised his voice. What a rare gathering. I called everyone here to meet together. The villagers across from them began making rattling sounds followed by blood-curdling screams. Meanwhile, on Mo Fan's side, a group of corpse ghosts appeared ahead. He said to little Loach, this Loach, tonight you can eat your fill. Eat more, it's nutritious. The scar-faced mage shouted, kill it, kill it. On this side, a female mage cast a wood element spell. Lie still in the pile of flesh and become fertilizer for the plants. Then the corpse ghosts were impaled through the skull by vines, letting out miserable wails. One corpse ghost approached the girl, reaching out to grab her, but the female mage stomped its head into a pulp. Then she lifted her aching foot and let out a pained cry. Mo Fan couldn't help but sigh. She was truly fierce. A voice suddenly came from somewhere unknown. She is Qing Lixiao, ranked 7th on the Undead Slayer board for killing undead, with 1330 servant level undead and 78 warrior level undead under her belt, and that's just from the past 5 years. Mo Fan looked around but couldn't spot the speaker. He muttered, what the heck is this, some kind of spirit mage? A short man suddenly appeared out of nowhere and shouted, touch your head. Mo Fan blinked in surprise. Shorty, what are you doing here? The short man snapped back. I'd been here the whole time. I rushed over as soon as the assembly order was issued. Mo Fan, burning a zombie to ashes with his hand, replied. Oh, sorry, it's hard to spot someone in this crowd, the short man said, staring blankly. And I swore to become a holy, just and benevolent mage. Mo Fan reminded him. The short man retorted, speak like a normal person. This hunting team might earn the title of honorable hunters worth at least 8 million. Mo Fan added. The short man yelled, you should have been a merchant, not a mage. Bro, I'm outside the city. Were you captured by the council? Mo Fan stayed silent, then lowered his head. Oh, and there's a hopping corpse under your foot. The short man angrily kicked the hopping corpse away. That wretched thing dared to ambush me. The flamboyant man chimed in. You two seem to be having a great chat. There's a corpse general at 5 o'clock. Go take care of it. The short man paled. Leader, that's a corpse general. We don't have enough people to handle it. The flamboyant man smirked. Then I guess you're doomed. Then he turned to the two behind him. That girl and the scar-faced guy will assist the vice captain in taking down the corpse general. With that, the flamboyant man flapped his wings and flew off, adding, we need 20 minutes to clear the path ahead. No time left. Find your own way out. Cheng Lixiao commanded coldly. The short man grabbed Mo Fan and shouted, let's go. I have a bad feeling about this mission. Cheng Lixiao said calmly. Why waste words? Hurry up and kill that corpse general. The scar-faced man laughs heartily. Ha, fine, no more dawdling. The short guy steps forward and asks, where is it? Mo Fan remains silent. All they see is a corpse general wrapped in strips of cloth hanging from a tree. Qing Luobiao sketches a formation and fires a lightning seal. She shouts, die. A muffled thud echoes. Qing Luobiao's attack strikes the tree trunk, but the corpse general vanishes. Watching the rising smoke, she mutters, ugh, it's so fast. Just then the corpse general circles behind Qing Luobiao. The scar-faced man warns loudly, watch out, if it latches on it'll take over your body. With that he casts an ice magic spell. The corpse general swings the icy bands around its body. Qing Luobiao immediately counters with vine technique. Vines burst forth to block the attack, deflecting its claws. Seeing it can't land a hit, the corpse general lets out a low growl. It unleashes even more icy strips, ensnaring all of Qing Luobiao's vines. The short guy casts fire magic so much feels like a warm winter blazing fist. Soon the corpse general's icy bands are incinerated. Qing Luobiao's vine technique reactivates. Panting, she says, buddy, you should have wrapped it up like a burrito. Mo Fan has already drawn a dual star chart. No worries, watch this. He slams his hands into the ground and casts blazing fist. Earth calamity. Fire surges toward the corpse general like a flood, then he smirks. But the corpse general moves lightning fast, appearing right beside Mo Fan. He gasps in shock. Oh, so it was just an afterimage. It's too fast. I hey, warn, this thing is cunning. Qing Luxiao said dismissively, like I needed you to tell me that. Then she unleashed a move toward the corpse general. Oh no, we fell for it. In an instant the vines formed a cage trapping the corpse general inside. The scar-faced man attacked bone-freezing chill. In a flash chains of ice shot out surrounding the corpse general. The short man rolled up his sleeves excitedly. Grab it, let me finish it off. Fan warned, don't use your fierce fists, you'll ruin the trap. Meanwhile Chang Luxiao raised her hand and struck thunderclap explosion. Bolts of purple lightning struck the corpse general trapped in the vines. A piercing shriek rang out. Chang Luxiao cheered excitedly. Then the ice bands around it formed a whirlwind burrowing deep into the ground. Soon the group noticed a deep hole in the ground. The scar-faced man cursed, darn it got away. After a moment of silence the short man pointed at the burning flames. It's better this way. We should head back quickly, the main force is leaving. Chang Luxiao thought with frustration. If I had known it was this cunning I would have used the heavenly net to bind its legs first, she scoffed. Then a sound caught their attention. The scar-faced man asked, did you all hear that? But before he could finish, suddenly ice bands shot out from beneath the scar-faced man's feet wrapping around his neck. He let out a yell and activated his demon armor. A full suit of armor covered his body. But the scar-faced man was still dragged away. Fan and the others were terrified. They cried out in shock. What? Chang Luxiao activated her magic vines. The vines manifested, bursting through the layers of earth and stone. She cried out in panic, save him, hurry, save him. The dwarf shouted, he's being dragged into the hole. What now? Do we all jump down? Chang Luxiao's face flushed with anger as she roared, stay back, he'll go. With that Chang Luxiao leapt down. Fan shouted, hey, the dwarf asked in confusion, what do we do? Should we go down too? Fan replied immediately, what else can we do? Then he cast a summoning spell, little Yenji come forth. Little Yenji appeared like a superhero. The little girl proudly shouted, move aside, move aside. Fan thought to himself, should have known better than to let her watch anime. The dwarf asked again, confused, didn't you say your star chart was only half drawn? Fan replied, this kid probably has a spatial bloodline so she can summon things freely. The dwarf hesitated, oh I see. I really don't want to go down there. Fan grabbed the dwarf's collar and dragged him along, barking, stop stalling. The dwarf was pulled forward screaming, no Danta. But in the end he was still dragged down by Fan. After a series of wails they still hadn't landed. The dwarf yelled, blasted, aren't we at the bottom yet? No sooner had he spoken than Fan landed safely. Meanwhile Xiao Yenji leapt into the air. The short guy however took a nasty tumble. A dull thud echoed as Fan stood up nonchalantly and said, we're here. The short guy was left bruised and battered. Fan asked him, where's Chang Luxiao? The short guy clutched his head and groaned, she's been captured too. We've walked right into their territory. Who knows if she's even alive? Fan sighed deeply. They had expected the place to be crawling with undead, but it was completely empty. The short guy started ranting, if anything happens to my wife, my kid will be left without a father. This is all Big Brother's fault. Fan looked around and said, this place is too vast. How long will it take to find anything? The short guy kept complaining, let's just go back. Suddenly Xiao Yenji spotted something and excitedly shouted, pointing ahead before dashing off. Fan told the short guy, keep up. The short guy broke into a run. Wait for me. Fan and the short guy ran to the end of the path and found a spacious area. A corpse general was crawling up a pillar. Scarface was tied there while Chang Luxiao was shouting at the corpse general, let him go. The stench was overwhelming. Scarface was tightly bound, muffled sounds escaping him while the corpse general let out a low growl. The short guy panted, ugh, why waste time talking, just finish it off. Watching the corpse general toy with Scarface, Fan thought it's stalling, waiting for the puppet silk's effects to wear off. Scarface is as good as dead. He orders his daughter Xiaoyanji to take care of it. Xiaoyanji excitedly shouts, move aside, move aside. Chang Luxiao gasps upon seeing that Xiaoyanji is just a child, a juvenile. Are you kidding me? Fan sighs, this place is strange, this secret chamber isn't simple. Meanwhile Xiaoyanji starts playing with fire. It spits a jet of flame at the corpse general. The corpse general leaps off the pillar just in time and the ice cloth on its body burns away. Chang Luxiao gives a signal and Fan shouts, what are you spacing out for? Go save him. Over here Xiaoyanji is gleefully chasing the corpse general, dragging a trail of fire behind her while shouting, lingling lingling. Chang Luxiao casts a vine net while telling everyone, hold on. At the same time 2 long curved horns appear behind Chang Luxiao. Then a wind monkey horn demon materializes behind him. Chang Luxiao remains oblivious, still telling Scarface, well, save you soon. The wind monkey horn demon extends its sharp claws. Chang Luxiao breaks out in a cold sweat. The short man casts a sonic light shield. A barrier appears blocking the wind monkey horn demon's claws. With a single strike the demon's claws are deflected. Chang Luxiao turns around in terror. What is this? The dread of all dark system mages. And it specifically targets elite mages. By this time Fan has rescued Scarface and says, so this wrapped corpse general was meant to lure us here. These two have taken so many mages' lives, they must be eradicated. Fan thinks to himself, that sly guy must have known about this trap, that's why he sent me here. He begins giving orders. Shorty bot Ching Lexia, find the wind monkey horn demon's weakness. Leave the wrapped corpse general to me. The two nod in agreement. All right, says the short man. Well, use the 7 luminous lights of radiance, let's see where it can run. The short man then casts the 7 luminous lights of radiance and a dazzling glow illuminates the surroundings. The corpse generals of the malevolent ghosts were sent fleeing in panic. Soon after, the corpse generals vanished without a trace. Qing Lixiao looked around but couldn't find any sign of them. Scarface asked if they had escaped through another passage. Qing Lixiao scoffed. Humph, maybe it's hiding in one of the coffins. Then she unleashed her thunder seal, sending lightning crackling in all directions. At that moment, the wind howl ghost revealed its true form, gurgling as it fled. Chapo suggested that I continue to use light escape and we all chop it together, Qing Lixiao said to Scarface. Walk. Scarface immediately used light wine to clear a path into the tunnel while Mo Fan ran up the stairs. Little Flame Machine had already summoned a massive fireball. The fireball hurtled straight toward the corpse general. Little Flame Machine waved her hand and shouted, "Lingling, let the flames engulf that corpse general." Seeing it wasn't dead yet, Little Flame Machine snarled, "Ling, the corpse general's claws are coming." Little Flame Machine froze in shock, unable to react. Just then Mo Fan struck with a powerful fist. He pulled back his hand and taunted the corpse general, "Trying to ambush me, you need 3 more years of practice." A blue glow appeared on the burning corpse of the corpse general and was absorbed by Little Mud. Mo Fan stared blankly as wisps of remnant soul gathered, then a dazzling light burst forth. Mo Fan jumped for joy. It turned out a general level remnant soul could condense into an essence soul. Grinning from ear to ear, he exclaimed excitedly, "This is amazing." He felt like jumping up and down. Damn it, I forgot. Little Mud couldn't extract the refined essence soul anymore. My money. Mo Fan glanced at his clusters of star clouds. I wonder if a general level essence soul can strengthen my starseeds. He reluctantly placed the essence soul inside, then sighed. The general essence soul merged into the star cloud and 4 stars lit up. Mo Fan marveled. Incredible, 4 stars at once. I only need 11 more to reach Fierce Fist level 4. In the tunnel, Scarface and his group were still frantically using light onions and garlic against the wind howl ghost. Light barrier, light barrier, light barrier. The wind howl ghost was trapped inside. Qing Lixiao struck with lightning crackling loudly. The short one continued casting light magic. Run now, see how I deal with you. Just as Qing Lixiao's lightning struck, the short one unleashed another light spell. The light pierced through the wind howl ghost's body. The short man shouted loudly, telling the old man to hire some help first. A marquee ceiling horn ghost was beaten until it smoked continuously and finally evaporated from excessive exposure. The short man picked up a piece of cloth inside. Only this piece of cloth is left. Picking it up might still fetch a buyer, but the scar-faced man placed his hand on the short man's shoulder and said, "Brother, if you know about marquee ceiling horn ghosts, how could you not know the value of Gui Fu?" He then spread his hand in a gesture asking for money and burst into laughter. "Ha ha ha, you're straightforward, shorty. Alright, this kind of thing can sell for at most 20 million. Split it and each of us gets 5 million. The scar-faced man happily said, "That works." Mo Fan poked his head out and asked, "What 5 million? The short man handed the spirit essence to Mo Fan and said, "Consider this slave-grade spirit essence as the 5 million. After Mo Fan tossed it, it turned out just right. Now he was only 10 short. Soon after, Mo Fan and his companions crawled out of the ancient tomb. The burly man sighed, "Looks like we can report back now." At that moment, a group of zombies was devouring the bodies of fallen military mages and regular mages. The short man urged everyone, "Hurry, let's go." Mo Fan waved his hand, signaling his daughter Xiao Yanjia lead the way. Xiao Yanjia immediately opened her mouth and spewed a ball of flame. The zombies below were instantly set ablaze by Xiao Yanjia. The short man praised her as he ran. "Impressive. Your contracted beast is comparable to a mid-tier level 4 or 5 fire mage." Mo Fan reminded her, "Hurry up and get past those rotting corpses. Watchful eyes, they're too fast." The short man cast radiance magic while running and looking back while Mo Fan chanted a hand seal. The scar-faced man shouted, "I see them, there's a squad ahead." Ahead, a group of military mages was battling the zombies. Everyone did their part to cover their retreat. The short man proudly unleashed his light magic. Take this. Instantly the zombies were dazzled and couldn't open their eyes, but more zombies kept gathering. Mo Fan shouted as that all. The scar-faced man yelled to everyone, "Let me handle this." He cast wind magic wind heavenly net. A blue tornado suddenly erupted, sending the group of zombies flying into the sky. As the wind seal began to dissipate, the zombies all crashed back to the ground. Mo Fan urged everyone to hurry and not delay any longer. Meanwhile, Little Loach frantically absorbed the lingering souls of the zombies. The group pressed forward, but zombies and corpse ghosts surged from all directions like illusions, forcing the team to flee desperately. Dang the short side, there are too many corpse ghosts. Mo Fan warned, "We can't stop if we get intercepted. It'll be hard to rejoin the main force." Dang, the short pale-faced asked Mo-fan. It's not that I don't want to stop, but what about the corpse ghosts ahead? Mo-fan told everyone follow me, I'll take care of them. Dang, the short drew a formation diagram, it'll protect you. Mo-fan unleashed a move called 9 Palaces of the Calamity Fist. Instantly rose-colored flames erupted from the ground, incinerating the corpse ghosts completely. The lingering souls of the corpse ghosts were continuously sucked into the conveyor belt. Cheng Luoxiao and Scarface exchanged glances, thinking violent, way too violent. Mo-fan ordered, let's go. More and more lingering souls flew toward him. He commanded his child Little Flame Machine to use fire. Little Flame Machine opened its mouth and exhaled, instantly vaporizing the corpse ghosts ahead. Mo-fan's group continued running forward. Cheng Luoxiao performed Thunder God Dance. Lightning bolts struck repeatedly, electrocuting a large swath of corpse ghosts. Dang, the short cheered, we're almost there, hurry everyone. Meanwhile, the guards were battling corpse ghosts. She used fire while Mubai countered with bone marrow. I seal, a guard shouted. Mo-fan, they're back, reinforce them quick. Mo-fan's group arrived grinning. Ha, we're back. A mage sighed. These 4 are as fierce as tigers, worth an entire squad. A military mage agreed. If I were alone, I'd have been devoured by the undead without a trace. A guard urged, enough talk, clear the path for them. The man replied, no problem, watch this. He then unleashed Tidal Surge. The military mage released his auxiliary beast, Bloodstripe Beast. Go support them. The Bloodstripe Beast charged forward, tearing into dozens of zombies at once before devouring them. The sight was unsettling. The flamboyant man appeared and declared, obstacles cleared, accelerate. At that moment, a military mage riding a gray eagle reported. Captain, the Light Mage Corps has linked up with the other squads ahead. The flamboyant man smirked. Perfect, 20 minutes. Then the military mage shouted, attack. The magic arrays light flashes in succession. The demon man announces, prepare to assemble and launch a full force attack. Suddenly a plume of black smoke appears below. The military mage riding the rock cries out in alarm. Something massive bursts out from the black smoke, a sharp horn thrusting straight toward the rock. With a single strike, the rock is impaled through the body. The horn keeps trembling. The rock lets out a pained shriek, then plummets. The military mage glides down on a wind kite, muttering to himself as soon as he lands. It's a corpse god. Several military mages are frozen in terror. No way, we've encountered a commander class undead. What do we do now? Our squad only has 1 high-ranking mage. Quick, send a signal to the other squads. We still have high-ranking mages. The demon man roars angrily, calling them all cowards. Charge forward, 1 military mage shouts, Captain, we should send a distress signal. The demon man points at Mo-fan and yells. Instead of wasting time talking, you should be drawing more star charts. The vice captain, follow me to slay the corpse god. Mo-fan pants. Damn it, I just got back to the squad, and before I could finish speaking, the demon man grabbed me by the neck. Mo-fan is dragged by the neck, his tongue nearly lolling out, his feet kicking wildly. Let go of me, the demon man says as he flies off with Mo-fan in tow. Everyone charge, charge, charge. Xiangli asks blankly, just the 2 of them? We won't even know how they die. Zhumin agrees. That's right, a commander class undead, a high-ranking mage squad might not be enough to handle it, the hunter says, turning back. In battles like this, someone always has to make sacrifices. We must honor their intentions. The group immediately steels themselves. You're right, we can't let the 2 captains' efforts be in vain. Charge, kill these bastards over here. Mo-fan shouts. Let go of me, what are you doing? I'm only a mid-ranking mage. The demon man smirks, don't play dumb, kid. 4 elements plus 2 types of summoning abilities. Mo-fan's face darkens with anger as the demon man speaks to him. I'll handle the corpse god, you help me distract the corpse generals. Then several sharp tendrils stretch out from the black smoke. Mo-fan quickly pulls his legs back, barely avoiding a strike that would have taken something vital. He curses, terrified out of his wits. Mo-fan's face turns pale with fear before he tells the demon man. Kill the corpse god and its soul is mine. The demon man agrees. No problem if you can survive the toxic corpse god horde. Mo-fan's eyes widen. Toxic, I didn't see that coming, but before he can finish, he was thrown into a horde of zombies by that scoundrel. As he fell, Mo-fan cursed, "Ill, make sure your ancestors 18 generations back can't rest in peace." Just before hitting the ground, Mo-fan quickly activated his shadow escape technique. No sooner had he landed and caught his breath than the corpse gods lunged at him. He shouted, "Swift Star Wolf Xiao Yanji, protect me, this is no joke. Swift Star Wolf, take on the nearest group and lure them to the hill. Xiao Yanji, create a ring of fire around me, make it as fierce as possible." Mo-fan thought to himself, with these 2 guarding me, I can focus on fighting. Xiao Yanji spewed flames, forming a circle that enclosed Mo-fan. As he assessed the situation, a corpse god suddenly appeared, swiping its sharp claws at him. Seeing it charge, he was already prepared, unleashed a lightning seal with his spirit diagram. A bolt of lightning split the zombie in half. Meanwhile Xiao Yanji kept spewing raging flames and Mo Fan cast another fire spell to incinerate them. In the sea of fire the remaining zombies charged recklessly through Xiao Yanji's flames. Mo Fan smirked at the sight. I love these straightforward zombies. With that he cast another fire spell, reducing the last of them to ashes. Xiao Yanji continued spewing fire, clearly enjoying herself. She drew blazing rings of fire shielding Mo Fan. Meanwhile Mo Fan chanted incantations, his face alight with excitement. Burn them all. Every zombie that charged in was reduced to ashes by the combined flames of Mo Fan and his companion. The remains were absorbed by the mud rhino. Mo Fan exclaimed excitedly, finally an essence core. The 44th essence refinement is complete. Suddenly a furious roar echoed from afar. Mo Fan whipped around to see a monstrous creature covered in eyes lunging at him. He screamed in terror, "A venom flow corpse general." As he scrambled back he ordered his attendant Xiao Yanji keep the fire going. Soon he had retreated dozens of meters. The Venom Flow Corpse General prepared to attack again. Mo Fan instantly used Shadow Escape. Reappearing elsewhere he began conjuring a giant shadow spear. With a whoosh the sharp spear tore through the air, piercing the monster's eye. The creature thrashed in agony. Now under Mo Fan's control the beast was locked in place. He said coldly, "You wanted to stab me, now you're my meat shield." Mo Fan began casting a lightning spell, gathering might, but it wasn't ready yet. A stream of venom sprayed from the monster's mouth toward him. Mo Fan remained calm and activated his defensive artifact. The nether shield blocked the venom instantly. Watching the corrosive green liquid drip down, Mo Fan couldn't help but shudder. If this deadly poison touches you, even your bones might dissolve. Next he activated the returning demon tool and the mystic serpent armor. Mo Fan deduced that another pair was still lurking in the shadows, waiting for the right moment. At that moment the two toxic tumor corpse generals were firmly locked onto him. Mo Fan shouted there was more and more poison. He had to deal with it first. He unleashed a move, Fisher Fist, but the other toxic tumor corpse general lunged at him. It pounced at Mo Fan, leaving him only enough time to shout. Seeing himself caught in a pincer attack, Mo Fan thought quickly. No, I have to speed up drawing the star map and let the stars track. In an instant the celestial path formed the star chart, all in the blink of an eye. The toxic tumor corpse general had just retracted its tentacles while the other had just spat out its venom. Mo Fan raised his hand to the sky and roared heavily, "Army gathering storm thunder technique." In a flash a bolt of purple-black lightning struck the toxic tumor corpse general's back. With a deafening crash the corpse general was blasted to the ground. At that moment Mo Fan was barely a meter away from its fawn-filled maw. Meanwhile the other corpse general charged at him. Mo Fan activated his travel demon tool Blood Beast transformation. In a blur he retreated dozens of meters and sped away. The toxic tumor corpse generals were still hot on his trail. Let them chase me to their doom. Without hesitation he activated Blood Beast transformation again, using the force to kick off a nearby boulder. The boulder shot like a cannonball straight at the toxic tumor corpse general's head. With a dull thud the monster's skull shattered and it collapsed. Mo Fan let out a sigh of relief. Meanwhile the corpse general struck by lightning was struggling. Soon it flipped over and hurled the boulder aside. Mo Fan sensed a foul putrid stench rising. He turned to see toxic mist enveloping the area. "Oh no, it's miasma poison," Mo Fan shouted. No sooner had he spoken than he bolted, but the toxic mist clung to him relentlessly. Mo Fan gritted his teeth in frustration. Ugh, this stuff is tough to handle. The mist was thick as sludge. Mo Fan thought touching it would be disastrous, yet the mist had already surrounded him. He quickly covered his mouth and nose. He opened his eyes in surprise. I'm not poisoned. Oh right, the ascended serpent is a venomous creature. Its scales seem even tougher now. Mo Fan realized. He laughed. Hey, your power is spent. Little flame engine, possess me. In an instant little flame engine fused with Mo Fan. A pillar of fire erupted violently. Mo Fan decided to fight the corpse generals to the death. He unleashed a move, Fierce Fist skyward. A massive flame fist strikes the toxic tumor corpse general right in the head. The sheer power of the punch blasts half its skull away. Mo Fan is left speechless at the sight. He stammers, "The power of that fist is unbelievable." Next one. Just then several sharp claws suddenly burst from the ground. Two skeletal hands tightly grip Mo Fan's legs. He thinks to himself, so the third one was hiding here. Mo Fan immediately unleashes Lightning Seal. A bolt of purple-black lightning strikes the skeletal hands. Mo Fan yanks his leg back and kicks hard, shouting, "Get out of here." At the same time the corpse general is dragged out from the ground. Mo Fan waves his hand and fires another attack, Lightning Seal. Another bolt of purple-black lightning strikes the corpse general. With a muffled thud it is forced to release Mo Fan. He thinks in relief, "Good thing I finished it before it could fully transform." But the remaining toxic tumor corpse general continues its advance. Missouri fan doesn't have time to cast a spell. He shouts, "This isn't good, look at those claws coming at me." Emo fan barely manages to block with both hands. He grunts in pain, his whole body shaking as he is sent flying. He crashes heavily into a rock wall, the impact echoing dully. He stumbles back out. Just then another toxic tumor corpse general sprays venom at him. Emo fan yelps what the scene shifts as Yao Nan unleashes his technique Waterflower Heavenly Canopy. A surging torrent of water engulfs the area, forming a massive water sphere. It then hurtles toward the bloated corpse deity ahead. The corpse deity is pinned down by the water sphere, unable to reach Yao Nan. He smirks, "So that's all you've got?" Next, Yao Nan sketches several runes, merging them into a constellation. His eyes gleam, then a high-level spell manifests Frostbound Coffin. A gigantic ice coffin crashes down from above, slamming into the monster. Soon the bloated corpse deity is completely encased in ice. The demonic man squinted with a smirk. Fortunately, the Maltier ice layer held strong, or the blood poison would have corroded everything by now. The corpse god will shatter the crystal sooner or later. With that, pieces of the ice coffin began to flake off. The massive corpse god was already torn to shreds. The demonic man waved his hand and said, "I'll take its scattered soul fragments." Then he turned and left, letting the undead corpse rot on its own. As he flew, the demonic man pondered, "I wonder how that kid is doing." Along the way he saw countless zombies howling and couldn't help but smirk. Next he spotted Mo Fan and Jijai Lang fighting the corpse generals below. The demonic man tossed a bottle to Mo Fan and said, "Not bad, still alive. Use this before your summon gets poisoned to death." Mo Fan quickly applied the medicine to Jijai Lang and the beast was soon detoxified. Mo Fan praised, "This antidote is amazing." The demonic man replied smugly, "I made it myself." Mo Fan asked in surprise, "You're an alchemist?" The demonic man answered, "My secondary focus is the toxin system." Mo Fan repeated dumbly, "Toxin system? Never heard of it." The demonic man added, "There aren't many toxin cultivators domestically, but abroad there's more undead than darts. There are some domestically too, but they prefer to keep it hidden. I've reached the advanced stage. Have you awakened any system or dominance abilities yet?" The demonic man took out a jade pendant and said, "Oh right, hey, race your residual soul fragment, consider it payment for this job." Mo Fan's eyes lit up as he exclaimed, "Cat, cat, 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 cat." The demonic man ordered, "Let's go." The magic array connection has been activated. Now surrounded by countless rotting corpses, it seems we won't be rejoining our squad. Head straight to the city walls to check the situation. Mo Fan perked up at the mention of his new treasure. He immediately agreed, nodding as he flew and observed the scene below. The number of rotting corpses showed no sign of decreasing, and the corpse generals grew more numerous. The battle in the distance intensified. Pillars of fire and light shot up as Mo Fan groaned, "Another one. How many Wraith Commander level beings are there over here?" The mages are still locked in chaos. Like Quan, suddenly someone reported the mid-squad mages are retreating. Fall back now. A false hunger bone god was seen roaring with its jaws wide open. Its foot stomped the ground, sending flames rolling across the earth. Mo Fan sighed, "This false hunger bone god is already at the commander level." Suddenly binding light appeared in the distance. A giant sword materialized in the pitch-black night sky, descending like an altar offering. With a single thrust the massive blade impaled the false hunger bone god's skull. Beneath the sword's weight its bones crumbled like rotten wood, collapsing to the ground. Staring at the radiance emanating from the giant sword, Mo Fan asked in awe, What kind of magic is this?" The pretty boy answered, "Light-type ultra-rank magic, the Verdant Judgment demon-slaying sword." Mo Fan muttered after hearing this. "The Verdant Judgment demon-slaying sword, that's true magic. One strike to judge demons. The Verdant Judgment shows no mercy." The pretty boy added, "Let's go now that the Verdant Judgment is unleashed. Du Shao will surely go on a rampage." Mo Fan asked again, "Pretty boy, is there an even stronger realm beyond ultra-rank light magic?" The pretty boy replied, "Yes, beyond ultra-rank mage's power is no longer called magic, it's called sorcery. It's about to rain, maybe the last rain of the season." As the rain fell like fine threads, the pretty boy set Mo Fan down on the city wall and asked, "Why the long face?" Mo Fan answered, "I just don't like rainy days." The pretty boy continued, "Mo Fan, you need a baptism ritual to advance to a higher stage, like using rare treasures for assistance." Mo Fan said dejectedly, "Easy for you to say, who wouldn't know that you know him?" Broke. The pretty boy burst into laughter. True. He wondered to himself, what would this kid's strength be like after awakening all 6 elements? The scene shifted to the settlement district of Flower Village, where screams echoed. Many people were being bitten by the living dead. Lu Ru sighed. Fongu is still casting his spell. Shaola said to Fongu, "We had no grudge against you. Why do this to us?" Fongu retorted, "No grudge. Only she was naive enough to think so. Fair enough. She had been in the Qin Mountains gathering herbs those days and didn't know. Meanwhile a living dead creature lunged at Lu Ru. Fangu shouted, when our village is well dried up we came to yours for help. What did your village chief do? Xia Zhang immediately said, spare the others, the one who drove you away was me. The children nearby kept crying, Woya mommy, I want mommy. Fangu softened his tone and said, spare the others. Back then I begged you to let the children stay, what did you do? Meanwhile Zhang Xiaohou had cast a rock barrier trapping a group of the living dead. Fangu raised his trembling hands and said, you forced me to kill them one by one. Do you know how desperate I was? Shaola shouted, what, you killed your own villagers? Lu Ru thought to herself, he did it himself. Fangu said tearfully, what else could I do? Let them be gnawed to the bone, at least this way I could control them. This is all I, a necromancer, could do. I refined the last drops of water into body forging material so they wouldn't fear sunlight anymore. If not for the mages blocking us you wouldn't have reached the ancient capital. Looking at Fangu, Lu Ru finally understood. This is why the mutated undead can venture out during the day. Fangu said gravely, Xiao Luo, and you two mind your own business and they'll spare your lives, otherwise you'll regret it. Humph, you're so vicious that you've slaughtered 6 other villages. Fangu replied, I only killed the people of Hua village, don't make wild accusations. So you're not just a deranged killer but a shameless liar too. Fangu roared again, think whatever you want. If you want to protect the people of Hua village then die with them. Liao Ru condensed the air in her palm and struck out, punching through the abdomen of an approaching undead. She thought to herself, damn it, the crystal undead isn't here. The Blackeyed undead glared at her before lashing out. Liao Ru was hit and sent flying through several walls before rolling to a stop. Immediately a group of undead charged at her and she turned to flee. Then she bit into her own palm with her fangs and flicked the blood outward. Several undead were splattered with Liao Ru's blood on their foreheads. She used her control technique, turning them into her puppets. The puppets turned and attacked Fangu. He thought, why is this woman so hard to deal with? Controlling 6 at once. That mage isn't weak either, this is the best I can do. Then he took control of a nearby undead. Humph, kill one first. The undead rolled its eyes back and grew taller. A Hua village villager was climbing a wall screaming, stay back. But the towering undead had already grabbed the villager by the neck. The man shrieked, let go of me. Soon the man's legs went limp and he stopped breathing. He was tossed aside. Fangu let out a manic laugh. Ha 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 ha. Liao Ru leapt onto a wall thinking. After all, the people of Hua village only wanted their villagers to survive. They had no choice. Meanwhile Xiao Luo told the others, go hurry. The undead was furiously smashing Zhang Xiaohao's tent. He roared, destroy everything. Suddenly Liao Ru jumped down and wrapped her arms around the towering undead's neck. She sank her teeth into him. The creature howled, let go. Then the undead's massive hand seized Liao Ru's slender arm and yanked hard. 2 cracks sounded as her arm bones snapped, exposing flesh. Her face paled in pain, but she kept drinking his blood desperately. That guy took another hit of the substance and let out a muffled thud like he'd run into a wall, but he was already done for by the substance. Then he collapsed face first onto the ground, blood streaming from his eyes. The substance panted heavily. Fangu just coldly snorted at the sight. So you're a monster too? The substance wiped the blood from its mouth and said, does being a monster depend on what you do? Just then the sound of rustling robes filled the air. What happened here? The air seems normal. How could a wraith be here? Quick, surround this place and seal it off. Fangu sighed, damn it, they're here so soon. On the other side Zhang Xiaohou stood in front of everyone, shielding them. The substance still glared coldly at Fangu. Then he said, let's see how long you can protect them. With that it vanished into a wisp of green smoke. The substance stepped forward and asked, Xiasang village chief, are you alright? Xiasang's face was as pale as paper. The substance didn't say anything more. At that moment several mages entered from outside. The night shift captain assessed. No, it's a wraith, more like a living corpse. The red-haired girl added, it seems to have fled. The captain ordered, the rest of you check the surroundings, the others go save the people. The group acknowledged. Alright, I'll handle this, Xiao Luo told the red-haired girl. Some children fled in panic. You need to help me find them. The red-haired girl agreed. Understood. Then the captain turned to Lu Ru. You're badly hurt. I'll arrange for someone to take you to the hospital. Lu Ru refused. No need, I'm fine. But Xiasang suddenly screamed, she's a wraith, she has no blood. She's a killer just like them, she'll murder us all. Xiao Luo warned village chief. Xiasang continued trembling, she'll kill me. Meanwhile Lu Ru's hands remained tightly clenched. The red-haired girl gasped. None of this blood is hers. That's not unusual. But before she could cast a spell, Lu Ru leapt onto the doorframe. A mage shouted, kill her. That vicious woman, Lu Ru yelled. Stop, she came to help us, she didn't kill anyone. The red-haired woman added, even if she didn't do it, we in the Demon Hunters squad still have the right to kill her. Lu Ru was about to flee when a bone-freezing ice technique bound her feet. Lu Ru's body rapidly froze. She let out a startled cry. The captain struck with a thunder fist, and the spot where Lu Ru stood exploded in flames. She collapsed, coughing violently. Cough, cough. Just then a wind affinity mage cast Wine Zenith, but Zhang Xiao had already raised a rock barrier, a wall of earth shielding Lu Ru from the attack. Su Xiela shouted no stop, but the tornado still surged toward Lu Ru. The captain barked, if you interfere again, we'll arrest you. The red-haired woman immediately said, these two are better left to me. Two massive shadow spikes shot out instantly, trapping Su Xiela and Zhang Xiaoho. The two were pinned by the shadow spikes, unable to move. Su Xiela sobbed, if not for Lu Ru would all be dead by Feng Gu's hand. So what if she's a vampire? She protected us. Village chief, even if you can explain yourself, what are you doing now? Just then the captain shouted, Vice Captain, there are many bodies. Su Xiela yelled, she didn't kill them. The red-haired woman said again, she's a demon, not a saint. Su Xiela shouted, you arrived too late and got so many killed, yet you blame her. Why? The red-haired woman replied, if we'd been any later, she'd have been killed by that woman. Su Xiela turned to Xia Zhang, village chief, why won't you say anything? Xia Zhang merely glanced at them while the mages exchanged looks. Hey, where are the bodies? One asked. Don't tell me they turned to dust. Another replied, impossible, this woman's constitution is abnormal. She just blocked my thunder fist. The mages began searching. One picked up a ribbon. All we found is this, the red-haired woman said. Did she escape? The captain roared, escape. Issue a wanted order. Creatures like her can't be allowed in the ancient capital. Meanwhile, outside the northern city wall, the rain grew heavier. The battle against the undead raged on. The demon man stood within the water defense barrier and said to him, Fan, we're all exhausted. A military mage asked another who was fleeing, what's wrong? Why are you panicking? The other mage replied, a squad is trapped by dried corpses and we can't spare anyone to help. The demonic man said to the two, we have little demonic energy left, going would be a death sentence. The military mage pondered for a moment before speaking to the other. Let them buy us some time, dawn is almost here. The military mage accepted the suggestion and understood. On the other side, the demonic man suddenly gazed into the distance, silent. Fan watched the ongoing battle below. Suddenly someone shouted loudly, cheering. The demonic man squinted and smiled. They succeeded. Fan asked again, where? Then came a loud cry. The blood-fiend tyrant has been slain. Our forces are retreating. A squad of military mages was seen flying back. Below, the first light of dawn appeared and the soldiers erupted in cheers. Cheers filled the air as the military commander wiped his tears. Good, very good, excellent. At the foot of the city walls the soldiers rejoiced. We did it, ha, we succeeded. Nearby Zhu Mang had flown back just as he removed the demonic curse seal. The demonic man asked, where is our leader? He won't perish, Zhu Mang said gravely. We've kept our lives, but that guy really pushed his luck. He then pointed at Fan and snapped, boy, how did you escape? Zhu Mang happily announced to everyone, our casualties were light. This is a great victory. A military commander spoke up, my lords, you should rest first. Your injuries are not minor. Another female military commander added, please come with me. Zhu Mang nodded in agreement. All right, the female commander said, I'm a healing specialist, let me help you. But Zhu Mang refused, no need. Zhu Mang looked down at the soldiers fighting below and asked, what's happening? Is someone trapped? The military commander replied, yes, but dawn has broken, they'll be free soon. The raindrops grew heavier. Zhu Mang gazed at the rising sun and thought, after sunrise, this will be the safest time for everyone under the city wall. The battle mages below were still fighting fiercely. Damn it, we're trapped here. I can just hope for daylight once we get back in. Going to sleep for 2 days straight. Just then someone shouted, Xiao Ding, where's Xiao Ding? A man roared, idiots, I told you to watch him if anything happens to Xiao Ding. Then he saw Xiao Ding lying on the ground with his eyes wide open. He immediately shouted, what? Ding? Xiao Ding cracked. Ding Xiao Ding. Another person said, forget it, what are you still worried about? Do you want to die here? Don't be afraid, fight back. Someone said, look, the sky is brightening, Captain, but a zombie raised its blade and swung. You'll take you down. A dull thud echoed. Blood sprayed everywhere as the battle mage's head was cleanly severed. Several people shouted, that's mine. Dawn has broken, dawn has broken. Why on the city walls? Several people sighed. They had finally made it through. Wait, someone noticed something strange. Did you see that? Zhu Mang asked his companion what happened. A military officer stammered, the dead spirits. Everyone here feels dizzy and disoriented. Beyond the city walls heavy rain poured down. The horde of zombies continued to roar. Fan watched the undead closing in on the city walls. He turned to Zhu Mang, I told you I don't like the rain. Just then the Grand Commander returned and asked, what's going on? Why isn't this over yet? All the leaders on the city walls fell silent. Below the ground the zombie horde surged upward. In the distance a massive figure appeared in the sky. Zhu Mang held his breath the moment he saw it. A monstrous creature with wings and 3 enormous heads flew toward them. The Sea Slayer Sovereign, a name that struck fear into hearts. The tyrant of arrogance and slaughter, they called it the Sea Slayer Sovereign. One of the Sea Slayer Sovereign's heads unleashed a jet of black mist. Boom 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 boom. The city walls were breached. Everyone on the walls covered their ears. Fan sighed. The noise was deafening. He looked up, then silently lowered his gaze. At that moment a military mage stammered, the city. Fan quickly ran to the rear to inspect the city wall. He saw a large section of it had collapsed. The dwarf shouted loudly, "The hospital! Where is the hospital? My wife, my unborn child! Darn it, I must take down that lizard deity." Fan swiftly grabbed the dwarf with Shadow Surge. "Are you just going to wait here to die? In its eyes you're not even worth a sheep." The dwarf shouted, "Let go of me, let me go." At that moment Fan cast an illusion spell, Shadow Nail. The dwarf tried to climb over the city wall. Inside the city people were frantically holding onto each other as they fled. Screams echoed everywhere. "Run, run!" Several mages shouted, "Don't deceive everyone, everyone line up." Zombies kept pouring and emitting eerie cries. A stitched corpse appeared. This corpse had a long sword embedded in its back and was holding a spiked mace in one hand. On one side was an iron mace. King Lai sighed in frustration. "Even stitched corpses have appeared." Advisor Mao reminded, "The poison is fading, waiting to be triggered." Zhu Meng lamented. That night, coinciding with an ancient legend, he thought to himself, retreat to the inner city barrier at once. No matter which mage falls here, it will lead to even more lives lost. What is happening? How is this possible? The undead can move about during the day. At that moment Mofen appeared behind him and said, "Zhu Meng." Zhu Meng asked Mofen, "Are you trying to escape too? Run to the inner city, there's a barrier there. I hope we make it through this time." Mofen replied, "I will escape, but I have a feeling." Zhu Meng continued, "Go on." Mofen answered him, "From Bo City, do you believe me?" When Zhu Meng caught the scent of Black Wind Peak, he froze. Black Wind Peak, how is this possible? Mofen pointed at the sky. "It's raining." Zhu Meng followed his gaze as Mofen continued, "I don't know how those beasts from Black Wind Peak managed this, but this disaster, the signs are identical to both cities. A perfectly normal rainstorm. This madness is exactly the same." Zhu Meng squinted. "Kid, I believe you. Now go to the inner city." Mofen objected. "No, I still have things to do." Zhu Meng pressed. "Besides the barrier," Mofen answered, "I still have a few friends in Bo City. I must get them to the safe barrier." Zhu Meng offered, "I'll send someone to help you," but Mofen refused. "No, we'll go alone." "You still have your own mission," Yaonan interjected. As expected, anyone from Bo City loses their mind at the mention of Black Wind Peak. "They're getting agitated." Fan asked again, "You know about those evil spirits from Black Wind Peak, right?" Yaonan replied, "There's some intel on Salon. All clues point to an ancient artifact." "What a mess, it's too late to say anything now." Fan lowered his voice and asked Salon. Yaonan continued, "My demonic energy hasn't recovered yet. I can't help you. Let's head into the inner city together." Just then a purple flare shot into the sky, flashing repeatedly. A mage shouted loudly, "The outer walls can't hold any longer. The exit routes are blocked. Please follow our advice and move toward the inner city." Below, the crowd was still in a panic. Everyone was screaming. The scene was utter chaos. In the sky above, the Lord of the Sea of Slaughter was closing in. Below, several massive undead were leading an army in the assault. The Lord of the Sea of Slaughter roared repeatedly. A surge of dark energy spewed from its mouth, aimed straight at the city walls with a deafening crash. The walls were gouged with another deep fissure in the sky. The rain continued to pour and those monstrous creatures kept advancing, each one terrifyingly massive. This sent the zombies below into a frenzy of fear. Inside the city, the streets were overrun with undead. Mages fought desperately. Wind and water swirled, screams rising and falling. "Come over here, someone help me. No way, there are too many undead. No matter how we fight, we can't finish them off." After entering the city, Fan regrouped with Zhu Min and Mu Baihan. Thought to himself he had to find Lu Ru and Xiao Ho. Zhu Min asked anxiously, Fan, what should we do now?" Mu Bai said to Fan, "We must head to the elders' residential district in the city. We can't let them suffer another disaster like last time." Fan nodded in agreement. "All right, let's head there first." The dwarf said to Fan, "I'll go with you." Mu Bai said to Fan, "Then well, split up." Fan, your demonic energy hasn't fully recovered yet, has it? I have some pills here." Fan took them and said thanks. The dwarf remarked, "At this speed we should head straight into the inner city." Zhu Min added, "That would be best, but it's tough on the people in the outer city." A dark shadow appeared in the sky. Several people gasped in shock. "What is that in the sky?" "It's a lump of flesh." "Good heavens, that's horrifying. It's as big as a terrace." Fan stared up in terror. A dull thud echoed and the ground shook violently. A massive toad appeared before them. Fan shouted grimly, "It was supposed to be outside the city." Mu Bai asked as well, "How did that lump of flesh fall from the sky?" Continuing from before, Fan looked up at the toad. He cried out in panic, "What in the world is this creature?" Blue slime dripped from its tentacles. Countless ghostly figures surged out along the liquid. The newly freed spirits began wailing wildly. "Go attack!" Mu Bai shouted. Another group of spirits attacked. The dwarf yelled at Fan, "Run, hurry, or that corpse god will notice us." Then on the corpse god's tentacle, "It keeps heaving up and down in the corner." Zhu Min pants and asks the others, "What did it find?" Fan replies, "I don't know, but if this keeps up, soon this place will be overrun with the undead." Above the sky, massive dark shadows are being shot out in the center of the inner city. A barrier has been erected. Many people rush toward it. Internal notice from the battle mages: stay calm everyone, pay attention and line up. The civilians keep screaming let us and don't push me, give us something. Some begin to accuse the battle mages. You're doing nothing and you call yourselves guardian mages. That's right, you can hide safely behind the city walls, but what about us ordinary people? What kind of mages are you? After hearing this, a guardian mage named Lu Huan remains silent, but a young battle mage loses his temper and shouts line up. Another tries to calm things down. Sir, you're a transcendent mage, why not deal with them? Stay calm, but Captain Lu Huan still says nothing. Then a subordinate approaches and whispers something in his ear. Afterward, Lu Huan finally speaks. Guardian mages, hear my command. The group responds yes. Lu Huan orders eliminate the fleshmound deity. Then the guardian mages take action, flying out from the safe zone. A subordinate said to Lu Huan, your family is still in the southern city. Lu Huan replied expressionlessly, The man asked quietly, any news? Lu Huan clenched his fists. He gritted his teeth and said, there are many people in the city who need protection. On the streets of the city, ordinary civilians were still desperately fleeing, surrounded by zombies. Screams echoed continuously. Help, run. A short man was still sprinting away. He stopped to catch his breath. Just then, a zombie tearing into its prey spotted the short man. It lunged at him, terrifying him out of his wits. A civilian casually used a fire technique, blowing the zombie to pieces. The short man cursed under his breath, darn it, how many undead are there? Soon after, the group reached an open area. Zhumin urged, hurry. Once we cross this bridge, we'll be in the city of the Bo people. The short man sighed, this area seems untouched by the undead. Just then a man in white shouted magic tool, but a civilian stopped him. Wait. Don't use the magic tool unless absolutely necessary, it can save lives in critical moments, agreed another man in white. Alright. Suddenly a bus was blasted into the air. Boom. A massive demon grabbed the bus and smashed it down. Someone in a small car was crying for help. Help, is anyone there? Save me. The mortals shout. Someone's in the car, save them. Dunning Mubai yells mortal. The mortal uses shadow step to dive into the car. Just then, a dwarf corrupted by dark magic crawls out of the car. Then the red vehicle explodes into pieces. The mortal reappears from thin air, cradling an unconscious girl. The dwarf gasps in shock. Spider Mubai watches the mortal in silence for a moment. Zhumin doesn't know what to say. Mubai speaks first. You've reached the level where you no longer need to read star charts. Mubai turns to see a demonic ghost spreading its wings and flying toward them. He says calmly, of course. Meanwhile, the mortal lays the girl down in a corner. As the mortal uses shadow step, Mubai casts an ice seal technique. A large net woven from ice chains materializes. Mubai charges forward. First follow me, Zhumin tells the dwarf. This is a great calamity ghost. It usually lurks in the dark, waiting to poke a hole in someone's head. The dwarf's face turns pale with fear. Don't scare me, Zhumin continues, just watch out for its fingers. It ambushes from hiding. Magic tools won't stop it. The mortal asks again, can it possess people? Zhumin replies, no, your shadow nails won't work on it. Let Mubai use ice seal technique to trap it first. Seeing the four opponents, the great calamity demon lets out a shriek. The short guy starts opening the alms bowl. Here I go. Radiance. A net of ice descends from above, covering the great calamity demon's head. The area trapped by the ice net immediately begins to freeze. Crackling sounds fill the air. The short guy cheers. Got it. Zhumin says, Fan, it's your turn. Fan swings his hand, unleashing a thunderstrike. Just then the great calamity demon breaks free from the ice. Dark purple-black pillars crash down from the sky. Boom, the short guy exclaims, so powerful, I've never seen a mid-level mage take down a warrior-class demon before. Over here. Zhumin delivers a fierce punch, sending a pillar of fire straight at the great calamity demon. The thing still isn't dead. It smashes through a wall. The short guy sighs, that spirit beast. Fan and the others step forward to inspect the scene, finding a large crater burned into the ground. Flames still rage over the demon's body. Meanwhile, the rain continues to drizzle. Thick black smoke billows from the demon's body. Seeing the short guy rummaging through the great calamity demon's remains, Fan asks, it's burned to ashes. What are you looking for? The short guy pulls out a charred lump. Found it. This is its core. This thing is really useful, high-quality stuff. Fan examines it for a moment. The short guy explains it can replenish all types of magical energy. Its effects are way better than those pills. Fan turns to his companions. We're still far from the inner city. Everyone try to conserve your magical energy. Mubai and Zhumin nod in agreement. Meanwhile, on the other side of the outskirts, Wang Ben was pleading with a sobbing child. My little ancestor, please stop crying. The wails will attract wandering spirits. We can't handle that. Hearing this, the child immediately covered their mouth. Sniff. Someone spoke up. We should be careful here too. Maybe we should leave. Zhao Kunsen shouted in despair. Are you crazy? Ahead there are many wandering spirits. Those who left earlier are already gone. Just then eerie thumping footsteps sounded on the roof, turning everyone's faces pale. Zhao Kunsen could only clasp his hands in prayer. Heavens above, heavens above. Heavens above. Suddenly loud banging erupted at the door. Next, the thin iron door was torn apart like paper, revealing a zombie with greedy eyes. It cunningly stared at the feasted people inside. See that, let's take it down, Wang Ben shouted excitedly. There's only one, we can kill it together. Zhao Kunsen rallied. What's there to be cunning about, let's take it down. On the other side the zombie let out a ferocious roar. Zhao Kunsen suggested it'll distract it, you find a chance to kill it. Wang Ben responded fiercely. Ah, that's what I should be saying. After some thought the two realized the cruel reality. Fate, Wang Ben shouted. Zhao Kunsen wailed in response. Wait, we're both wind and earth affinities. Mobility magic. Wang Ben's face twisted. All we have is mobility magic, are we just going to play tag? While the two were still arguing the zombie lost patience and lunged at them. The sudden attack terrified them out of their wits. Wang Ben immediately unleashed his signature technique Earth Wave. Zhao Kunsen activated Wind Ghost Swift Step and the two lackeys bolted away. But the zombie only chased after Zhao Kunsen, who yelled as he ran, hey, why are you only after me? Seeing Wang Ben standing there panting, Zhao Kunsen shouted. What are you doing just standing there, help me. Just then the zombie stretched out a bony hand and grabbed Zhao Kunsen's leg. Panicked, he kicked the zombie's head with his other foot and screamed, get off, leave me alone. Wang San yelled, it's all your fault for being so slow. Heaven-shattering star. A sharp beam of light shot from Wang Ben's hand, piercing the zombie's skull in one strike. Seeing it collapse in the corner, Zhao Kunsen let out a sigh of relief. That was close, I didn't know you had that move. Suddenly urgent knocking echoed again, startling someone who was still shaken. Pale-faced, he told the other two, quick, get into the cage. No sooner had he spoken than a horde of zombies broke through the door. Zhao Kunsen and Wang Ben quickly scrambled into the iron cage. Zhao Kunsen frantically wrapped the cage door with chains. He had barely finished a few loops when a zombie lunged at them. Terrified, he trembled and whined, what do we do now? Then he clung to Wang Ben. The zombies swarmed in, climbing over each other from all directions. As the ferocious creatures closed in, the people inside the cage panicked, asking, will this cage hold? We're doomed with this many undead, they'll break in and finish us off sooner or later. Just then a zombie forced half its body inside, sending everyone into a frenzy. As it reached out, everyone screamed until someone unleashed a thunder seal. A bolt of dark purple lightning struck down into the warehouse. In a flash a figure strode in and the zombies behind him were struck by lightning, charred and convulsing. Zhao Kunsen and Wang Ben were overjoyed, tears welling up as they cried, Emofan. Emofan turned to Zhu Min and said, finish them off quickly or they'll get back up. The zombies grumbled, first you kill us, now you're burning us. Without hesitation Zhu Min cast harmonizing flame, engulfing the zombies in fire and reducing them to ashes. Mubai asked Zhao Kunsen, how come only you few are left? Everyone sighed in relief, that was too close. The short one guessed maybe some people already scattered. Wang Ben told Emofan, things are getting serious, we can't keep going like this. Zhao Kuan kept chiming in, the undead were numerous and extremely powerful. Then the two of them suddenly started barking like dogs for no reason. Emofan couldn't understand a word. He thought to himself, no, taking a detour might lead us straight into the undead army coming from behind. He turned to his companions and said, let's check the situation and see which path can help us avoid a direct encounter with the undead army. Outside the streets zombies of all ages and size, old and young, men and women, broke free from their restraints and roamed the city. Emofan and his group stood on the rooftop watching in horror as a chill ran down their spines. The short one opened his mouth and said, this is practically a path of death. Mubai also realized a harsh truth, the undead were too numerous and crossing through would be nearly impossible. The short one suggested if there are other mages nearby it'd be best to join forces with them. Emofan agreed. The short one continued, let's go find them. Emofan took on the task, saying, you'll scout ahead. He turned and instructed Mubai, Zhu Min, you two stay here and protect them. Zhu Min nodded, be careful, while Mubai reassured him, don't worry. Then Emofan used Shadow Step to leap down, landing with a muffled thud. As he landed he spotted a malevolent ghost. Emofan was startled, but the ghost reacted just as quickly. It lunged at Emofan, who dodged to the side and used Lightning Seal. The ghost was instantly reduced to ashes, its remains drawn to a small mud puddle. Emofan muttered, did that thing have a death wish? Then he looked up and saw someone flying in the air. There's a mage up there. Suddenly a voice echoed in his mind, how many of you are there? Are you shadow mages? Emofan blinked in confusion, is this mind magic or a lesser form of it? After pushing open the warehouse door Emofan set him back. But he found many people inside. I didn't expect the short guy to be so capable. He's already gathered this many people, he thought. Mubai asked, what did you find? Emofan replied him, I met someone who claims to be a guardian mage. The others cheered, great, they've already left the city. I told you not to give up hope, the guardian mages survived, we survived. With a guardian mage leading the way we can pass through easily. Emofan quickly waved his hands, no, listen to me first. They want me to gather as many people as possible while they focus on destroying the corpse god. A bald elder spoke up. I see, without a guardian mage leading the way. Can we still leave safely after gathering everyone? Emofan answered, they have to focus on the corpse god, we'll have to clear the undead on the way ourselves. The others began to panic. No, they won't come to save us. A woman spoke up, stay calm, we have quite a few mages here, as long as you don't act recklessly we still have a chance. Emofan reminded his friends and a man said, let's go. Mubai pondered, there are still many people left. Has anyone heard of Bai Xiang's will to survive? A swarm of ants appeared before the raging flames. If they move too hastily they'll be burned to death. So they cluster into a ball and roll straight into the flames. The termites on the outside burn, but those inside escape unharmed. One person spoke up saying he was right, we can't safely pass this way with so few of us. Another added that they needed to keep gathering more people, so most could make it through safely. Mofan praised, good, there are many wraiths on the main path, let's focus on the buildings behind us. As time passed, Mubai commended, you spoke well, there are about 700 people below. There are 17 mid-level mages and nearly 100 beginner mages. Mubai warned, wraiths are scattered everywhere, the death rate is 1 in 7. Then the dwarf spoke again, don't make me remind you again. Put the children in the middle. One person argued, why should we? He's a grown man, he can just carry one child. The dwarf snapped quiet and unleashed a beam of magical light. The man immediately backed down. Fine, I'll listen, let him through. Fangu handed the child to an elderly woman, please take care of this child for me. The child began crying loudly. The old woman told Fangu, my poor child must be so scared, don't worry, I'll look after them. Mofan watched Fangu's expression and thought, he's really selfless. Mubai reminded Mofan, the high position is yours. Mofan agreed. A voice transmission came through shadow mages. We're moving out, remember, act quickly. The wind began to howl in the sky. Mofan shielded his face with his hand. Right next, the wind mage spun in a circle and the wraiths below shrieked as they spotted their prey. The mage then flew away. Mofan cheered, the wraiths on the right path have been lured away, he's amazing. The transmission replied, thanks for the praise. Mofan cursed, damn it, I forgot he could hear me. Meanwhile, the wind mage continued circling before suddenly shouting, the wraiths are coming. Court wind mage Zhuofeng landed on a rooftop and saw the Shame Mound corpse god before him. Zhuofeng thought, it's not moving, it's refining wraiths I see. Zhuofeng told his companion, this must be reported immediately or the consequences will be dire. Someone reported the communication lines are down, wraiths are everywhere. Zhuofeng urged, return to the inner city, make sure the higher-ups mobilize forces against it at once. The bald woman said, I'll go back right away, you two take care. Zhuofeng reassured her, don't worry, we can handle this. The bald woman replied, all right, and Zhuofeng flew back. Mofan saw Zhuofeng fly past and cursed, what the hat's happening? Zhuofeng explained, the Shame Mound corpse god is the method of devouring corpses and refining them into undead. Over here mummies keep appearing. Emofan mused to himself that all of this was caused by it. Just then Zhuofeng sent a message to Emofan. My companion is going back to call for reinforcements. You need to hurry and help these people through this crisis. Emofan agreed, saying, all right, I understand. Mubai stood on high ground and shouted, quick hurry, the zombies are surging forward, get through this path, mages are waiting to assist on the other side. Over here several earth mages were casting seismic magic. Shuman shouted, earth mages, hurry, push the vehicles on the side of the road farther away. All right, hurry, the short guy also commanded, Ice Seal. Use Ice Seal to lift these vehicles onto the barricade. The ice mages used Ice Seal to hoist the vehicles. Soon several cars were lifted into the air. Meanwhile, the civilians were still desperately fleeing. Watch out over here. In the sky the rain continued to fall. By now dried corpses were already swarming in. Several people panicked, trampling over one another. The scene descended into chaos. The short guy shouted again, if you fall, roll to reduce the impact, use your hands to protect your head and chest. Then someone warned the short guy, wait, watch out for those hopefully a whole group of undead. In the distance a horde of ghastly creatures was surging forward. A woman shrieked, 10 Oplakunded are closing in. The short guy yelled, Emofan, shoot, what are you waiting for? The ghostly horde howled and Emofan roared in response, watch this. The crowd below also cried out, save us. Suddenly a small fireball appeared in the sky, followed by a towering pillar of flames. The monsters on the other side were blasted apart. Just then a skeletal hand brushed against the short guy's foot. Take care of that, more are coming from over there. The short guy kicked away a crawling zombie and cursed angrily, damn it. Then he unleashed fire magic, striking with a fiery fist. The woman asked the short guy, I'm curious, your fiery fist is only level 2. The woman continued, why is your level 2 fiery fist weaker than other people's level 1? The short guy snapped, shut up. Meanwhile a white-haired man used Ice Seal to pull several ice chains. The chains shattered the nearby ghouls. Seeing how powerful the white-haired man was, the young Yukong grew excited. Watch this, I can use Ice Seal too. The guy was quite skilled, instantly controlling 4 flexible bones. Suddenly a monstrous spider appeared from above. Several people shouted, "What? Watch your back!" The spider lunged, hissing. Kid Yukong sighed, "This isn't good." So he shouted, "Ice Seal, rise." The flexible bone shot toward the spider, but it dodged and snarled as it pounced. Then it swung its sharp pointed legs toward Yukong. Yukong set up a barrier to protect himself, but the spider's legs were even sharper, piercing straight through his body. Yukong screamed in pain and the others shouted, "Yukong, save him." The others screamed and scattered in all directions as the undead closed in. Meanwhile, a white ape was locked in battle with a group of dried corpses. It glanced over at Yukong, who was pinned to the ground wailing for help. Seeing the spider's spiked legs, Yukong turned pale with fear and shouted, "Help, no, I don't want to die." The spider raised 2 legs and roared, "Perish, brat." A bolt of lightning struck down with a deafening crash. The spider was blasted away by the lightning, its body skidding backward. Then a fire-based spell slammed down violently as Emofan appeared. Yukong was stunned while Mubai sighed, "This guy's destructive power rivals an entire squad." The spider's remains were dragged away as Little Ni quickly grabbed them. Below, the crowd was still in chaos when another ghoul let out a howl. Emofan thought to himself that a single fierce punch would be enough to destroy them. But more people had died from that punch than from the undead. Emofan picked up a crystal and began absorbing energy. Black energy swirled around him as Emofan's dark power surged. Lightning patterns flickered in his eyes. Emofan formed a lightning seal with his hands and purple-black bolts instantly struck the horde of zombies ahead. Emofan cursed under his breath, too many of them. He had no choice but to abandon those behind. Emofan muttered, "Ugh, these jerks. Swift Spirit Wolf, go take care of them." The Swift Spirit Wolf poked its head out from the dimensional world and let out a howl. A sandstorm shot forward and a brown vortex surged violently. Wherever the vortex passed, the zombies crumbled to dust. After the fierce battle, the Swift Spirit Wolf bore several wounds. Just then a young boy cast a healing spell and a blue light flashed, tending to the wolf's injuries. The wolf allowed him to heal it. The boy exclaimed, "Wow, that's amazing." Emofan appeared beside the boy using Shadow Step and praised, "Good job." The boy jumped in surprise and turned around. "Ah, are you the mage protecting everyone up there?" Emofan smiled and asked, "How old are you?" The boy replied, 16. "Let me follow you. I can heal summon beasts' wounds." Emofan refused. "No, you need to leave here now." The boy pleaded repeatedly, but Emofan patted his shoulder and instructed, "Go heal the living mages. That's like saving a whole group of people." The boy obediently replied yes. Emofan turned to his spirit beast, the Swift Spirit Wolf, and led it to chase after the others. He then used Shadow Step to leap onto a rooftop. The Swift Spirit Wolf charged ahead, tearing apart several rotting corpses. The short man ran while casting fire-based spells, shouting, "Run." Meanwhile, the white ape used an ice seal, but Emofan had already exhausted his crystals. Han mused to himself. The demonic energy from the vengeful spirit crystal was recovering less and less. Suddenly a noise erupted. "What's going on?" Emofan shouted. A car was flung into the air before crashing down and exploding violently. In the distance a massive monster appeared. Emofan muttered, "The flesh-mound corpse god." Damn it, the 2 guardian mages failed to control it. Just then Siafong sent a message to Emofan's shadow system, "Mage, evacuate the crowd quickly." Emofan roared in fury, "You 2 can't even handle this." Siafong replied, "Yes, but we've already sent word back, otherwise there would be even more casualties." Emofan's expression darkened. "Unbelievable." Meanwhile, the flesh-mound corpse god was smashing through several windows of a building, letting out a deep growl. Emofan's face darkened as he shouted, "Everyone run, it's charging this way." On the other side, Siafong and his companions were sprinting after the flesh-mound corpse god. "Damn it, we can't catch up, don't throw your lives away, retreat now," Siafong yelled. The flesh-mound corpse god was barreling straight toward Emofan. Emofan glanced at the crowd below, hesitating. "Run," Siafong urged, "you can still survive, stop hesitating, go." As the colossal monster charged forward, the crowd panicked, descending into chaos. A child screamed, "Run, how can humans fight something this big?" Emofan was seething with rage. "You idiots, always pushing responsibility onto me. You're supposed to be renowned guardian mages, yet you can't even protect these people." Siafong looked awkward. Meanwhile, Emofan summoned his spirit pet Little Flame Machine. He roared, "Father!" In an instant Emofan's aura shifted dramatically as flames engulfed his body. Emofan retrieved a soul and fused it into his star nebula. The soul began to strengthen, enhancing all 14 star seeds. Emofan gripped his right elbow with his left hand and a fiery dragon head materialized above it. The dragon head let out a low growl in the form of a fire blade gradually took shape, 1 blade, 2 blades, until 9 fire blades formed. Emofan shouted, 9 blades of hell. Two of the fire blades shot straight toward the flesh-mound corpse god. /Mo Fan commanded and all 9 blades hurtled toward the massive beast. With a deafening crash, Siafon watched in stunned silence. The power was overwhelming. On the other side, the flesh-mound corpse god was knocked onto its back. 4th stage fist forging. Siafon wondered. No, this power is even stronger, comparable to high-tier fire magic. Just then another person urged Siafon, what are you waiting for? It's injured. Use soul snare now. Hearing this, Siafon immediately cast soul snare. The high-tier mental magic enveloped the flesh-mound corpse god in a glowing aura. The monster let out a piercing shriek and the crowd froze in shock. Soon after, cheers erupted. We survived, hooray! Kang's dim-witted son stared blankly, thinking he sent a commander-level vengeful spirit flying with a single strike. Is this guy really just a mid-tier mage? He stammered, did I just see that right? He defeated the corpse god. The name keeps reminding you. What are you still hesitating for? Hurry up and act. Mufan exhausted all his strength and plopped down on the ground, completely worn out. Mufan looked at his hands, thinking his long-awaited skill was finally complete. Meanwhile, the flesh-mound corpse god had fled after being severely wounded, while Zhuofeng and his group were laughing cheerfully. Mufan sighed that Punch's power was comparable to high-tier magic, but his magical energy was completely depleted. Mufan shouted to Zhuofeng and his group, I'll leave the rest to you. Siafeng and his companions jumped up excitedly, with us here, let's go. Then they exchanged a powerful blow with the Wind Dragon Fist. The demon horde quickly gathered to take the hit for the flesh-mound corpse god. Someone over there asked Siafeng, do you know that guy? Siafeng replied, no, just that he's a college student and uses shadow techniques. The man sighed, if not for him this could have been a disaster. But upgrading the Calamity Fist to level 4 is worth 200 million. Siafeng said happily, either way that strike saved us. After the mission, let's properly thank him. The man agreed, yeah, let's finish the mission first. Meanwhile, Mofan was sprawled on the swift wolf's back, fast asleep without realizing it. The swift wolf stopped, looked around, then continued forward. The corpse horde was still gnawing on bodies when the swift wolf suddenly halted. Mofan gasped, how is she here? Then Lu Ru stepped out and called, Mofan, are you okay? Mofan saw Lu Ru's tattered limbs and quickly asked, who did this to you? Lu Ru turned and said, it's cold and rainy outside, let's talk inside. Mofan cast the spell Harmony of Thoughts and a fire blazed in the stove. There, it's warm now. He then turned to Lu Ru and asked, so what happened to you? Lu Ru replied, I got hurt. Herace, what happened? She then recounted the events to Mofan. Mofan said, I thought finding you would mean safety. Lu Ru added, it's fine with your blood, it'll recover quickly. Mofan stared blankly as Lu Ru caressed his cheek. Then Lu Ru half closed her eyes, opened her mouth and bit into Mofan's neck. Soon she was sated. She then said to Mofan, your magical energy seems depleted, let me help you. Mofan asked in surprise, you have a way? Lu Ru confirmed, you rest first. Then she walked out. At the same time in the inner city, a gatekeeper spotted a group of undead entering and shouted in alarm. Tribe the undead clan. Oh no, it's the undead kingdom. Their leader is commanding a massive undead force. Xu Meng told the Magic Association's president. The attic is cold and desolate. The sovereign's wraith has awakened. Hanji sighed, it depends on which era the sovereign's wraith belongs to. I hope it's not him. Strategist Lu Su questioned in the council hall. You mean? Hanji confirmed, exactly, its age matches this city's. Inside the inner city, the sorceress Ling, she said, the wraiths are now endless. And the corpse poets of the northern peaks keep hurling corpse gods into the city. Hanji added, the corpse poets have been handed over to the guardian of corpses, the strongest battle mage. Ling Shan asked, what about the west? Has it still not appeared? And the awakened ghost to the south has been assigned to me. Another person said, the west must be someone skilled in concealment, difficult to glimpse their true form. Suddenly a breathless person rushed in to report, Counselor Xu Meng, the rain is truly problematic. The alchemist discovered that the rain was mixed with nether water spreading through the downpour to revive the wraiths. Xu Meng frowned, is it really the rain? Hanji sighed, it's the rain causing this. Xu Meng added, this is like a city-destroying calamity. Suddenly a masked figure appeared out of nowhere addressing the high-ranking officials, not entirely the same. Upon hearing this, everyone pointed at the figure and asked, who are you? The masked figure in black said the city's destruction was just one of Salon's experiments. It was merely a rehearsal for this ancient capital's disaster. Hearing this, everyone exclaimed in shock, what a re-rehearsal. The masked figure continued, the ancient king has not fully awakened, but the Extinction Legion is using the rain to invade the ancient capital. Ling Shi questioned the ancient king, I need to know everything. Resolving this disaster is the key. But the masked figure only looked up and said, first we must stop this rain. Li Wujian asked, we don't even know the source of the nether water, how can we stop it? The figure in black answered the nether water is the well water from Crisis Village. Shumeng asked again, is there any way to neutralize that water? Instructor Fei Ju muttered, Crisis Village is of course Crisis Village. The masked figure continued, correct, the nether water is brewed from Crisis Village's well water and the solution lies there too. Lu Shujuan lamented, but the entire village has been erased. Shumeng shouted, does that mean everything we need is in the Black Chich's hands? The masked figure added, no, besides that there's a separate water source in the hands of the Ruin Valley's people. Instructor Fei Ju asked again, only one source, how can we stop this disaster? The masked figure replied, we can use it to hold out for half a day, the key lies with the ancient king. Hanji spoke, what he says isn't without reason. Instructor Fei Ju agreed, I think so too. Then Lingxi asked, we trust you, but why won't you take off your mask? The masked figure refused him, sorry, I can't be sure if there's danger nearby. Someone might be lurking in the room, or worse, a Tartar has infiltrated us. Li Wujian slammed his fist against a pillar in fury, roaring, we hold higher status than others, show dare the Dark Church interfere. The masked figure spoke again, words are useless, now we must find Fonggu before the Dark Church does, or the consequences will be unimaginable. Li Wujian agreed, that's right. Han, she nodded as well, then let's notify the guardian mages. Just then someone contacted the masked figure and a few responses were exchanged. The masked figure said, it seems you've already found him. Shumeng suggested, let's grab some private water first. The masked figure turned to leave, I'll go meet my people, wait a moment before you leave. Shumeng quietly asked Hanshi, is he one of yours? Hanshi confirmed yes. Shumeng pressed, what about the Judgment Assembly? Hanshi replied, the Judgment Assembly is under surveillance, I sent outsiders to handle it this time, the Dark Church has revealed its strength. Li Wujian, Lu Su and Ling Shi remained deep in thought. Shumeng muttered under his breath, I really hope there isn't a Dark Church spy among us. After a pause a guardian mage flew in to report. Reporting a body was found in the southern bell tower. It appears to be the mysterious figure from earlier. Upon hearing this everyone was stunned. What? Shumeng gritted his teeth and cursed, fate is cruel, that wretched Dark Church. Meanwhile Hanshi remained silent. Seeing the masked figure's corpse, Shumeng could no longer hold back. How dare they strike right under our noses, they've lost their minds. Lu Su added, this is an ominous sign for the gathering. Ling Shi concluded, we've clearly underestimated the Dark Church. Fei Ju analyzed, now that the person who knew Fonggus whereabouts is dead, how will we find him? Suddenly the masked figure reappeared saying, as I said earlier, there's a Tartar accomplice, or even a Tartar among you. Everyone was shocked again. What? You? The masked figure continued, forgive me, but I must assign someone to monitor everyone to prevent leaks in our next move. Then the figure leapt away. Ling Shi asked in surprise, you're not dead? The masked figure replied, I arranged a decoy to deliver the message as you saw. If nothing goes wrong, the Tartar is hiding among us. Then he respectfully addressed Hanshi, President, please give your next order. Hanshi waved his hand and commanded, the ancient capital is in grave danger. As the president of the Magic Association, this is our last resort. Everyone forgive me if we survive this disaster. I will apologize to all of you. With that all the high-ranking members present were restrained. Zhu Mang, Ling Shi, Lu Su and Fei Ju were all imprisoned. Ling Shi protested, President, without us, even if we summon the Fong Yuan army, no one will be able to handle this. Hanshi explained, if we don't take this step, the ancient capital will perish, then my people will find Fingu soon enough. Meanwhile Emofan woke up under a warm blanket. Han yelped. Liao asked, Emofan, you're awake? Emofan shot back, how long was I out? I had such a long dream. Liao Ru explained, I captured a few souls to help restore your magic energy. The process affects your soul, which is why you passed out. Emofan muttered, no wonder I thought I had time traveled again. Liao Ru asked in surprise, time traveled? Emofan quickly covered, oh nothing, what about those young lords from the Zhong family? Liao Ru replied, don't worry, I left a mark on the young lord, it will lead us to them. Emofan asked again, where's the undead legion? Liao Ru reported they're 6 to 7 kilometers from the inner city, 4 kilometers from the inner wall. Emofan guessed, wasn't it just 2 kilometers? Liao Ru smirked, it's fine. Then the two of them took to the air. Liao Ru carried Emofan as they leaped over rows of houses. Emofan screamed, slow down, Aya. Emofan stared in shock at the scene below, gaping, what is all this? Is that little thing yours? Liao Ru stepped onto a street lamp and said, it seems to have found the young lord, follow me. Emofan cried out again gently, that hurts, slow down. But Liao Ru kept jumping from one street lamp to another. Emofan's face darkened, are we just going to keep hopping on utility poles like this? Liao Ru mused, strange, they seem to have stayed here for a while, what happened? Emofan felt like he was about to empty his stomach. Liao Ru told Emofan, there's a park ahead, let's check it out. They saw a group of zombies wandering around while the villagers acted as if nothing was wrong. Emofan asked in surprise, these undead don't attack the villagers. Liao Ru explained it's not permanent, the well water's effect will fade over time. Oh, and while we were moving I kept feeling like someone was following us. Mo Fan shouted, why didn't you say so earlier? Liao Ru explained, because I just recovered and I also smelled something metallic. Mo Fan asked, whose is it? Liao Ru replied, I didn't get a chance to say I'm sorry. Then Fingu appeared behind Mo Fan and Liao Ru saying it's me. Mo Fan recalled the Namihi was with them earlier. He had told an old woman, this child has been bothering you. Mo Fan asked in surprise, you are, but Liao Ru had already shouted Fingu. Fingu stayed silent. Mo Fan then said he's Fingu. Fingu waved his hand, little girl, don't worry, I won't harm you. Mo Fan grabbed Liao Ru's shoulder. Liao Ru, listen to him, this might be more complicated than we thought. Since we've agreed, then let's proceed. Fingu began explaining. First we must clarify one thing. The deaths of the other 6 villages have nothing to do with me. Li Ru snapped, then who else could it be? Fingu enunciated each word. Hao Jiaoding. Stunned, Mo Fan leaned in and whispered, go on. Fingu continued. Hao Jiaoding knew the sacred well water could transfer spirits. At this time they slaughtered 6 villages and collected the well water. They brewed 9 sorrows water and mixed it into the rain. Mo Fan gritted his teeth and triggered this disaster. Fingu added, I killed everyone in Hua village and took their sacred well water. Mo Fan shot back, was that really necessary? Fingu tried to ease the tension. Hatred only piles up, it never fades. Just then her little vermilion sparrow returned. A flock of birds following a red bird landed on Lu Ru's hand and she listened to her bird. After a moment Lu Ru told Mo Fan, they say there's a group of mutated black monkeys on the rocks behind us waiting for someone. Mo Fan repeated, mutated black monkeys. Fingu continued, it's Hao Suyo and Yuan Gasuyo, they want Hua village's sacred well water. Mo Fan pressed, you did this on purpose. Did you know Hao Jiaoding is my enemy? Fingu confirmed, yes, and there's something I need to tell you. 3 years ago the water in many of our village wells vanished soon after disaster struck Bo City. Mo Fan clenched his teeth. You mean they used Bo City as a testing ground? Fingu nodded. Exactly. Mo Fan trembled with rage. He glared at Fingu and demanded, what do you want? Fingu extended his hand. Hao Jiaoding is coming for me, but your friends are also being watched. Let's join forces, you save your friends and I'll take down Hao Jiaoding, what do you say? Mo Fan refused. No, you help me save them and I'll deal with them myself. Mo Fan thought to himself, Hao Jiaoding will send you to the depths of hell. Meanwhile in a room a masked figure smashed a teacup and roared, a bunch of useless fools. A subordinate knelt and pleaded, please calm your anger my lord, a blue-robed enforcer has already taken action, everything will be fine. There's one more thing, Grand Enforcer, the subordinate said. Speak, the masked figure ordered. My men reported that Mo Fan appeared with the one carrying the sacred water. The figure scoffed, him, that brat is still wet behind the ears, ignore him. But the subordinate added, he's caused us a lot of trouble before. The enforcer covered his face in frustration. I said, after this is over don't make me repeat myself. The subordinate hurriedly agreed, yes, yes. The scene shifted to a park where a group of zombies still wandered. Mo Fan and Lu Ru are sensing the aura of the group of zombies on Black Wind Peak. Those few zombies don't seem to have noticed them at all and haven't made a move. I'll go scout ahead. Mo Fan and Lu Ru continue observing their surroundings carefully. Lu Ru spots a zombie corpse lying on the ground outside. The light rain continues when suddenly several pairs of purple eyes glow from the undergrowth. Lu Ru tells Mo Fan 3 on the left, 3 on the right and a group ahead, but their auras aren't strong. Xiaoho and Xiao Lethir at the self-sustaining park. Mo Fan confirms, got it. Afterward the two enter Wind Peak. The people inside jump up in fright. Seeing Mo Fan, Li Qi asks, why are you here? Mo Fan counters, why can't it be me? I'm looking for Xiaoho. Li Qi stammers, HH is not here. You should leave quickly, we don't know you. Mo Fan points into the distance and says, nonsense, isn't he right over there? Let me tell you, the main force of the spirit army will arrive soon. You still have the heart to play in the park. Retreat now. After hearing this the Xie father and son are startled. Lu Ru warns 7. No, there are 8 lurking. Mo Fan asks, wait, wasn't it 7? No, 8, so 7 or 8. Lu Ru confirms 8. One of them is concealing their aura extremely well, far stronger than the others. Mo Fan thinks to himself, a mid-rank mage's aura couldn't hide from Lu Ru, that guy must be a high-rank sorcerer. The two continue forward. Lu Ru suggests Yumi and Fang Guthrie of us together can handle a high-rank sorcerer. Mo Fan adds, no problem, we also have Ji Ling and Sha Yanja, 5 of us in total. After a moment of thought Lu Ru says, either way we can't drag this out or well be overwhelmed by the undead army. Mo Fan replies, don't worry, for that very reason they'll want to finish this quickly too. Someone then asks, who is this guy? Hong Jun answers, Fate. Why am he's that fool's friend? The masked woman orders, kill him now, we don't have time to waste on these small fry. Xia Zhang explains, capturing him later will be troublesome if we can't get Fang Gu now. Xiazing cheerfully says to Imofan, "Oh, it's you too, you startled us, we thought that scoundrel Fongu was after us." Imofan retorts, "Village chief, your acting is way too fake." "What do you mean?" Xiazang keeps up the act. "What I don't understand, brother, what do you mean? Aren't you grateful we helped you? Not only did they return to the city but they also colluded with those beasts." Xiazang roared in fury. "You go now." A pack of monkey-faced hounds burst from the bushes. Lu Ru sighed. Disgusting. Imofan told Lu Ru, "Stay put, I'll handle this." Lu Ru explained their origins in detail. They were once living people transformed into this force to obey those who made contracts with evil spirits. Their souls have yet to be freed. Just then the masked woman and her companions suddenly appeared, speaking in a mocking tone. "Ha ha, and here I thought no one knew about us in the dark church. If you don't resist, I might show mercy and spare your lives." Imofan showed no fear, instead firing back with sarcasm. "Good thing you're wearing a mask. If I saw your face I'd be sick." This taunt nearly sent the masked woman into a rage. "Boy, you'll regret saying that." Then she barked an order, "Kill them." The moment the words left her mouth, her underlings sprang into action. At her command the grotesque dark beasts lunged forward. Imofan turned to Xiazang and warned, "Stick with her, but don't become one of those spectral soldiers." Stunned by his words, the woman pointed at Imofan and shouted, "You." Then she secretly signaled her followers, "Grab him, but don't make a mess of this place." Imofan merely scoffed. Seeing this, Xiazang urgently shouted, "Stop, she's a blue robe enforcer of the dark church. This has nothing to do with you. Mind your own business or you'll bring trouble to our villagers. She's only after Fongu. Fongu brought this on us. She's actually helping our village." Imofan clenched his fists, his gaze icy. "Blue robe enforcer? Worthy of being a blood sacrifice for those who died in the North District." Meanwhile the dark beasts charged forward with roars. Lu Ru refused to back down, charging forward to fight side by side. She slashed with her sharp claws, leaving deep vicious gashes. The dark beasts that lunged at her were torn to shreds by her claws. A dark church follower panicked and yelled, "Attack, all of you, attack." The dark beasts swarmed from all directions. Imofan sneered, "A bunch of pests." The monsters targeted Lu Ru's delicate skin, lunging to tear at her. But they didn't realize it was a fatal mistake. Everyone that attacked was struck down. The dark beasts kept swarming Lu Ru. Suddenly one managed to sneak attack. Lu Ru was hit, a deep gash appearing on her neck. Seeing this, Su Xiaoluo quickly tried to calm the children. "Don't be afraid," she said, but terrified sobs still filled the air. "Why, mama," the masked woman, seeing Lu Ru injured, smirked. "Next, just take care of that boy." However, Lu Ru grabbed the leg of the dark beast that had just attacked her. She growled annoying, then hurled the creature to the ground with all her strength. The violent impact shattered part of the dark beast's skull. It could only let out a faint groan. Lu Ru coldly reattached the head and asked, "Want to run, little life?" Crushed this black beast's skull. Meanwhile another one lunged from behind. Lu Ru scoffed and hurled the severed head of the slain monster at the attacker. Several black cultists witnessed this and screamed in terror. "Is she even human?" The masked woman shrieked in shock. "She's a bloodkin. Stop wasting time, everyone, attack together and finish them off quickly." Witnessing Lu Ru's power, Imofan couldn't help but admire her. "She's getting stronger." Lu Ru replied, "Your blood is special, it helped me transform and grow stronger." Imofan scratched his head, a mischievous idea flashing through his mind. "Oh really? Then can I sell my blood to get rich with that?" Imofan summoned Xiao Yinji. "Xiao Yinji, come help Lu Ru." The moment Xiao Yinji appeared, she pinched Imofan's cheek and yelled, "Go away." Imofan just smiled faintly and said nothing. Xiao Yinji seemed displeased and turned to leave. Imofan pointed at the black cultists. "Go on, child, don't hold back." While Lu Ru continued her relentless slaughter, Xiao Yinji became unusually excited. She kept firing fireballs at the beast horde. Any monster hit was instantly reduced to ashes. Xiao Yinji fought while gleefully playing around. The blue-robed female steward stood at a distance, her expression growing darker. Alike glanced sideways and thought to herself, "The undead legion is approaching just 2 kilometers away. What a bunch of useless fools." Then she quickly drew an ice star formation. This was a high-tier spell, Storm Coffin. Seeing this, Imofan immediately shouted, "Daughter, playing with fire." Xiao Yinji dodged. "The steward is casting Storm Coffin." At the same time, Imofan unleashed a powerful technique, Heaven-Splitting Fist. The blue-robed steward sneered at Imofan's mid-tier 4th-rank spell. However, her ice coffin was shattered by Heaven-Splitting Fist. The steward gasped, "What? The defense layer is broken." "No, this can't be. A mid-tier spell couldn't have broken this defense." The flame barrier continued to roar and dance, incinerating the black beasts wherever it passed. Seeing the flame barrier approaching, the blue-robed steward quickly used an ice shield, forming a defensive barrier. She kept muttering in terror, "This is impossible, impossible. No, it's hopeless." She activated her magical artifact, but the flame barrier was already upon her. She fell backward onto the ground, still screaming in despair, "Impossible, no." Soon she lay sprawled on the ground, her clothes in tatters. Mofan stepped forward coldly, his voice dripping with murderous intent. If you want act human, then go be prey for the Dark Church. Anyone from the Dark Church'll kill them on sight. Next, Mofan unleashed a 4th-rank fire magic fierce fist of 9 trigrams. The female steward tried to counter with an ice seal, but a wall of fire surged forward, sending her flying. After that strike, the old woman kept coughing up blood, her body scorched and battered. She gasped, damn it. If my water magic were more advanced, dealing with this brat would have been so much easier. Then she roared at her subordinates, what are you waiting for? Kill him now. The grey-robed men urged each other on. Hurry, grab him. The remaining Dark Church fanatics charged forward together. A grey-robed man cast a wood magic beast trap forest, shouting, seize him. But suddenly a skeletal wraith appeared behind him. It drove a bone sword through his skull. The man froze, unable to comprehend why he was dying. The others turned to him in confusion. Why did you stop? When they looked back, they saw a crimson skeleton wielding a bone sword striding toward them. Hey, it called. The man stammered a ghost, but he didn't have long to react. The crimson revenant swung its bone blade, cleaving him, and 2 nearby villagers paled in terror. The crimson revenant coldly swung its bone sword, impaling another Dark Church fanatic. Then as the body collapsed, the revenant turned away without a word. The remaining Dark Church fanatics barked orders, turn around and kill that thing. The Dark Church fanatics lunged at the crimson revenant. But their attacks barely fazed it. The crimson revenant remained unscathed, wisps of smoke rising where blades struck it roared, kill. The Dark Church fanatics were hacked to pieces one after another. Soon piles of Dark Church fanatics lay dead. The crimson revenant roared again, slaughter them all. It slowly approached 2 remaining Dark Church members. They trembled, begging, no, stay back, please spare us. No response came, just 2 swift swishes. The heads of the Dark Church members rolled to the ground. It was astonishing. This undead skeleton was so powerful that even primordial beasts couldn't withstand a single strike. Meanwhile, the little imp bounced around on Mofan's shoulder. It told the little girl, all right, Dad says you can use your skill one more time. Mofan thought to himself, a high-ranking mage this week, I'd never seen anything like it. On the other side, the blue-robed steward shielded herself with a layer of ice. Suddenly a voice rang out, stop now, I'm telling you to stop or he'll kill her. It turns out Hong Jun was controlling Zhang Xiaohuo. Mofan turns to look back. Su Xiaoluo shouts, Hong Jun, what are you doing? Xia Zhang also says, Hong Jun, what are you up to? Mofan replies, village chief, don't you understand yet? Hong Jun threatens if you want him to live, let everyone go. After hearing this, Xia Zhang and Su Xiaoluo turned pale with fear, while Lu Ru and Mofan remain silent. The blue-robed steward suddenly bursts into laughter. Ha, well done. Ha, who would have thought a mere grey-robed follower would be so useful? Excellent. Xia Zhang asks again, 3 years, you've only been gone for 3 years, how did you become like this? Hong Jun roars, after seeing the world, I never want to return to that wretched village. The blue-robed steward says to Hong Jun, don't worry, once I'm free I'll make you a guardian. Priest, you'll get whatever you want, ha. Su Xiaoluo retorts, how can you do this? Do you have no shame for the villagers who died? Hong Jun sneers, ha, a bunch of useless villagers, what does it matter if they're dead? Xia Zhang gasps in horror, what did you say? This is too cruel. Shui clutches his chest, panting. Su Xiaoluo calls out worriedly, village chief. Zhang Xiaohuo suddenly says, seriously, village chief, to be honest, I've always suspected you were part of the Dark Church. Mofan, I'm really sorry for bringing you so much trouble. Mofan cheers Xiaohuo. Hong Jun's veins bulge as he threatens. Don't move or those will be his last words. Tell him to stop, then puts a blade to Xiaohuo's neck. Su Xiaoluo is too terrified to speak while Mofan activates his flame physique. Hong Jun waves his hand and curses, damn it, aren't you going to stop him? But as he swings his blade, Xiaohuo vanishes. Hong Jun shouts, what's going on? A streak of blue light pierces through the man's body. Xiaohuo appears behind Hong Jun and says, beyond saving. Hong Jun swings backward and yells, die, but Xiaohuo has already soared into the sky. He calmly draws a formation in the air, summoning the binding cyclone. A violent wind instantly engulfs Hong Jun and a blood-curdling scream rings out. Xiaohuo lands and Su Xiaoluo shouts, Xiaohuo, don't kill him. Xiaohuo says firmly, he'll do anything for you except spare the life of a Dark Church dog. Just like that, Hong Jun is torn to shreds by Xiaohuo's binding cyclone. Several children scream in terror, this is too horrifying. Meanwhile, Mofan deals with the blue-robed steward. Flames reduce the woman to ashes. Several villagers stare in shock, trembling as they cry out, oh heavens. Mofan lands with little flame physique beside him. Mofan praises his child, you did great today. Zhang Xiaohuo approached Mofan and started apologizing to Brother Fan. Mofan replied generously, all right, I know you had your reasons. Zhang Xiaowo sniffled, explaining how things started with the whole team except him, then acted like a child clinging to Mo Fan. He always acts like this, like a little brother seeking protection in front of Mo Fan. Mo Fan patted his head and said, "Alright, take your time, by the way those guys from the Black Robe sect have all disappeared." Zhang Xiaowo recalled how his mind was shaken at the time, leaving him wandering around. Meanwhile, several members of the Black Robe sect were talking. One gave the order, "Make sure they're all dead." The others responded, "Understood." Zhang Xiaowo hid nearby, eavesdropping. That's too far, I can't hear clearly. But suddenly someone spotted him. "There's still one alive here." Zhang Xiaowo panicked. "Oh no," the men shouted as they chased after him. "We can't let him escape." Zhang Xiaowo continued, "Later Xiaoluo saved me, but the medicine she gave me was poisoned. I never expected the traitor from the Black Robe sect to be the village chief's son. I had no choice but to pretend to lose my memory. Before I could even find the traitor, Brother Fan showed up." Mo Fan asked again, "But given the Black Robe sect's usual methods, why would they spare your life?" Zhang Xiaowo stroked his chin and thought, "It seems like someone else was secretly watching Flower Village, so they had to be cautious." Mo Fan sighed. "Could it be just as Lu Ru predicted? The same person who left me that bloodstain?" Su Xiaoluo asked, "What did you see in the end?" Zhang Xiaowo replied, "He was wearing a mask. The Black Robe sect called him Grand Steward Hu Xin." Mo Fan repeated, "Grand Steward Hu Xin." Fang Gu stepped forward and said, "He's the leader of the Blue Robe Stewards and a trusted aide of Salong. He must have played a key role in this incident." Lu Ru pressed, "How do you know?" Fang Gu answered, "I've crossed paths with the Black Robe sect before and left a survivor." Mo Fan turned to his little brother and asked, "Hosey, didn't you get a look at his face?" Zhang Xiaowo replied, "I only heard his voice. It sounded familiar, but I can't place it." Mo Fan looked surprised. "Familiar?" Zhang Xiaowo nodded firmly, "Yes, and I've heard it in Boss City before. If I hear it again, I'll recognize it." Mo Fan was shocked. "So the Black Robe sect has been circling us all along. Damn it, who could it be?" Su Xiaoluo asked Zhang Xiaowo, "So you pretended to lose your memory to stay near them and make the traitor feel at ease?" Zhang Xiaowo scratched his head. "Not exactly." Su Xiaoluo asked in surprise, "Then why?" But Mo Fan cut in, "Let's go. We need to find Mubai and Zhu Min, and we must report this to Xu Meng." Fang Gu suggests, "How about we go together? We can look out for each other." Mo Fan says again, "I think you should stay and take care of these guys." Fang Gu shakes his head. "The revenge is done. I should turn myself into the inner city and escort you all to safety. The undead army is closing in from this side." Did these people really bring all their relatives just to watch Yuxiang's latest review? Looking fierce and menacing, Mo Fan and Fang Gu's group were so scared they nearly lost their pants. Watching the vast undead army, the members of the Dark Church turned pale with fear, thinking they're finally here. They've come after all. The scene shifts to inside the northern city wall, where chaos reigns as civilians scatter in all directions. The corpse gods keep destroying everything and people are fleeing for their lives. Inside the barrier, the air is in complete disarray. "We're going to die. Oh, my wife, I got separated from my son. Zhang Xiaowo sees this scene and recalls the last city-destroying disaster. He clenches his teeth, his face filled with hatred. Su Xiaoluo asks, "What's happening?" Zhang Xiaowo wipes his tears and says, "After the city's destruction, I swore to become stronger. So many years have passed and I still can only stand by and watch." Su Xiaoluo comforts him, "Don't blame yourself anymore. Too many have been harmed by the Black Wind Court. Maybe with the information you found, we can catch the Tiger Seal enforcer of the Black Wind Court." Suddenly someone shouts, "Hey Mo Fan, we're over here." Then Mu Bai and the others reunite with Mo Fan's group. Mo Fan tells everyone, "I've already informed these four about the situation. This will make it easier to find the suspect. I've also notified the Bamboo Cover Council. Let's get moving." Zhang Xiaowo nods in agreement. Xu Min speaks up, "Let me go first. The one who destroyed the city is in the ancient capital. I know Lin Yusin and Deng Kai are mages." Mo Fan objects. "Lin Yusin can't be from the Black Wind Court." He thinks to himself, "She risked everything to protect the Earth Saint's election and handed it to me." Mu Bai asks, "What about Deng Kai?" Zhang Xiaowo shakes his head. "Deng Kai's voice is very distinct. I remember it well. It's definitely not him." Mo Fan speculates, "I think he was protecting the one who destroyed the city at first." Mu Bai, "You've seen the most people. What do you think?" Mu Bai hesitates, then falls silent. Xu Min loudly reminds him, "Mu Bai, don't you want to find out who's from the Black Wind Court?" Then Wang Pan asks Mu Bai, "Is it you?" Mo Fan and the others exchange glances. Wang Pan continues, "Your cultivation has improved a lot these past few years." Ji Cohen shouts, "Fatty, stop talking nonsense." Mo Fan warns, "Stop arguing. It's definitely not him." "But Mu Bai, do you suspect someone?" Mu Bai says, "Actually, I remember something my mother once said, but I'm not sure." Mo Fan asks again, "What did she say?" At this moment the Mage Guardians arrived. Lu Wan asked, "Excuse me, who is Fang Gu?" Fang Gu stepped forward and said, "It's me. I never expected such a catastrophic disaster would draw the personal attention of the Mage Guardians to apprehend the culprits. With that he stretched out his hands and Lu Huan continued, some others will come with me too. Afterward the Mage Guardians took the group of offenders away in flight. The two fat kings and Zhao Kuan started pushing each other again, saying, "Move aside, you move aside." Until the Mage Guardian shouted, "Can you two keep it down?" Mu Bai remained silent. Xiaoho said excitedly, "Wow, that old monster is really something." A moment later the offenders were taken somewhere. A receiving officer said to Lu Huan and the others, "Mage Guardians, please return to the front lines immediately. Lord He Ziming is closely monitoring this area. He'll take them from here." Lu Huan replied, "All right." Xu Min cheered excitedly. "That's Lu Huan, the strongest in the ancient capital. He once single-handedly slew a Death Knight commander." Another added, "Strongest might be an exaggeration, but he's definitely one of the top experts." Then the offenders were led away. Hanji said to everyone, "Please take a seat." A few hotheads wondered to themselves, "Where should we sit?" One of the offenders sat on a crate and said, "Just sit anywhere, there are plenty of crates here." Hanji addressed the group, "Thank you all for escorting Fonggu. I represent the Magic Association in expressing our gratitude." He then turned to Fonggu and asked, "Fonggu, do you still have a copy of the Water of Kuan Province?" Fonggu asked in surprise, "Aren't you going to interrogate me about my crimes?" Hanji replied, "I'll get to that later. The survival of the inner city is the top priority right now. The Water of Kuan Province in your possession can neutralize the rain created by the Black Church, putting the undead back to sleep." After hearing this, Xu Min cheered, "The undead will sleep again." This meant the ancient capital was saved. Fonggu was stunned. Then he took out a red skull and said, "Sorry, I used the last of the well water to refine the Izumi undead. If the well water can save the people of this city, you can boil it into holy water." Upon hearing this, the skull cursed loudly, "You're boiling your own mother, Fonggu." Mu Bai asked, "Can you extract the well water again?" Hanji shook his head, "No." Then he looked up at the sky and said, "Though we can't extract it again, we can try something else." Zhong Xiaoho asked, "Oh right, Fan, don't you still have the holy selection?" Hanji exclaimed, "The holy selection of Bo City." Another asked, "The earth holy selection of Bo City." After hearing this, Lu Ru whispered to Mo Fan, "It's him. He gave me blood. He's been watching us in secret all along." The masked man asked Mo Fan, "Do you have the earth holy selection?" Mofan replied, yes, but it's the same as the Valley of Emptiness." He thought to himself, the sacred selection had already been exhausted by Shao Nis cultivation. Mu Bai asked those people, "What are you talking about, sacred water?" The masked man said, "Actually, Bo City was once a branch of Crisis Village. Over time residents migrated and gathered to form a small city." Hanji added, "The sacred selection that the people of Bo City have guarded for generations is actually the water from the divine well." Mofan was shocked. This was also why the Black Church wanted the sacred selection. Hanji confirmed, "Exactly." Mofan thought, "Xiao and I, you better spit out the sacred selection. You've ruined everything." The atmosphere grew heavy. Hanji said to the masked man, "This plan seems nearly impossible. The ancient king is about to awaken and everything will be erased." But the masked man said, "If we can find the ancient king's tomb, there's still hope." Hanji sighed, "In 2,000 years no one has ever found that tomb." Mofan mused, "Ancient tomb, ancient king, the new king's camp must be him." Hanji concluded, "We have no clues now. Are we just supposed to leave it to fate?" Shumin suddenly asked Executive Hujin Mubai, "Do you suspect anyone?" The masked man turned and asked, "Can you find him?" Mubai replied, "It's not suspicion, just never mind, let's hear about this first. Wuang, do you remember?" Shumin confirmed him, "The Black Church's hound, what about him?" Mubai answered, "After my mother learned about this she sighed and told me. My uncle was the one who recommended him to Mu Keyun." After hearing this, the former members of Bo City fell silent. A thought flashed through Mofan's mind. "Mubai, you mean Wuang was brought into the Mu family because of your uncle?" Shumin fell into thought, and Wuang had already joined the Black Church before that. This meant. Mubai replied, "I don't know, but after the Bo City disaster my uncle moved to the ancient capital." Zhao Kunsan immediately said, "Your uncle Muhi." Suddenly upon hearing that name, Zhang Xiaoho clutched his head and cried out in pain. Hanji was startled. Then he grabbed Zhang Xiaoho's arm, tore open his sleeve and found a disgusting worm. Hanji shouted, "A memory-eating parasite." Zhang Xiaoho screamed, "It hurts so much." The others called out, "Xiaoho." Meanwhile, Hanji cast a spell to heal Zhang Xiaoho. The memory-eating parasite shrieked. No wonder he couldn't remember anything. If he did, death would come for him. Zhang Xiaoho stammered Mumu, but Hanji warned, "Stop right now or he will die." Zhang Xiaoho was still stammering when suddenly there was a dull thud. Someone punched Zhang Xiaoho. Hanji analyzed that the memory-absorbing parasite had already taken form and would be difficult to remove. Hejumian also said to knock the kid out for a while. Fortunately the guild leader was here. He handled the healing system. Mofan thought to himself that this person was indeed extraordinary. Mubai said nothing while Chang Kunsen turned pale with shock. This was truly unbelievable. Hejumian concluded that Talon must have been imprisoned by us. The current suspect was most likely the Lakeside Grand Steward. Mofan asked again, since we've imprisoned him, why not just deal with him? If it's inconvenient, hand him over to me. Hanji said that killing him would be like wrongfully executing 10 Grand Masters. Zhumeng, Duxiu, Feijio and Luxiu were among them. Hanji said he knew Zhumeng was the least likely suspect, but Zhumin added that Talon's whereabouts were completely untraceable. Hanji concluded that if this were the case, everyone would be executed. The Black Mask acknowledged the order. After hearing this, all the disciples turned pale. Executed Fonggu asked, "Is this really worth it?" Han Ji's expression darkened as he said this was the High Court's decision. If we don't deal with Talon, there will be even more trouble. If we miss this chance, there may not be another. Mubai asked, what if Talon isn't among them? Shumin agreed, yes, he's still alive, yet we've lost 10 Grand Masters. The Black Mask confirmed, I know this is the situation, but do we have any other choice? Mofan asked the elder, when did this plan begin? Hanji replied, when Shanfeng's corpse started attacking the Peace Realm. Mofan pointed at Mubai and Shumin, saying he agreed with them. These people couldn't be killed. Fonggu sighed and Mofan said, let's go capture the current suspect, he might know who Talon is. Hanji countered, what makes you think the Lakeside Grand Steward would be captured so easily? Mofan replied, if the news hasn't spread yet, hell come to us. Mubai hesitated, saying he knew a teahouse owner who occasionally kept in touch with his uncle. Outside the Peace Realm, the common folk worriedly asked, when will this rain ever stop? Shushu said he was hungry and wanted to go home. Don't worry child, we'll be safe here. Meanwhile, inside the tea house, the owner sighed helplessly. Humph, this barrier is ultimately just for show. A waiter told the owner Sir Mubai is downstairs. He seems to be hiding from something and looks freezing. The owner asked in surprise, oh really? Let him come up. The waiter obediently replied, yes, I'll call him. The old owner with the black mask thought, thank goodness this kid didn't die, otherwise I wouldn't know how to explain it to the current suspect. Seeing Mubai enter, the owner warmly asked Mubai, are you alright? Have some tea to warm up. Mubai added, Uncle G, how is Uncle doing? There are many people outside. They were also urged to distribute food supplies. The shopkeeper added, kid, I told you not to go to the city walls, but you wouldn't listen. I'm your uncle and I was really worried about you. Mubai countered, then what about you uncle, are you doing well? The shopkeeper asked, why do you still call him uncle? Mubai turned and replied, oh, it just slipped out. The shopkeeper continued, don't blame him back then, he had his reasons for leaving you and your mother. I don't know where he is now, but I'm sure he's fine. Mubai casually replied, that's good then. The shopkeeper asked, by the way, I heard the Imperial Guard mages took you away, did anything happen? Mubai flinched and quickly said, I'm fine, they were looking for Kunwal spring water. But that Fonggu used it to strengthen the undead instead. After hearing this, the shopkeeper furrowed his brow slightly before saying kindly, well, why didn't you bring your friends here to visit? Mubai answered, they went to the museum to research. They said the Earth Saint selection is connected to Kunwal spring water. The shopkeeper asked, isn't the Saint selection still with Mofan? Mubai replied, I don't know, but when they mentioned the Earth Saint selection and Kunwal spring water, Mofan seemed very excited. The shopkeeper followed up, oh, so the Imperial Guard mages went to the museum with them? Mubai answered, no, they left before we even discussed it. Then the shopkeeper said, oh, Mubai, stay here for a while, I need to step out for something. Mubai obediently replied, okay. Meanwhile, Muxia said to the shopkeeper, are you sure the Imperial Guard mages aren't following them? The shopkeeper replied, if they let the Imperial Guard mages learn the purpose of the Earth Saint selection, our plans will. Muxia lowered his voice and said, if that fool Wu Ning hadn't missed the chance twice, things wouldn't be this complicated. The shopkeeper asked, so what do we do now? Should I take action? Muxia then asked, what if this is a trap? The shopkeeper countered, then what should we do now? Master Long still hasn't contacted us. Muxia replied, to achieve great things we must take risks. The scene shifts as Mofan and his group enter the museum, which has become a makeshift shelter for people. Voices filled the air, who wants bread? Come over here. Is it still raining outside? Really? Yeah, it is. Mofan thought to himself, I need to find a way to disperse these people. Suddenly someone bumped into him. Mofan was startled to find a note in his hand. It read, the master wishes to see you, meet me upstairs. Mofan clenched the note, thinking, I will meet you, Vanguard Grand Steward. So Mofan leapt onto the rooftop, grabbing people like chicks. All around were cries of despair. I don't want to die, I need to leave this place. I came here to find my son. Mofan stood on the rooftop observing the approaching undead horde. Muxia stepped forward and said, Mofan, long time no see, how is your father? Joshing? Fan turned and asked, I didn't expect you to show up in person, what a surprise. Musha burst into laughter, haha, you clever ones always see through me, what's left to hide. Musha thought to himself, he actually appeared like this. Musha continued, in the past I had countless ways to kill you. Now let's enjoy this magnificent tragedy together. Fan cursed under his breath, magnificent tragedy, the dark church scoundrel. Musha said to Fan, you're just a side character in this. Fan shot back, what if I had the Earth Saint seal? Musha replied, the seal is useless at night. Do you think this city will survive the night? That's right, the sun is about to set. Ha ha ha, now that I've found you, I'd like to ask for your help. Fan sneered, you think I'd help you? Fan thought, what a coincidence. Did he uncover the plan? He cut straight to the point, you want to save Mia Lang? Musha replied, kid, you're sharp, haha, exactly. I must admit Hanji's move was brilliant, but tell that old man to call off Mia Lang's assassination. We need to give this city a glimmer of hope. Fan retorted, why would Hanji trust you? Musha said smugly, he will, because I know the location of the ancient royal mausoleum. Then Fan and Musha headed toward the tower of the Spellweavers Guild. A mage roared angrily, he's here, how brazen, he's even wearing the Dark Chich's blue executor robes. Musha said calmly, thanks to Zhang Xiaoho. After hearing that, everyone was stunned. Musha pointed at Zhang Xiaoho. Xiaoho already knows the location of the ancient royal mausoleum. Have him drink this antidote and he'll regain his memory. That way you can verify if I'm telling the truth. Of course, everything I've done is to save these innocent grandmasters. After hearing this, Hanji ordered release them. Following Muxia's proposal, Zhu Meng and the others were freed. Xu Meng sighed, never thought my life would be saved by a kid like you. Fan replied, not just you, everyone. Xu Meng lamented, sigh, never imagined the Spellweavers Guild would be pushed to this point. Fan reminded him, saving lives is harder than taking them, you should be glad. After hearing this, Xu Meng fell silent. Then Hanji waved his hand and said, you may speak now. Musha paused for a moment, then closed his eyes and let out a cold hum. The crowd gasped, Du Xiao. Hanji and the others stared at Musha. Hanji's expression darkened. Musha turned and said, don't worry, you'll see soon enough before nightfall. Outside the city, the undead army continues its relentless advance, flaunting its power as it marches. The undead legion is drawing ever closer to the sealed area below. From the sky, massive columns of water crash down. The water slams into the monsters below. Seeing this, Fan is stunned. Zhu Meng deduces that Lu Wan has made his move. Fan then asks if that's the hand executor of the Imperial Guard. Xu Meng clicks her tongue and his strength rivals Hanji's alone. He's enough to stand against the Sea Demise Sovereign. A deafening roar echoes through the sky, forcing Fan to cover his ears. The noise is unbearable. It's the Sea Demise Sovereign roaring outside the barrier. Zhu Meng remains silent. Xu Meng then tells Fan that Lu Wan has already acted. And the Sea Demise Sovereign won't just sit back and do nothing. Fan marvels at the transcendent magic. Lu Wan has completed an intricate spell formation. Without hesitation, he charges toward the Sea Demise Sovereign. The Sea Demise Sovereign unleashes a surge of black energy accompanied by thunderous booms. Musha admires him, calling him a brave Imperial Guard mage. Now that he's the only one left, stop wasting time, your end has come. Don't worry, you won't have to wait long, it's coming right now. Suddenly Musha freezes, then he shouts, it's here, before bursting into wild laughter. Ha 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 ha. Fan mutters to himself, this guy is completely insane. Xu Meng asks blankly, is that really true? Then a massive black cloud appears in the sky. Blood-red light gathers, forming a grotesque skull in the air. Hanji looks up and gasps, that's Fan is too shocked to speak. Another deafening crash shakes the area, buildings above collapse and the monsters are sucked underground. The group shouts in alarm, the Demise Abyss. The Demise Abyss. Muxia's laughter grows even more unhinged. Ha 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 ha, that's the answer you've been seeking. The tomb of the greatest necromancer lies there. Ha ha ha. The masked figure asks Musha, you mean the tomb of the ancient king is within the Demise Abyss? The group falls silent upon hearing this. Someone shouts, Lu Huan and the Sea Demise Sovereign seem to be pulled into the Demise Abyss. A powerful force engulfs the two figures, one human, one demon, and drags them in. They plummet into the bottomless abyss, vanishing without a trace, their fate unknown. Fan stares blankly for a long while before Musha speaks up, to show my sincerity, I can tell you one more thing. Release the remaining high-ranking members first, Hanji says, waving his hand. The group freezes. This as Fan tries to interject. Look, Sha Yuan is stepping closer and closer. The name of the target grows more grating by the moment. That's right, when Sha Yuan descends here next, you will all perish. That will be the Dark Chich's most glorious moment. Everyone must serve Lord Salong. Hanchi knelt on the ground, stammering, Salong, you can take whatever you want, but I beg you spare the people here. The masked man quickly helped Han Chi up, saying it's no use, guild leader, they'd be delighted to see you like this. He whispered, I've done all I can but I found no weaknesses. Just then a messenger arrived with intelligence, handing it to the masked man. After reading it his body trembled, the sight shocked everyone. Then the masked man whispered something to Han Chi. Han Chi asked again, are you sure, is this information reliable? The masked man replied, absolutely. Han Chi pressed, but can they really do it? The masked man urged, we have no choice, we must take the chance, even the slimmest hope is still hope. Li Wujian declared loudly, you'll lead the charge, I refuse to wait for death. Lu Su added, dying in battle is better than waiting for the end. The masked man calmed them, everyone stay composed, I've just received reliable intelligence. Though Sha Yuan is a living hell, it is not entirely impenetrable. There is a special group, the villagers of Crisis Village, descendants of the ancient king. Sha Yuan will destroy everything, but it will open its gates for the villagers of Crisis Village. Li Wujian asked, you mean the villagers of Crisis Village can enter Sha Yuan? Du Biao also sounded doubtful, really, is this credible? The masked man said, this information is absolutely reliable, though we have no proof, we must try. After hearing this everyone turned their gaze to Fanggu. Fanggu said, our village has always been taught that we are under divine protection. Even if we fall into the land of death, we don't yet know if that's Sha Yuan. If I can create even the slightest chance for the millions here, let me try, it would be my redemption. Han Chi replied, hearing you say that brings me great relief. Su Shaola spoke up, please let me go with you. But Fanggu refused, Sha Yuan is no place for you, stay here. Zhang Xiaohua was still curious about the gray plums left at Fanggu's store when they arrived. When asked, Fanggu explained, it's our village's tradition. It means someone in the household has just passed away. Zhang Xiaohua suddenly realized, I remember when my grandfather died, relatives in the North City hung the same thing. The casual remark sparked a glimmer of hope. Fanggu speculated the people of North City might share our bloodline. Without the slightest hesitation, Zhang Xiaohua declared resolutely, I'm going with you. Seeing this, Xiaolu also insisted on joining Xiaohua and coming too. Mo Fan turned to this brother, his tone grave, Siho, are you really jumping into this life or death situation? We can only survive if we're truly descendants of the Beichang Weiju village. With tears in his eyes, Zhang Xiaohao's voice choked up, brother Fan, I really don't want to see anyone else die. His words carried unwavering determination. Willing to risk his life to save everyone. Such resolve left Mo Fan momentarily speechless. After a moment of thought he turned to Fanggu and asked, Fanggu, I've already taken the Earth Saints selection, do you think it's feasible for me to go with you? Fanggu exclaimed in shock, the Earth Saints selection, you drank it, I think the ancestor will come to welcome you personally. Minshu interjected with concern, Mo Fan, are you going too? Mo Fan replied nonchalantly, might as well, we're all doomed anyway. But a major problem lay ahead, how to break through the undead army and reach the gateway of life and death. Shu Mang scoffed dismissively, humph, do you kids think we're just decorations? Well, clear the way for you, sure, Bushi declared boldly, I bet Li Wujian on who can kill more undead. Li Wujian echoed firmly. If we want to live, we're betting everything on this. Nearby Han Chi was moved to tears. The masked man leaned in and whispered something to him, making others curious. What were they saying? Han Chi assured them haltingly, we'll escort you until you reach the gateway of life and death. The masked man asked in surprise, you're going out too? Han's eyes gaze turned icy as he explained, Yilang is waiting for a chance to strike with me here, he won't be able to do anything. The military officer stepped forward to summarize the plan. All right, the guild leader has agreed to fight alongside us. Well, leave some people behind to guard against undead attacks from other directions. Flight instructor Fei patted Zhang Xiaohao's shoulder proudly. Zhang Xiaohua, the military district is proud of you. In stark contrast to the solemn atmosphere, Mu Xia on the other side burst into wild laughter. Ha ha, you fool, you think you can seal my spirit? Yilang, brother, the masked man turned to the other and asked Elder Han Chi, how do we deal with this reckless brute? Han Chi ordered, take him upstairs, let everyone see how twisted the Black Church is. Then he turned to the military officer beside him and asked, by the way, are these the recruits the army has gathered? The military officer replied, we need to leave some people behind in the inner city to protect the barrier. Lu Su confirmed, yes, we must also guard against the Black Church causing trouble in the inner city. But the manpower shortage remained a thorny issue, too few to carve a path of blood straight to the gateway of life and death. Suddenly, though it wasn't Sure Chi's idea, I came up with a plan, but it would require a tremendous sacrifice. Meanwhile, outside the barrier, several corpse gods were furiously attacking it, followed by a horde of howling wraiths, claws and fangs bared. Standing on the city wall, Fanggu suddenly felt puzzled. Why were civilians still coming out? Mo Fan and Zhang Xiaohou looked down, their expressions turning grim. Below the city gate a group of civilians had already gathered. Each of them wore a solemn expression, gripping daggers, hoes, or anything that could be used as a weapon. Zhang Xiaohou whispered to his brother Fan Ge, what are they planning to do? Mo Fan just shook his head. I had no idea either. Su Xiaola gasped in shock. Why are there so many? Are they going to leave the city with us? The masked figure confirmed a harsh truth. Yes, that was the plan. Zhang Xiaohou roared in despair. Isn't this just sending them to their deaths? None of them are mages. The masked figure explained coldly. They'll serve as bait while you launch a surprise attack from the side gate. Su Xiaola rushed to the railing, covering her mouth to stifle a scream. Oh my god, you're feeding them to the monsters as bait. Are you from the Dark Church? The strategist tried to correct him. We didn't give any orders. They volunteered. Zhang Xiaohou still couldn't believe it. Volunteered? Don't they know they'll die out there? The strategist explained, his voice filled with respect. They know we mages are fighting our last stand, so they chose to do what they can. Hearing this, Su Xiaola lowered her head and murmured, I'm sorry. The strategist raised his voice to rally everyone. Survive at all costs. Come on, remember, not every path is paved for you. Meanwhile, the mage squad was ready to move out. A young mage roared, his feet glowing brightly with a spell. Array Brothers charge. The moment he spoke, waves of magic surged forth like a tide. Roaring waves and thunderous flames crashed against the frenzied horde of zombies. Beams of light and lightning intertwined as the battle erupted. On the civilian side, their trembling hands gripped their weapons as they shouted in unison, defend the capital, forward strike. The entire group, armed with hoes, charged out of the city gate with fierce determination. Su Xiaola was on the verge of tears. Won't they be torn apart by the wraiths? The masked figure reassured her, once your squad breaks through, all mages will immediately escort them back. Mo Fan was lost in self-reproach, feeling he had acted inhumanely. But he clenched his fists and resolved to won't let everyone down. Just then an announcement rang out, all assault teams are ready. All transcendent high and mid-tier mages have assembled. Han Ji loudly declared vanguard attack. Immediately Ling Shili, Wu Jianshi, Pan and Zhu Meng soared into the air, all four unleashing their magical tools and flying into the sky. Following closely behind was the high-tier Fire Mage Legion. A series of star arrays were drawn, and the first move was a terrifying large-scale attack. Heavenly Flame Funeral Hellfire Stone. Fiery molten stones rained down from the sky, striking the undead horde and turning the earth into a blazing inferno. Han Ji commanded from above, continue. At once a team of wind mages surrounded Mo Fan Xiaohou, Fenggu and Su Xiaola in plain clothes, casting their spells in unison. Radiant wind. A beam of blue light descended from the sky, enveloping them and forming a wind vessel. Wherever the wind vessel passed, flames and undead were scattered. Mo Fan couldn't help but marvel, so fast. However, a group of condensed bone generals suddenly appeared to block their path. These monsters showed no fear of the wind vessel, charging forward relentlessly. Mo Fan and Zhang Xiaohou exclaimed in unison, this is terrifying. The high-tier water mages immediately raised their star arrays, casting absolute defense in unison. Aqua Celestial Canopy, a massive water orb, enveloped them, hurtling toward the condensed bone generals. The monsters struggled to break the barrier, but to no avail. The spectacular sight left Su Xiaola trembling in fear. Zhang Xiaohou quickly wrapped an arm around her shoulders. Stay calm, I'm here, don't be afraid. Reassured, Su Xiaola steadied herself. Okay. Just then a bone deity in the distance spoke in a deep voice. Humans. Han Ji pointed at it and gave a decisive order. That's the one summoning the bone warriors, kill it. No sooner had the words left her mouth than two beams of blue light shot out, startling Mo Fan. The beams struck the bone deity, and with a muffled thud its skull was pierced through. Its head crashed to the ground as Ling Shi shouted from above, clear the path. It'll pave the way for you. She unleashed a transcendent spell, Swift Edge Blade Slash. The wind blades howled past, sweeping through the undead below. Their sheer power was chilling, the sound of shattering bones echoing endlessly. After delivering this strike, Ling Shi withdrew, too exhausted to continue. Han Ji praised her without hesitation. Well done, Ling Shi. Ling Shi shouted back for the ancient capital. Below, Zhang Xiaohou gazed up at Ling Shi with admiration. Wind magic, this is the true power of wind magic. Not a single enemy survived within hundreds of meters. Wind blades can sever heads in an instant. The wind system battle mages urged, quick, protect the flanks, full speed ahead. Suddenly a report came in, undead. A horde of undead is launching a surprise attack. Du Xiao, riding his massive magical beast, shouted to everyone, don't worry, I've got this. Du Xiao's beast charged ahead, crushing the undead in its path as it blazed a trail. The battle mages urged, hurry, follow the fierce king. Meanwhile, someone sent a message to Du Xiao. The mountain wind lich has ordered the approaching undead horde to prepare for battle. In the distance, the mountain wind lich roared, charge, slay them all. Its massive skeletal frame surged forward, shaking the earth with every step. Mo Fan paled as he watched the monstrosity, thinking, this thing, it's from the same era as the Tu Tang serpent. The fire system battle mages immediately unleashed the heavenly flame ritual, halting its advance to protect the group. Massive chunks of molten rock rained down on the mountain wind lich, triggering explosions. The mountain wind lich flew into a rage and its voice echoed again. High-ranking mages joined the formation, attack the mountain wind lich, do not let it reach the front. Protect them with your lives. At that moment, strategist Yu Ting's song roared, even the undead can live for 1,000 years. Yu Ting's hands ignited as he cast a powerful spatial system spell. The spatial compass purple axis materialized, then locked onto the mountain wind lich's neck. Soon a shackle seal formed, imprisoning the ancient monstrosity. Shumeng flew in to assist. Leave the rest to me. He formed the Star Palace and unleashed a devastating spell, Thunder Realm Punishment, Forbidden Realm Judgment. Massive bolts of lightning from the Star Palace struck the mountain wind lich's head. The creature's body was ravaged by the lightning and it finally collapsed, unable to stand. However, the attack only temporarily halted it. Hanshi shouted, now follow orders, head straight for the killing abyss. The wind system battle mages immediately complied, spreading their wind wings as the entire army surged forward. Before them lay the killing abyss, a bottomless pit teeming with undead. The group drew closer. Xia Feng warned, chief, if you proceed further you'll be pulled into the killing abyss. Hanshi simply replied, you all retreat first, I'll see them off. Then turning to the Valleys group he said, the killing abyss pull won't affect you. It seems you people are truly descendants of the ancient king. Mo Fan's expression darkened as he thought, wait a minute. It seems only I was affected by this vortex. He began to speak, but the little clay figurine on Mo Fan's chest glowed, silencing him and blocking the suction force. Zhang Xiaohou asked in surprise, what's going on, Brother Fan? After a moment of hesitation, Mo Fan replied, it's nothing. Meanwhile, Han Shi turned back and instructed, I can only escort you this far. The ancient capital is now in your hands. He patted Mo Fan's shoulder and said expectantly, I've heard many rumors about you. I just hope you can create a miracle, please. Mo Fan replied blankly, how do I do that? Well, let's just go with the flow. Fang Gu urged, alright, let's go, we're running out of time. Suddenly Mo Fan noticed something. A whirlwind appeared outside, revealing a familiar figure. As soon as Lu Ru entered, she started coughing non-stop. Cough cough. Learn from this, Mo Fan, he shouted, this idiot. Lu Ru was already being pulled by the death abyss. She cried out in panic, Mo Fan. Mo Fan quickly grabbed Lu Ru's hand using shadow escape, but the suction was too strong, dragging him in as well. Zhang Xiaohou hastily grabbed Mo Fan's clothes and shouted, hold on tight. Then the immense suction force pulled everyone downward. Mo Fan quickly spoke to his necklace, little clay figurine, protect everyone now. Soon after, the group was wrapped in a barrier and fell to the ground. Mo Fan and the others stood up, sighing in relief. Phew, that was close. Then he turned to scold Lu Ru, why were you secretly following me? Don't you value your life? Lu Ru defended herself, I just wanted to help you, but I didn't know. Mo Fan reminded her, good thing we had the Earth Saint's blessing, or you would have been torn apart. Fang Gu suggested, since we can't send her back, we might as well enter the death abyss together. The Saint's blessing can protect her. At this point, Mo Fan and his group arrived at a deep pit filled with writhing spirits where the Sea Death Sovereign was submerged. The spirits cried out, come here humans. Look at this sight, who wouldn't be terrified and chilled to the bone? Zhang Xiaohou decisively said, I'll go first. With that he jumped down, followed closely by Su Xiaoluo. Next were Fang Gu, Mo Fan and Lu Ru. The spirits let out a low growl, die die die. I see you, come here and feel this pain with us, die kid, kill kill kill. Mo Fan felt countless hands groping at him. That was the last thing he saw. Time passed and Lu Ru called out to Mo Fan. When Mo Fan opened his eyes, Lu Ru happily said, you're awake. You and the others passed out. Mo Fan sighed, it felt like a long dream. Are you alright? Lu Ru replied cheerfully, I'm fine. Mo Fan sat up, feeling a bit strange. There wasn't a trace of killing intent here. Lu Ru pointed upward and said, we fell from that hole, luckily no spirits followed us. Mo Fan mused to himself, this place was too vast, clearly a space different from the outside world. Before Mo Fan's eyes the scene resembled an underground dimly lit palace. Lu Ru told Mo Fan this might be the tomb we're looking for. Just then someone asked, where is this place? It turned out the Zhang Xiaohou group had woken up. Now everyone's gaze was fixed on the tomb. Lu Ru declared, the tomb is straight ahead, let's go. Mo Fan urged everyone forward. After climbing the steps they saw a majestic terracotta warrior. Lu Ru asked, do you think that statue might suddenly come to life? Mo Fan explained, I don't think it's just for decoration. Fang Gu remarked, the craftsmanship is incredible. I'd love to meet the ancestor who designed this. Then Zhang Xiaohou stepped forward, startling Fang Gu. My little Luo looked up at the bronze mirror and said she had only glanced at it casually. The feeling was truly unsettling, as if a giant eye were watching them. Mo Fan agreed this bronze mirror did resemble an eye. At that moment Fangu pulled something from his pocket. A copper token appeared in his hand, but Mo Fan didn't understand what he was planning. Fangu looked at the token and said, I wonder if it still works, let's try. Next Fangu held the token up to the bronze mirror on the wall. Suddenly a beam of light shot from the token into the mirror and a chilling aura seeped from the door. Fangu sighed, it's just like the most relics passed down in secluded village are connected to this place. Mo Fan also noticed that the imposing terracotta warriors outside the door were moving. Fangu shouted, run, those statues are coming to life. The group sprinted into the corridor which stretched endlessly ahead. Fangu warned, don't look at the murals on the walls. Luru gasped, they're all soul summoning diagrams, every painting has a spirit trap. Mo Fan added, the tomb's owner set up layers of mechanisms to keep outsiders away. Zhang Xiaoho wondered, why haven't we reached the end of the corridor yet, we've been walking for so long. Then Su Xiaoluo suddenly spoke up, this might be the endless corridor mentioned in ancient texts. Fangu said, look, we're still close to the entrance. Su Xiaoluo told everyone, I know how to break this formation. She reached out to touch the mural. The moment she did, she suffered a mental shock. She clutched her head and screamed, ah! Zhang Xiaoho called out in concern. Oh. But Fangu warned, don't touch her, she's the key to getting out. After a moment Su Xiaoluo gradually woke up. Zhang Xiaoho asked with concern, are you okay? Su Xiaoluo said, luckily the village elders once mentioned this corridor. Mo Fan looked ahead and asked, why is it so empty here? Before Mo Fan and the others lay a vast square. Suddenly the pendant on Mo Fan's chest glowed. He thought to himself, it smells like delicious food. Fangu said gravely to everyone, it seems we have no way out. Su Xiaoluo exclaimed in surprise, how that flower looks familiar. It was an immortal lotus platform, they had to destroy it to move forward. Looking at the lotus, Fangu said, sweating profusely. But this lotus flower, we don't stand a chance of destroying it. Zhang Xiaoho pointed at the lotus and said, immortal lotus. Just smash it right, Fangu replied, go ahead and try. Zhang Xiaoho licked his lips and said, fine, watch this. He started putting in effort, throwing, stomping until the lotus was smashed to pieces. Zhang Xiaoho said smugly, see, it's not. He didn't even finish his sentence. The shattered lotus restored itself right before their eyes. Zhang Xiaoho stared at the flawless lotus in shock. Then he roared, all right, everyone step back. He unleashed another technique, wind blade, 1,000 cuts. A tornado appeared, slicing the lotus into fragments. But in the blink of an eye the lotus returned to its original form. Su Xiaoluo sighed, what do we do now? We can't waste time here. Fangu sighed, it can even heal from high-level spells. Meanwhile Zhang Xiaoho was still venting at the lotus die break apart. At the same time inside the Magic Association's clock tower the higher-ups had gathered. Yaonan Du Xiaohanshi Fei Zhu Lingxi and Zhuofeng stared at a small bronze mirror, asking, is that really them? Hanshi asked Zhuofeng, is this bronze mirror passed down from our ancestors? News about the mausoleum reached the village chief of Hua village, who quickly gifted this object to us. Yaonan looked at the reflection in the mirror and asked, what kind of plant is that? Why can't it be destroyed? Zhuofeng sighed, it's 1,000-year immortal. I'm afraid this is the oath of a forbidden spellcaster. Lingxi stammered, a forbidden spell? These people don't even have a high-ranking mage. Then Yaonan spoke up, wait, what's Mo Fan doing? Everyone looked again. In the tomb Mo Fan patted the exhausted Zhang Xiaoho, who was panting, let me try. Fangu advised again, no matter how hard you try it's pointless. Mo Fan countered, how would we know if we don't try? The pendant on Mo Fan's chest glowed. He thought to himself, little loach. Xiaonitu is incredibly powerful. Could it be that he just snatched the lotus right under everyone's noses? Let's all wait and see. Zhang Xiaoho asked blankly, Mofan, what are you doing? Fangu and the others were all stunned. Meanwhile the higher-ups exchanged confused glances. Du Xiao turned to Yaonan and asked, what is he planning to do? Everyone then turned to Yaonan looking helpless. Yaonan sighed inwardly, don't look at me like that, I have no idea. Then with a wry smile he told the others, let's just wait for the outcome. Mofan had already walked far away and hid in a corner. Holding the teleportation rope in one hand and the lotus in the other, he muttered, take it best if it's absorbed completely. Immediately the surface of Xiaonitu's teleportation rope began drawing the lotus in. With a whoosh, Xiaonitu sent Mofan into the spiritual realm. The guy looked around in confusion only to see the lotus glowing. Mofan murmured, what on earth is happening? Then the lotus began to wither, its petals crumbling into a mess. Mofan marveled, well done Xiaonitu. He observed the immortal lotus. 1 petal 2 3 4 Mofan cheered, perfect, now it's truly gone. At this moment the surface of Mofan's teleportation rope had turned jade green. Mofan cheered happily, Xiaonitu has leveled up. He hadn't even bothered to consume the demonic servant's soul, yet this strange lotus turned out to be so powerful. Mofan gazed at the swirling green energy in his hand. Sighing, this is the lotus energy. Alright, now's the chance to break through the advanced fire barrier. The strips of cloth began wrapping around Mofan, quickly coiling around him many times. More and more strips appeared, soon cocooning Mofan entirely. The crystals began glowing, gathering into crystal spirits, which then formed a crystal diagram. The lotus continued radiating power, the energy flowing into the cocoon enveloping Mofan. Mofan cheered, here it comes, great, everything will be fine, Shawnee, to it's all up to you now, come on now. By this time the crystal diagram had fully formed, merging into a crystal pedestal outside. Mofan's fire affinity began breaking through. His body burst into flames. Lu Ru called out worriedly, Mofan. But Zhang Xiaoho held her back. Don't go near him. Advancing Fanggu sighed, this guy's got some nerve, using the lotus power to break through. Su Xiaoluo asked anxiously, will he succeed? At that moment Mofan was clutching his head, groaning in pain. Lu Ru asked worriedly, he seems like he can't hold on much longer. But Zhang Xiaoho said firmly, Mofan can do it. Meanwhile Mofan's cocoon grew stronger, but the inner demon murmured darkly, just give up. Let it go, you'll feel much lighter. Why choose suffering? You're just wasting time and energy. Mofan muttered, wondering if giving up would be better. He recalled the chaotic scene when the spirits attacked the humans, remembering Hao's pained expression. He thought of Mu Xia's mad words. Killing made him feel at ease. Damn the dark church and those scenes of people willingly sacrificing themselves. All these memories gave Mofan the courage to fight back. No. After reaching the high stage he had 6 affinities, and millions in the city were still waiting for him. Damn it, damn this barrier, get out of my way. Mofan strained with all his might to break free, roaring loudly, then a fiery phoenix soared into the sky. The people in the valley were stunned at the sight of the fiery phoenix. Zhang Xiaoho cheered excitedly, just as planned. Incredible, amazing, Lu Ru said happily, it worked. The valley was also surprised. No one expected his plan to succeed. In Mofan's spiritual world he looked around joyfully as nebulae transformed into stars. 343 star seeds. Mofan was so amazed his mouth hung open. Then he tried weaving a star chart in his palm, moving at an astonishing speed. Zhang Xiaoho whispered, brother Fan. Mofan grinned him back. Meanwhile in the clock tower Lu Su walked in and asked, how is it? Du Xiao snapped, old man, go back to your room and heal, you've lost so much blood. Lu Su retorted him, fine, you're the one who needs healing. I can still walk. How are they, Ling? She was still too worried to close her mouth. Xiafeng reported, Mofan took that strange lotus a while ago and still hasn't returned. The flamboyant man cheered, that kid's back, but where's the lotus? Han Shi added, I don't know what method he used, but it's likely the lotus was consumed, its energy spent. Great, just great, ha. Xiafeng asked in surprise, consumed. The masked man explained, Mofan used a higher grade artifact so he could break the lotus spell. Han Shi praised, nice, that kid is something else. Xu Meng chimed in, there's no way he could level up like this. The masked man replied, hard to say, that kid is special. Then Xiafeng pointed at the bronze mirror, look, they're moving, they're on the move. The flamboyant man muttered, strange, the lotus was really broken. But then Xiasen walked in and said, the real problem is the bridge of death ahead, I still hope they make it through safely. The masked man immediately asked, what is the bridge of life and death? Meanwhile in the inner chamber Mofan and his group stepped into the corridor. Looking at the statues of women, Mofan asked his little brother Ho, which statue do you like? Zhang Xiaoho answered shyly, I like the one next to her. Then Mofan let out a sinister chuckle and Zhang Xiaoho realized he had fallen into his brother's trap. Suddenly Zhang Xiaoho exclaimed, look, why is everything pitch black ahead? Fanggu added, there's no path at all. Mofan suggested, Xiaoho, why don't you go first and scout the way? Zhang Xiaoho naturally agreed. Alright. Soon after the group reached the end of the path where a black vortex of swirling wind awaited them. Zhang Xiaoho asked Mofan, what is this black vortex? He paused for a moment before saying in surprise, this black wind is incredibly powerful, my mind can't sense anything about it. Mofan then asked, how can we get through it? Zhang Xiaoho replied, if we charge forward we might be torn apart. At that moment Lu Ru asked, is there really something ahead? Yes, Zhang Xiaoho said, it looks like there are a few bridges that might be passable. Lu Ru questioned, bridges? Mofan followed up, Xiaoho, what do you see? Zhang Xiaoho answered, I really do see them. Then Zhang Xiaoho pointed at one bridge and said, this one, there's no black wind on this bridge. We can cross it, but Su Xiaola suddenly shouted, wait. Fanggu said, I think this is the bridge of 9 deaths. Lu Ru murmured, 9 death bridges. Fanggu explained, all 9 bridges lead to death. Only one path leads to survival. Which bridge do you think is the safe one? During training they only mentioned its name, nothing else. Lu Ru worriedly asked, what do we do? The odds of survival are too low. Mofan spoke up, it might not be 1 in 10. There are 5 of us, if each picks a bridge the odds become 50%. After hearing this, Fangu asked, that's true, but are you really going to do that? Lu Ru fell silent while Fangu sat down decisively and said, think carefully before choosing. Lu Ru, Mo Fan and Zhang Xiao exchanged glances. Meanwhile, inside the Magic Association, seeing the groups in action, a group of people from the Cold Records faction were at a loss. A masked figure in black robes scoffed, 50% isn't a bad chance. The drug lord spoke, making them face the trial of life and death is already a huge sacrifice, now they have to choose the path of survival again. The masked figure confirmed, no matter what we still have to rely on them. Zhu Meng and Yunnan remained silent. The drug lord cut to the chase, this is our failure, we should bear all responsibility tonight. The Hao winds still raged fiercely. Zhang Xiaoho said to his brother Fan, I'll listen to you. After a moment of thought, Mo Fan asked Fangu, is this really the gate of death? Fangu said, you're not my family. But if I had a choice, I would let you take the bridge of life. You must survive, Mo Fan replied. Alright, I understand. Then he looked at Lu Ru. Lu Ru said to Mo Fan, I'll listen to you, I'll do whatever you decide. Mo Fan pointed at a bridge and said, let's cross this bridge together. After hearing this, Fangu asked in surprise, what are you sure? Mo Fan said calmly, that doesn't matter. I don't want to follow the rules of a dead man. Since we're already here, we either live together or die together. Fangu refused to join. Fine, I'll take another bridge, good luck to you all. Thus Mo Fan, Lu Ru, Xiaoho and Xiaolu set off together. After walking for a while, Xiaolu asked, why isn't there any wind here? Lu Ru also asked worriedly, can we still go back now? Zhang Xiaoho said the ancient king wouldn't be so unreasonable. Mo Fan, stepping lightly on the bridge, said, I've already tried. Zhang Xiaoho replied, brother Fan, I thought you were brave, lead the way. Mo Fan sighed, holding his head, stay strong, we're not there yet, this might not be the bridge of death. Everyone cheered, you punity is strength and well die together. The other three were speechless. Then the group of four continued forward. Oh no, unity is strength. The other three were speechless. Then the group of four continued forward. Mo Fan thought to himself, we've been walking for so long and nothing has happened yet. The ancient king was born in 259 BC and died in 210 BC. Even in death you won't leave future generations alone. Suddenly Mo Fan cursed, defying fate, what's going on, why are we moving so fast? Zhang Xiaoho said nervously, magic, something is about to appear. Mo Fan saw a door ahead and said, right on target, let's go. Accepted. On the bridge of death, Zhang Xiaoho grew anxious, the black wind is coming, what do we do now? Covered in sweat, he said firmly, we have to fight, hurry. Then they sprinted forward. Zhang Xiaoho paused and said, we can still make it. The two girls agreed and everyone ran forward as fast as they could. After passing through the door, Zhang Xiaoho confirmed there was indeed another space behind it. Suddenly the ground beneath Mo Fan collapsed. Everyone plummeted straight down, screaming. Lu Ru asked worriedly, oh no, how are we going to land? Zhang Xiaoho quickly used wind magic, wind's path. A blue wind blew beneath the four, lifting them into the air. They landed safely in the end. Zhang Xiaoho scratched his head and said that was too dangerous. Are you two girls alright? The two girls confirmed yes. But Xiola said this isn't an altar. Mofan concluded that we've stepped onto a death bridge, a death gate. Suddenly Mofan looked up, the space was warping. He guessed that thing might be the exit. Lu Ru agreed it was possible. But something was falling from the vortex. Su Xiola added, it's black, what is that? Looks like a showerhead. Mofan stared upward and said blankly, I don't know, but I have a bad feeling. Ghosts emerged from the vortex. Lu Ru's face paled as she stammered, those are ghosts, they varied in size. Meanwhile inside the bell tower the masked figure asked, what are they saying? A silver vortex swallowed an entire ghost legion. Lingxi frowned, why did such a vortex suddenly appear? Hanshi reasoned it might be a chaotic space, a vortex that transports all life to some place. Then the demonic man pointed at the bronze mirror, look, there's a silver vortex in the abyssal gate too. He glanced at the ghosts in front of Mofan, those are the ghosts being swept away. Xia Xing cried out in shock, we're doomed, it's our turn now. Suddenly a guardian mage rushed in to report over half of the second legion has fallen, only 7 remain from the third mage hunter squad. The guardian mages are holding off Shan Feng. Lingxi sighed, so many have already fallen yet we've still ended up in a dead end. The masked figure replied, unfortunately the plan is taking a turn for the worse, it's hard to predict what happens next. Du Xiao added, trust them, they'll turn the tide. The scene shifted at the abyssal gate and death gate. 4 mortals stood at the 4 corners. Zhang Xiaoho shouted, brother Fan Xuan just summoned 2 panthers. Swift Star Wolf, Little Blaze, fight together. Zhuan commanded his followers. Swift Star Wolf, protect the 2 ladies. Blaze, follow Xiaoho. Zhang Xiaoho worriedly asked, brother Fan, I can't do this. Zhuan snapped, no excuses, do as I say. Su Xiela asked nervously, this is the death gate, are we going to die here? Zhuan answered firmly, well, survive, but not by walking out, by fighting our way out. Then he unleashed the fiery fist, the ninefold fiery fist. Instantly 9 blades of fire shot from Zhuan's hands. The fire blades charged straight into the zombie horde. After circling once, the blades returned to Zhuan's side. Zhuan thought one strike won't take out many ghosts, but I won't just sit here, so he leaped straight into the horde. A few zombies thought, is this guy still drunk? Over here Zhang Xiaohou thought to himself, Fong sings really fast. Meanwhile Fong unleashed fire spells, burning a group of undead to ashes as they collapsed one after another. Suddenly Fong froze for a moment as if he had noticed something. Then he realized there was a warrior's presence. He had to take it down. First Fong used the demonic art Phantom Nail. A small withered warrior was caught off guard and completely controlled by the Phantom Nail. Fong shouted, this warrior is done for. The controlled warrior immediately yelled to its minions, protect me. A horde of withered corpses rushed out to block Fang's path. Fong waved his hands, casting Thunder Seal, and bolts of purplish-black lightning struck out. The withered corpses were blasted into dust, but a swarm of zombies charged forward. Fong scoffed, perish Fierce Fist, then he unleashed Wind Heaven Net. Zhang Xiaohou cheered happily, sisters back. Fong smiled faintly, glancing at the warrior and thinking it was about Xiaohao's age. Take a break. A fierce fist shot into the sky. Boom boom boom, the withered warrior was blown to pieces. Just then a massive 2-headed monstrosity appeared. The creature wore shackles on its head and kept shouting, kill kill. Immediately a horde of rotting corpses lunged at Fong. Fong scoffed him, then he used his Spirit Seed fire technique. Crimson Flame Fierce Fist. 9 palaces. Instantly pillars of fire erupted from the ground. The rotting corpses in front of him were pierced through by the flames. Meanwhile lingering spirits were drawn toward Little Mud. At the same time a group of zombies in the distance spat venom, trying to extinguish the flames. Fong was startled. Poison. From the toxic mist, Sheila shouted, these undead are using poison against me. She absorbed all the venom into her hands. Fong grinned, you're cultivating poison techniques, great job Sheila. Next the zombie horde lunged at Fong. He swung his hand, casting a thunder-based demonic art thunderclap. Purplish-black lightning struck the zombies, paralyzing them. Then he used the fire spell Bone Cremation to reduce them to ashes. Seeing its minions slaughtered, the 2-headed monstrosity roared, despicable. It swung its hand, grabbing at Fong. He retaliated with another thunder-based demonic art thunderclap die. A bolt of purplish-black lightning struck the monstrosity's head. Boom echoed the deafening blast. One of its heads was blasted so hard its eyeballs popped out. The creature let out a raspy roar, despicable. It swung its hand, smacking Fong into a pulp. The beast roared, die. As long as the Shadow Team technique reveals itself behind the monster and starts untying the bindings, I'm here, roar thunderclap. As long as I lift my hand slightly, the dark purple spiritual energy instantly cascaded down like water. This made the 2-headed monster let out a pained howl before collapsing to the ground. It seemed like it was all over, Dan Fan thought to himself. But the monster suddenly swung its massive arm toward him. Fortunately Dan Fan dodged just in time. Dan Fan's sharp eyes spotted a purple crystal in the hole on the monster's back, so Ruan's soul crystal was here. Without hesitation, he unleashed his ultimate technique, Thunder Fist shakes the heavens. The explosive fire fists burned the 2-headed monster into a pile of dry bones. MC stood by happily witnessing the scene. Just then a group of massive undead lunged at Dan Fan from behind. Zhong Xiaohou frantically warned, bro Fan watch out. Dan Fan shouted, Xiao Yin body assist. He immediately unleashed the 9 yangs of the soul burning fist, summoning 9 fiery dragons. The fire dragons charged into the zombie horde, withering them instantly as they passed. Zhong Xiaohou rushed forward to help bro Fan in here. He then unleashed Wind's Cyclone Heavenly Net, whipping up a violent tornado. Meanwhile Lu Ru single-handedly slashed through the zombies. CFO looked at the bronze mirror in surprise. I never expected this. It seems there's still hope. The sly guy squinted in approval. The 4 of them working together should be fine. Lu Su didn't hold back his praise. Our efforts weren't in vain after all. Back inside the mausoleum, Mo Fan unleashed Thunderbolt martial arts, striking down another wave of zombies with lightning. The swift spirit wolf charged in, tearing into the zombie horde, while Xiao Yin body was lost in his own fire-breathing game. Overall the team worked together seamlessly. Su Shila turned to Zhang Xiaohou. I thought we were done for this time. Never thought your friend would take out over 1,000 undead. Zhang Xiaohou replied proudly, that's my big bro head. Su Shila happily suggested, let's get out of here now. Zhang Xiaohou agreed, yeah, let's go. Yet the eerie silver vortex in the sky appeared once more. Zhang Xiaohou groaned in disappointment. No way. Mo Fan, wiping sweat, exclaimed in shock. Zhang Xiaohou shouted, that thing's back. Mo Fan looked up and scoffed, humph, what other tricks do you have? Above, the undead were suddenly sucked into the vortex. Zhang Xiaohou, Mo Fan, Lu Ru, Su Xiaoluo and the others were all stunned, their faces filled with terror. Meanwhile, outside the city walls a silver vortex appeared again, sucking away all the undead. An excited soldier said, "This thing is absorbing the undead. Could it be that heaven is blessing us? An undead army was nearly wiped out last time. It took 1,000 and now it's about to swallow 10,000 more." Another soldier joyfully said, "If it appears a few more times the inner city will be saved." At that moment on the watchtower Zwafong stammered, "Oh my heavens." Yao Nan reminded him, "Hurry down and report the situation to the commander." He rushed down to report, "President, the undead outside the city have all been sucked away by the silver vortex." Instructor Feijue replied, "Switch to the escape plan, have some people break out." Feijue assessed, "Several of us are exhausted and the rest are injured. Even escaping will only buy us time." But when he turned back he saw his brothers still standing in place. Zhang Xiao shouted, "Fanj!" Lu Ru also called out anxiously, "Emofan." Emofan thought to himself, "I don't know how much longer I can hold on, but you all need to run, find a way out." Zhang Xiao skidded to a halt and yelled, "Fanj, you promised we'd survive together. If we die, we die together." She had bewitched Zhang Xiao with her eyes. This was called a nightmare. Zhang Xiao's eyes gradually grew dim. He murmured, "No, where's my brother Fanj?" Little Flame Princess cried, her tears turning into sparks as they fell. She blamed herself, "I didn't train hard enough before. Now I don't have the strength to help Emofan through this." Emofan could only sigh, a deep sense of guilt welling up inside him. Xiaoyanji shouts with all his might, continuously igniting every fire spiritual root within him. Mofan realizes what the little one wants: advancement. It's forcing itself to break through. It believes that if Mofan can reach the mature stage they could defeat many of these enemies. No matter what, Xiaoyanji is his precious one, his adopted daughter. Xiaoyanji has never been like this before. Mofan curses under his breath, "Silly girl pushing herself to advance now. Help the silly girl pushing herself to advance now." Mofan can't help but smile bitterly. How could this even be possible? Mofan can't help but smile bitterly. How could this even be possible? It needs more time to advance more fire-based resources. It needs more time to advance more fire-based resources. Forcing a breakthrough would be futile. Forcing a breakthrough would be futile. Then Mofan wipes away Xiaoyanji's tears and snaps angrily. Then Mofan wipes away Xiaoyanji's tears and snaps angrily. "No crying, let them taste fear and dominance. No crying, let them taste fear and dominance." Xiaoyanji keeps wiping her eyes, but the red tears keep falling no matter how hard she tries to stop. The tears keep falling no matter how hard she tries to stop. It knows what's about to happen because it shares a bond with Mofan. When danger strikes, the other can sense some of its emotions. Given the current situation, Mofan is afraid and Xiaoyanji is even more terrified. Xiaoyanji holds back her tears because she can feel Mofan's fear but also his unyielding resolve. 10,000 dried corpses. Well, fight we want, just wait for the end. Xiaoyanji gathers a fireball and charges straight at the horde of dried corpses. Mofan shouts, "Xiaoyanji." By now the dried corpses have raised their blades ready to strike. Xiaoyanji leaps into the air, determined to fight these skeletons to the bitter end. A fire phoenix appeared, spreading its wings and flying off, diving straight toward the horde of withered corpses below, but the corpses had already formed ranks, raising their shields to create a perfect barrier. After blocking the flames they extended their sharp bony claws, then a rain of bone spikes came hurtling down. Xiaoyanji barely had time to dodge. Terrified, Xiaoyanji bit his lip until it bled. Some bone spikes had already pierced his barrier, wounding him. Still, Xiaoyanji gritted his teeth and held on. After the attack ended he released the barrier. His young face was already marked with wounds, his lips bleeding and tears welled in his eyes. Xiaoyanji summoned a pair of fiery wings and flung them toward the withered corpses, instantly engulfing them in a sea of flames. After wiping out the first wave he flapped his wings and charged at the second. But this group of corpses was craftier, already raising their shields in defense. Seeing this, Xiaoyanji flew into a rage, whipping up a swirling vortex of fire around him. The fire vortex swept toward the corpses' shields, flipping them and their wielders into the air before they were consumed by the flames. Exhausted, Xiaoyanji collapsed to his knees, letting out a weak groan. Mufan hurried over to call out to him. Just as Mufan arrived, a corpse with a sword lunged at Xiaoyanji. The blade flashed, striking downward. The corpse let out a manic howl after landing the hit. Mufan roared, "You're asking for it." With a powerful punch Mufan sent half the corpse's skull flying. He scooped up Xiaoyanji and asked, "Are you okay?" By then a long gash had been carved into Xiaoyanji's back. Seeing his child wounded, Mufan's face darkened with fury. "Damn it," he hissed, ignoring the surrounding corpses as he cradled Xiaoyanji. The corpses closed in step by step. Mufan suddenly bellowed, "You're all finished." A massive bolt of lightning crashed down from the sky, thunder roaring as the nearby corpses were instantly reduced to dust. Mufan muttered under his breath, 34. By then the demon general was left with only half a head, still letting out defiant howls. Mufan looked down at his young son clinging to his shoulder and said gently, "Rest now, no more pushing yourself." Then he activated his shadow shrink technique, instantly teleporting to the center of 3 corpses. The 3 corpses attacked Mufan simultaneously, but he vanished again using shadow shrink. Their weapons clashed against each other with a metallic clang. They looked around snarling, "Where'd he go, the coward?" Mufan had already appeared in front of the demon general, who was left with only half a head. The general's eyes widened as countless bone spikes shot toward Mufan, who quickly leaped back to dodge. Then Mufan placed his hand on the ground and unleashed a technique night sweep. At that moment the demon general fell and Mufan counted again 35. Just then a sharp object descended from the sky. Mufan was startled, saw a sharp bone spike embedded beside his foot. Immediately after 2 more spikes rained down. Mufan charged forward, activating Wheel of Fate. The ground was soon littered with bone spikes and more came hurtling toward them. Xiao Yanji rushed forward, anxiously clanging as she moved. Mufan immediately activated his fiend armament, the mystic serpent armor. Countless bone spikes pierced Mufan's body, clattering against his armor, but he remained unharmed thanks to his treasure. Xiao Yanji paled with worry. Mufan reassured the little girl, "I'm fine, these spikes can't hurt me." But inwardly he thought, if the mystic serpent armor is breached, we're done for. Mufan told Xiao Yanji, "Little sis, let's wipe them out in one go." Then he channeled Xiao Yanji's 2 flames, Scorching Flame and Tribulation Flame, still wielding the Jade 9 blade. A whirlwind of fire scattered the dried corpses before them, their lingering souls drawn in by little mud. Mufan counted again 39. Thankfully he thought all 13 lightning stars have been strengthened. Meanwhile the horde of dried corpses surged forward again, this time a group wielding iron caltrip hammers. Mufan taunted them, "Come at me." The corpses charged immediately. Mufan dodged left and right, cursing under his breath, "Damn fate, I need to keep my distance." His earlier wounds still ached, but moments later he used Shadow Step clone technique, driving the corpses into a corner. Seeing this, Mufan said, "All right, the clone will keep luring them away." He stood aside, raised a hand and declared, "Net them all." Flame sword slash, a blade of fire descended from the sky, cleaving into the horde below. Meanwhile in front of the bronze mirror, Lang Shi sighed, "He's so strong, his power is incredible." Fei Jiao lamented, "If not for this disaster he would have been a top contender in the academy's competition. What a shame." The others remained silent. Zuofeng remarked, "Strong as he won't escape death in the end." The effeminate man added, "At least he's still alive now." Du Xiao told the group, "Let's go check on the situation, keep going, everything will be fine." On the other side Mufan continued battling the dried corpse horde. He unleashed spell after spell. Rampagethon counted again 47-48. The lingering souls were still being absorbed. Mufan thought, "One more absorption, just one more." His mind was consumed by bloodlust. Kill over 5,000 of them. Mufan steeled himself, "Whether it's the Black Church or the Ancient King, I won't go down without a fight. I am Mufan, my only goal is to survive." Mufan counted again 49. One soul sent into the nebula. 49 undead strengthened by him, and his intermediate 4th tier magic has been unlocked and enhanced. Mufan struck, unleashing a bolt of lightning. The electricity surged, instantly paralyzing the entire group of dried corpses. Meanwhile at the Magic Association, Zhu Meng dragged his wounded body back to the base, staggering with each step. Zuofeng and Yao Nan rushed to support him, asking Elder Zhu Meng, "Are you alright?" Zhu Meng gasped. "We failed." Xiafeng asked in alarm, "What happened?" Zhu Meng panted. "Shui." Yao Nan reminded him, "Zhu Meng, take your time." Xiafeng stammered, "The corpse of Wing Court, we can't defeat him." Zhu Meng gasped. "What about the others?" Xiafeng replied worriedly, "See for yourself." Zhu Meng asked in surprise, "I can see them." Yao Nan replied, "This is a bronze mirror. I'll explain later." The masked figure asked Zhu Meng, "Are you alright?" Then Ling Shi suggested, "Let's heal him first. My injuries are nothing." Han Ji turned and asked Zhu Meng. Zhu Meng answered, "I'm fine, the wounds will heal after some rest." Zhu Meng looked at the bronze mirror and asked Yao Nan, "He killed all of them? One person did all this?" Yao Nan sighed. "You two walked into the gate of death." Mufan blinked, still holding 2 orbs of flame. He stepped over the bones of the dried corpses and walked forward. Before Mufan stood a blood skeleton god, its form towering like a building. The creature let out a sinister laugh. "Ha ha." Mufan wiped the blood from his face and shouted at it, "Look up and face me." He swung his hand, unleashing the same technique, 9 firmaments of jade. A fierce blaze surged toward the blood skeleton god's head. It took the hit and collapsed instantly, while Mufan also fell to the ground exhausted. Dust filled the air as Mufan's heart pounded violently. In his spiritual realm, Mufan sighed, "All the nebulas have withered. Am I going to die?" Suddenly a beam of light appeared. Mufan was startled but reached out and grabbed it, standing up. But the light flew away, leaving Mufan powerless. Then he sat down to meditate and the light flew toward him again. Mo-fan stretched out his hands to catch it and another nebula appeared. Mo-fan opened his eyes wide. Waking up, I woke up on my own. He looked around in confusion. This is the spatial system, then what is the sixth system? His heartbeat thundered. Thump as his entire body trembled. Inside the gate of death, Mo-fan still lay motionless. The blood skeleton god raised its foot to stomp on Mo-fan, but a surge of blood energy coiled around its leg. Inside the clock tower in front of the bronze mirror, Zhumeng, wrapped in bandages, suddenly gasped and asked, "What's happening?" The Sly Man replied, "It seems some kind of magical power is gathering in the sky." Zhumeng exclaimed, "Show me." In the mirror appeared a sinister figure, tall and muscular with 8 distinct abdominal muscles, silver-white hair billowing in the wind, and 4 demonic forests trailing behind. "What is that? What is that thing?" The Sly Man stammered, "That thing looks like a demon mortal." He thought to himself, how odd, it's just like the forbidden military experiments, the commander band. The masked man turned pale with fear and asked, "What did you say? That's a demon mortal?" The demon mortal on this side had already transformed into a demon, unleashing lightning and fire simultaneously. A vortex of lightning and flame struck the blood-withered bone spirit, sending thick smoke billowing after the impact. Just as it stood dazed, the demon mortal appeared right before it. At the same time, the demon mortal swung a punch, blasting lightning and fire into the blood-withered bone spirit's face. With a muffled thud, its skull shattered instantly. Then the creature's body collapsed to the ground with a thunderous crash. The demon mortal remained suspended in the air before landing on the blood-withered bone spirit's massive skeletal frame. The demon mortal gazed at his clawed hands and said in a deep voice, "The sixth system, this is the sixth system." Then he let out a low growl, "Wolf spirit shadow." Instantly a wolf spirit materialized, sweeping through the withered figures in the ruins. Their bones clattered to the ground. The demon mortal called out, "Return!" The wolf spirit shadow swept past again, and the sound of shattering bones echoed once more as silver vortex swirled in the sky. The demon mortal murmured, "You've appeared again. Are you here to play with me?" From the vortex a group of spirit rings were drawn in, all of them at the commander rank. Lu Ru cried out in concern, "Demon mortal." The demon mortal pointed at the silver vortex above and said, "That's the channel guiding the spirit rings." Lu Ru responded, "Oh." Then he turned to Lu Ru and said, "I'll stop it. You all run." Lu Ru asked in shock, "Stop it? What are you planning to do?" But the demon mortal said nothing and leapt into the air. Meanwhile, Su Xiaoluo and Zhang Xiaoho were already seated on the Gale Wolf's back. Su Xiaoluo shouted, "Hurry, Lu Ru!" Lu Ru nodded in agreement. Could this be why her power far surpassed other bloodkin? Earlier during the ritual, Lu Ru had bitten the demon mortal's blood, becoming a bloodkin. Now the demon mortal was nearing the vortex. Above his head loomed a group of stitched flesh deities and several massive demons. The demon mortal unleashed a wave of flames, reducing the demons it touched to ashes. On the ground the three still rode the Gale Wolf. Quickly reaching the exit, Lu Ru called out worriedly, "Demon mortal." The demon mortal told her he'll find another way out. After a moment of thought, Lu Ru turned to me and said, "Xiaoluo, let's go." I Xiaoluo agree. Over here Mo-fan was standing on a large rock, surfing. Wherever the sky goes he smashes demons and monsters to pieces. Dark purple lightning flickered continuously in the sky. In front of the bronze mirror the higher-ups here were all holding their breath. Here was indeed a newly promoted mage. Just then someone rushed in panting and shouted, "President, President Han!" The president asked in reply, "What's the matter?" The man reported, "Heavens bless the ancient capital, the corpse of Shanfengpool has been swept away by the silver vortex." After hearing this, President Han froze and asked, "What did you say?" Outside the barrier the corpse of Shanfengpool was violently striking it. It noticed a vortex pulling it in and let out a cry, "Ha!" From within the gate of death came muffled thuds as the corpse of Shanfengpool flailed its massive legs in the air. The demons inside shrieked in terror. This pervert needs an explanation. 3 bolts of dark purple lightning appeared within the gate of death. Mo-fan thought to himself, this space won't hold under this pressure much longer. Seeing the corpse's legs, Mo-fan wondered, what is that thing? He took a running start and leapt into the air, unleashing flames as he soared. Suddenly he gritted his teeth and let out a cold grunt. Before him loomed a massive furry figure. He thought, "This beast hasn't noticed me yet. I'd better get out of here fast." The corpse of Shanfengpool widened its eyes and let out a grunt. It strained with all its might to crawl out of the silver vortex, its feet pressing against the walls of the gate of death. Then it managed to stand up. The corpse of Shanfengpool opened its mouth and a cloud of blue poisonous smoke billowed out. It roared, "Die!" The people below whispered in fear. "Too heard it already killed the military strategy pavilion. Are we going to die here? It's attacking the barrier. Where are the guardian mages? Where are they?" Just then a guardian mage stepped out of the barrier and shouted, "You want breakthrough?" The crowd cheered the guardian mage. Several guardian mages quickly joined the fight, laughing. But the corpse of Shan Fengpool swung its massive hand, slamming into a guardian mage. It roared. Diane, the guardian mage, was struck down in a burst of crimson mist. The corpse of Shan Fengpool's body crackled with lightning once more. Those inside the barrier clasped their hands in prayer. Who can stop it? Someone please stop it. Meanwhile, the DMA monsters kept frantically ramming the barrier. A damp bolt of dark purple lightning struck the shield, leaving a watery mark. The zombies below shouted to each other, "We're almost there, almost there." Inside the barrier, the crowd descended into chaos. A few people shouted, "Everyone stay calm, the barrier won't break so easily. Stay in your positions, stay in your positions." Just then karmic flames ignited from nowhere, incinerating the rotting corpses crawling toward the barrier to ashes. The civilians exchanged terrified glances, asking what's happening. Oh, hits over, they're gone. When the corpse of Wind Mountain's arm struck the barrier, it was blocked. The corpse of Wind Mountain turned in surprise and asked, "Who is it?" Before it stood a four-horned demon. The creature fired 2 crimson beams from its eye sockets, boom boom boom, shattering the ground wherever they struck. Yet the four-horned demon remained unharmed, having used an afterimage technique. Fan flung an afterimage and roared, "You're finished." Nearby corpses were caught in the crossfire, their heads severed in an instant. Then the corpse of Wind Mountain raised its hand to block, causing the ground to tremble violently. Fan's hand emerged from the rubble, gritting his teeth as he snarled, "You're finished." Lightning crackled relentlessly from the sky. Fan screamed. Aya, the violet-black lightning radiated a terrifying aura. He had already landed back on the ground. He sprang up swiftly, leaping into the air before driving his fist into the corpse of Wind Mountain's neck. A massive chunk was torn from the corpse of Wind Mountain's neck, nearly exposing its throat. Its body swayed unsteadily before dropping to one knee. From its thick neck a jet of dark blood gushed out. Fan was still skidding across the ground from atop the bell tower. Ling Feng stepped out and asked, "Isn't that Fan?" Han Li asked in shock. "That thing is the corpse of Wind Mountain." Meanwhile, the corpse of Wind Mountain rose again, dragging its heavy thorn chains as it relentlessly pounded the barrier. Fan saw the brute relentlessly smashing the barrier. It wouldn't hold much longer. The corpse of Wind Mountain roared again, slamming its fists into the barrier with deafening crashes. Below, the civilians paled in terror. With no one to stop it, the corpse of Wind Mountain redoubled its assault on the barrier. Fan thought, "I can't let it keep attacking the barrier, damn it." He leapt outside the barrier and shouted, "Hey, come play with me." But the corpse of Wind Mountain only spewed a cloud of toxic smoke. Fan, see that this thing is ignoring me." The corpse of Wind Mountain continued belching toxic fumes like a power plant. Its minions, all commander-level horrors like the withered flesh corpse god and the crimson bone god, furiously attacked the barrier. Fan roared in fury, "This wretched thing!" Fireballs rained from the sky. Then flames surged from Fan's hands, his eyes burning with vengeance. Engulfed in fire, Fan descended from the sky, crashing onto the corpse of Wind Mountain's head. With a deafening blast, a cataclysmic explosion erupted, engulfing the corpse of Wind Mountain in flames. Fan emerged from the inferno. The poem of the mountain peak materialized at this moment, demanding in an almost interrogative tone, "Who is there?" Then it widened its eyes at Fan and shouted loudly, "Kill him." A horde of flesh-mound corpses and bloodbone spirits charged forward. The flesh-mound corpse's tentacles struck at Fan repeatedly, but he dodged every attack too easy. He sneered. Unexpectedly, the flesh-mound corpse suddenly opened its mouth and bit down on Fan. Fan was now trapped inside the flesh-mound corpse's mouth as it swallowed him whole. Suddenly the corpse shuddered violently. Then its neck bulged and blister-like swellings appeared across its skin. The flesh-mound's body began to heat up, swelling rapidly. With a deafening explosion, the flesh-mound corpse burst into pieces, its body reduced to fragments. Fan reappeared before everyone, holding the flesh-mound corpse's crystal core. Just then Zhu Meng and his companions arrived, saying Fan, "We're here to help." The masked figure in black added, "Let's attack its undead crystal together." Han Ji warned Fan, "Almost everyone below is gone." Zuofeng also said, "Well, handle these corpses." Zuofeng gave the order and the tomb chamber was in chaos with purple smoke rising everywhere. Something began dripping from the dragon heads above. Zhang Xiaohou and the others were climbing the stone steps closely together. "Grab my hand, pull her up." Zhang Xiaohou said to Su Xiaoluo, "The stairs are getting lower and narrower, we must be close." "Let's go," Su Xiaoluo agreed. Then a glow appeared before everyone. Su Xiaoluo deduced that must be the altar Fanggu mentioned. "Finally, we're here." Before them stood a massive altar. Zhang Xiaohou guessed, "This is the Blood King's throne, and the one sitting there must be the ancient king." The figure seated before them remained silent. Zhang Xiaohou cautiously stepped forward, and when he saw the ancient king's face, everyone was stunned. Fang's face appeared. He said to Zhang Xiaohou, I never expected this. How did you escape the gate of death? Zhang Xiaohou exclaimed in shock. How is this you? Zhang Xiaohou asked in confusion. What happened? Why are you sitting here? Fanggu countered. Why can't I sit here? Su Xiaoluo asked. Then where is the ancient king? Fanggu replied. It's me. Zhang Xiaohou pressed your Fanggu. Fanggu shook his head and laughed. I am no longer Fanggu, just as I predicted. Zhang Xiaohou asked in surprise. What do you mean? Fanggu replied. Whoever arrives first inherits everything from the ancient king. Su Xiaoluo then asked. Then what are we waiting for? Order the undead legion to retreat. After hearing this, Fanggu suddenly burst into laughter. Ha 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 ha. Su Xiaoluo shouted. What are you laughing at? Zhang Xiaohou stepped in front of Su Xiaoluo and warned. Wait, he thought to himself, something isn't right. Fanggu said bluntly, they're taking back what belongs to me. Why should I stop? Lu Ru warned, he's about to turn into an undead. Su Xiaoluo whispered, what does that mean? Zhang Xiaohou stepped between them with a cold snort. Fanggu suddenly stopped. Humph, I need blood, more blood. His eyes had turned bloodshot. You just offer me your blood, Fanggu said, his voice trembling as he regained control. Run. In an instant Fanggu regained control and whispered urgently, run. Then he let out a blood-curdling scream. Lu Ru urged everyone. Run, he's starting to mutate. It takes a few seconds. Su Xiaoluo hesitated, but he's still conscious. Fanggu had already lost control, roaring as he lunged toward Su Xiaoluo. Lu Ru leapt forward, kicking off the ground, and drove her sharp fingers into Fanggu's ribs. Blood spurted out, followed by billowing black smoke. Lu Ru concluded he hasn't truly gained the ancient king's power yet. Fanggu's body withered rapidly, turning into a skeleton, and his robe slipped off. Everyone froze as the robe sat back upright in the chair. Zhang Xiaohou asked in confusion, is that thing controlling Fanggu? Lu Ru agreed, it seems so. This robe is dangerous, don't touch it. Outside thunder rumbled as dark clouds rolled and Lu Ru gasped, the altar is moving. Is the abyssal vortex shifting again? Suddenly everyone was thrown to the ground. Lu Ru shouted, what do we do? We're out of time. Zhang Xiaohou's eyes burned as he stared at the robe, sprinting toward it. Su Xiaoluo screamed, Zhang Xiaohou, stop, you'll end up like Fanggu. But Zhang Xiaohou kept running toward the robe. He shouted as he ran, there's no other way. Zhang Xiaohou stopped in front of the robe and turned to Su Xiaoluo with a desperate look. Su Xiaoluo pleaded, no please, there has to be another way. Zhang Xiaohou, yet he still pressed forward. Suddenly a hand shot out and grabbed his shoulder. Zhang Xiaohou cried out, ah, this dark energy. Continuing from the last episode, someone grabbed Zhang Xiaohou and hurled him aside, snarling, get away. Zhang Xiaohou shouted in terror, chief instructor. Su Xiaoluo and Lu Ru were shocked. This man was Zhang Kong. In no time Zhang Kong had donned a suit of armor. Zhang Xiaohou immediately shouted again, chief instructor, chief instructor. But Lu Ru grabbed Zhang Xiaohou and warned, it's too late. Zhang Kong then spoke to the armor, if you want this body you must show sincerity. With that he flung the blood-sucking armor away, but it flew back and reattached itself to him. Zhang Kong shook it off and roared, surrender to me or be destroyed. Then grabbing the armor by its leg he asked an immortal body before hurling it away again. Zhang Kong continued, now I'll help you find release. Well, have you decided? The scene shifted to the clock tower where someone was sent crashing into the ceiling coughing out blood. It was Mo Fan. He spat out a mouthful of blood and looked up in shock at Mu Xia, who was tied to the bell clapper. Mu Xia shouted, you're the one who declared war on Fengqi City. Mo Fan stretched lazily and replied, surprised. How do you like that? Mu Xia yelled, what are you? Mo Fan turned his demonic eye toward Mu Xia and answered, I'm here to crash your party. Then he summoned Little Yenji in Mo Fan's demonic form. Little Yenji had grown stronger. Father and son then soared out together outside. Han Shi also summoned her contracted spirit. With the Frostbone's grace and the Ice Rain's elegance, a woman covered in frost appeared shyly. When the corpse of Shanfeng saw her, his eyes lit up and he opened his thousand-year unbrushed mouth to let out a roar. Unable to stand the corpse of Shanfeng's foul breath, Han Shi quickly froze him solid. The corpse let out a muffled groan. Soon the corpse of Shanfeng was completely encased in ice. Seeing Mo Fan charge out, Han Shi shouted, strike beneath its throat, destroy its undead crystal. As Mo Fan rushed forward, the corpse of Shanfeng had already broken free from some of the ice. Mo Fan yelled, perish. He then lunged straight for the frozen neck of the corpse of Shanfeng. A dull thud echoed, followed by a sickening sound. A hole appeared in the corpse's neck. The corpse of Shanfeng had just shattered all the ice. Black blood gushed from the hole in its neck. It let out a guttural groan. Then it grabbed a hill fiend and stuffed it into the wound. Who would have thought of such a bizarre way to heal? Xu Meng shouted, it's trying to escape, we have to kill it. Seeing the corpse of Shanfeng turn to flee, Mo Fan flew into a rage and roared, where do you think you're going? Suddenly a spatial gate appeared behind the corpse of Shanfeng, unleashing a wild suction force. Mo Fan's hands unleashed lightning and flames, his assault overwhelming like a landslide. Yet the barrier absorbed all of Mo Fan's thunder and fire. Hanji sighed. This chaotic space devoured every attack. Suddenly he noticed Zhang Kong hovering above the mountain peak corpse. He shouted, "Someone's above the mountain peak corpse, watch out, their presence is incredibly powerful." Meanwhile the mountain peak corpse bowed respectfully to Zhang Kong. Zhang Kong stood atop its head and casually waved his hand. The mountain peak corpse immediately turned and retreated backward. The masked man paled in terror, stammering that armor, oh the ancient monarch. Mo Fan squinted, stunned by what he saw. Zhang Kong's face appeared on the armor and he cried out, "Head instructor." Zhang Kong remained silent, merely waving his hand. A barrier formed before Mo Fan. He yelped in shock. 3 figures appeared and Mo Fan shouted, "Lu Ru Zhang Xiao Su Xiaola." Mo Fan grabbed Lu Ru and Su Xiaola, then clenched Zhang Xiao's clothes in his teeth. After setting them down, Mo Fan saw the mountain peak corpse leaving and called out, "Head instructor." Zhang Kong said nothing. Turning to leave, the mountain peak corpse marched forward again and the spirits slowly sank into the ground. The sun emerged from behind the clouds, casting brilliant light over the ruined city. Cracks spread across the barrier and the remaining spirits began to erupt. The undead army vanished and the people below cheered, "We're alive, we're alive." All the spirits had disappeared, no more remained. "We survived, we won, we won." Mo Fan stared blankly in the direction the mountain peak corpse had gone. Zhang Xiao regained consciousness, clutching his head and groaning, Where are we, my head?" Seeing Mo Fan, Zhang Xiao hugged him tightly, sobbing, "Brother Fan." Mo Fan's eyes reddened. He gazed into the distance and asked, "He'll always be watching over us, right?" Zhang Xiao paused, then nodded, "Yes, the head instructor will always watch over us." Mo Fan patted his junior's shoulder. "Thank goodness this time we didn't let him down." Zhang Xiao agreed. "Yes, Zhurong Hanji and Du Xiao wept with joy alongside the people. Hooray, hooray." At the same time voices echoed from within the clock tower. "What did you say?" "Fine, I accept your sincerity." A hole was dug into the ground beneath Muxia's feet. He shrieked, "Yumayana!" Muxia trembled violently, crying out, "Lord Qielong, Lord Qielong." The woman across from him said coldly, "Your turn. Did you arrange for that kid to go to the Magic Academy?" Muxia screamed, "No, no, it wasn't me." The woman spoke again, saying, "You created all this and called it a grand celebration. I must reward you." A pained voice from Muxia cried out, "No, no, no, it wasn't me. Please, I'm not the one." Haith clock tower is already being repaired on the second day. The workers called out to each other, asking for more cement to be brought over. In the meeting room, She presided over the discussion with Poison Scorpion Zhumang, a masked man, and the enchanting man present. The masked man spoke in a disappointed tone. "I've searched many places but I still haven't seen Mo Fan." Hearing this, Zhumang was visibly startled. That name doesn't sound like someone who does good deeds." Quietly, She merely squinted and smiled knowingly. The demonic affinity, she might be the only one in the world with this element. Then she turned her head and smiled faintly, saying, "We'd discuss other matters later. Today I've called everyone here to discuss something." Zhumang immediately chimed in. Mo Fan told me he wants to keep the demonic affinity a secret because he doesn't want to become a lab rat for the Magic Association. The masked man quickly agreed. "That is a good idea. Can't let the Magic Association of the Southern Continent find out yet." Zhumang shook his head. "Inside the demonic affinity is forbidden." Poison Scorpion, can you intercept messages from the Hunter King of the Hunters Association? Poison Scorpion shook his head helplessly. "It's difficult. His rank is higher than mine." Just as the tension peaked, the enchanting man spoke up. "Don't worry, Mo Fan works for a very influential senior. He can handle this." Hearing this, Poison Scorpion's face lit up with relief. "I almost forgot that name. Then this should be easy." She added, "Good for Mo Fan's sake. By the way, Talon knows too." But she quickly reassured them. "He has to evade the Judgment Assembly and won't have time to bother Mo Fan." Zhumang burst into laughter. Exactly, he's too busy running for his life or the Judgment Assembly will uproot him completely." She stroked his beard, looking smug. "We can protect Mo Fan's jade token, his demonic affinity," the masked man asked. "Then shall we pave a cultivation path for him?" Poison Scorpion shook his head firmly. No, advancing one's cultivation shouldn't rely on others' charity." She nodded in agreement. "That said, we can't just leave him be." Seeing this, Zhumang spoke up, "I have an idea." She immediately responded. "Oh, go ahead and tell me." The scene shifts to Manhwa, over 130 kilometers from the ancient capital. Here towering peaks loom with overwhelming grandeur, their sheer scale leaving one breathless. Mo Fan rode his magnificent steed up the sheer cliffs, reaching the summit in no time. Mo Fan couldn't help but admire the horse's path. It remained as agile as ever, galloping like the wind. After looking around, he realized, this place, perhaps this is where the guild leader meant, a perfect spot for cultivation. Meanwhile, little flame spirit poked its head out and barked excitedly. Mo Fan casually told the little girl, "Daddy needs to train to strengthen his fire abilities." The child was thrilled at the idea. Woof woof, it meant training. I want to train too. Amofan laughed heartily. Yes, yes, you all need to train. Hearing its name, the majestic steed neighed loudly. Months later, in the bustling streets of the ancient capital, a young man in a bamboo hat weaved through the crowd. I heard everything here has returned to normal. All the spirits have vanished. From now on we won't have to worry about spirit attacks, right? They're avoiding us. They must be afraid of us mages. The young man was Zhang Xiaohuo, pondering to himself, instructor, what should I do? Meanwhile, in a room, two plump men were arguing. Let me eat first, I'm starving. No, we invited everyone to eat together. Your idea is completely wrong. Xiaohuo is our friend now. If you wouldn't mind. Zhao Kunsan immediately asked. How could he not mind? Wang Pan still refused. Just then Zhang Xiaohuo pushed the door open. The two plump men turned and cheered. Xiaohuo, come sit down, I'm starving too. With it he casually removed Zhang Xiaohuo's bamboo hat, revealing a long concealed scar. Zhang Xiaohuo just chuckled and Wang Pan spoke up. These days with heavy snowfall, Mofan is still training hard on Mount Hua. Zhao Kunsan grumbled. What a shame. Zhang Xiaohuo confirmed. Yes, I haven't seen him in a while. One of the plump men poured Zhang Xiaohuo a full cup of wine, startling him into shouting, that's too much, too much. Wang Pan raised his cup. This drink was meant for Mofan. You'll have to drink an extra one for him. He poured another cup and Zhang Xiaohuo jumped up. Enough. Wang Pan stood excited. Come on, bottoms up. Haha, I can't wait to see what this year brings. Zhang Xiaohuo still had beer foam on his lips as he excitedly said, we're so lucky none of those disasters managed to kill us. Zhang Xiaohuo confirmed, yeah, being alive is what matters. Hearing this, the two chubby guys suddenly fell silent. Van Ban immediately suggested, out of respect for Mofam, hand me the iPad, pull up Mofam's photo and let's raise a glass in his honor. Zhang Xiaohuo added, and light 3 sticks of incense while we're at it. Wang Pan quickly warned, don't use a color photo, while Zhao Kunsan looked utterly confused and asked, then should we use a black and white one? Zhang Xiaohuo blinked, then burst into laughter. Mofan isn't even dead. Why does this bunch act like they're setting up a memorial? Meanwhile, at the Imperial Capital Academy, a young man sighed deeply upon seeing Muningshue. Snow for skin, ice for bones, yet water graces the city. I've long heard of your fame. I am Guanyu. It's a pleasure to meet you, Miss Muningshue. But Muningshue didn't even glance at him, walking away without a word. Guanyu stood stunned for a few seconds before bragging shamelessly, Humph, I almost forgot to tell you. I've officially become a contestant in the China Academy Championship. Suddenly Mu Ningxue turned back, making Guanyu secretly gloat. I knew it. But Mu Ningxue's expression was serious. She had only turned to look at Mu Keiyun. He said to his daughter, Shue, come with dad over here. Mu Ningxue obediently followed, leaving Guanyu humiliated once again. The two then entered a multipurpose room. After Mu Keiyun glanced around to ensure no one was there, Mu Ningxue asked, what's wrong, Dad? He only spoke after closing the door. I just received some news. Your uncle Mu Hu had a disgrace, went astray as a child and ended up becoming the leader of the Dark Church. Mu Ningxue's face darkened as she fell silent while Mu Keiyun beat his chest in frustration. That name brings shame to our ancestors, Mu Ningxue retorted. So what do they want me to do? Mu Keiyun sighed. They want you to give up your spot in the Academy Championship to Mu Tingting. Mu Ningxue scoffed. They have no shame. Mu Keiyun patted his daughter's shoulder. I don't mind, but you worked so hard to earn this opportunity. But Mu Ningxue firmly replied, there's nothing to discuss. If Mu Tingting wants to replace you, she'll have to prove she's capable. Moments later, at the Imperial Capital Academy's duel arena, the contestants had gathered. It's a pleasure to see all of you here. You're all the finest talents from schools across China. Everyone here will represent all Chinese students in the academy competition. Suddenly a girl shivers. Strange, why do I feel so cold all of a sudden? It's like the temperature just dropped. Another guy looks at the woman who just walked in and says, wait, isn't that Mu Ningxue? I heard she might be removed from the list and is currently waiting for the council's review. Mu Tingting immediately glances over when asked about Mu Ningxue. Mu Ningxue, did you come to the wrong place? Dean Sungha quickly interjects. Ningxue, I understand what you mean, but Mu Ningxue cuts him off. I came here today with a purpose. Please witness my strength. Hopefully this bow will dispel any prejudice against me. Mu Tingting is already fuming. How dare she ignore me? Others ask in surprise, what bow? Mu Ningxue flicks her fingers and the frost star bow instantly appears. She knocks an arrow with practiced ease, leaving everyone in shock. This Mu Ningxue draws the bowstring fully and fires an ice arrow straight into the sky. A freezing chill instantly blankets the area, freezing everything in sight and leaving everyone stunned. Mu Ningxue raises the frost star bow and says firmly, I will participate even if it's just as an alternate. After shattering the ice bow, several teachers cheer excitedly. We might actually win this time. Well, resubmit the application. I promise you'll be on the alternate list. Fonli, a substitute, was suddenly assigned from above and now she's joining too. Dean Sonha replies calmly, it's fine, 12 or 13, what's the difference? That guy is steaming mad, yeah right, with his influence he doesn't even need our approval. Sonha answers, I don't know much, all I know is his name is Mo Fan. The scene shifts to the peak of Manhwa where Mo Fan is happily eating roasted meat, taking a big bite. Suddenly his phone rings. Mo Fan spits out a bone and pouts. What does master you want? What, my birth chart? My fire affinity is still strong, and not only have the other affinities recovered, but I've also advanced to the 3rd level. The meat here is delicious, and the air master, you stop beating around the bush, ask one question, get one answer. Master, you ask sternly, by the way I have a few things to discuss with you. Mo Fan replies cheerfully, go ahead, I'm listening. Oh, and did you remember to check on the dark serpent? Do you remember the giant beast that appeared in the city center back then? Mo Fan groans at the mention of the beast. Of course, it scared me half to death. Master, you continues. It's awake again. I asked why it appeared. Mo Fan quickly asks, is it because of my demonic blood? Don't answer, that's not you but the consciousness of the person behind you. Mo Fan asked in surprise, the person standing behind me. Danyu reminded him, think carefully again, it said that person is very close to you, right behind you. Mo Fan muttered in confusion, behind me, how could there be someone behind me? The person behind Mo Fan was none other than Yi Xinxia. He thought to himself, impossible, absolutely impossible. How could Xinxia trigger a reaction from the mystic serpent artifact? Danyu warned again, be careful, I'm just reminding you. Mo Fan let out a bitter laugh. I understand. The call ended with a busy tone. Mo Fan suddenly stood up and rushed into the Taoist temple. As soon as he entered he shouted, old Taoist, I want to go down the mountain. The old Taoist asked in surprise, why not train a little longer? Since you came here to cultivate you should put in more effort. Mo Fan replied, I've reached my limit, more training won't help. The old Taoist nodded, true, you need to go out and gain some experience, no harm in applying what you've learned. I remember when I was your age I traveled across the southern continent and eventually secluded myself on Mount Hua to cultivate. Mo Fan didn't want to listen anymore and quickly said, farewell. Then he dashed away only for the old Taoist to speak again. Wait, the next time we meet you might not see me again. Mo Fan reluctantly turned back. Go ahead, the old Taoist replied. This old man is quite amusing, he reminds me of that elder I met behind the school. It's a shame he passed before you, otherwise you two would have made great friends. Wishing you longevity, farewell. Only then did the old Taoist stroke his beard and chuckle. Old friend, you've picked an interesting kid. The scene shifted to Hangzhou at Zhejiang University's campus. Mo Fan frantically called Yi Xinxia, why isn't she picking up? He remembered Danyu's words, someone behind you is disturbing the artifact. Mo Fan searched everywhere, his friends, the library, the dorm, but she wasn't there. Where could she be? Maybe her advisor knows. Meanwhile, Yi Xingxia's advisor answered the call. Mo Fan, right, don't worry about Xinxia, she's at an interview, and turned off her phone. Mo Fan pressed an interview. What kind of interview? The advisor replied. It's for a 12-year exchange program at the Parthenon Temple, a rare opportunity, you should wish her luck. She's talking with the instructors from the Parthenon Temple right now. Mo Fan sighed in relief. Oh, I see. Then he suddenly snapped back to reality and asked, wait, if Xinxia is selected doesn't that mean she'll have to move to Greece? The other mentor happily replied, yes, I think she has a great chance. Mo Fan, I know you're like a brother and a father to her, but Mo Fan shouted, no, Nash can't go, no one will take care of her. Then he imagined Xinxia being bullied by a pack of fierce wolves. Mo Fan, where are you? Save me. She can't do anything on her own if those foreigners mistreat her. The mentor here tried to reassure him. You can rest easy, I've personally arranged for 2 female staff members to look after her. 247 Mo Fan hesitated, that still won't work. I'm sorry, I know you're also considering the school's treatment system. The other mentor said sincerely, I'm truly sorry, I didn't expect you to be so firm about this. Actually, she's not just going for an interview, she's already on a private jet to Greece. Mo Fan shouted, what did she agree to this? The mentor replied. Xinxia herself isn't aware, but due to the time constraints at the Parthenon they decided to send her to Greece right after the interview. I'm sorry, I thought you'd agree, I never expected this. Mo Fan shouted, darn it, how dare they do this to Xinxia? Mo Fan groaned, rubbing his temples. This isn't the time for that. Listen, where are they taking off from? The mentor answered, at a private airport near Gusu. I'll send you the address, I don't know if you'll make it in time. Mo Fan immediately steeled himself. Wait. The scene shifted to a private airport in Gusu where the plane was already taxiing down the runway. Someone on the plane said, I'm terribly sorry, but we've already taken off. Well, notify her family, Xinxia said to them. Mentor Glocken, I need to get her brother's or father's approval for this. A staff member then told the others. Sir, we've detected an unidentified flying object on our flight path affecting takeoff. Glocken waved his hand, cows, just shoo it away. But don't go overboard, we don't want trouble with the Judgment Council. Xinxia stayed silent and cows obediently complied. Over here Mofan shouted, Shinsha, are you on the plane? Then he yelled at the crew. Listen up, stop this plane right now or I'll smash it to pieces. Lung Ching looked displeased at having to fly with Mofan. Next time you make me do something like this I'll toss you into a lake to feed the snakes. Mofan smirked. Halingling is my little sister and my little sister. We're family, don't think like that. Lingsu reminded, you should care more about your little sister. I know these Parthenon temple people too well. Mofan looked furious again, but the problem was that Xinxia didn't agree to go either. Just as Xinxia turned around, her brother Mofan was still here. Mofan shouted, Xinxia, are they from the Parthenon temple? Why do they look like a bunch of thugs? Xinxia confirmed they really are from the Parthenon temple, but I don't understand why they won't give me time to think. Mofan said firmly, don't worry with me here, they won't take you away. Just then Kaosi charged out of the plane. Lingsa said bluntly, I am Lingsa, Vice Judgment Lord of the Hidden Spirit Judgment Council. Release the girl inside the plane at once. Kaosi retorted, sorry, you have no right to stop the temple's people. Or I'll have to take action, Lingsa said angrily. If you're targeting Hongzhou's disciples, I have the right to eliminate you. Gelo roared, enough talk, take off. Kaosi said to Lingsu, very well, let me see what the Hidden Spirit Judgment Council is capable of. With that he unleashed Wind Disc Heavenly Net. Mofan exclaimed, this guy's spellcasting is too fast. Lingsu let go of Mofan and said, get down now. Mofan panicked and yelled, wait, then he fell straight down. Mofan landed on all fours. That scared me to death. Good thing it wasn't high, it's too bright here, I can't use shadow-based spells. Just then the Wind Disc Heavenly Net was sweeping toward Lingsu. She scoffed, and with a boom the Wind Disc Heavenly Net was instantly broken. Lingsu looked at Kaosi, who blared back, humph. Lingsu then cast a high-level magic seal rock demon pool cave heavenly chariot. Sharp rock pillars shot toward Kaosi, forcing him to dodge clumsily. He widened his eyes as a rock pillar flew at him. With a bang the pillar exploded on impact, only for Kaosi to barely block it with his blazing demon tool. He growled, looks like he'll have to take this seriously. Lingsu replied calmly, oh, I haven't even warmed up yet. Meanwhile Mofan was already playing with his authority token. You little lackeys in the plane, get out now or I'll blow this thing up. With that he stabbed through the wing and Liu Kang poked his head out. How dare you insult the temple's people, I have the right to punish you. Mofan roared, cut the nonsense. Liu Kang flew into a rage, you think you can act tough in front of me? Just then Lingsa jumped down to stop Mofan. Mofan, don't do anything reckless, Liu Kang shouted. Yeah kid, don't do anything stupid or you'll regret it. Meanwhile Lingsu was still trying to calm the hot-headed guy down. Mofan, stop, control yourself. Liu Kang sneered, kid, you're not even worth my time. Lingsu shouted, can you just shut up? Don't provoke him. Mofan's expression had already darkened. Galao was all talk, how ridiculous, did he really think I'd be afraid of him? Lang Qing was speechless. Just then Mofan suddenly widened his eyes. Suddenly a mist rose beneath his feet. Out of nowhere the lantern mystic serpent appeared. Mofan squinted and scoffed. A sneer curled his lips. Galao snapped, furious, what are you laughing at? How powerful are you anyway? Mofan blinked and replied, I'm not, but the friend beside you certainly is. Galao turned around and said, fine, let's see what you Chinese are capable of. Before he could finish, the massive body of the lantern mystic serpent loomed into view. Galao trembled in fear, shrieking, oh heavens, the lantern mystic serpent is flicking its tongue. Hissing nonstop, it opened its jaws, drool dripping everywhere. Drip, 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 the serpent's saliva splattered onto Galao. The old man's face turned purple with terror, crying, snake, even Hundun panicked. Hey friend, let's talk this out calmly. Mofan shot him a disdainful glance. Weren't you in a hurry just now? He asked, pointing at the serpent. Do you want my brother to send you straight to Greece? Hundun and Galao paled, hastily backpedaling. Let's sit down and discuss this properly. Everything's negotiable, right? Mofan and Leng Chung were dumbfounded by how quickly these guys changed their tune. The scene shifted to a negotiation spot building atop a mountain with stunning views. Mofan spoke first, so do I need to pay for the plane repairs? Galao broke into a cold sweat, waving his hands, no, we have insurance, it's nothing. Mofan pressed on, then are you still taking the person? Galao hesitated. Well, Lord Mofan, this candidate is truly valuable. Mofan feigned a menacing glare. Oh, is that so? Galao stammered. We can't meet your demands, we must take the less talented students. Mofan retorted, then there's nothing left to discuss. My serpent will escort you back to Greece. The two of them, picturing the lantern mystic serpent, immediately clutched each other in terror. No, we're Greek, this isn't the last time, you fools, don't remind us. Mofan, don't get too worked up, hear them out first. Mofan nodded, fine, go ahead. Galao spoke gravely. Lord Mofan, regarding her injured leg. Our Parthenon temple has a way to heal it. Mofan asked in surprise. Heal her leg? Are you serious? Glocken replies. We've already spoken to her teacher, didn't he tell you? Fan glanced at Shishinha and fell silent. Seeing this, Glocken let out a soft sigh before speaking. You can ask the Parthenon Temple. As long as the Parthenon Temple agrees to treat her, any illness can be cured. Even resurrection is within our grasp. As long as the conditions are met, the dead can be brought back to life. Fan recalled the past, how the imperial court had been turned into turtle monsters and how Wang Ziajan's soul had been scattered. Had heard the Parthenon Temple could save them. He asked, really? Tang Zhong confirmed. Glocken is right, the Parthenon is truly extraordinary. Teacher Lu Ping put in so much effort to help Shinha, and Hanji even went to see her. What was your response? Fan glanced again at Shinha in her wheelchair before turning away in silence. Tang Zhong continued, it's a place with a top-tier magical healing system. If even Hanji couldn't do anything, I doubt we'll find a cure in China. Then he turned to Shinha. What do you think? Shinha asked in return. How long will it take? Glocken answered, as little as a year, as long as 2 depending on efficiency. Tang Zhong added. Fan will take responsibility for her safety. You don't need to worry, right? Fan replied, yeah, I trust you. Shinha thought for a moment before calling out to Fan, Gij, I want to go. Fan asked why. Shinha answered, it's a good place. But in her heart she thought, I can't move quickly, I can't do anything, I don't want to keep living like this. Fan hesitated for a moment before agreeing, all right, I respect your decision. But if anyone dares to bully you, we'll smash that temple to pieces. Glocken chuckled, had we guarantee nothing like that will happen. Afterward the group headed to the airport. Fan reminded them. Glocken, if she gets bullied there. Glocken replied, don't worry. Fan gave Shinha a long look and she stared back at him blankly. Then he kissed her forehead, making Shinha blush furiously. Fan tried to play it off, call me if you miss me. Shinha nodded obediently. MHMU2. Just then the announcement played. Attention passengers flying to Greece, flight 0891 is now boarding, please proceed to the counter for check-in. Fan silently watched Shinha disappear down the hallway. The scene shifted to the capital the moment Fan arrived. His phone rang. Hey, a furious voice shouted, where the hell have you been, brat? Get your ass to the national team now. Fan gave a wry smile, well, here I am. In Fan's eyes, aside from Dean Sungha, every other instructor looked as if they wanted to chop him into mincemeat and boil him into porridge. A teacher from the intelligence department asked, you must be Fan, the reserve trainee. Fan replied, I am Fan, but why am I only a reserve? Instructor Fongli glared and snapped a backdoor recruit, like you should be grateful just to have reserve status. Only then did Dean Sungha speak up, Fan, since you didn't participate in the final selection ritual you can't become a full member, hurry back to your team, you're the only one missing. Fan nodded in agreement, alright. Suddenly he spotted a familiar face and walked over to sling an arm around Zhao Manuan's shoulders. Not bad, I didn't expect you to snag a spot too. They teased each other. 5 suitcases, are you moving in or what? Fan glanced over and saw 2 more acquaintances, Ijung 2 and military mage Nanju. He immediately greeted them cheerfully. Long time no see. The instructors instantly flared up and barked at them. Move it, get back to your team now. Fan and Zhao Manuan hurriedly complied. Yes, Fan grumbled, while these instructors are way too strict. Zhao Manuan sighed, forget it, once they see your true strength things will change. Suddenly Mu Ningxue turned around and asked, you're still alive? Fan jumped in shock, staring at the beauty in disbelief. Wait, how are you here and as a reserve too? Mu Ningxue didn't answer. Instead she asked something else. Did you kill Muxia? Fan scratched his chin, thinking before replying indirectly, I suppose. Mu Ningxue nodded in approval. Well done, you helped the people get justice. Fan finally realized what was going on. Ah, so you're only a reserve because of Muxia? Mu Ningxue lowered her head and admitted, probably. Fan added, well, with your skills you'll be a core member of the team sooner or later. Mu Ningxue stayed silent as instructor Fongli solemnly announced. Everyone's here now, let's begin your first training challenge. Time passed and Fan wailed as if had lost his parents. No money, frozen bank account and no flights, what's the deal? Is the first challenge to swim to Japan? Zhao Manuan tried to reason with him. Fan, calm down. Then a girl chimed in, typical Chinese, always complaining. Fan's face turned purple with rage. Who's the busybody? He snapped. But Zhao Manuan cut in, don't add fuel to the fire, miss. The girl replied, it's me. Fan's face flushed with anger again. Fine, at least tell me, classmate, how do we even get to Japan? Xiang Xiaoru explained that if they took a boat there was a fishing village here with a port and ships heading to Japan. Nanjiao suggested they should buy a map to check the exact location. Fan grumbled, saying that even fate had no map, so they were doomed. Zhao Manuan sighed that they had no choice if they'd been tricked by a few old men. Leave everything behind, even their phones. Mo Fan complained again, asking what they'd have left, and Guan Yu chimed in agreement. Xiang Xiaoru confirmed that going to Japan like this was no different from sneaking in illegally. Right, and they couldn't reveal their identities or the trial would fail, a sweet-voiced girl added with a complaint. Just 2 or 3 boxes of clothes, how were they supposed to change? Mr. Jiang Tu finally stepped up as a leader. Enough talking, let's ask the villagers, he said, and the group headed toward the fishing village. A few children in the village stared blankly as the strangers approached. Nanjiao greeted them warmly, hello. However, the adults in the village brandished oars and pitchforks, driving them away. What do you real estate people want now? Don't think we're uneducated and easy to bully, one shouted. Mr. Jiang Tu tried to calm them down. Uncle, you've got it wrong, we're just here to ask something, the old man said in surprise. You're not real estate developers, Nanjiao replied. No, we just want to know where the biggest port is, the old man pondered for a moment. Nanjiao waited for his response. Soon the old man changed his tone. Go straight ahead, and after about 4 or 5 miles cross the bay to reach the port, he said. Nanjiao thanked him and told his companions, let's hurry before it gets dark. Then Mo Fan and the others turned back to the villagers. We're leaving now. Someone suddenly remembered, oh no uncle, I forgot to mention. People from the neighboring coastal village had recently gone missing. Suddenly a buck-toothed young man ran after them. Hey, wait up. You guys walk fast, I had to run to catch up. Mo Fan asked in surprise. What's up? The young man replied, there's news about sea monsters appearing near the coast. Wherever you're going, it's best to stay far away from the sea. Xiang Xiaoru asked in surprise, isn't this a safe zone? How can there be sea monsters? The buck-toothed boy answered shyly, this has been happening for a while now. People from the neighboring village disappeared after going out to sea. Xiang Xiaoru whined, sea monsters are terrifying. How about Big Brother takes us to the port? The buck-toothed boy said, blushing shyly. All right, that'll do. Afterward, the buck-toothed boy led the group of mortals to the harbor. This is the place you wanted to go. The river is huge, but the city is so small. The mortals looked at the tiny port puzzled. Maybe the authorities aren't doing their job, Zhao Manuan speculated. Maybe it's due to market competition. A port this good can't be government run, the fan general ordered. Go ask at the port if there are any ships to Japan. A wild-looking man in the group spoke up. Zhu Jining stepped back. Even if there's a ship, it's useless. They don't know who we are. How could they let us leave? The fan general asked the mortal. What do you think? Well, work on the ship and they'll help us get to Japan, the mortal replied. Zhu Jiming asked worriedly, would they take that risk? Smuggling is illegal. The mortal placed a hand on Zhao Manuan's shoulder and said calmly. So we have to do what ordinary people can't. Zhao Manuan was speechless at this guy. The scene shifted to the city center. A female staff member said to General Manager Lin. Reporting to the general manager, the marketing department wants to discuss something with you. What is it? General Manager Lin asked. That guy has tricked me several times already and now he's hiding things from me. Forget it, you can go. With that, General Lin plopped into his chair, clearly upset. Humph! Meanwhile, the group of mortals had already barged into the building's lobby. The female secretary looked surprised, not understanding why a group of young people had stormed in. The buck-toothed boy asked the mortals worriedly. Is it really okay for us to just barge in like this? I heard the market owner is very particular about etiquette. Yaleo also asked worriedly. Brother Manuan, are you sure we should be here? Manuan replied. Mofan told me the people in this building definitely need our help. Just then the female secretary waved over the security guards and pointed at the group of young people in the hall, asking, go ask them what they're doing here. The security guard answered. They said the owner of the building is in trouble, so they came to deal with it. The secretary asked in surprise, a sea monster? The guard replied, yes, they claim they can kill it. The secretary worried silently. Are these kids really up for this? Mofan waved his hand with a sinister grin. This should be interesting. After a while, General Manager Lin sat down to talk with AI Jiangtu and Nanjiao. I hope you won't waste my time, AI Jiangtu replied. Don't worry, provide the data and resources and we'll get the job done, General Manager Lin said. Fine, but I won't force you. If anyone dies, I'm not responsible. AI Jiangtu stood up and shook hands with Manager Lin. Understood. The next day, AI Jiangtu and his group were given a boat. Nanjiao reported that according to the client's information, there was a group of sea monsters. AI Jiangtu took out a nautical chart and said, last time they came to this island they were attacked at night and suffered heavy losses, said Jiangyu, the young man in sunglasses. These sea monsters aren't the fiercest kind, Nanjiao added. They're deep red, so they can't be whalefin sea monsters, Jiangyu sighed. Well, maybe we should just turn back and go home, Nanjiao suggested. We're far from land now. After passing the next 2 small islands, it should be the place based on the description. Then we'll dock there and decide whether to activate the magical device to lure the sea monsters over, but AI Jiangtu objected. That's not a good idea. If there are too many of them, we'll be surrounded. Let's investigate first. Nanjiao went ashore to check the situation. Maybe it was left by the previous ships. Just then Jiang Yu shouted, "Come here, there are scratches, claw marks from the sea monster left on the rocks." AI Juntu asked, "Can you tell what kind of sea monster it is?" Jiang Yu replied, "It has 3 red claws, that's extremely rare, I think it's a scarlet wolf demon." Suddenly Zhao Manuan asked, "So is that the scarlet wolf demon you were talking about earlier?" At that moment Mo Fan was holding a sea demon in his hand. He blinked and asked, "What are you all talking about?" Jiang Yu asked in surprise, "Where did you catch this thing, Mo Fan?" The scarlet wolf demon curled up on the ground trembling in fear. "I was just passing by, I don't know anything, that guy just grabbed me." Others asked, "It doesn't seem that strong." Jiang Yu assessed, "It might just be a young scarlet wolf demon, but it looks mature enough." Suddenly a massive scarlet wolf demon appeared behind them, letting out a deep growl. Zhao Manuan scoffed, "A mere scarlet wolf demon dares to act tough, let me take care of it." But before he could finish speaking, a pack of scarlet wolf demons emerged, snarling defiantly. Mooning Shuai asked Mo Fan, "Did they follow you here?" Mo Fan sighed, "I thought I'd lost them already." Seeing Mooning Shuai and Mo Fan talking, Guan Yu grew jealous and immediately stepped forward to challenge Mo Fan. "Hey Reserve, think you can handle this?" Mo Fan replied calmly, "Of course, but how about we make this an extreme competition?" Guan Yu asked, "What's the bet?" Mo Fan continued, "Whoever collects the most demon cores wins. The loser has to obey the winner's command." Guan Yu shot back, "Anything?" Mo Fan confirmed, "Anything." Scared? Guan Yu retorted, "Fine, let's bet who's afraid of who." No sooner had he spoken than Guan Yu leapt forward, summoning his demon scythe to attack. "This guy's using a demon scythe." Zhao Manuan shouted, "That's cheating," but Guan Yu argued back, "I never said we couldn't team up or use magical tools." Guan Yu struck a scarlet wolf demon with his scythe and it collapsed instantly, leaving 2 bloody marks on its body. Guan Yu raised his scythe triumphantly, not even a single move could withstand it. Then he dug out the demon core and declared, "One." On Mo Fan's side he unleashed lightning seal electric field. Dark purple lightning crackled, booming loudly. 3 scarlet wolf demons were electrocuted. Jiang Yu gasped, "That's too intense." The girl beside him exclaimed, "4th level lightning seal, he's amazing." Mo Fan grinned, "For these scarlet wolf demons aren't as tough as I thought." Meanwhile Guan Yu could only scoff under his breath. Then he exchanged a glance with Zhu Guming. Over here Mo Fan was casting lightning seal again. Suddenly a boulder blocked Mo Fan's view. Zhu Guming let out a sinister chuckle. "How amusing." Mo Fan sneered dismissively, "Child's play." Then his hand clenched and flames erupted. Mo Fan struck blazing fist of judgment, earth-shattering calamity. Meanwhile the red-scaled beast had leaped onto the cliffside. But flames had already ignited beneath its feet. The beast was instantly scorched, steam rising. Zhao Manuan stood frozen in shock. Heavens above, a spell cast with such precision from 200 paces away. Zhu Guming was stunned. "What?" Mo Fan exclaimed. 4 of them. Zhao Yu was left speechless. He leaped onto the cliff to finish off a red-scaled beast perish, but the beast dodged the attack. Though injured, it wasn't severely hurt. Zhao Yu breathed a sigh of relief, but was close a little further and the beast was licking its wounds, then let out a roar. Next it spat out a sticky substance, instantly binding Zhao Yu's legs. He cried out in panic, "Ugh, what is this? Some kind of fat, my feet are stuck." Just then the red-scaled beast lunged fiercely, claws slashing. Zhao Yu stood paralyzed with fear. But just as the razor-sharp claws were about to strike him, they suddenly froze. AI Lento had used telekinesis to restrain the beast. This ability, a basic spatial magic, allowed him to move objects without physical contact. Immediately after, the beast was flung against the cliffside, shattering on impact. Mo Fan approached and said, "Elder AI, that wasn't fair, but victory was still his." AI Lenta reminded him, "Look at its belly." Mo Fan focused and saw a rotting arm protruding from its stomach. Mu Tinjiang, watching AI Lenta rummage through the beast's corpse, asked, "Captain, what are you doing? That's disgusting." AI Lenta didn't respond, continuing his search. He pulled a child from the beast's stomach. The sight left Mo Fan stunned. Mu Dinjiang's expression darkened instantly as he asked, "Captain, where are your reinforcements?" But when he saw the twisted, horrifying face of the rotting child's corpse, he let out a terrified scream. "Ah, this is too awful." Aya too said to Zhao Manuan, "When it was devoured, it was still alive as it was swallowed into the stomach." Mo Fan was still observing the belly of the red-belled demon. He reported, "There's another one inside." Zhao Manuan said, "Let me purify them." Afterward the magical corruption was lifted and the 2 corpses were cleansed by Zhao Manuan. Jiang Yu deduced, "It seems they're hiding something from us." Aya too immediately assigned tasks. Jiang Yu, Mu Dinjiang, the 2 of you return to land and search for clues. Jiang Yu responded, "Captain, rest assured I will uncover the truth of this matter." Guan Yu asked, "What do we do next?" Mo Fan took the little red-belled demon's hand and said, "Why ask? Who here is a spirit mage? Xiang Xiaonian will handle this." Fan told her help me deliver a message to this cute little beast. Go tell your leader. The red bell demon nodded and replied okay. Fan lowered his voice and said we will wipe out your disgusting plan. After saying this Fan pushed the red bell demon into the sea. He then asked Xiang Shanyo, did you get the message through? Xiang Shanyo happily replied, not only that, I also placed a tracking mark on it. Meanwhile the red bell demon ran as fast as it could, not daring to stop for even a moment. Soon after Fan and the others boarded their ship. Muningshue said these are amphibious red bell demons. Most of them live on damp islands. Jiang Tu asked, have you seen them before? Muningshue answered, I've only read about them in books. Their power is stronger underwater than on land. Fan suggested then we shouldn't let them touch the water. Soon after their ship reached the nest of these demons. Fan's spirit sank the moment he saw the small island. But then he thought, it's just a small island, there's no way to keep them from the water. Meanwhile Guanyu had returned from scouting. Jiang Tu asked, what's the situation on the island? Guanyu replied, there are 4 islands in total, 1 in the center and 3 surrounding it are inhabited by sea monkey demons. The central one belongs to the red bell demons. Nan Jiao asked, why are there sea monkey demons? Nan Roni explained, sea monkey demons are slaves to most sea monsters. Books say they're good at stealing and escaping. The child was likely taken from the village at night. Guanyu reported there are about 2,000 to 300 sea monkey demons and 100 to 200 red bell demons. Jiang Tu looked worried, if they get into the water we'll be in trouble. Muningshue spoke up, I can freeze the seawater. If the distance between the islands isn't too great. Nan Jiao asked worriedly, everything's frozen, does Muningshue need help from other ice mages? Muningshue replied, I can handle it alone. Master Jiang Tu agreed, good, this way if we want to go underwater we'll have to break the ice. Then he assigned Nan Rong and I to stay behind and guard the ship. Everyone else follow me. Nan Rong and I acknowledged all right. Soon after the battle began. One young man cast giant shadow nail while another unleashed wind fist. In no time the group of demons was wiped out. The Sharkman told Master Jiang Tu all clear. Nan Jiao suggested he'll drive off these water demons to protect Muningshue. Until she finishes the ice seal. Zhao Manuan objected, that's not a good idea, let Fan handle it. Fan added, no problem, but you'll need protection while drawing the star trails. However, Master Jiang Tu had other plans. You to go attack their nest over there. Fan told his friend, you can't always be the good guy. Zhao Manuan was exasperated. Then the two headed toward the Crimson Silk Demon's nest. Fan grinned at his friend and asked Zhao Manuan, want to do something wild? Zhao Manuan sighed, you're insane, I'm never teaming up with you again, but he also kind of enjoyed the thrill. Fan cheered, then let's do this. A deafening explosion erupted, blowing apart the demon's nest. Zhao Manuan shouted, darn it, there must be at least 40 or 50 in there. Seeing the Crimson Silk Demons charge out, Zhao Manuan cast barrier technique, creating a glowing wall. The Crimson Silk Demons slammed into the barrier with loud thuds before leaping into the trees. Fan asked in surprise, aren't those tree demons? How can they climb so easily? Realizing they'd stirred up a hornet's nest, the two bolted. Suddenly a demon spat at Fan. Fan ducked just in time, barely avoiding the spit. Alright, he said, then used spatial magic control technique. Come here. He yanked the tree demon toward him and kicked it in the head. Meanwhile the island began to freeze over. Zhao Manuan warned, hurry, the Crimson Silk Demons are chasing us. Then he asked his friend Fan, did I just see that right? You used spatial magic? Fan replied, yes, spatial magic. Zhao Manuan shot back, what do you mean? Fan blinked and asked, what do you mean? Zhao Manuan screamed like a madman, ugh, my grandfather told me if I awaken spatial magic, he'd give me half his fortune. You penniless fool, do you have any idea how many digits that half fortune has? She just hummed and hawed at me like it had nothing to do with her. What's your problem, woman? Fan started nitpicking again. Yeah, I advanced to the high rank and awakened the spatial system. Zhao Manuan snapped. Enough. Fan sneered, forget it, I wonder if your dad would adopt me. Suddenly a massive wave crashed over them carrying several red chain demons. Fan and Zhao Manuan cursed under their breath. Just as the water was about to crash down on them, Zhao Manuan froze in shock, but the wave suddenly turned to ice. He stammered, it's frozen. By now Muningshue had frozen the entire surface of the water around the nearby islands. Zhao Manuan shivered, brother Fan, I'm freezing. Then came the sound of cracking ice and countless wind blades erupted from within. Someone shouted, there's a commander class that's a crimson demon wolf. Nan Jiao is in danger. Over there, Nan Jiao used her soul binding rope to restrain the crimson demon wolf. She quickly activated her magic tool wooden shield. A shield made of tree trunks appeared, but it was shattered by the crimson demon wolf's strike. Nan Jiao recoiled, but a hand caught her. It was Irenta. He asked, are you okay? Nanjiao shot back, "I'm fine, can you handle this thing?" Airinta replied, "Let me try." Then he began channeling his spiritual energy. "Zhao Manuan, cast a defensive spell for me." Zhao Manuan asked, "You're going after the Crimson Demon Wolf?" Meanwhile, the Crimson Demon Wolf opened its maw and roared. Sharp claws slashed toward him, but Airinta dodged just in time. Leaving the beast to lunge at empty air, it turned and attacked again. Zhao Manuan yelled, "Watch out," but Airinta remained unfazed. He swiftly cast a dark magic spell, Spider's Stillness. Spider silk appeared in Airinta's hands, forming into binding ropes. The silk wrapped around the Crimson Demon Wolf, quickly restraining it. The beast thrashed in fury, its eyes glowing brightly as it howled. From its mouth burst countless wind spiders, hissing as they shot out. The wind spiders slashed wildly, cutting through the silk in an instant. More and more of them erupted, slicing through everything in their path. Airinta barely dodged, retreating step by step, but the wind spiders kept coming. Then several water serpents hissed as they lunged at Airinta. Airinta used his spatial system magic to erect a barrier blocking the attacks. Suddenly Amofan appeared from somewhere and unleashed his blazing 9 blades. 9 fiery blades shot toward the Crimson Demon Wolf. The fierce demon was instantly knocked back. Zhao Manuan cried out in surprise, "Amofan!" Amofan had now entered his blazing bone possession state. The crimson fierce demon, battered and bruised, let out a furious roar. Countless winds of agony shot from its body. Amofan had no time to dodge and was struck, letting out a pained cry. At this moment Zhao Manuan used the light calamity barrier to block the attack. But Amofan was forced into the ground by the wind pressure, forming a deep crater. Nanjiao shouted anxiously, Amofan." He thought to himself, "This is bad, he won't be torn to shreds, will he?" Then a hand reached out from the crater. Next, Amofan, clad in his mystic serpent armor, climbed out. He collapsed to the ground. Nanjiao, who had just hung a few crimson chain demons on a tree, rushed over to check on him. Seeing him sit up, Zhao Manuan said happily, "See, I told you he wouldn't die." Then the crimson fierce demon roared again, baring its fangs as it threatened, "I'll handle this one. You all take care of those crimson chain demons first, then we'll join forces to finish off this leader." After hearing this, Zhao Manuan, Amofan and Nanjiao all agreed. "All right." Zhao Manuan said, "I'll handle defense." Nanjiao reminded, "Hurry up and deal with those crimson chain demons, then come back to help him." Got it. The battle spread across the vast area. Muningshui cast an intermediate spell and frost spread rapidly. The crimson chain demons were frozen solid and fell backward. The remaining crimson chain demons, seeing their companions stuffed with garlic, immediately flew into a rage. Li Kaifeng shouted in concern, "Damn it, they're all charging at Muningshui." Amofan thought, "This isn't good, she's trying to freeze the whole island while fending them off." Muningshui was in a tough spot. Suddenly a hand grabbed Muningshui's shoulder. Amofan wrapped his arms around her shoulders and said, "Look here." Muningshui gasped, "Huh?" Amofan had quietly finished drawing a constellation diagram and told Muningshui, "I've got you." Amofan raised his hands to the sky and a constellation diagram appeared. He cast a high-level fire spell, Heavenly Flame Burial. Countless pillars of fire surged into the constellation diagram. Amofan squinted at the horde of crimson chain demons and gave a single command strike. In an instant, flames cascaded down like a waterfall. The crimson chain demons were instantly engulfed in a sea of fire, their wails filling the air. The sea monkey demons couldn't escape either, they all turned into roasted seafood. Witnessing this, the entire team was left stunned. Mouths agape. Zhu Jiaming asked in disbelief, "This guy's he really just a reserve member?" The flames gradually faded, leaving the corpses of the demons scattered across the ground. Muningshui stood there in stunned silence while Amofan maintained his pose. Then he turned to the girl and asked, "So do I look cool or what?" But Muningshui finally spoke up, "You're melting the ice." Amofan looked down in shock and saw that the ice Muningshui had painstakingly formed was already melting. He immediately forced an awkward laugh, no problem, I'll clean it up." He then cast a dark magic technique, Old Shadow Nail Technique. Several old shadow nails shot out, controlling a few red bell demons. Li Kaifeng, seeing someone use dark magic, eagerly stepped forward. "So you're a dark mage too, maybe we can exchange notes sometime." Amofan happily agreed, "Sure, no problem," and with that the two of them charged forward shouting. Meanwhile, a group of red bell demons charged towards Xiang Shearu. She scoffed and began casting a mind magic technique. Several red bell demons were confused, their minds filled with illusions. The specifics, let the author describe those. From the southern corner the formation regrouped and issued the command attack. A group of red bell demons were defeated and Xiao and I collected their remnant souls. Amofan opened a bottle of water while Tu Chiaming panted heavily. Yeah, let's take a break," Zhao Manuan said, snatching the bottle with a grin. "I was just getting thirsty, thanks." Fan blinked in confusion. Huh, but Zhao Manuan wasn't done. Oh, this water's too cold, warm it up for me will you? Fan yelled in exasperation. Do you think I'm a microwave? Suddenly an explosion rocked the island, sending debris flying. Zhu Mingxie and the others stared in shock. Zhao Manuan turned to Fan. Fan, did we forget something? Fan looked utterly confused. Huh, forget what? Just then the corpse of a red bell demon rolled in front of them, sending Zhao Manuan into a panic. Nanjiao asked sternly, done resting? Fan and Zhao Manuan scratched their heads awkwardly. Yeah, we're good, well help right away. Over here AI Jiantu was locked in an unknown battle with a red skeleton demon. But his opponent was stronger, sending AI Jiantu flying with a single strike. AI Jiantu coughed up blood from the impact. Enraged, he spat out a mouthful and shouted to ghost form. A massive demonic ghost lunged at the red skeleton demon. The ghost grabbed the demon's leg and yanked hard, making it howl in agony. A geyser of water erupted from beneath the ice, shattering the frozen surface. AI Jiangtu swung his arm forceful and his shoulder now bore a fresh wound. AI Jiangtu's face darkened with fury. You should know when to stop. Meanwhile the red skeleton demon kept howling relentlessly. Then its massive body was released by the ghost and collapsed onto the ice. AI Jiangtu's ghost form dissipated shortly after. The chained fierce beast roared, taking the chance, while AI Jiangtu stood still, panting heavily. Just then a few male characters ran over and asked worriedly, AI Jiangtu, are you okay? AI Jiangtu replied, I'm fine. Fan marveled, no wonder you're the captain, you survived this long fighting the monster's leader. One of the guys reminded, enough talking, go help him. AI Jiangtu fell silent for a moment, then looked at the chained fierce beast and said, its soul has already been wounded by my ghost form, finish it off quickly. Zhu Qianming unleashed his unique point technique while Guanyu used a shield technique. Their coordination was flawless. The unique point released countless venomous bees, merging with the shield to attack the chained fierce beast together. The beast let out a howl as soon as it was hit. Then it stomped its foot hard, creating a large hole in the ice before jumping in. Li Qifeng shouted angrily, darn it, it's trying to escape. But AI Jiangtu stopped him, wait, don't go into the water. It's luring you, and Li Qifeng stood frozen in place. Suddenly the chained fierce beast emerged from underwater. Fan quickly used Shadow Step to dodge aside and taunted, come up and fight me if you dare. Fan tried to electrocute it with a lightning technique, but the beast retreated back into the water. Then it suddenly ambushed Zhu Jiming from behind, knocking him onto the ice. Fan ran over to warn, don't chase it, sea beasts are stronger underwater. Soon after the chained fierce beast sank into the water and disappeared. Guanyu held Zhu Jiming and said, that thing is too cunning, it won't fight us heathen. AI Jiangtu concluded it has the home advantage, now let's retreat first. Muning Shui guessed it will come for revenge soon, no need to rush after it. AI Jiangtu continued, Zhang, you should have found some clues too, let's return to the city and discuss our next move. The scene shifted to the Feidiao city building, where Chairman Lin shouted, a commander-level monster, you wiped out the entire Qiling beast clan. Are you the chosen members of the national government? AI Jiangtu replied, regardless, we need a coastal area to lure it out. Chairman Lin laughed, oh I see, I fully support you in killing it, this is my territory after all. Fan and Zhao Manuan smirked, too easy, everything's going smoothly, Japan is like an action movie paradise. Meanwhile AI Jiangtu asked Mu Tinjing and Zhang Yu, what did you find, what happened? Zhang Yu answered, after investigating I found the situation is dire. He said some government officials were colluding with the sea beasts. Everyone's faces darkened upon hearing this. After a moment the screen began playing a video. In the footage innocent civilians were desperately searching for their missing children. My child, where is my child? Alright, don't cry. That sea monster clearly took my child, why isn't anyone going after it? I can't bear this pain, alright, stop shouting. As the video played, Zhang Yu explained, we've discovered hundreds of missing infants over the past 3 years. Ting Ting chimed in, someone interfered and distorted the information to prevent news of the demons from spreading. After listening, the atmosphere in the meeting room grew heavy and no one spoke another word. Chairman Lin slammed the table and stood up, his face livid with anger as he shouted, unforgivable, I'm calling the old mayor right now. Zhang Yu quickly stopped him, Chairman Lin, please calm down. It's hard to say, but the mayor may not be the mastermind behind this. Ting Ting added, we know your nephew was one of the victims, which is why we came to discuss this with you. Chairman Lin replied, let me think it over, whatever you need. I'll do everything in my power to help eliminate those sea monsters. Just then the phone rang. Chairman Lin answered, sorry, alright. The entire meeting room fell silent. Fan asked what happened. Chairman Lin paused, then said in a trembling voice, my cousin's second son, he's gone missing too. Upon hearing this everyone in the room froze. Chairman Lin comforted the caller, stay calm, just listen to me. The other person responded, how can I stay calm my child Xiao Di's. Chairman Lin said he'll send someone to pick you up, Xiao Di will be saved. Fan shouted, the red-scaled demon seems to prefer eating children alive. Guan Yu roared, are you insane, why would you say that now? But Fan continued, in other words the child was still alive when taken. Nanjiao agreed, Fan is right, we still have time. Zhuang Manuan told everyone, I have a flying treasure, I can send someone ahead first. Fan nodded, alright, I'll go with you. Chairman Lin immediately grabbed Fan's shoulder, please, you must save my nephew, we'll do anything to repay you. Fan replied, I hope we can make it in time and find that monster's trail. Old Zhuang, let's go. Then Zhuang Manuan grabbed Fan and flew off. Fan asked in surprise, when did you get a treasure like that? Zhuang Manuan said proudly, all I have is money, nothing else. Fan replied, after you save the child you'll gain something else, a conscience. Zhuang Manuan asked worriedly, but will we make it in time? Fan answered firmly, we will. Then the two flew toward the harbor, heading toward the sea. Zhuang Manuan suggested we must find that sea demon as quickly as possible. If it leaves the safe zone, finding it will be like searching for a needle in a haystack. Fan agrees. Then Fan points at a fishing boat and says, thanks to Zhuang Manuan, let's go down and ask around. By this time the two had descended into the cabin where a sturdy fisher girl appeared. Zhuang Manuan suggests, let's ask the fisherman here. I grew up in these waters, what do you want to know? After a while the fisherwoman replies, the sea monkey monster you're talking about is here. People call it the water ghost, they like to feed on the currents between the rocks, you can check over there. Fan says in surprise, they like to feed on the currents between the rocks. Finally a lead Zhuang Manuan suggests, let's try our luck. The two thank the fisherwoman before taking to the skies. Later on a small reef island a sea monkey monster appears. Zhuang Manuan shouts, look ahead. At that moment the sea monkey monster is crouched on the reef with a child beside it. Fan yells, what's that in its hand, quick go down. The two dive down. The sea monkey monster notices the commotion and lets out a terrified shriek before diving into the water. It swims away immediately. Fan shouts frantically, wait, come back. Zhuang Manuan yells, don't shake so much. Soon the two are about to catch up to the sea monkey monster. Zhuang Manuan suggests, when I get closer you go save the child. Fan agrees, okay, let's catch up to it. They give chase. Fan grabs the sea monkey monster and shouts, trying to run. The creature screeches in fear. After landing Zhuang Manuan immediately asks, where's the child? Fan's face darkens with anger as he holds up what looks like a child's head. Zhuang Manuan sighs, oh, it's just a coconut shell, this is bad. Fan crushes the coconut shell in frustration. Then he wonders aloud, is there a way to find out where the child went? Suddenly Fan thinks of an idea, I've got it, little flame banner. He calls over his young daughter to act as a translator. Fan tells his daughter, ask that thing if it's seen any sea monsters take a child recently. The two begin communicating and the creature's eyes light up at the sight of little flame banner, completely enchanted. After a while they finish talking. Fan asks his daughter, what did it say? A despicable creature took the child to offer as a sacrifice to their king. It even bragged about getting a reward. Fan points at the sea monkey monster and says, then have it take us to the king it mentioned. So Xiao Yanqi started relaying the message, but the sea empress monster kept shaking its head. Jamanuan sighed, figuring the creature probably didn't dare to lead the way. Fan looked displeased. Humph. Then he turned to the sea empress monster and asked, are you too scared? Terrified out of its wits, the creature watched as Fan finished drawing the spiritual coordinates. He then unleashed a technique called heavenly flame concealment. Fan's eyes blazed with intense light as countless flames rained down from the sky. Boom boom boom, the entire sea was set ablaze. Jamanuan was stunned while the sea empress monster nearly popped its eyes out in fear. What kind of ancestor is this? Fan coldly demanded, I need someone to lead the way. The sea empress monster quickly bowed and nodded, eagerly pointing toward the sea. Jamanuan sighed, this thing has no dignity as a demon at all. Then the sea empress monster took the lead with the two following closely behind. Jamanuan worriedly asked, what if this thing sets a trap for us? Fan replied, no, sea empress monsters see the strong as their parents. Just then the creature croaked loudly. Fan gazed into the distance, look over there. Soon another sea empress monster appeared carrying a child on its back. Jamanuan exclaimed, there I see them. The child was crying uncontrollably, tears streaming down their face. Jamanuan happily said, thank goodness, let's go down quickly, but Fan had already descended. Jamanuan shouted, Fan over here. Fan had already landed. Next he cast a spatial magic technique called mind control. The child was instantly pulled from the sea empress monster's grasp. The child lay in Fan's arms sobbing loudly. Fan waved his hand at the sea empress monster and snapped, you can leave now. He shot at a cold glare and scoffed. Suddenly Jiman spotted something and shouted, "Mo-fan, watch out." Behind you a crimson fierce demon was lunging at him. Mo-fan immediately activated his mystic serpent armor. Just as the crimson fierce demon swung its massive claws, a deafening crash echoed. The demon wildly struck, sending Mo-fan flying into the distance. Fortunately, the mystic serpent armor was of high quality, so he was unharmed. Jiman called out, "Mo-fan, over here." The dust slowly settled. Mo-fan used mind control to lift several massive boulders into the air. Then he hurled them all at the crimson fierce demon, leaving it howling in pain. Mo-fan followed up with a technique called Thunderbolt Calamity. Several thick bolts of lightning struck down, making the crimson fierce demon shriek in agony. Mo-fan looked down at the unconscious child. Jiman asked Mo-fan, "Are you alright?" Mo-fan handed the child to him, saying, "Jiman, hold the child." After checking, Jiman said the child is still breathing, they're alive. Mo-fan suggested take them back quickly for treatment. Meanwhile, Mo-fan took out a flameflower and a fireball appeared in his hand. Jiman suggests hurry up, let's leave together. But at that moment the crimson fierce demon spat out venom. Jiman immediately took flight and Mo-fan followed by leaping up. He dodged the venom, then Mo-fan unleashed 9 blazing fists and flaming blades materialized. Mo-fan growled angrily, "Maybe you think humans are weak, you're right, compared to demons we are. But when we have something to protect, well, stop at nothing to grow stronger." With it he fired the flaming blades at the crimson fierce demon, which shrieked in agony as the flames seared it. Watching the battle, Jiman couldn't help but curse under his breath. Mo-fan was already exhausted, yet the crimson fierce demon continued roaring. Jiman reminded him the child is still alive. Mo-fan urged, "Go, don't let him die." Jiman insisted, "You can't die either, I'll go back and call for reinforcements, remember that." Jiman flew off while Mo-fan unleashed blazing sword. He slashed at the crimson fierce demon, igniting flames across its body. Enraged Mo-fan shouted, "You wretch," before letting out a furious cry. "Ah!" A pair of fiery wings erupted from his back, sending the crimson fierce demon into a frenzy. By then Jiman had reached the vicinity of Mage. He called out repeatedly, "Is Nanhong and I here? Where is Miss Nanhong and I? Tell me." Nanhong and I replied him at the harbor. Jiman instructed, "In 2 minutes be ready to save the child, his life is slipping away." Nanhong and I asked, "You found him?" Jiman confirmed, "Yes." Continuing from earlier inside Fei Diao City. Jiman had brought the child back and handed him over to Nanhong and I for treatment. Nanhong and I assessed the internal injuries are severe, magic alone won't heal him. She then took out a magical healing artifact, placing it around the child's neck, and positioned it over his chest to slowly mend his wounds. As she pondered, Nan Zhao exclaimed in panic, "What, you two encountered a commander-level crimson demon?" Lord Jiang too asked worriedly, "Is Mo-fan still there?" Mu Ningxue also inquired, "Where's Mo-fan? Is he alright?" Jiman answered, "He's badly injured and stayed behind alone while I brought the child back for treatment." Upon hearing this, everyone gasped, "He's doomed, that's a commander-level demon." Li Qifeng also cried out in alarm, "What do we do now?" Mu Tinjiang agreed taking a boat would be too slow. Mu Ningxue thought for a moment before asking Jiman, "Where exactly is he now?" Jiman replied that beyond the boundary there are coral reefs, heading east would lead to the Coral Islands' hidden reefs. "But I have no magical energy left and can't cast any spells." After hearing this, Mu Ningxue simply flew away. Nan Zhao shouted anxiously, "Mu Ningxue, wait for us, it's too dangerous alone." But Mu Ningxue only had Mo-fan on her mind, so nothing else mattered. She used frozen mist to create a bridge and flew toward the sea. Mu Ningxue sprinted across the frozen sea. All she could think of was Mo-fan's sinister smile. She whispered to herself, "Mo-fan, please be okay." The scene shifted to the Coral Reef Island, where Mo-fan was still locked in fierce combat with the Crimson Inferno Beast. By now Mo-fan was badly wounded. He told his daughter, "Little Yenji, help me stall for time, I need a moment to finish it off." Upon hearing the command, little Yenji bounced cheerfully toward the Crimson Inferno Beast. The creature roared as soon as it noticed something approaching. Meanwhile Mo-fan focused on casting a high-level fire spell, Heavenly Flame Burial. With a sharp wave of his hand, the flames shifted from area attacks to precise strikes. All the fire concentrated on the Crimson Inferno Beast, charring it black. Mo-fan let out a cold snort, but suddenly a dark shadow lunged at him, making his eyes widen in shock. At the same time, Mu Ningxue raced toward the sea, leaping over reefs. The Aijiang sect members hurried after her. In the distance, flames rose into the sky. A member of the Aijiang sect shouted, "I see him, he's over there, I'll go first." With that, the Aijiang sect member vanished using a spatial magic technique. Mu Ningxue also disappeared with shadow step. The others yelled, "Hey, the two speedsters are gone." Meanwhile, though badly burned, the crimson inferno beast still lunged at Mo Fan. It swiped its claws at Mo Fan. Mo Fan's chest was slashed open and he screamed in agony. Mo Fan clutched his chest, gasping as blood gushed out. He was on the verge of losing consciousness. Seizing the moment, the crimson inferno beast lunged at Mo Fan with its jaws wide open, then slashed with its razor-sharp claws. Its attacks grew fiercer and more ruthless, aiming to impale Mo Fan. Desperate, Mo Fan unleashed a fourth-stage flame fist technique 9-blade art. Instantly 9 fiery blades shot from his hands, piercing the crimson inferno beast. Its body was torn apart by the blades before collapsing, consumed by the flames. Soon the fire reduced the crimson inferno beast's remains to ashes. Mo Fan panted heavily as he quickly plopped down. Mo Fan trembled as he looked at his bloodied arm, then collapsed onto his back. Xiao Yanji flew over, tears welling up. Mo Fan cursed under his breath, "Why the crying? The turtle isn't dead, just a little tired." He patted Xiao Yanji's head before closing his eyes from exhaustion. "Over here." Irue pointed at the collapsed Mo Fan and said, "See, right in front of you." Mo Fan was gravely injured and had already lost consciousness. Mu Ningxue seen dazed Irue sighed and said, "We're too late." Zhao Manuan cried out anxiously, "Mo Fan, no way." Zhang Rong asked, "Is he still breathing?" Everyone stared at Mo Fan with solemn expressions, the atmosphere growing heavy. Mu Ningxue bit her lip, trembling all over. Li Qifeng suddenly said, "Wait, I think I feel him breathing." Zhang Rong then suggested, "Let me check." But the moment Zhang Rong placed his hand near Mo Fan's nose, Mo Fan's eyes snapped open. Zhang Rong yelped and fell onto his backside. Mo Fan clutched his face and shouted, "Ah, you guys, how dare you mess with me?" Nanju pointed at Mo Fan and scolded, "You're not dead, what are you lying there for?" Mo Fan replied defiantly, "I was taking a nap." Everyone was left speechless by his response. Guan Yu asked in confusion, "Where did the blazing flame demon go? How did it spare your life?" Mo Fan shot him a sideways glance. Guan Yu stammered, "Well, what's wrong?" Mo Fan looked down at Guan Yu's feet and answered, "That pile of black charcoal you're stepping on, is it?" Guan Yu's face paled in shock. He shrieked, "Oh no." He stumbled backward but was caught by Zhu Jeming before he could fall. Zhu Jeming glanced at the charred remains and immediately shouted, "The blazing flame demon is dead." Zhang Tu picked up a piece of the blazing flame demon's remains to examine, then he clapped his hands and asked Mo Fan, "Did you kill it?" Mo Fan shot back, "Was there anyone else here?" Guan Yu scoffed and said, "The blazing flame demon was probably already badly wounded by us." Another youth chimed in, "That's possible." Mo Fan let out a disdainful hum, clearly unhappy they weren't acknowledging his achievement. Zhang Tu stared intently at Mo Fan. Nanju then spoke up, scolding, "Seriously, lying there like that, you scared Mu Ningxue have to." The atmosphere turned awkward. Mu Ningxue remained silent while Mo Fan looked a little embarrassed. Mo Fan approached Mu Ningxue and noticed a long ice trail on the sea's surface. After a moment, Mo Fan hesitantly said to Mu Ningxue, "Don't worry. It's just a minor injury. In a few days it'll be bouncing around again." Mu Ningxue turned away without a word. Mo Fan took the chance to step closer, grabbing her shoulder as he said, "You promised to come to Mu Luo's birthday banquet. You can't just die." Mu Ningxue flinched in surprise and quickly shook off his hand. She turned and walked straight toward the icy path on the sea. Mo Fan shouted after her, "Hey, my wounds hurt. Hey, I'm dying here." Time passed and Mo Fan and his group had returned to Feitio City. Mo Fan, resting in the woods, saw Zhao Manuan approach and asked how the child was. Zhao Manuan replied that Nan Rongni had saved him and even blessed him to be healthier than before. Mo Fan said, happily relieved that the child's life had been saved. Zhao Manuan suddenly remembered something important. By the way, convert this audio segment. Adjust the narration style to make it more vivid and distinct from the original. Only modify the narration and expression, not the character dialogues, to maintain coherence without adding English randomly. Remove the timestamps and keep the text flowing smoothly without line breaks. It seems these children's situation is far more complicated than we imagined. Before Zhao Manuan could finish, Mo Fan cut him off, his gaze sharp. Have you found the mastermind? Zhao Manuan sighed and replied that the trail had gone cold. Though the culprits in Flying Bird City had been exposed, Mo Fan was shocked. He pressed urgently, does this mean the incident wasn't limited to Flying Bird City? Zhao Manuan remained clueless with no leads. It's unclear. The Taoist priests seem unwilling to let us proceed further. Mo Fan pondered silently, his mind filled with questions. Who was the mastermind? What were they plotting? Suddenly Zhao Manuan remembered something else. Oh right, someone asked the Taoist priest to deliver this to you. Mo Fan asked curiously, what is it? Zhao Manuan explained it was a set of damaged dance attire. And they said they wanted to repay you for what you did in the ancient capital. Upon hearing this, Mo Fan's face lit up with joy. Hand it over, I'd been waiting for this for so long. He mused to himself that the Sunset Radiance dance was a precious treasure. Once repaired, he would give it to his maidservant. Just then Manager Lin walked in and Zhao Manuan greeted him politely. Manager Lin replied courteously, "I hope I'm not disturbing the two of you." Then he introduced the woman behind him. "This is my sister Lin Qi." Lin Qi immediately bowed respectfully, her tone sincere. "Thank you both for saving my son. I will never forget this kindness." Mo Fan and Zhao Manuan exchanged a glance and Mo Fan smiled in response. "That's great. Since that's the case, Manager Lin, please arrange our trip to Japan as soon as possible." "The ship to Japan is already arranged," Lin Qi added. "If you encounter any difficulties, Master, please don't hesitate to contact us," Mo Fan replied cheerfully. "Rest assured, if I run into trouble, it'll definitely bother you too." Afterward the four of them chatted pleasantly for a long while. Meanwhile, in the depths of a distant desert, the scorching sun blazed over the ruins of Takaluma, a place that looked entirely different. This was the domain of demonic beasts. Fengshan Shishi's eyes glowed crimson as he strode forward with an imposing presence. With every step, countless demonic creatures beneath his feet were crushed to pieces. Suddenly, on the scorching sand, several giant scorpions began burrowing out of the ground. They let out eerie shrieks, stirring the air. Abruptly, a massive sand dune bulged upward, and then it rapidly grows to the height of a mountain peak. From below, an unimaginably massive scorpion emerges. The scorpion's body is terrifyingly large. It's the infamous Hellfiend scorpion. The mountain-ceiling corpse drags its heavy spiked club forward unafraid. Even standing atop its head to look down at the Hellfiend scorpion would send a chill down anyone's spine. Though the scorpions radiate overwhelming killing intent, the mountain-ceiling corpse pays them no mind. Its heavy footsteps continue onward, swinging its sharp spiked club as it walks. The Hellfiend scorpion flicks its tongue, letting out a taunting ah sound. The mountain-ceiling corpse merely lifts its crimson eyes to glare back. Then its heavy footsteps resume, forcing the Hellfiend scorpion to scramble out of the way. The mountain-ceiling corpse marches on, kicking up a storm of dust in its wake. The Hellfiend scorpion watches its retreating figure and lets out another eerie shriek. Time passes and Mo Fan's group is granted a luxurious yacht to travel to Japan. After enduring hardships, they finally have a moment of leisure. Laughter and music fill the cabin as everyone celebrates. Xiao Xiaoyi is playing cards with the group. She cheers excitedly, "Haha, I won." Amid the joy, Zhuang Manuan notices Mo Fan sitting alone in the corner, lost in thought. He runs over and asks, "Aren't you coming to play cards with us?" Mo Fan replies gloomily, "I'm tired. All we do is play cards or cultivate." All he sees is endless blue, utterly boring. With no islands in sight, Zhuang Manuan suggests, "Why don't we fly up and take a look around?" Mo Fan's spirits lift instantly. He slaps his friend's shoulder. "I was waiting for you to say that. Let's go." Then Zhuang Manuan uses his treasury, a pair of flaming wings, to carry Mo Fan soaring into the sky. A few seabirds scatter in panic at the sight of the unfamiliar creatures flying by. From high above, Zhuang Manuan glances down at the yacht and says, "Look at the water below. There's something dark down there." Mo Fan follows his gaze, his pupils contracting sharply. Beneath the water lurks a colossal creature hundreds of times larger than the yacht. Mo Fan pales in terror, shouting, "Zhuang Manuan, go down now." Zhuang Manuan panics at the sight. The two dive back toward the yacht at once. Mo Fan lands with a thunderous crash, startling the gathered crowd. Nanyu rushes out asking what's wrong. Mo Fan shouts, his voice still trembling, "Everyone look, there's something under the boat." The group peers curiously what's beneath the ship. Jianyu takes one glance and turns ashen. What is that thing? All they could see beneath the boat was a massive dark shadow. The faces of everyone on board turned even more ashen than an eggplant. Chang Manuan wondered, just what was that thing? "It seems to be diving," Guanyu said calmly. "Maybe it's a whale," Li Qifeng said with concern. "You don't think it's a sea monster, do you?" Nanyu remained silent. Mo Fan broke out in a cold sweat. With a body that large, who knows how powerful it is? An hour later the boat neared land. Mr. Zhang Di announced, "Everyone stay alert, we're entering Japanese waters now. There are fishermen ahead." Meanwhile the fishermen across from them were hauling in their nets. Mutinjiang said in surprise, "This was the first time I've ever seen fishing up close." Nanyu turned to Mutinjiang and Nan Rongye, "You two go ahead, we've arrived." The two nodded in agreement, then everyone disembarked together. Mo Fan let out a long sigh. Mr. Zhang Di warned, "Don't linger here too long or they'll realize we entered illegally." In the distance several customs officers had already appeared. Lin Ying quietly urged, "Let's go." Next came negotiating with the customs officers in Japanese. Where the Lin family's tour boat just granted permission to dock, the customs officer glared at him before pointing at Jianyu, who was speaking out. What about that one? Jiang's mouth opened but no sound came out. The customs officer's expression darkened as he gestured to a younger officer behind him who then spoke. Hey, at least say something in Japanese. I'm a teacher from the Congenital Disabilities Academy. They're all deaf and mute. We usually communicate with sign language. With that he began wildly gesturing. Nanyu caught on and responded in sign language. After a moment of silence the customs officer nodded and let them pass. Xiang Xiaoru happily told everyone, all right, let's go. A while later Mo Fan and the others had reached the other side of the mountain. Mo Fan's expression was terrifyingly grim. We traveled all this way and now we can't even find a place to stay, Zhou Manyuan said. It's no use, we don't have any identification documents, Guan Yu chimed in. You all talk too much. Just then Mr. Zhang Di had already stepped onto a stone stair. He froze. Nanyu suggested. Let me ask if we can stay here for the night. Mu Tingding called out to me. Mofan, go inside and rest with everyone. Mofan agreed. All right, I'll wait for you here. Mofan looked up at the stone lion statue. Excited, he decided to climb it. Before Mofan's eyes appeared a beautiful harbor at dusk. Just then a monk walked over and shouted in Japanese, what are you doing? Get down from there. Seeing Mofan unresponsive, the monk stepped closer and scolded loudly, don't you understand what I'm saying? Mofan widened his eyes and pointed at the ground. Then he jumped down and said to the monk in English. This temple has few people and the scenery is beautiful. The monk, who knew some English, asked in surprise, aren't you Japanese? Mofan happily replied. I'm from China. I came here to learn about Japanese culture. The monk asked again, are you here to learn about culture or disrupt it? Those who disrespect temple rules will be punished by the elder brother. Mofan started coughing after hearing this. The monk shouted again, don't lean on the Buddha statue, you troublemaker. Mofan grinned and said, go on, but the monk stormed off angrily. Mofan scratched his head and asked, where are you going? Then he raised a megaphone and shouted, hey little monk, what's your name? The monk replied, Narahara. Mofan froze upon hearing it. Just then a beautiful girl walked over and greeted the monk. Narahara, good afternoon, but the monk ignored her. The girl silently watched Narahara, then looked disappointed. Mofan asked again, do you like that little monk? The girl replied, sorry, I didn't see you earlier. Mofan pressed, you like him, don't you? The girl blushed. Let's not talk about that, aren't you from around here? The girl suddenly remembered, oh, I forgot to introduce myself. Amita, what's your name? Mofan answered him, from China, my name is Zhou Manyuan. Mita repeated, Zhou Manyuan. Just then Narahara shouted, hey, what are you doing over there? Mita stammered. Seeing Narahara's angry expression, Mofan was confused. Mita explained, I didn't do anything. I just wanted to show him around and chat with him. Nayuan roared, stop playing dumb. Then he turned to Mofan and asked, can you see her too? Mofan blinked cluelessly, why wouldn't I? Suddenly he let out a startled cry. In the shadows Maya had no shadow beneath her feet. Mofan's face turned pale with fear as he thought to himself. Oh no, this is real, I've run into a ghost in broad daylight. Just then Maya burst into tears too, then she bolted. Mofan stood frozen, calling after her, hey. Mofan turned to Nayuan and asked, little monk, what on earth is going on here? Was that girl a ghost? Nayuan demanded. You saw her too just now, why didn't you say anything? Mofan argued, I only saw her when I greeted you, how was I supposed to know she was a ghost? After a moment of silence Nayuan asked, are you a cultivator? But logically even cultivators shouldn't be able to see her. Mofan said, looking utterly confused. He muttered, can you tell me what's happening? Nayuan snapped, stop yelling, shut up, you don't need to know. Mofan shot back, is she trying to harm me? Nayuan retorted, I don't know, but stay away from her. Mofan shouted, hey, what is she? That's all the answers you're getting now, go little monk. No matter how much Mofan yelled. Nayuan stubbornly continued walking down. Mofan's side, what a troublesome guy. Then Xiang Shaoi grabbed Mofan to help her buy calligraphy and painting supplies. He grumbled, why do I have to go shopping with you? Xiang Shaoi blinked and smiled, we're a team, aren't we? Don't be so petty. Next she froze when she saw the words tavern, then let out an excited cheer. Come on, let's go have a few drinks today. That Mofan guy can really hold his liquor, he's totally fine. Later remember to greet the shop owner Xiaoshan. The two of them chatted and laughed, the atmosphere quite cheerful. Ha. Soon after the dishes were served along with a pot of rice wine, the shop owner warmly asked, so is this your first time here? Mofan replied, yes. The shop owner then asked in surprise, oh, where are you staying now? Mofan pointed toward the mountaintop up there in a temple. Upon hearing this the shop owner's face paled, you're staying there? Yanming Temple? Mofan asked in surprise, yeah, what's wrong? Has anything strange happened there? The shop owner hesitated, oh, nothing, but you really shouldn't stay there. Then he lowered his voice. What a shame, it used to be such a nice temple. Xiaoshan gave a cute curious look. Boss, tell us about it, I want to know too. Seeing the pretty girl act coy, the shop owner couldn't resist and stammered. Well, that place there was once a summoning ritual. A soul summoning? Mofan asked in shock. Soul summoning? The shop owner continued, Yanming Temple was originally a temple for seeking good relationships. Later, for some reason, any young man who went there would suddenly fall into a deep unconsciousness. The elders said their souls were called away, leaving only empty shells. I hope nothing happens to you there, Fan asked naively. What if we run into something? The shop owner replied. If you do, you'll be in big trouble. Your soul could be taken. Afterward, Xiaoxiang and Fan returned to the temple on the mountain. Seeing Fan looking around nervously, Xiaoxiang asked, you don't actually believe that, do you? Come on, we're adults now, Fan replied. It's nothing, I was just here to watch the excitement. When the two arrived at the spot, they were shocked to find no one there, not a single soul in sight. The martial artists were asking their companions, did you find them? Jiang Bo replied. Didn't see them, it's like they've already fled the solar system. The door suddenly swung open and Fan rushed in asking who's missing. Everyone turned to look at Fan. He pointed at himself and asked, why are you all looking at me? Jiang Bo answered, something's happened, those two have disappeared again. We were worried. Xiang Xiaoru added, we just went down the mountain to buy some things. What's going on? After listening, everyone stared at the two of them. Fan looked around and asked, why isn't anyone talking? What exactly happened? Only then did they realize the blonde boy was missing. Fan finally snapped back to reality. Oh, where's Zhao Manyuan? At that moment, Zhao Manyuan was lying unconscious on a mat, his entire body drenched in cold sweat. The air around him was freezing. Fan muttered to himself, it's so cold, even the door had a layer of ice on it. Nanyu said to Fan, let's get Master Hua to take a look. He would respond, no matter how we call him, he's been like this the whole time. Nan Roni judged it's best not to force him awake, it could damage his nerves. Fan asked again. Have you asked the monk? Nan Yu replied, we found an old monk to examine him. He got so scared he muttered a few words and ran off. Fan asked Nan Roni, didn't magic healing work? Nan Roni replied, no. Is there any life-threatening danger? Nan Roni glanced at Zhao Manyuan and said, for now there's no major issue, but her body is abnormally cold, which could lead to more serious problems. Fan raised the concern. In short, it's us, but it feels like something was interrupted. Could it be a summoning? The innkeeper's earlier words might be true. After hearing this, the martial artist asked in shock, what's a summoning? Fan explained. This situation sounds very similar to what I've heard. Mu Tinjiang asked with concern, but why would it be? Zhao Manyuan Zhu Jiming made a guess. Does anyone know where Zhao Manyuan went tonight? Fan pondered for a moment. Zhang Yu suggested a few locations. Behind the mountain, the courtyard, the exhibition hall, the ancestral hall. We've already checked all those places. Suddenly Fan remembered something, Nai Langyuan's encounter with herself. He wondered if Zhao Manyuan's fainting was because of her AI. Jiantu proposed another possibility. But it could also be because the old man ate some kind of plant by mistake. Fan waved his hand dismissively. There's something I saw a girl earlier, Guan Yu asked softly. So what, didn't we all see that girl? AI Jiantu chimed in. Go on, Fan urged. She had no shadow. Most people can't see her at all. After hearing this, Jian Yu jumped in surprise and asked, are you serious? AI Jiantu froze for a moment. Everyone split into groups and investigate. Remembered and go alone with that. Everyone headed out. Mu Ningxue turned to Fan and asked, were you telling the truth just now? Fan replied, I wasn't joking, it's real. Let's head down the mountain first. Then we should ask the villagers around here for more information, Mu Ningxue suggested. Let me go with you. Fan looked at Mu Ningxue and she returned his gaze. Both remained silent. After a moment of hesitation, Fan spoke, I can go alone. You two should go together. However, Jiang Yu had already spoken. Young hero Xiang, come down the mountain with me. Young hero Xiang gave Fan a meaningful look, leaving Fan utterly confused. After a while, Mu Ningxue and Fan set off together. Fan pointed ahead. This way, it seems like there's something over there, he thought to himself. Why do I always feel like these characters are sealing something? Mu Ningxue asked, did you see that girl here? Fan confirmed. Yes, she seems to be looking for a little monk. Mu Ningxue replied, the problem is all the monks have gone down the mountain tonight and won't be back for a few days. Fan sighed. Hey, if that guy called Head Poke were here I could ask him, but this whole thing feels too strange. Mu Ningxue asked in surprise, what do you mean? Fan explained. I told her my name was Zhao Manyuan and tonight she came to take his soul. Mu Ningxue suddenly realized, so you need to know the name to take a soul? Fan continued, that girl asked for my name. I told her I was Zhao Manyuan and tonight Zhao Manyuan's soul was taken. Then Mu Ningxue suggested, let's check over there. Fan moved closer to her for a moment. Then he followed behind Mu Ningxue as they walked through the quiet forest. Fan asked Mu Ningxue. Fan's face instantly turned pale as a sheet. He stared at Mu Ningxue in shock, then burst into laughter. After a long pause, you scared me to death. Suddenly Mu Ningxue froze. She looked at the puddle beside the snail and said, there's no path ahead. Fan suggested. It's too dark, should we head back? Then the two turned around. Suddenly Fan stopped in his tracks. Mu Ningxue asked in surprise, what's wrong? Fan replied, wait a moment. Then he pointed at the flower patch and said, the girl who appeared earlier had a basket of flowers. This is the scent, let me go check. After plucking a flower, Fan said, this is the one. Mu Ningxue asked, are you sure? There are so many flowers here, Mo-fan replied. I'm sure my nose never lies. Then Mo-fan realized something was off. Wait, Mooningshua is on the other side, so who's behind me? A wave of unease washed over Mo-fan, terrifying him. He stood up, his face pale, stammering, "Why you?" Miyata looked at Mooningshua and asked, "Is that girl your friend?" "She's so pretty. What's her name?" Mo-fan thought to himself. She asked for her name again. Then Mo-fan replied, "Her name is really long, you wouldn't remember it. By the way, I have a friend who passed out here. Do you know why?" Miyata asked in return. "Your friend who?" Mo-fan replied with a smile. "Maybe you've seen him, blonde hair, handsome though not as handsome as me." Mooningshua watched as Mo-fan laughed and gestured wildly, looking like a madman. She thought to herself, that girl appeared. "But why can only Mo-fan see her?" Miyata answered. "I don't know, but it might be some strange illness," Mo-fan blurted out. "The other day I introduced him to you using his name and then he suddenly became like this." Miyata froze. Then he asked again, "Do you think this has something to do with me?" Mo-fan confirmed, "Yes, I hope you can help me." With an expectant look he turned to Miyata. Miyata nodded in agreement. "Alright, I can help you, but you must tell me her name. Consider it proof that you trust me." Meanwhile, Mooningshua remained standing in place. Mo-fan couldn't help but worry inwardly. "Darn, my magic might not work on her." Miyata suggested you could ask for her opinion. Mo-fan then turned to the rooftop and said, "She wants to know my name." This woman is strange. I'm worried the two of us can't handle her." Mooningshua countered. "Do you still think she's the one behind this?" Mo-fan replied. "I feel like she just wants to trick you into giving your name to perform a summoning ritual." Mooningshua added, "But I want to try this time." Mo-fan stopped her. "No, if she does anything to you. If something happens to me, at least you'll know the truth behind it." Mo-fan argued, "Take my name and let me try." Mooningshua refused. "No, neither of us has ever seen her before. So only you can deal with her." Mo-fan asked naively, "You trust me that much?" Mooningshua remained silent. Mo-fan sighed in resignation. He then turned to Miyata and said, "Her name is Mooningshua." Upon hearing this, Miyata's lips curled into a smug smile. Mo-fan thought to himself, I shouldn't have told her." Miyata then put on a kind expression and spoke. "Alright, I'll go check behind the mountain to see if there's a cure for this illness." Mo-fan pressed, "Wait, how will I find you?" But Miyata had already vanished. Mooningshua asked. "She's gone." Mo-fan replied, "Yeah, I have a really bad feeling about this. She might be behind it all." But Mooningshua responded like that, "There's no point in saying anything now, let's go back first." Mo-fan hurried to catch up. "Wait for me." Mo-fan asked in surprise, "Aren't you afraid?" Mooningshua cut Mo-fan off. Tired of his rambling enough, Mo-fan asked again, "You believe I can bring you back to your senses? That's why you're not afraid, right?" Mooningshua had nothing left to say to this guy. "You're so annoying." After a while, everyone gathered in the temple, their living quarters. "Couldn't you listen to what happened?" and pointed at Mo-fan, cursing, "You fool, now you've dragged Mooningshua into this too." Mo-fan argued back. However, Mr. Jung stopped. "Couldn't you stop arguing?" Following Mooningshua's wishes, "Well, wait and see what happens," Mr. Jung instructed. "Mo-fan, you stay here and keep watch, everyone else go rest." Kunyu objected loudly. "No way, I don't trust leaving Mo-fan alone with Mooningshua," Mr. Jung suggested. "Then two people can keep watch together." Afterward, the two bespectacled guys glared at each other. Nearly fuming. Time passed and before they knew it, the night was over. Kunyu muttered. Mo-fan stared blankly at the morning sun over the sea. Mo-fan stood up and stretched. "It seems we might have misunderstood this whole thing." But the moment he placed his hand on Mooningshua's shoulder, he froze. He felt her forehead inside it so cold. Then he panicked and called out, "Ningxue, Ningxue." He turned to Kunyu and said urgently, "Go call everyone here." Kunyu was shocked. "What, has she been possessed too? This is all your fault." Then he ran off to get the others. Mo-fan held Mooningshua in his arms. Looking at Mooningshua's sleeping face, Mo-fan muttered angrily, "You brat, I won't let you get away with this." After a while, Mooningshua was laid on a wooden bed. Nanrong used poetic techniques to treat Mooningshua. She announced the symptoms are similar to Manuan's AI and to ask the two of them, "Did either of you keep watch on her?" Jiayu answered, "Two might have dozed off. It was almost dawn and I was too tired." Mo-fan also reported, "I was watching her the whole time. No one or anything has touched her." The atmosphere grew tense. Elder AI began assigning tasks. "Jiayu, Li Kaifeng, the two of you go find the monks and see if they've returned." The two nodded in agreement. "Understood." Elder AI continued. Mo-fan, Xiang Xiaoru, Nanyu, the four of us will go look for that girl." Mo-fan acknowledged. Elder AI continued. "Zhang Yumu, Tinjing, hurry into the city and gather information about this temple." Everyone immediately followed the orders. "Yes." Then Elder AI addressed the four. Mo-fan, Nanyu and Xiang Xiaoru head into the woods together. Nanyu looked puzzled. Mo-fan, "I don't understand. Is the name the key to the summoning spell?" Mo-fan replied, "I don't get it either. Darn it, if only that monk were here." At that moment, Nanyu looked at the tangled vines ahead. "It seems there's no path left." Mo-fan shouted, "Get out of my way!" Flames instantly ignited in his hands. But Elder AI stopped him. Mo-fan, "What are you doing? Not again. Let me handle this." And burn down that house. A flash of light gleamed in Elder AI's eyes as the vines were instantly severed. The path to the house was now clear. Nanyu frowned. It looks like an abandoned little temple. Then someone spoke up. Everyone look over there. Emofan rushed forward. Elder AI quickly stopped him. Wait. Emofan looked at the wooden fish on the shelf deep in thought. I feel like I've seen these characters somewhere before. This wooden fish looks really odd. Emofan was shocked the moment he touched it. His whole body numb as if had been electrocuted. He jumped back in fright and yelped, "Oh my goodness!" Sang Xiaoru asked Emofan, "This is a restriction?" Nanyu muttered in confusion, "That's odd. This appears to be a magical artifact. Why would it be placed here?" Nanyu stepped forward to inspect it before declaring it's a soul anchoring device. In other words, it's a defensive artifact. But it's not just for defense. There's something else hidden inside. Emofan asked again. "I just want to know what this has to do with summoning spirits." Nanyu replied, "Give me some time, I can decipher those inscriptions." Sang Xiaoru asked worriedly. "This restriction looks powerful, can you break it?" Nanyu answered, "Don't worry, formation diagrams restrictions. I've studied these ancient scripts for a long time." AI Jiangtu explained. Time passed and Nanyu still hadn't unlocked the restriction. Sang Xiaoru was pacing anxiously. How much longer? Suddenly Nanyu let out a cold hum. Emofan rushed over and asked, "What's going on?" Nanyu said, "Emofan, that girl you saw earlier is most likely the spirit of a demonic spirit. It's an ancient being that takes a very long time to form. As you know, the magical artifacts we commonly use are divided into mortal grade, spirit grade, and soul grade. Spirit grade artifacts usually have sentience, while soul grade artifacts possess a soul. In rare cases, a demonic spirit can take physical form, but only those who wield a matching soul grade artifact or are recognized by the spirit can see it." Sang Xiaoru mused that strange. Emofan could see the spirit, yet he was still affected by the restriction. Emofan shouted angrily, "Forget it, let me just burn this useless artifact." Nanyu quickly stopped him. "It won't work." Sang Xiaoru pulled Emofan's hand into her arms and said, "Wait, calm down." AI Jiangtu said, "You're too impulsive." Nanyu explained, "If she dies, Muning Xue and Zhao Manuan never woke up again." Elder Jiangtu asked, "What should we do now?" Nanyu replied, "There is still a way to resolve this, but it comes with some risks." After hearing this, everyone was stunned. Nanyu explained, "I can bring you into its personal world." Then Sang Xiaoru began casting a spell on those two guys. Emofan groggily fell into a deep sleep. He heard the sound of dripping water. Suddenly Emofan jolted awake. What? The Elder Jiangtu asked, "What's wrong?" Emofan didn't answer. Instead he asked, "Where did those two go? Even that wooden fish is gone." In the blink of an eye, Elder Jiangtu said, "Regardless, let's go find them first." Emofan agreed, "Yeah, let's go." Then the two of them headed downstairs. Emofan asked in surprise, "What's happening here?" He saw many people climbing the mountain toward the temple. Dazed, he asked, "Where are we?" Over there, people were calling out to each other, "Hurry up, hurry up." Elder Jiangtu deduced, "Emofan, we've likely entered the spirit's private world, the space inside the wooden fish." Emofan said to Elder Jiangtu, "So the world inside the wooden fish is this temple?" Elder Jiangtu confirmed, "Yes, just as Nanyu said, we've indeed entered the illusory space inside the wooden fish." Emofan exclaimed, "It's so realistic, I didn't even realize it was an illusion." Elder Jiangtu speculated this might be a combination of the spirit and black tortoise systems. Emofan added, "Nanyu said we need to find the spirit's energy quickly, but where do we even start looking for her?" Elder Jiangtu guessed this place might be a world constructed from her memories. Emofan asked nervously, "This place is a recreation of her memories?" Elder Jiangtu confirmed, "Yes." Suddenly Elder Jiangtu's eyes widened in shock. Then he asked Emofan, "Do you smell that?" Emofan sniffed the air. "It really does smell like mugwort." Elder Jiangtu glared around and asked, "Is there mugwort nearby?" Emofan snapped, "No, but how can we smell it here? It's outside." Emofan realized, starting to struggle for breath. Coughing violently, he shouted, "This is outrageous, they're burning mugwort right under our noses." Elder Jiangtu, covering his nose, asked, "What are they doing? Why burn mugwort near us?" Emofan was already gasping for air. "This is choking me." In the real world outside, mugwort smoke filled the air. Zhang Yu waved the mugwort smoke toward their noses and said, "From their conversation it sounds like they're in Shishong City a few years ago." Mu Tinjiang also asked, "Will they understand this method?" Sang Xiaoru had doubts as well. "When will they find a place with enough mugwort? Will they really find Mayat?" Zhang Yu answered confidently, "Yes, we just investigated. Mayat's family has a habit of growing mugwort." Inside the illusion, Emofan's face had turned as purple as an eggplant. He stuck out his tongue, gasping, "Cough, cough, why does it have to be mugwort?" AI Jiangtu wondered if they were hinting at something. Emofan replied, "Who knows?" Then Emofan shouted loudly, "Hey, get this grass off me first. If you want to burn someone, just burn AI Jiangtu." AI Jiangtu watched Emofan yelling and grew suspicious. "Did they hear us?" After a moment Emofan spoke using a branch. "This is infuriating." AI Jiangtu sweated nervously. "Is this even ethical?" Emofan shouted. Are you trying to lead us to a place with mugwort? No sooner had he spoken than Mo Fan was enveloped in mugwort smoke. Alright, stop, hurry up or I'll suffocate, he yelled. After a while Mo Fan and AI Jiangtu arrived at a mugwort field. Looking at the lush mugwort, Mo Fan guessed this must be the place they were talking about. Then Mo Fan and AI Jiangtu spotted an old farmer. Mo Fan approached and asked, Elder, is there someone named Meitian here? The old man of course didn't understand what he was saying. Mo Fan then wrote a few Chinese characters on the ground. The old man recognized the characters as Japanese people use many of them. He muttered, Kaiseki Miyata Minato. The old man then spoke to Mo Fan in Japanese and pointed toward the seaside. By the shore, Meitian stood at the edge of a cliff, lost in thought. She held a chisel in her hand. AI Jiangtu glanced at her and asked, is that her? Mo Fan confirmed yes. Meitian was intently carving something into a rock. Her hands were covered in blood. After finishing a few characters she cried out, why don't you believe me? We really were fine. Then Meitian dropped the chisel and leapt into the sea. Mo Fan frantically reached out to grab her. When Mo Fan looked down, Meitian was already lying in a pool of blood. The two fell silent. AI Jiangtu sighed. So she took her own life 8 years ago. No doubt her lingering resentment turned her into a vengeful spirit. The sound of police sirens echoed. Police and medical personnel had already cordoned off the scene. Seal off this place, someone has taken their own life. AI Jiangtu looks puzzled. What should we do now? Mo Fan shakes his head repeatedly. I don't know. Then AI Jiangtu speaks again. This is the scent of sandalwood. Mo Fan deduces they might be leading us to the temple. AI Jiangtu sighs, I'm afraid so. Alright, then the two head toward the temple. Mo Fan sighs, the temple gates are already closed. AI Jiangtu suggests again. Then let's squeeze in. Afterward the two manage to enter the meeting hall. The abbot says sadly she left a final letter before taking her own life. Should we keep this a secret? A plump monk says this must be kept confidential. Otherwise no one will come to burn incense in the future. Another monk agrees, that's right, this temple is a place for seeking good relationships. If this gets out it will definitely affect us. How can you all say that girl had a connection with Nai Liang Yuan? We must take responsibility. Several people glance at Nai Liang Yuan sitting in the corner and whisper among themselves, I never expected it. I never thought Meitian would do such a thing. How tragic. Nai Liang Yuan recalls Meishan's appearance. Nai Liang Yuan, I picked some chrysanthemums. I want to give them to all the monks in the temple. Nai Liang Yuan praises, you're so kind. Then he suddenly slams the table and shouts, you're the one in a panic. You were the one involved with those women outside. How dare you falsely accuse me? And Meitian hearing this, the panicked person turns pale with fear. In the real world, Mo Fan and AI Jiangtu are still confused. Zhang Lu curses after hearing the story. Xiang Shashu comments on it like this. So Meitian was tarnished by those malicious rumors. How terrible. Mu Tingjing remains silent after listening. Zhang Rong continued saying that on that night Miyata didn't come home. It said she was in a terrible state and went alone to the opposite sea reef island to watch the sunrise. Xiang Xiaonyo asked wasn't there anyone to vouch for her. Zhang Rong replied the key issue is that the island Miyata mentioned doesn't even exist. Xiang Xiaonyo was stunned, doesn't exist. Zhang Rong confirmed yes, Miyata took everyone there but all they found was open sea. Xiang Xiaonyo reasoned no wonder no one believed her. Meanwhile the other two were still fast asleep. In the illusion watching Nianjuan walk down the steps alone, AI Jiangtu observed he must be heartbroken. Mo Fan suggested let's follow him. AI Jiangtu agreed. Nodding, the two silently trailed after Nianjuan up the mountain. Mo Fan and AI Jiangtu remained quiet. Over there Nianjuan took out a chisel and began carving into the rock by hand. Soon the chisel was covered in blood. AI Jiangtu nudged Mo Fan. Mo Fan, it seems our time here is up. Mo Fan shouted, but we still haven't found any answers. As he spoke his body began to fade before disappearing. Mo Fan cried out. Forget it, we didn't see anything in the end. Mo Fan and AI Jiangtu slowly opened their eyes. Xiang Xiaoru asked worriedly, how did it go? AI Jiangtu replied, no progress at all. Mo Fan added, this movie was too sad. By the way, have you found that monk named Nianjuan? Li Qifeng grew frustrated with his body. Don't you find this annoying? Every time I ask about this those monks scold me. Mo Fan sounded surprised. Why would they scold you? Li Qifeng gave a shocking answer. Nianjuan is already dead. A few years ago. Mo Fan exclaimed, this is ridiculous. Ridiculous, I spoke to him at the temple gates just yesterday. Li Qifeng could only explain, that's what the monk said. Why would I lie to you? Hearing this, Nanyu turned to Mo Fan. Mo Fan, that young monk you mentioned, who else has seen him besides you? The question left Mo Fan stunned. Did I just encounter a ghost again? Hearing this, the martial artists were shocked to discover there seemed to be not one but two malevolent spirits. Only then did Mo Fan speak up and ask, where did those monks go? Li Kaifeng replied, they seem to have gone up the mountain. The locals call it Menying Mountain. The name made Zhang Xiaoru gasp in surprise. What? The martial artists turned to Mo Fan in shock, asking, is this the same mountain from the illusion? Fan declared firmly, this is no coincidence, we must hurry there. The group quickly divided tasks. Jiang Yu would bring a bottle of top-tier spiritual liquid, Tu would stay behind to gather the rest of the team, and the others would rush to Menying Mountain. Still confused, Jiang Xiaoru asked what exactly is going on. Fan explained after Miata took her own life. Nianjuan carved words into a stone with great force. Jiang Xiaoru asked doubtfully, was he just venting his emotions? Fan denied it. It's not that simple, everyone look. Nanyu screamed in terror, those monks are in trouble. On Menying Mountain, cursed stones emanated an eerie aura surrounding the monks in a crimson skeletal formation. The abbot cried out in panic, what is happening? Why is this happening now? All the spirits are seeking vengeance, we're doomed. The surrounding stones trembled and rearranged themselves into the letters Hinji. The monks who saw this were horrified. The abbot sighed, it's finally here, I've had enough of these years. Then he clasped his hands in prayer. Nianjuan, we know we were wrong. Every day we chanted sutras for you and Miata, but then the reckless monk Shurhai sneered, playing tricks, ha Nianjuan, you shameless fool, do you think your petty games scare me? Pointing at the stones ahead, he challenged, if you have the guts, come out, I'm not afraid of you. The other monks quickly urged Shurhai, just apologize, maybe hell spare us. Shurhai roared wildly, apologize for what? That bastard Nianjuan and that wretched girl. Before he could finish, Shurhai was suddenly pulled onto the stone. The other monks turned pale with fear. Stuck to the stone, Shurhai let out a pain scream, then his eyes bulged violently and one of them burst into purple flames. Shie's agonized wails echoed around them, sending the other monks into a frenzy of terror. Suddenly a young monk screamed, "On my eyes!" Clutching his face in pain, another monk's eyes began to bleed. Screams erupted all around, my eyes, to help. Then Shie's deep voice rang out, eyes that see no truth serve no purpose. By now the abbot had lost an eye as well. Trembling, he said, Nai Nianjuan. Suddenly purple flames erupted on the hands of the young monks, burning them all away. The voice spoke again, believing lies in this life makes living meaningless. Then through Shurhai, Nianjuan commanded, throw the stones in your hands into the well, let me retrieve them myself. Suddenly a malevolent ghost appeared and grabbed Shihai by both hands. The abbot trembled as he pleaded, please, it's all our fault, don't torment everyone like this. Nianjuan roared, what's the point of begging, regret won't save our lives now. Meanwhile Kaihai's arms were stretched, taut, his pain unbearable. Nianjuan sneered, ha. Suddenly a loud shout rang out and Nianjuan stopped. Mr. Jiangtu pointed at Nianjuan and said, stop, what you're doing is too cruel. Nianjuan looked surprised, oh, you can't even see me yet, you want me to stop? Try and stop me. Mr. Jiangtu shouted, you over there, those two ghosts are still tearing at Kaihai's arms. Mr. Jiangtu roared in fury, you scoundrel. He slashed at the area around Shihai with telekinetic claws. Nianjuan, that blasted ball, these flames can burn in hell. You're also responsible for Miata's tragic death. Hearing this, Mr. Jiangtu snapped, Nianjuan, have you finished your rant? Mofan yelled back, you've taken your revenge on these annoying fools, now let my friend go. This made Mr. Jiangtu pause, you're just going to leave the monks? Mofan replied, I'm not the representative of the World Peace Association. Mr. Jiangtu was left speechless. Nianjuan added, shown thanks to these two, I was able to complete this blood ritual right. Mofan shouted, there's no other choice. Mofan waved his hand, summoning several lightning seals. Thunder purification. Bolts of lightning crashed down, sending dust flying. Nianjuan's figure hid behind the thick smoke, a mocking smirk on his lips. Mofan shouted, you love hiding, let's see how long you can keep it up. Mr. Jiangtu used telekinesis to shield the monks while warning the furious Mofan, be careful not to hurt the monks. Lightning rained down wildly and Mr. Jiangtu was sweating profusely. The monks were terrified. Nianjuan's body now had several holes in it. Mofan cheered, I hit him. But Nianjuan just laughed, ha ha ha, my body is already healing. Then he burst into maniacal laughter, ha 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 ha. He commanded the two ghosts attack Mofan, kill him. Mofan dodged swiftly while the ghosts, still clutching Kaihai's arms, charged at him. Mr. Jiangtu blocked them with spatial magic. Mofan asked, can't you see his true form? Mr. Jiangtu replied, I only see the monks on the ground. Mofan said to Nianjuan, it must be because of this cultivation that you've become such a vile spirit. Then Mofan turned to Mr. Jiangtu, forget it, save the monks first. Mr. Jiangtu nodded, all right, be careful. Mofan replied, got it, brother. Then the martial arts master dragged the battered group away while Nianjuan shouted that no one was allowed to leave this place. Meanwhile the martial arts master had already dragged the group of monks outside. Mofan saw the two evil spirits wailing helplessly within the skeleton formation, howling in agony. He immediately thought, shouldn't we chase after them? It seems this guy can only harm others within this formation. Mofan chuckled and said a few words to Nianjuan, and the only one who can handle this guy. Nianjuan shouted, don't let them escape. Mofan then cast an illusion magic spell Giant Shadow Nail and pair technique pinning the two evil spirits instantly. Mofan followed up with another move Fisher Fist. Nailong Yuan was furious watching helplessly as the Fisher Fist struck the rocks. The skeleton formation on the ground slowly dissipated. Nailong Yuan continued casting spells. Mofan roared, "Let me send you off for good." He then unleashed a mid-tier fire magic spell Fisher Fist and Barrier Lift. 9 fire dragons lunged forward engulfing Nailong Yuan in flames. Seeing this, Mofan immediately cast a basic spatial magic spell Mind Control and Void Bowl. Mofan crowed triumphantly as expected. My attacks work. Meanwhile, Nailong Yuan was beaten to a pulp, groaning in pain. Mofan continued with a mid-tier lightning magic spell Thunderclap and Torrential Rain. Bolts of lightning rained down, keeping the two evil spirits under control. Nailong Yuan was electrocuted beyond recognition. Mofan then cast a high-tier fire magic spell Heavenly Flame Funeral. He drew a star chart and formed a constellation. But one star was missing. He shouted, "Get over here!" Yet Mofan froze fate. Mofan's magic vanished, leaving Nailong Yuan just as confused. Mofan pleaded, "No, this can't be happening. Why does this always fail at the critical moment?" Seizing the opportunity, Nailong Yuan leapt aside and took control of the two evil spirits. The two evil spirits crushed their own heads, shocking Mofan. The faces of Zhu Manyuan and Mu Ningxue appeared. Mofan was startled but quickly regained composure thanks to the focus artifact crafted for him by the Dean. Mofan roared, "If I don't take you down for good today, I'm worthless." He immediately summoned his beloved pet Little Flame Princess and merged with her. Nailong Yuan shouted, "Protect me!" The two evil spirits charged forward to block Mofan, but Mofan coldly barked scram and sent them flying instantly. Seeing this, Nailong Yuan immediately turned to flee. Mofan roared, "Trying to run? Ask my fist first." He unleashed a fiery punch, instantly reducing Nailong Yuan to ashes. The man screamed out, "I am immortal." Mofan said coldly, "It seems your so-called revenge was just an excuse to gather more dark spirit energy. While this blade hasn't burned you yet, he'll give you one last chance." Nai Lang retorted, "I don't need you to lecture me. Anyone who stands in my way will pay the price." Meanwhile, Mofan's flames had coalesced, forming a sword of fire in his hands. Mofan swung the blade downward. This was the flame slash, a strike that cleaved Nai Lang in two. The man screamed, I am immortal." Mofan coldly replied, "Are you sure?" Soon after, Nai Lang was reduced to ashes, vanishing into nothing. The ground beneath them split open, leaving a deep fissure. Mofan thought to himself, "At least I didn't let her down." Jiang Tu assigned tasks. The women would handle bandaging, the men would carry supplies, and everyone was to be careful on the way down. After hearing the plan, the group began moving the monks down the mountain. Mofan turned to Jiang Tu and said, "I'll head back first." Jiang Tu glanced back and saw the one-eyed, one-armed old abbot being helped down the mountain by Nanyu. The old abbot coughed repeatedly, cough, before saying to Jiang Tu, "I apologize deeply. This fruit was our burden to bear, yet it brought trouble upon all of you." Jiang Tu replied, "Things didn't have to end this way." The abbot chanted a prayer, "Amitba, success is easy, but human hearts are unpredictable." Jiang Tu looked utterly confused, scratching his head as he wondered where the Amitba was. He stared blankly at the old abbot. On the other side, Mofan hurried back to his lodging. Bursting through the door, Mofan saw Mu Ningxue and immediately rushed to her, exclaiming, "You're awake." She nodded slightly. Mofan stammered as he leaned in closer to Mu Ningxue. Just then Zhao Manyuan emerged, yawning. Mofan turned to him and asked Zhao Manyuan, "You sure slept well?" Zhao Manyuan replied, "Not bad." Mofan, "Maybe you should talk less." Zhao Manyuan frowned, "That's weird. I slept so well, but the sun's only just setting outside." Over here, Nan Rongni handed medicine to Mu Ningxue and instructed, "Drink this." Mu Ningxue thanked her while Zhao Manyuan muttered, "Why is everyone ignoring me?" Time passed and the group gathered again. Jiang Yu reported the people who were possessed earlier seemed to have woken up. Mofan sighed, "I told you this temple was full of monsters. We ran into evil spirits here who..." Nanyu added, "The Magic Association in Shishong City has already started investigating this." Nan Ron looked worried and asked, "What?" "Looks like we'd better leave before anyone notices we snuck in." Jiang Tu studied the map and said, "We're still far from Tokyo. We'll set out tomorrow morning." The next day, a few troublemakers asked each other, "Have you seen Zhao Manyuan? He hasn't taken his medicine yet." Mofan answered, "No, he's been missing since early morning." Mofan gasped in alarm, "Oh now, had if something happened to him again." At this moment, Jiang Yu pointed at Zhao Manyuan, who was running back, and said, "Wasn't he over there?" With an elegant smile, Zhao Manyuan said to everyone, "Haha, I caught up." Mofan angrily asked, "What were you doing?" Mr. Jiang Tu also reminded, "Next time no running off." Zhao Manyuan nodded in agreement. "All right," Mr. Jiang Tu said to everyone, "We're all here now, let's go." Zhao Manuan said last night I had a very long dream. Then he asked, hey, didn't anyone tell you what happened? Zhao Manuan asked in surprise what happened. Fan looked even more confused. Zhao Manuan adjusted her skirt and said, anyway, after I woke up I went to the back mountain to check. Guess what I saw? After a pause, Fan said, I guess it was that wooden fish with strange carvings. Hearing this, Zhao Manuan was stunned. Oh my, you're amazing. It really was a wooden fish just like in my dream, so I just brought it back. This thing must be a treasure. Hearing this, Fan nearly dropped his jaw. Seeing Fan quickly back up several dozen meters, Fan shouted, oh my, how did you even bring that back? Zhao Manuan happily said, what else, I just picked it up with my hands. It wasn't easy to carry, but I feel like it's destined to be mine. Fan looked bewildered, thinking explaining things to someone who was unconscious is so difficult. This time Zhao Manuan just took the wooden fish as guided by the dream. Was the restriction ineffective against him? Then Nanyu reminded them, what are you two whispering about back there, let's go. Fan then asked, I have something to ask you. Nanyu explained, maybe when he was being lured by the soul the wooden fish's vitality recognized him as its master. Fan looked baffled. That works. Meanwhile Zhao Manuan was still looking smug. Nanyu continued, logically it should have been you, but the vitality rejected you. You have a higher level vitality, right? Fan still looked clueless. Nanyu stared at Fan for a moment before adding, I see your soul energy has the ability to devour other soul energies. Fan gave a dry laugh. No, that's not possible. How could someone as poor as me afford that? Let's talk about it later. Alright, have you ever wondered why only you saw the spirit? Fan asked in surprise, eyes wide. Oh yeah. Nanyu replied, it might have something to do with your treasure and the wooden fish. Have you been to Tian Mountain? Fan answered, no, what's there? Nanyu continued, there are some ancient writings there. Too bad I haven't found anyone who can translate them yet, or this would have been solved already. Fan nodded. Let me know if you go there. Nanyu thought to himself with a smirk, this guy will never admit it. He gave himself away the moment he heard a clue. Fan asked again, oh right, what's cooperative energy? Nanyu explained that simply put this was a type of soul-binding spiritual energy, and the wooden fish was equipment that complemented the breath, just a cheap item sold to Zhao Manuan. Fan mused to himself that if that was the case, Zhao Manuan must have struck gold this time. Soon after they headed toward Hainan Street on the opposite side. By this time the train had passed through a tunnel and Fan squinted his eyes. Suddenly Fan spotted something, a small island in the distance. He was shocked. The train had now fully entered the tunnel with only the clattering of the tracks audible in the pitch-black surroundings. Fan leaned out and asked, did I see things? John Yu asked, what's wrong? Fan continued, it seems I saw an island that Gong Tian mentioned doesn't exist. John Yu froze, no way, didn't we already check before? Fan shouted, it's really strange, but I'm sure I saw it. Time passed and Fan stepped off the train station in a daze. This was Tokyo, how odd. Just then Xiang Xiaoru, as if yawning, said, finally we're in Osaka. Fan asked in surprise, Osaka, aren't we supposed to go to Tokyo? Zhao Manuan also said, is this a dream? Maybe I haven't woken up yet. Mr. Jiang too explained that according to the itinerary they had to visit several universities first. Nanyu added that Osaka had a national pavilion and they had to face off against it before heading to Tokyo. Fan asked blankly, in exchange, sure, let's go. Zhu Jiming scoffed him, if you've been assigned to the reserve team you won't get to participate in the exchange with the national pavilion. However, Fan and Zhao Manuan ignored him, chatting and laughing together. Zhu Jiming could only curse inwardly about that guy's luck. Xiang Xiaoru said to her sisters, let's go, we'll take everyone to find food. Then she turned to the group of boys and said, you guys don't need to follow us. Fan asked in surprise, wait, how are we supposed to handle the national pavilion? Zhang Yu said excitedly, we're almost there, it's just as grand as I imagined. Just then two gatekeepers stood in front of them. Brother, you guys are from China, right? Fan replied, yes, how did you know? The purple-haired girl showed disgust and said, what do you mean tourists from Qing, China? You're all unhygienic COVID carriers. Didn't you see the no entry sign below? Zhu Jiming immediately snapped, hey, you've got some nerve. Fan quickly stopped the hothead, wait, let me talk to her. Fan said to the purple-haired girl, you've misunderstood, we're not tourists. The purple-haired girl retorted, get lost or I'll kick you down one by one. Fan had been smiling politely, but after hearing that his anger flared up. Little girl, do you believe they'll tear this guild hall down? The purple-haired girl bristled and roared, what nonsense are you spouting? Say that again if you dare. Fan shot back, you're a worthless chess player. The purple-haired girl bristled again and yelled, go on, keep talking. Mr. Jiang too watched as the two bickered like cats and dogs inside. This is a perfectly normal conversation. Why does he have to put it like that? Fan shouted, what's your problem? I'll smash this dog guild hall to pieces. The purple-haired girl suppressed her anger, smoothed her hair and said, fine, looks like you've chosen your own fate. Then a purple flower bloomed on the ground. Mr. Jiang too was shocked by how effortlessly she cast her spell. The purple-haired girl froze when someone shouted Tian Yun stop. An elderly man with gray hair stepped forward and said Tian Yun. Your temper hasn't improved at all over the years. The girl named Tian Yun replied Dad then her flower vanished. The man resembled John Git but he was Wang Renmingjian who warned. Enough of this foolishness, there are guests. Based on my calculations you should be envoys sent by the Chinese government. Wang Renmingjian said to AI Jiangtu follow me. AI Jiangtu asked in surprise aren't you going to verify our identities? Wang Renmingjian replied no need well know the truth soon enough. AI Jiangtu retorted you're that confident. A blond man stepped forward and said come spar with me let's see how long you last. Guan Yu scoffed him fine I'll play along as big as you want. And so the two began dueling with their techniques. Then a woman's voice called out there here get ready. Everyone turned to look and saw Xiang Xiaxia and the others returning from afar. Nan Rong remarked so the Japanese guild hall is built right on the mountain huh? A calm man asked by the way do you still have the things you just bought it that the girls held up their bags while the guys looked on in agony. This is so unfair. Xiang Xiaojue asked in surprise what happened why are you all still standing here? Afterward the group moved to a place called the West Guard Pavilion. Fan silently followed Wang Yue Tianxuan and AI Run. Fan glanced over and asked the blonde guy hey over there won't that tower open? The blonde guy replied that's the East Guard Pavilion it's a forbidden area no one is allowed inside. Fan frowned what a waste that place looks amazing. The blonde guy added it's sealed off just stay away from it. Then Wang Yue Tianxuan warned anyone who gets near the East Guard Pavilion will be reduced to ashes no matter how strong they are. Jiang Yu immediately asked seriously. Hearing this AI Ren quickly stopped Jiang Yu don't do anything reckless. But Jiang Yu had already picked up a rock and hurled it toward the East Guard Pavilion to test it. The moment the rock flew and lightning erupted and the rock was instantly blasted away everyone stood frozen in shock. Fan asked in astonishment while the blonde guy turned purple with rage and shouted. You idiot you're going to get us in trouble. Jiang Yu stammered too had no idea but that barrier is insane. The blonde guy waved his hand and left fine we're not sticking with you guys anymore sort your own dinner out. Then Nan Yu yelled at Jiang Yu stop acting innocent. Fan noticed Mu Ningxue looking at him and thought good thing I didn't act impulsively this time. Time passed and everyone gathered in the dining hall. Each person grabbed a plate and served themselves from the buffet. Xiang Xiaojue excitedly opened a package. A female cultivator couldn't help but ask I didn't expect you'd still have time to shop. Xiang Xiaojue sneered oh so the Japanese are really that hospitable. An elderly woman added yes tomorrow's exchange event will show you just how hospitable we are. Xiang Xiaojue shot back why not settle this tonight we're worried about where the next hall will be. Fan interjected Xiang Xiaojue don't let's just finish dinner first. The elderly woman replied fine then go find the chief the others immediately responded yes teacher Yabu. Guan Yu asked Yabu let's discuss this a bit should we compete in groups or unknown? Yi Fuzi replied 5 per team unknown in sequence. Since you're our guests you may choose your opponents first. At this Zhao Yu shot a cold glance at the blonde man. By now both sides were taunting each other no one here was afraid of anyone. Wang Yue Mingjin sighed while Jiang Tu let out a helpless breath. A young man ran in to report teacher the arena is ready the protective barrier is also operational. Yi Fuzi nodded and said then let's not waste time head to the arena. The group was then transported to the cliffside arena after the helicopter flew away. Yi Fuzi spoke choose your contestants. Jiang Tu said to Yi Fuzi then the 3 of us will spar with your students. Meanwhile the Osaka Academy team had gathered including Wang Yue Mingjian and Wang Yue Tianxuan. The blonde man roared we agreed on 5 unknown matches can't you count? Jiang Tu responded if we compete in 5 rounds winning 3 would secure victory right. The crowd fell silent while Shou Manuan grinned as if he'd gotten a bargain. Jiang Yu commented the captain's strategy makes sense. Then Yezi waved his hand and ordered begin the first match Jiao Yu versus the blonde Casa. Yezi remarked both are speed-type mages how interesting. The Chinese contestants' magical tools seemed rather unique. He turned to the girl with the unusual hair color and asked Tianxuan who do you think will win? Wang Yue Tianxuan replied in terms of speed they seem faster and they're using magical tools meanwhile our wind magic is all over the place. Jiao Yu thrust his magical tool at Casa's chest but the opponent's magic shield blocked it. Jiao Yu cursed in frustration fate he dodged Casa scoffed humph meanwhile Fan complained second round why so boring. Suddenly a Buddhist chant rang out and Fan asked in surprise is it over? Just then Jiaoyu had already stabbed Cass's shoulder. The blonde smirked, game over. Yet in his eyes Jiaoyu saw several wind blades. He was struck and convulsed, shouting, "Ah, wind trap, what a dirty trick." Casa was panting as Yezi announced the match is over. The Chinese contestant Jiaoyu wins. Jiaoyu cried out in pain as Jian Yu helped him up, asking worriedly, "Is he alright?" Nanrong replied, "Just a few broken bones, help him lie down." Jiaoyu asked anxiously, "Is it that bad?" Jiaoyu huffed, "I almost stabbed him to death, must be in worse shape." Mo Fan declared confidently, "Leave the next match to me, you'll make them admit defeat." Xiang Xiaoru nodded in agreement. "Alright, I'll take. This is the final match, don't embarrass us." Mo Fan said confidently, "Don't worry, these little pests will handle them." Zhu Jiming shouted, "Forget it, let me go instead." But Mo Fan was coughing up blood as he walked, completely ignoring him. Zhu Jiming muttered, "Hey AI Jiantao, try to mediate." "Alright, go back to your seat." Mo Fan pointed at the purple-haired girl and said, "Who else you? Come out and face me." Wang Yue Tianxuan. Everyone was shocked. Wang Yue Mingjian advised Mo Fan, "You should pick someone else." Mo Fan shot back, "Why does she look down on me, or is she afraid she can't beat me?" Wang Yue Mingjian explained, "That's not what we meant." But Mo Fan cut in bluntly, "Out of all the seated students she's the only one I'm interested in." The Osaka students burst into laughter. Mo Fan snapped angrily, "You're all laughing pretty hard." Wang Yue Mingjian reminded him, "You can pick one of the 9 sitting over there, she's not an option." Mo Fan huffed, "I'm not interested in anyone else, just her." Wang Yue Mingjian was speechless. Nobuke tried to reason, "Alright, do you even know who she is?" Mo Fan roared, "Why ask unnecessary questions? How would I know who she is?" Wang Yue Tianxuan replied, "Teacher, if he insists on choosing me, let me teach him a lesson." Wang Yue Tianxuan then told Mo Fan, "But if you pick me, your team should choose 2 more contestants." Mo Fan yelled, "No need, what's the point of 3 people? I'm enough on my own." Wang Yue Tianxuan persisted, "Pick 2 more, otherwise you'll say I'm bullying you too much." Mo Fan turned to Jiang Tu and said, "This girl wants backup." Jiang Tu picked 2 more people. Jiang Tu agreed, "Sure." Mo Fan told Wang Yue Tianxuan, "Alright, let's get started." Wang Yue Tianxuan was left speechless. The others whispered among themselves, "This guy has no idea what he's getting into. He actually picked Tianxuan over all 9 of them. I bet he won't last 5 minutes, the show's about to begin, ha ha ha." Mo Fan snapped, "You're all out of your minds." Wang Yue Tianxuan told Mo Fan, "You're the dumbest student I've ever met." Mo Fan retorted, "Fighting you will even give you a head start." Wang Yue Tianxuan smirked, "Even if I give you a head start, you should worry about saving yourself first." Mo Fan replied, "Plenty of people want to take me down, you'll have to wait in line." Done with the trash talk, the 2 opponents finally clashed. Mo Fan used lightning seal, merging it with a book to form a whip of lightning seal. Wang Yue Tianxuan praised great control over lightning seal transformation. Meanwhile Mo Fan raised a bolt of dark purple lightning, swinging it down. It was about to strike her face. Wang Yue Tianxuan shifted her foot slightly. Suddenly, a purple flower blooms, completely enveloping her body. Mofan's lightning seal strikes the flower, but it's like hitting katana damage at all. Stunned, Mofan switches to fire and shouts, "Lightning won't work, so how about my fire techniques?" Wang Gishinsun slightly parts a few leaves, revealing half her face as she asks, "Did you think I'd just stand still and let you hit me?" Mofan looks utterly confused. Suddenly a sprout bursts from the ground. Mofan is shocked, it's too fast. He leaps high into the air, but the trees below are already growing rapidly. Mofan yells, "What kind of cursed skill is this?" Then vines surge upward again. Mofan shouts, "Trying to grab me in your dreams." He uses the vines to leap even higher. Mofan roars in fury, "Darn it, it's chasing me." He throws a powerful punch. Wang Gishinsun looks slightly puzzled as she crosses her arms and shouts, "Good." With a dull thud, Mofan's punch is blocked by Wang Gishinsun's vines. Flames quickly burn away the tangled vines. Then Wang Gishinsun's figure reappears just as Mofan lands. Seeing the girl, Mofan immediately turns and flees without hesitation. In an instant Mofan reaches the edge of the arena. He skids to a halt, relieved. "Alright, this distance should be safe." Mofan throws another powerful punch, but before he can finish, a seed rolls to his feet. "Not again," he yells. Meanwhile the students from Osaka Academy burst into laughter as they watch Mofan flee like a dog chased by a shock collar. Haha, our monkey catching show is just getting started. However, Wang Guimingjian remarks that mainland student isn't Bada knows to run. When he's outmatched, if he gets caught it's over. Then Wang Gishinsun picks up another seed and says, Mofan is still desperately dodging the vine's attacks. Wang Gishinsun calls out to Mofan, "Let me show you the hardships of life." She tosses the seed and with a snap it lands squarely on Mofan's back. He senses trouble. The seed quickly sprouts vines growing at an alarming speed. Mofan shouts, "What in the world is this?" Soon the vines trap Mofin completely. He's now wrapped up like a dumpling. The spectators gasp in shock at the sight. This woman, she can really control plant-based powers. Zhang Yu asked worriedly. She's too strong. Mofan is completely immobilized now. While treating Guanya's wounds, Nan Rongning said, but how can we get out now? We're all rolled up into a ball. Guanyu maintained his scornful attitude, saying, looks like we're going to lose this time. Nanyu assessed, we underestimated the Japanese team's strength. Wanyue Qingjian cautioned Tianhun, go easy on them. Nobuko added, let's call this match void. After all, Tianhun stepped in herself. Mr. Jiang too said bluntly, a loss is a loss, no need to make excuses. However, Mo Fan shouted angrily from inside the ball, what, you startled me. A Taoist priest nearby asked in surprise, what's happening? His fire element energy suddenly surged. At that moment, Wanyue Qingjian and Nobuko both looked utterly confused. Mo Fan snarled from within, if you're this stubborn, don't blame me, little fire spirit, burn it all. With his daughter assisting him, Mo Fan's eyes ignited with flames and crimson fire along with tribulation flames erupted from his hands. The binding vines were incinerated. Mo Fan commanded fiercely, burn all. The vines were consumed by the flames. Mo Fan, engulfed in flames, appeared before everyone. Wanyue Tianhun was also taken aback. Mo Fan shouted, now let's see what you're really made of. He began inscribing a crystal seal, drawing a magic circle to form coordinates. This was a fire element spell, Heavenly Flame Burial. A blonde-haired boy from Osaka Academy shouted, advanced, an advanced spell. Wanyue, Mingjian and Nobuko were stunned. Then countless fire meteors rained down through infernal firestones. The flames blazed, incinerating the remaining vines. Wanyue Tianhun had no choice but to activate her armor tool to defend herself. She was equally surprised. Wanyue Tianhun then drew a magic circle of her own. She erected a barrier to block Mo Fan's infernal firestones. Zhang Manuan exclaimed in shock, wow, she's an advanced mage too. Nanyu reasoned, no surprise, their only advanced mages can control magic to this extent. Mr. Jiang too finally muttered, something's off, something's definitely off. Zhang Yu assessed, it's strange, it seems both sides are advanced in their elements. Meanwhile, Wanyue Tianhun began casting water control technique. Mo Fan glared at his opponent and said, I really underestimated you. Wanyue Tianhun replied, same here. A clueless boy asked the blonde-haired teen captain, have you ever seen Tianhun use this level of power before? The blonde-haired teen answered, once, but she was distracted. Still, she turned the tables afterward. The boy added, this is terrifying, this student's power is insane. The blonde-haired teen held his breath, watching the match intently. Mofin activates the travel demon tool Blood Beast Hua. He immediately dashes toward Wanyue Tianxuan and then leaps high with a powerful kick. Seeing this, Wanyue Tianxuan no longer dares to underestimate him. Her expression turns grave as she sidesteps to dodge. Mofin's kick lands on empty air and he touches down. Wanyue Tianxuan strikes again with Demon Vine. The vines instantly lifting her into the air. Mofin shouts, this isn't over yet. He counters with the Thunderbolt technique and a pillar is instantly blocked by the vines. Wanyue Tianxuan uses the vines to propel herself upward. But Mofin won't let her escape so easily. He retaliates with fire techniques, burning away her path. Losing momentum, Tianxuan wavers slightly. Before she can recover, a deafening explosion rocks the arena as fire techniques rain down. Dozens of fireballs erupt behind her, cornering her. Wanyue Tianxuan can only barely defend herself. Finally, she lands back on the ground and dispels her spell. Seeing his opponent grounded, Mofin seizes the moment and unleashes his powerful earth-shattering fist. Wanyue Tianxuan immediately deploys Water Shield in defense. Mofin muses, this girl seems delicate, but she's tougher than a tortoise shell. From the sidelines, Zhang Yu sighs, he's so strong, if it were me I'd be knocked out by now. Zhang Manuan has to admit her Water Shield is 2 levels above mine. Is she some kind of monster? Nanjiao turns to Mr. Jiang Tu with concern, do you think Mofin is biting off more than he can chew this time? Mr. Jiang Tu remains silent, his face grim. In the arena, the two opponents keep a safe distance from each other. Suddenly, Wanyue Tianxuan stretches out her hand and utters a single word, rise. Mofin is startled. A thought flashes through his mind, seen this technique somewhere before. Then the ground trembles violently as a massive vine erupts from beneath the earth, terrifying Mofin. Ghost Eye technique, it's the Ghost Eye technique. Instantly the vine lashes out, sending Mofin reeling and seeing stars. With a loud crash, Mofin is flung into the barrier. He quickly activates his Mystic Serpent armor. Another deafening impact sends Mofin crashing to the ground. Sprawled flat, he groans in pain. Mofin struggles to his feet, thinking, is the Ghost Eye technique gone? But then an eerie sound echoes and the ground trembles again. Mofin realizes it's beneath him. Panicked, he bolts the ground beneath the arena, already splitting apart. Molfen curses under his breath as he runs hiding underground. That's low. Molfen sprints with all his might, but the ghost eye technique is right beneath his feet. He accelerates desperately, but the ground beneath him crumbles completely. Emofan fell straight into the pit and screamed. AI Jiangtu muttered to himself, feeling something was off. The spiky-haired guy shouted in surprise, even Lady Wanyue Tianhun is using it at noon today. Then he noticed AI Jiangtu approaching. AI Jiangtu frowned. She can't possibly be a student here, the spiky-haired guy asked in surprise. What's wrong? Nobuko finally spoke up. We never said she was a student here. The spiky-haired guy burst into laughter. Haha, Lady Wanyue Tianhun is our practical combat instructor. Nobuko added, she's my disciple and a special instructor for practical combat training at the embassies of various countries. Wanyue Mingjian chimed in, we told you not to pick Tianhun. AI Jiangtu was left speechless, grumbling inwardly, this guy must have had his head squeezed in a door. The spiky-haired guy seized the chance to mock, that's because you never listen to others. Zhao Manuan was so embarrassed and furious. Honestly, I shouldn't have known this brainless idiot. In the Ghostwood formation, Emofan was repeatedly whipped on the backside by the vines, howling in pain. This is way too much. Emofan sighed, looks like I can't underestimate her anymore. He then called out his prized companion, roaring, little Yenji, lend me your strength. He unleashed a flame sword technique, instantly slicing through the vines. But they regenerated faster than he could cut them. Chop 1 2 grow back. Emofan roared in fury, unleashing the heavenly fire dance technique. 2 wings of flame spread out, burning away a large swath of ghostwood. Seeing the ghostwood diminish, Emofan immediately took flight, declaring perfect opportunity. Outside the arena, Wanyue Mingjian warned his daughter Tianhun, you're being too harsh. Just then a commotion came from the pit below. Wanyue Tianhun reassured him, don't worry, he's fine now. No sooner had she spoken than Emofan shot up like a rocket. He hovered in midair, silent for a moment. AI Jiangtu and the others cheered excitedly. Emofan. Hearing their cheers, Emofan instantly felt reinvigorated. He spread his arms and began hurling fireballs downward. Wanyue Tianhun saw the flames rushing toward her and quickly used a water defense technique to block them. The flames raged, causing the water to evaporate violently. Seeing the barrier about to break, Wanyue Tianhun swiftly cast a water flower sky curtain. Emofan then pushed forward with all his might, shoving Wanyue Tianhun backward. She thought to herself, if I retreat any further I'll fall off the stage, so she pushed back with all her strength, sending Emofan reeling in panic. He fell backward onto the ground, coughing violently, gasping for air. Emofan watched Wanyue Tianhun inside the barrier. The tree demon mused to himself, this woman was completely unharmed, her strength was truly terrifying. Suddenly a voice rang out, it was a domain. Wanyue Tianhun widened her eyes in surprise and said to Emofan, the flames on you, Emofan. The tree demon shouted, stop wasting time, keep attacking. Raging Fist. But then Emofan noticed something strange. Why had his Raging Fist lost its effect? Wanyue Tianhun had already dispelled the barrier and said, you win. Emofan asked blankly, I win. Wanyue Tianhun gently reminded him, stop talking. Close your eyes and sense the fire elements around you. You've touched a domain. Upon hearing this, Emofan was stunned. Nubuzi asked in surprise. Tianhun conceded. Several students from Osaka Academy exclaimed, teacher Tianhun, what happened? A Taoist master wondered. The domain had no suppressive effect on her. Why did she concede? Wanyue Mingjian replied, if the student can use a domain, she must have her reasons. Zhang Yu praised that Emofan is a mad doe, even beat a teacher. Zhu Jiming scoffed, what, didn't you see she let him win on purpose? Nanjiao asked confused, but why is Emofan just standing there like an idiot? Mr. Jiangtu speculated, Tianhun seems to be saying something to him. At that moment Wanyue Tianhun asked Emofan, did you feel it? Emofan replied excitedly, I feel like controlling fire magic has become much easier and my magical energy is increasing. Emofan thought to himself, this seemed to rely entirely on Yenji's spiritual energy. Mofan said to his daughter, little Yenji, we've touched a domain, we need to work even harder. Watching little Yenji blink, Wanyue Tianhun instructed, try using your mind to gather all the fire elements around you. Emofan told his daughter, do as that lady says. And absorb all the fire elements within a kilometer. Zhang Manuan shouted, ugh, they're still whispering after the fight. Don't tell me they're exchanging numbers. What about Shueshue? Li Qifeng guessed they've been at it this long, they must add at each other on chat. Zhang Manuan yelled seriously, Zhang, you side idiots, Japan doesn't even have that app. Then Wanyue Tianhun bowed her head and apologized to Nubuzi teacher. Nubuzi remarked, you fought well but you seemed a bit careless. Wanyue Tianhun admitted yes. The blonde-haired man asked confused why did she concede. Wanyue Xingjian then asked Tianhun, did you sense it too? The fire elements around him seem unusual. Wanyue Tianhun confirmed yes. Wanyue Xingjian sighed, if that's the case China might become the formidable enemy awaiting us in the upcoming academy battle. Meanwhile, Mo Fan is absorbing fire elemental energy. A Taoist master warns Wanyue Tianhun not to meddle in others' affairs. She will create a worthy opponent for her students. Wanyue Tianhun blares back saying, I'm just doing what a teacher should. On the other side, Mo Fan continues absorbing fire energy, his eyes burning with flames. He muses to himself, what a shame I couldn't directly learn the fire domain, I'll have to work even harder. Nuabu gives the order Xiang Xiaoru will take the next match. She glides past Mo Fan remarking, not bad. Mo Fan replies, is that so, before happily walking toward Zhao Manuan. Haha, I told you so. Zhao Manuan retorts indignantly, what's there to say, whispering after the fight like that. I'm utterly impressed. Meanwhile, Nuabu announces China's victory. Hearing this, the two boys gasping shocked, no way. Xiang Xiaoru states calmly, this is the difference between a regular competitor and a team captain. Her opponent is now trembling all over, barely able to stand. Time passes and it's late at night. General Takagi calls someone saying he's recorded a video. What a shame they only sent 3 people this time. The other person responds, General Takagi, you've disappointed me, the gains are minimal. Takagi counters, no, there were gains, the second match was quite interesting, take a look. The other person adds, by the way, has Heidaji still refused to speak? Takagi sighs, rubbing his temples, he's even more stubborn than expected. The other person says, then keep him locked up, let's see if his resolve is stronger than the harshest methods. Takagi asks, but what if he still won't talk? The other person replies, do you think he'd sacrifice his life to protect a secret? Takagi answers, I believe so. Then sensing someone behind him, he suddenly asks, who's there? Seeing it's Wanyue Tianhun, Takagi immediately changes his tone. Tianhun, still up so late? Wanyue Tianhun asks in surprise, it's so late and you're still making calls, who were you talking to? Takagi pockets his phone and replies, just scolding a subordinate. Wanyue Tianhun asks General Takagi, are you going to the shift change at Dongsho prison? Takagi pats Wanyue Tianhun's shoulder, of course. By the way, about your brother Heida, I'm truly sorry we haven't found him yet. With that, Takagi turns and leaves, leaving Wanyue Tianhun alone. She gazes toward Dongsho prison, thinking to herself, brother, are you in there? Why have they locked you up? Time passes and an alarm suddenly blares. The guards immediately sprinted toward the watchtower. They urged each other on, shouting faster. One pointed toward the sea and yelled, look over there. Wanyue Tianchuan shouted, what's happening? A guard reported, there's something by the sea. Wanyue Tianchuan immediately asked, what is it? Did you see it clearly? Someone shouted, I can't tell what it is, but over 100 signal lights by the sea have been destroyed. Another cried out in fear, over 100, it might be a group of moon-sea demons. Another replied, no, it seems like just one. Just then Mo Fan yawned and grumbled, activating the red alarm light. The man shouted, red alert, every time I go somewhere something bad happens. Wait, that's not the alarm, that's the direction of the Western Guard Pavilion, what's going on? Seeing a group of guards rushing out, an idea flashed through Mo Fan's mind. Meanwhile, Wanyue Mingjian and General Gaomu wore grave expressions. A massive wave surged from the sea. Wanyue Mingjian reasoned that creature might have wandered into our territory by accident. General Gaomu countered, all high-ranking sea demons possess some intelligence. I fear this isn't a coincidence, I'll go investigate myself. With it he summoned his contracted beast, a two-tailed tiger with horns on its head and wings. Several guards whispered among themselves, I heard his contracted beast is nearly as strong as a demon army lord. Another added smugly, yeah, with that kind of power he should have gone to the Tokyo Naval City. Suddenly someone pointed at Mo Fan and yelled, hey, who is this guy? I've never seen him before. He drew his sword and pressed it against Mo Fan's neck, threatening, put your hands down. Mo Fan scratched his head blankly and Wanyue Mingjian warned. Mo Fan, this isn't a place you can wander around freely. Mo Fan explained, oh, I just came to see what was happening, I could even lend you a hand. Wanyue Mingjian said, put the sword down, it's nothing. Just a creature that accidentally triggered the alarms, it's already retreated, over 100 floating alarms triggered. Mo Fan said, if nothing's happening you'll go back to sleep. Wanyue Mingjian agreed, we can handle this ourselves. Mo Fan yawned again and said, great. Wanyue Mingjian ordered his subordinate Xiaozhai escort him back to his room. Xiaozhai was so furious his insides twisted, his face turning purple as he glared at Mo Fan, thinking this lunatic is causing trouble again. Mo Fan pretended to obediently return to his room. But he hadn't gone far when he noticed someone standing on the city wall. Is that someone on the bridge? That's a restricted area. Shojai reminded him it was time for the shift change. Imofan played dumb in response. Suddenly a bolt of yellow lightning struck down. Boom! Imofan and Shojai stared in shock. Imofan was left speechless as the lightning kept striking relentlessly. Shojai was just as stunned. Imofan asked, does this happen every time during a shift change? On the city walls the guards were using water-based techniques to protect themselves. They shouted in chaos, quick, sound the alarm, something's happening here, reinforcements, the East Pavilion is in trouble. Come here quick. Shojai told Imofan, you should go back to your room first, I'll sound the alarm. Imofan stood frozen, the lightning kept striking wildly. I'll go back to my room, he muttered. He looked around confused, this way, no that way. The guy had an idea, no one was guiding him and he was lost. He needed to ask for directions. Right, how? Imofan continued onto the bridge, glancing down as he pondered. The cliff was bottomless. The restrictions were clearly set up around the entire East Pavilion. Imofan watched as the guards shouted frantically. He wondered, what are these people up to? The guards kept screaming, help, help. Imofan was confused, why are they so panicked? Suddenly vines shot up from the ground. The vines wrapped around the three guards and lifted them into the air. Then the vines flung the guards straight into the restriction. In an instant the terrifying lightning reduced the guards to ashes. Imofan stood in shock, then Wanyue Mingjian ran out and asked Imofan, what are you doing here? Imofan stammered, I Wanyue Mingjian cut in, didn't I tell you not to wander off? Imofan tried to brush it off. No, I just saw. Wanyue Mingjian's face darkened as he scolded him. You should go back to your room right now, or I'll have to punish you according to the rules here. Imofan asked again, I just saw a few guards perish. Wanyue, a famous sword, reminded him, this has nothing to do with you, pretend you saw nothing. Then he ordered his subordinate Shojai take him back to his room. Shojai pulled Imofan out and said, let's go. Imofan glanced up slightly, then he walked away silently before suddenly speaking. I saw vines appear under the bridge and throw those guards down. Shojai shouted, don't talk nonsense, the strongest plant here is only heavenly chive. Imofan asked again, why are you so worked up? I didn't say it was heavenly chive. Shojai warned, don't meddle in this, don't let General Gaomu hear about it. Imofan asked again. By the way, do you know where Heavenly Chive's room is? I want to apologize to her tomorrow morning. Shojai told Imofan at the end of the hallway. Yeah, Heavenly Chive is a kind person, Imofan replied. That's enough, you can leave me here, I'm going to sleep. With that Imofan slammed the door shut. Shojai left the guards behind. Imofan thought to himself, since the front door is locked, I'll just use the side door. So Imofan walked out, then the guy vanished using shadow step. Imofan appeared in Wanyue Heavenly Chive's room. He stood with his hands on his hips. She's not in her room after all. Then he noticed Wanyue Heavenly Chive's clothes hanging on the rack. Oh, isn't this what she wore today? Just then steam began rising from the room. Wanyue Heavenly Chive was startled to find someone had broken into her room. Imofan was just as shocked. Wanyue Heavenly Chive stormed out of the bathroom and yelled, you scoundrel. Wanyue Heavenly Chive grabbed a set of clothes with a light scarf, then she threatened Imofan, I'll give you 5 seconds. If your explanation isn't reasonable, you'll regret it. This was a misunderstanding, I didn't know you were bathing. Wanyue Tianxuan counted to 3, then to 2. Imofan shouted, damn it, can't you calm down? Wanyue Tianxuan started counting again. 1. Imofan yelled, Demonwood. I saw your Demonwood technique at the Eastern Guardian Pavilion. I came here just to confirm it. Just as the vines were about to pierce Imofan's skull, they stopped. Wanyue Tianxuan retracted them. Imofan looked terrified and said, it's true, that was ashen blue Demonwood. There are also some windbell flowers here, they can take out 3 guards in an instant. Wanyue Tianxuan ordered Imofan, tell me everything from the beginning. Imofan quickly nodded in agreement. Alright, calm down and sit, let me explain. Then Imofan fearfully eyed 2 sharp thorns pointed at him. Wanyue Tianxuan warned, I'll believe you for now. Imofan stammered in terror. Of course, how dare I lie to you? So Imofan began his story. Time passed and he finished, that's the whole thing. Seeing Wanyue Tianxuan silent, Imofan continued, I just wanted to ask, but your father chased me away, that's why I came here to confirm. Wanyue Tianxuan replied. Even if what you say is true, if you barge into my room like this in the middle of the night, you'll have to take responsibility. Imofan cried, too didn't mean to, can't we settle this privately? After listening, Wanyue Tianxuan responded, fine, but on one condition. Dragged to a cliffside on East Mountain. Imofan wailed loudly. He clung to the roots and groaned, are we sneaking in now? My hands are too weak. Wanyue Tianxuan said sternly. Enough talking, let's go. Afan shouted. Good heavens, am I really about to sneak into the prison holding the stars? I have to go. Afan panicked and begged for mercy. Sorry miss, you have quite the figure. Wangishan Sun's expression darkened as he snapped, how dare you say that again? Afan was terrified out of his wits. I won't say it. If you want me to sneak in, you'd better give me a reason. Wangishan Sun sent vines climbing up the cliff again and said, follow me, there are a few invisible restrictions here, otherwise we'd be in big trouble. Suddenly a bird flew past the cliff. Lightning instantly struck the bird, reducing it to a charred mess. Afin yelped. Oh no, Wang Yishan-sun warned, that's what happens if you're not careful. Stay focused unless you want to end up like that. Afin stared at the scorched remains, trembling in fear. He pressed himself against the cliff. Wang Yishan-sun continued climbing. There are restrictions on this wall. My vines will burn if they touch them, Afin asked while climbing. What do we do next? Wang Yishan-sun stayed silent for a moment before asking. You snuck into my room using something with dark magic energy, didn't you? That's why I didn't sense you, Afin stammered. Well, but Wang Yishan-sun continued. I'm not interested in your secrets, but you must use the thing to create an illusion, then throw the rope down. He handed Afin a coil of rope. Afin pondered to himself. Piece of cake. Afterward, Afin and Wang Yishan-sun climbed onto the rooftop. Then Afin helped steady Wang Yishan-sun and said, be careful. Wan Yue Tianhan replies, there's a vent up there, you can squeeze into the eastern pavilion from there. Fan asks again, what should I do next? But Wan Yue Tianhan starts threatening again. Move quickly. With no other choice, Fan obeys fearfully. Alright. Then Fan vanishes using Shadow Step. Han suddenly appears and asks Wan Yue Tianhan, can you tell me what this eastern pavilion is used for? Wan Yue Tianhan answers, this is Japan's Shrank prison. Fan gasps, what, the eastern pavilion is a prison? Wan Yue Tianhan replies, that's correct. The prisoners here are the world's most notorious criminals. Fan asks again, are they the ones involved in robbery, murder, arson, and other serious crimes? Wan Yue Tianhan explains, they're all extremely dangerous criminals, each responsible for hundreds of lives. Fan is terrified. I think it's not too late to leave now, but Wan Yue Tianhan is already angry. No way. Fan has nothing more to say. Then he lifts a tile, allowing Wan Yue Tianhan to climb inside. There are traps everywhere and some cursed runes are installed. They can instantly kill someone as weak as you. Fan asks again, then how do we get out after going in? Wan Yue Tianhan answers, time is short and the path is complicated, stick close to me. Fan asks again, by the way, why was your wooden ghost hand at that bridge? Wan Yue Tianhan sniffs and then answers, I have a half-brother, but he disappeared suddenly last year. Fan asks again, so you suspect that ghost over there is your brother? Wan Yue Tianhan confirms, yes, the plant I use is called Heart Emperor, each has 2 flowers, my brother used the same one. Fan asks again, but why would your brother be in this Shrank prison? Wan Yue Tianchuan answered, I don't know, that's why I came here to find answers. Then the two continued forward. Fan asked again, the East Guardian Pavilion is so vast, how do you know where he's being held? Wan Yue Tianchuan explained, any prisoner brought here is first interrogated, they're locked in the torture chamber and subjected to harsh punishment. Fan asked naively, aren't there guards in the cells? Wan Yue Tianchuan replied, what's the point of calling you here if there weren't? Fan jumped in shock and blurted out, oh no. Just then Wan Yue Tianchuan warned, the prison center is ahead, it's eerily quiet there. Fan heard footsteps approaching. He thought to himself, if I can hear footsteps, the guards must be nearby. At that moment Fan and Wan Yue Tianchuan reached a corner. They pressed against the wall. 4 guards stood nearby. Fan whispered to Wan Yue Tianchuan, this aura, they seem to be only mid-level mages. Wan Yue Tianchuan explained, prisoners usually have their cultivation suppressed, so mid-level mages are enough to guard them. Fan raised 3 fingers, there are 3 now, I'll take care of them, and 1 go, you handle the last one. Wan Yue Tianchuan agreed, alright, I'll deal with the farthest one. Then Fan vanished using Shadow Step. After a brief pause he leapt onto the wall. Just then a guy named Shanqi seemed to sense something. Fan was taken aback. What the, how did he notice so fast? At that moment a guard asked Shanqi, what are you looking at? Shanqi pointed toward the wall. Why is the shadow over there so thick? Another guard burst into laughter. Ha, you're too jumpy, the troublemaker won't escape. Shanqi thought for a moment. I think it's better to check. At that moment the guy's hand was already on his sword hilt. Seeing this Fan instantly panicked. He remembered what Wan Yue Tianchuan had said. Their katana have a button, if you press it 3 times in a row an alarm will sound, so we must subdue them immediately. We only have 1 chance. Shanqi had already walked away by then. Fan glanced at him. Suddenly someone said to Shanqi, maybe that oil lamp went out. Shanqi sounded surprised. Oh, it did go out, I guess that's it. The others burst into laughter. Ha. Shanqi said awkwardly, maybe I overthought it. Everyone laughed again. Ha. The first time I stood guard here I was just as suspicious as you. Another person said, it's normal. Ha, I was the same. Then everyone laughed again. Suddenly someone said, wait, the lamp at the door went out too. Those lamps are out as well, something's not right. The moment the oil lamp went out 6 giant shadow nails appeared in Fan's hand. Shanqi grew alert, but 3 of the men were already under the control of the giant shadow nails. One of them shouted, we're under attack. But Guemu pounced on the man, it swiftly disarmed them. Then the remaining person was tied up by Guemu. Figures appeared behind the guards. Shanqi shouted, got you. Yet Fan released a puff of black smoke and said, sleep, it's done, let's go. Wan Yue Tianchuan said to Fan, we really owe you this time. Fan replied calmly, it's just a small matter. I like this kind of thrilling stuff too. Then Wanyue Tianchuan stepped forward. She spoke to the wall in Japanese. After a brief exchange, she paled. Fan stood there clueless about what was happening. It seemed the person inside really was her brother. Wanyue Tianchuan replied in Japanese, why would they lock up her brother here? He was a guard of the Eastern Pavilion. What did he do wrong? The person inside answered he had discovered an evil ox forming here. He tried to report it to the Japanese government but was stopped by General Gaomu. Just then smoke rose from the beacon tower. Fan urged Wanyue Tianchuan, hurry, get him out. You mentioned something earth-shattering. What is it? Wanyue Tianchuan said sadly. It's impossible. Fan asked blankly, what's wrong? What happened? After a moment of silence, Wanyue Tianchuan told Fan, we have to take that evil ox away. Fan agreed, right, we must take it. Wanyue Tianchuan continued. If General Gaomu finds that evil ox first, hell, kill my brother to upgrade his summon. He's capable of anything. Fan chimed in, right. So the atmosphere suddenly grew quiet. Fan added, leaving something as vicious as that evil ox here is a bad idea. It'd be safer with me, Wanyue Tianchuan warned. Don't even think about doing anything reckless. Fan laughed, I was just talking. How could I possibly cause you trouble? You're still daydreaming about sneaking in with that suave dashing look of yours. This is the General Takagi Myfan edition. Myfan asked Wanyue Tianchuan, is that river ox down there? Isn't anyone protecting it? Wanyue Tianchuan replied. Because no one knows it exists. My brother discovered it by accident. Myfan squinted and smirked. Your brother is truly devoted to the nation. But do you really want to report this treasure to the authorities? I don't think anyone who finds a treasure would hand it over to the state. Myfan pretended to cough up blood upon hearing that. Wanyue Tianchuan glared at Myfan and snapped angrily, you. Suddenly Myfan pointed at the wall and said, look, there is that narrow opening, the entrance. Wanyue Tianchuan answered, just like my brother described. This place is indeed hard to find that river ox. Then Myfan used Shadow Step to slip into the hole and Wanyue Tianchuan followed. Before them was a crimson gem radiating an eerie aura. Myfan warned, be careful, this thing is dripping with malice. Wanyue Tianchuan brushed it off. Doesn't matter, I need to get it as soon as possible. This could expose General Takagi's crimes. Myfan cautioned Tianchuan, you'd better think this through. Wanyue Tianchuan shot back, what do you mean? Myfan waved his hands in explanation. Don't look at me like that. Even if you gave this cursed thing to me for free, I wouldn't take it. Wanyue Tianchuan pressed, what exactly are you trying to say? Myfan replied, I'm just saying this thing is too malevolent. Wanyue Tianxin's face flushed with anger. I'm not trying to keep it for myself, I just want to save my brother. Myfan sighed in resignation, if you're set on taking it, I won't stop you. But this is where I draw the line. I won't wade into this mess with you any further. Wanyue Tianxin's face instantly lit up with joy. Thank you, will be careful. With that, Wanyue Tianchuan happily picked up the evil ox pearl. Afterward, the two of them left the Grotto Heaven Pavilion together. Fan watched Wanyue Tianxin's eager back as she left. He stood there and thought for a moment before asking, little mudfish, there's something off about that thing, isn't there? Fan stared blankly at Wanyue Tianxin's retreating figure. Suddenly he gasped in shock. Little mudfish, has your master just made a huge mistake? Inside Osaka Castle, Wanyue Tianchuan was shrouded in a layer of miasma. She stormed forward with a fierce aura. Just then a drunk man was rambling nonsense. How could I be upset over a woman like that? It's ridiculous, haha. Another person tried to calm him. Come on, stop talking, but the drunk man continued, mind your own business. How could I be upset? As he spoke, he bumped into Wanyue Tianchuan and fell to the ground. The person across from him quickly asked, are you alright? The drunk man handed his bottle to a woman beside him. Here, hold this. Then he stormed up to Wanyue Tianchuan and shouted, stay right there. Wanyue Tianchuan angrily commanded with her magic, get lost. The drunk man was immediately flung backward, landing flat on his back. Just then a truck came speeding toward him. The driver broke out in a cold sweat and yelled, watch out. Others joined in shouting help. Next, the drunk man let out a pained scream after his leg was run over by the truck and he groaned in agony. The driver hurriedly jumped out and asked, are you okay? Others echoed the call. Call an ambulance quick. She's lost her mind, she's a mage. At this moment Wanyue Tianchuan was still moving. Those guys shouted, you can't leave, how could you do this? Even if she's a mage, she can't just attack people like this. Wanyue Tianchuan glared at them in fury. The guys turned pale with fear. One of them pointed behind her and said, look behind the window. Behind Wanyue Tianchuan a massive demonic figure appeared. The demon had many eyes and kept shrieking, kill, kill, kill. The group bolted in terror. One of them stammered, what is that thing? Then someone accidentally bumped into Wanyue Tianchuan. He yelped in shock and they all scrambled away shouting, run, run, hurry. The group dashed onto the road. The vintage cars had to slam on their brakes. The drivers leaned out yelling, are you trying to get yourself killed? Wanyue Tianchuan stepped forward and said in a low voice, my family has worked hard every year to protect this land. Yet you all live in comfort here. These wretched parasites just die already. At that moment monstrous creatures surged from the ground, quickly binding everyone nearby. The captured people screamed in panic, "Help, what is this? What's happening? Is anyone coming to save us?" The vines swiftly burrowed into their orifices. Everyone's mouths and eyes widened in horror. Soon after they were all hung upside down from the trees. Mo-fan stood on the rooftop and shouted, "Stop!" Then he looked down below. Wanyue Tianchuan looked up at him and asked in a low voice. A human. Mo-fan glanced around in confusion. Then he snapped, "Wake up, look at what you're doing." Wanyue Tianchuan murmured blankly. Mo-fan continued shouting, "She's destroying the city. Doesn't she want to protect it?" Mo-fan stared blankly downward. Suddenly a woman below holding a child screamed, "Save me!" Wanyue Tianchuan snapped back to reality. Oh, then he turned to the demon behind him. No. Then the evil pearl fell to the ground. After catching Wanyue Tianchuan, Mo-fan said, "This pearl is full of dark energy. Don't touch it again. I'm worried your brother has already been controlled by that pearl and it wanted you to bring it out." Soon after the police arrived and stabilized the situation. Mo-fan told the mages that's what happened. The police began evacuating the crowd, urging everyone to step back calmly. The bystanders asked in confusion, "What's going on, officer?" The officer replied, "Nothing to worry about, we've got it under control." Mo-fan told Wanyue Tianchuan, "I've already notified your father, he should be here soon." Wanyue Tianchuan trembled as she said, "Thank you. I never thought my brother would deceive me." Mo-fan quickly said, "It's probably because he was controlled by that evil pearl. He's been exposed to it for too long anyway, don't blame yourself." Suddenly Mo-fan saw the evil pearl trying to roll away. He shouted, trying to escape, "Not so fast." Then he used spatial magic. Seeing this, Wanyue Tianchuan asked, "Spatial separation, spatial magic?" Mo-fan blinked and smirked, "Spatial separation, you must be seeing things." After hearing this, Wanyue Tianchuan fell silent for a moment before saying, "Right, how could a high-level mage have multiple affinities?" Mo-fan breathed a sigh of relief. Good thing he wasn't found out. Just then the evil pearl tried to move again. Mo-fan muttered under his breath, "Just a little longer and he'll smash you to pieces." At that moment Wanyue Xingjian appeared and called out, "Tianchuan." Wanyue Tianchuan responded, "Father." Wanyue Xingjian warned her. His expression darkened as he realized what was before him, the evil pearl. Wanyue Xingjian wrapped the pearl up and tucked it into his sleeve. He told his daughter, "It's not safe to talk here, let's discuss this back home." Wanyue Xingjian then said to the officers, "Thank you for your hard work." Mo-fan watched him, thinking that Pearl seems terrified of him. Afterward Wanyue Tianchuan sat in a room with Mo-fan and Wanyue Xingjian. Wanyue Xingjian scolded Tianchuan, "I'm very disappointed in you." Wanyue Tianchuan replied, "I know I was wrong." Wanyue Xingjian said sadly, "Those actions. Your recklessness will only make things more complicated." Wanyue Xingjian explained, "You truly don't know who to turn to when your closest brother is imprisoned." Wanyue Xingjian countered, "So you choose to trust your brother completely?" Wanyue Xingjian then said, "Hey Wanyue Xingjian, tell us about the origin of that beat first. I'm an outsider, I won't interfere in your power struggles, so rest easy." Wanyue Xingjian began to explain, "Humans have souls and sorcerers cultivate their spirits. A powerful sorcerer needs a pure and refined soul. An extremely powerful soul condensed by the turtle curse formation of the Eastern Pavilion, which drained the souls of imprisoned sorcerers but couldn't erase their deep-seated resentment, greed and hatred. All these negative emotions coalesced into this entity, the bead in my hand." Seeing this, Mo-fan couldn't help but exclaim, "Japan really has so many strange creatures. There's demonic energy and now even malice can coalesce into monsters." Wanyue Mingjian expressed his gratitude, "Thanks to you stopping Tianhan, otherwise that Crimson Demon would have escaped again." Mo-fan asked in surprise, "Crimson Demon?" Wanyue Mingjian immediately explained, "The creature is called the Crimson Demon. Its crimson spirit is deep red and it controls souls through possession. After the possessed die, their souls leave behind a deep red mark." Wanyue Tianhan remained silent. Suddenly Mo-fan remembered Ling Ling's situation and said in horror, "Deep red." His expression darkened as he turned and asked, "Old man, did the Eastern Pavilion let a Crimson Demon escape earlier?" Hearing this, Wanyue Mingjian was stunned. "How do you know about that? No one from the pavilion's guards would have leaked this." Wanyue Tianhan's eyes widened in shock. The three then headed toward a secluded grove. As they walked, Wanyue Mingjian began to reminisce, "Back then Tianhan and I were just as reckless, acting without considering the consequences. During the monotonous days at the Eastern Pavilion I was fascinated by anything new." Mo-fan thought to himself, "So it's Mingjian." Meanwhile the old man poured wine over a grave. Wanyue Tianhan looked up at the tombstone and cried out in surprise, "Icho." Wanyue Mingjian explained, "He was your brother Hishin's father, my best friend." Mo Fan asked again, so you also brought that cursed bead out with you? Wang Yue Mingjian began to recall he and I discovered that cursed bead. We were curious. The memory took him back to when Icho excitedly said to everyone, look what I found. A woman seemed worried, this isn't right, we should report it to our elders first. But another was tempted, this bead can be used to enhance our power. Someone suggested absorbing its energy would be the best idea. Mingjian made a decision on the spot, let's cultivate together, the four of us. Nobuko happily agreed, alright, that's settled then. After some time Mingjian slew a crimson bell demon. Wiping his sword he said, don't you all find it boring to keep practicing on these sea demons all day? A woman spoke fiercely, there are many interesting tortures in the eastern kitchen, we should torment them before killing them. The group excitedly agreed, haha yes, let's do that. Hearing this Mofan turned pale with fear. Wan Yue Tianhun suddenly asked, does mother like seedy? Mofan guessed this must be because that evil continent has corrupted their minds. Mingjian confirmed, exactly, the deeper we fall the harder it is to escape. Nobuko suggested increasing the number of prisoners to provide soul power for the evil continent. Mofan asked again, confused, how did you all manage to break free afterward? Wang Yue Xingjian said gravely, it was Ichio. While we were still lost in the evil continent's deception, he noticed something was wrong and tried his best to stop us. Mofan asked shakily, so you killed him? Wan Yue Tianhun angrily scolded, don't talk nonsense. Wan Yue Xingjian admitted a painful truth, but that's essentially what happened. The three of us plotted to get rid of Ichio. Wan Yue Tianhun asked in shock, how was that possible? Did mother agree too? Mofan was equally stunned. The thought of one's own family trying to kill them is truly terrifying. Wan Yue Xingjian continued, fortunately Ichio was a smart man. He knocked out the evil continent and disappeared. After we gradually regained our senses, Hishin's mother felt deeply ashamed and passed away not long after. After listening, Wan Yue Tianhun said, trembling, my foster father also died because of that evil continent, and now my foster brother too. Wan Yue Xingjian comforted, I will find a way to deal with General Gamu. Mofan sank into thought. He finally understood what the Crimson Demon was, but how could he avenge Lingling? After a moment of silence, Wang Yue Xingjian turned to Mofan. Mofan, there's something I'd like to ask of you. Mofan made an excuse to refuse. Not again, old man, I'm very busy. Wang Yue Xingjian reminded, this pearl cannot stay here. I want you to take it to an old friend of mine in Tokyo. He's the only one who can purify the resentment within this pearl. Mofan looked reluctant. Don't do this, old man, I haven't agreed yet, don't just hand it to me. Wan Yue Xingjian offered an enticing condition, the Crimson Demon clues you need, he's probably the only one in the world who knows. Also, I remember you're a summoner, right? After purification you can absorb the energy from this pearl. This energy can upgrade your summoned beasts. Upon hearing this, Mofan immediately became eager, thinking of how his Crimson Bell Wolf could be upgraded. He imagined his own dog speaking and recognizing him as its master. Mofan pretended to wipe away drool, laughing, how could such a great opportunity go to someone else? Wan Yue Xingjian explained that this matter wasn't convenient for too many people to know and Mofan was the most suitable candidate. Mofan pondered and agreed it made sense. He happily accepted the deal. The next day the group took a bus to Tokyo. Wan Yue Tianchuan sat silently, ignoring the other Japanese people. Zhang Manuan asked Mofan, is she really coming to Tokyo with us? She seems so dull. Could she be a spy sent by the Japanese to monitor us? Mofan thought, more like monitoring me and the evil continent, before closing his eyes and falling asleep. Zhang Manuan muttered that woman is suspicious, but Mofan was already asleep. Zhang Manuan patted his brother's shoulder, hey Mofan, I had a weird dream last night. Mofan scowled and snapped, bro, I didn't sleep well last night, can you give it a rest? Zhang Manuan leaned in, hey listen to me, it was really strange. Mofan sighed impatiently, fine, go on. Zhang Manuan began, last night I dreamed we saw a huge shadow in the sea and then a massive creature appeared in the Gemini Sea. Mofan looked baffled and told his brother, wait a second. Zhang Manuan glared, what? Mofan quickly walked over to Wan Yue Tianchuan. He asked her, did you tell anyone about what happened yesterday? Wan Yue Tianchuan replied, no, even someone at my level doesn't know the full details of what happened at sea. Mofan pressed, then how does Zhang Manuan know about the massive creature? Wan Yue Tianchuan gasped, a massive creature, he knows, impossible, only you infiltrated the upper level last night. Mofan then returned to his seat. Zhang Manuan asked in surprise, what were you doing? Mofan shot back, are you sure you dreamed it and didn't sleepwalk? Zhang Manuan confirmed, yeah. Mofan continued, last night a massive sea beast really did appear in the Gemini Sea. Zhang Manuan exclaimed, what's going on? Mofan added, do you remember that non-existent island in Shishong City? Zhang Manuan retorted, the one Niata mentioned, the island that's there all night but no one can find. Fan turned to the captain. Zhang Tu, do you think Miata was lying? Zhang Tu replied, I don't think she had any reason to, and she didn't seem like she was. Zhang Yu asked in surprise, are you all talking about that non-existent island? Fan stood up. I suddenly realized the island really exists. Guan Yu scoffed him, for are you treating us like 3-year-olds? Fan looked serious. The truth about the island is simple, but before he could finish. Just as he finished speaking, Zhuang Manuan's phone rudely started ringing. Look, a golden butterfly, a golden butterfly, Fan shouted at the top of his lungs. Spread your wings, spread them. Zhuang Man was stunned. Quick, help me turn off my ringtone. Zhuang Manuan nodded in agreement. Oh no, I just can't help it, I can't help it. Fan continued, what I'm saying is that wasn't an island at all. Shuchan asked cheerfully, Fan, did you forget to take your medicine today? If it's not an island, then what is it? Fan replied, it's a living creature. When it left, the island vanished. Naturally, hearing this, everyone turned pale with shock. Xiang Xiaoru asked with a pale face, Fan, stop trying to scare us, how could there be such a huge creature? Fan went on, remember when we were on the ship and that massive shadow appeared underwater? Zhang Yu gasped, you mean that island didn't even exist? Exactly, Mu Ningxue added, so why did you suddenly think of this? Fan continued, because last night a massive creature appeared in the Shuangshou Sea. Wan Yue Tianhun stepped forward and said the sea was indeed unsettled last night. Fan guessed it's probably that thing, it's been following us. Xiang Xiaoru asked worriedly, what exactly is it? It can easily enter secure zones and is as large as an island. Time passed and Xiang Xiaoru said, stop thinking about it, once we get to Tokyo we'll take everyone out to have fun. Mr. Jian Tu announced, once we arrive in Tokyo we'll head straight to the naval battle city. Many in our team haven't reached the higher stages yet, and teams that perform well in training at the naval battle city can gain substantial resources. Shu Manuan said happily, reaching the higher stages means big resources, competitions aren't worth much. Mu Tinjing reminded, don't worry young master Zhu, you reserves won't get a chance. Shu Manuan cried out, Captain, is this true? The resources really won't be shared with reserves. The merfolk scoffed, just being allowed to learn alongside us is a huge blessing for you deadweights. Shu Manuan retorted, speaking of deadweight, aren't you in the same boat as me, just a mid-stage failure? Jian Yu chimed in. Ahem, well, there are plenty of mid-stage cultivators in our team. Shu Manuan continued, sorry Mu Ningxu's expression looked a bit upset. Fan fell silent and the scene shifted to Donghai City. Looking at the city's appearance, Xiang Xiaoru remarked, this Donghai City looks quite new. Though the building materials are different. Jian Yu said it's not that different from other cities. Mu Tinjing also said, a bit disappointing, it's supposed to be one of the world's 4 great naval battle cities. Nan Yu reminded everyone, let's go check in. Afterward the group of trainees began moving. Along the way they marveled, this city is so lively. A few country bumpkins fresh from the countryside gawked around in awe. The gang leader called out to his partner, Nanyu, have you been here before? Nanyu confirmed, yeah, I came here a few years ago with a military commander. Lucky for us the tide isn't high. Suddenly an explosion rang out, leaving the entire fleet disoriented. The gang leader and Nanyu cried out in shock, a huge concrete block just fell. Mu Ningxue is right underneath. Then a young man with scallion-like hair sprinted over, shouting move as he shoved Mu Ningxue out of the way. The gang leader immediately used his spatial magic, freezing the concrete block in midair before tossing it aside. The scallion-haired youth still holding Mu Ningxue stammered, thighs, no way, spatial magic. Mu Ningxue snapped, let go of me. The youth replied, sorry, I didn't mean to, I was so scared I thought we'd all be crushed. Xiang Xiaoru sneered, you sure have a knack for picking who to save. The scallion-haired youth replied, she was just closer to me, I'm Hirose, nice to meet you all. But Shu Manjing roared, who even wants to meet you? Zhang Yujing pointed in terror, that pillar, why is it flying? Oh no, look, broad daylight and 2 massive monsters just appeared. Zhang Yu sighed, Japan's Jian really is something two at once, and they're over 10 meters tall. Shu Manuan shouted, what's wrong with this fortress letting Hirose charge into the uninhabited zone like this? A voice from the tower announced, all personnel attention, Sector 19 has a Hirose sighting. Non-combat personnel proceed to the shelter immediately. Combat personnel note the crowd below appears confused. The broadcast blared again, Sector 19 has 2 blue-horned fierce fox beasts, leader tier eliminate immediately. The crowd panicked, screaming, leader tier. Run everyone, run this way, the shelter's over here. Someone muttered, why isn't the tide rising, only 2 sea monster leaders. Another snapped, stop staring and run, are you all out of your minds? Leader tier monsters are here, get to shelter, don't block the way. Nanyu warned, the East Sea Fortress is a battlefield, sea monsters can appear directly. Xiang Xiaoru asked should we stop them otherwise there'll be massive casualties. Zhang Yu suggested I say we retreat, it's just 2 leaders anyway, the gang leader ordered, well decide based on the situation. As the 2 blue-horned fierce fox beasts lifted a building to hurl at them, the gang leader shouted, fall back behind me. Nan Yu concluded that the buildings in Donghai City weren't just for people to live in, most were designed to lure monsters. A Su sighed in relief, that's lucky, otherwise who knows how many people would have died. Meanwhile 2 Blue Valley ferocious fox beasts had already flung the entire building far away. Lord Jiang Tu shouted, watch out, I can't stop it completely. Jiang Yu screamed, the sea monsters are too brutal. Zhu Guming also said, don't worry, we can handle this ourselves. 2 defensive techniques were unleashed, one a barrier of light, the other a wall of stone. The building shattered into pieces upon colliding with the 2 layers of barriers. Xuang Xiaoyi used soul magic to assess the situation. They're furious, she reported, we should retreat first. Then the group bolted, running toward the right, why not the left? Zhao Manjing roared, stop wasting time talking. Ahead a few wind element users sprinted, followed by a pack of cursed Fang disciples. Then as Shi and Yu Zai shrieked, we're running the wrong way. The Blue Valley ferocious fox beasts were already hot on their heels, and Zhu Guming shouted in alarm. As the beast's claws were about to strike, Xuang Xiaoyi swiftly cast the tongue of magic curse. Zhu Guming used Earthwave while Xuang Xiaoyi yelled, damn it you idiots, come back and save me. Just then the beast's paw came crashing down as she screamed. Nan Yu reported Xuang Zongyi is still behind. Lord Jiang Tu immediately asked, is only one chasing us? Nan Yu confirmed, yes, just one. Lord Jiang Tu skidded to a halt, prepare for a quick counterattack. Just as Xuang Xiaoyi was exhausted, a figure appeared. Xuang Xiaoyi gasped. At that moment the Blue Valley ferocious fox beast struck. Lord Jiang Tu unleashed a spatial magic technique, Rincon summoning a barrier to block the beast's paw. Li Kaifeng asked, Captain, do we really need to be this aggressive? Nan Yu assessed, it seems we can't avoid this fight. Lord Jiang Tu declared, perfect, let this sea monster taste our strength. Meanwhile Shi and Jiaoyu unleashed their wind magic wind dragon fist. Nan Yu and Nan Rongting used eye-based magic lantern net disturbance, while Mu Tinging struck with Earthshatter fist. Zhao Man Yuan used radiance and Mu Ning Shui joined in with Ice Crush Bone. The Blue Valley ferocious fox beast was immediately surrounded and attacked. But the beast's hide was too thick, it wasn't even phased. Li Kaifeng called out, who's a poison user, let's corrode its armor first. Zhu Guming replied, that's me, cover me. A swarm of poisonous bees was released toward the beast, but it simply inhaled them all. Zhu Guming realized this thing is smart, it must have fought humans before. Lord Jiang Tu warned its charging dodge. The Blue Valley ferocious fox beast lunged wildly. Lord Jiang Tu used spatial magic to soar into the sky, then coldly looked down. Before long the veteran martial artist noticed something. He had discovered the weakness of the Blue Valley fierce fox beast. The veteran warned, aim for its head, it has no scales there. Zhang Yu shouted, bro, we can't fly, how are we supposed to hit its head? Just then the Blue Valley fierce fox beast stretched out its tongue dozens of meters long and glared at Zhang Yu. Zhang Yu yelped in panic, then cast a light magic barrier before bolting away. Dart at Zhang Yu cursed as the beast chased him wildly, its sharp claws scraping the ground. Zhang Yu shouted, thank goodness this place is narrow, and sprinted for his life. Suddenly someone yelled, Zhang Yu, don't run that way. Zhang Yu shot back, if I don't run this way, should I just run into its mouth? Then another Blue Valley fierce fox beast appeared in front of him. Zhang Yu froze, oh no, I'm trapped between 2 of them. The beast stared at Zhang Yu with greedy eyes. Terrified, the young man trembled, unable to speak. He couldn't make a sound. Zhang Yu, his companion shouted. Mu Ningxue yelled, Zhang Yu, come up here. An ice pillar suddenly appeared beside Zhang Yu. Mu Ningxue, he cheered, scrambling up it and quickly reaching the rooftop with her. The 2 beasts rampaged after them, smashing buildings with furious roars. The house is collapsing. Zhang Yu shouted. Mu Ningxue warned, get out of here now. Mu Ningxue then used water magic to bring Zhang Yu down. But the beasts kept destroying everything in their path. Zhang Yu panicked, they're still after us. Just then sharp ice spears flew toward them. Mu Ningxue erected an ice barrier shouting, watch out, but the frozen lances shattered the wall in an instant. Mu Ningxue yelled, go down, run this way. Nan Rongyun also lent support with water magic, asking, is anyone hurt? Zhang Yu replied, just scratches, but Mu Ningxue seemed to have been struck by the ice spears. Nan Rongyun immediately said, don't worry, I'll heal everyone. Zhang Yu grumbled, of course that guy Mo Fan is off with the Japanese girl again at a time like this. Hearing this, Nan Yu blared at him, her face turning pale with anger. Realizing had misspoken, Zhang Yu quickly added, oh forget I said that, forcing a laugh to brush it off. A flicker of irritation crossed Mu Ningxue's face before she looked away, embarrassed, thinking, why do I even care about that guy? Over here Mo Fan is singing. Wan Yue Tianchuan asks with concern, are you alright? Mo Fan replies, someone must be thinking of me, haha. Meanwhile the Blue Valley ferocious fox beast grows even more vicious, but Guixing appears and blocks it. Jiang Yu judges this seems to be the captain's black tortoise ability. Without higher cultivation we can't help hope the captain is safe. Then Nanyu speaks up before suddenly shouting, wait, where did that guy go? Over here Mr. Jiang too is locked in battle with the Blue Valley ferocious fox beast, his expression darkening. Suddenly another Blue Valley ferocious fox beast appears behind him, swiping with its sharp claws. With a dull thud Mr. Jiang Tu's position is smashed to pieces. Nanyu shrieks in shock, no, but Mr. Jiang Tu's figure reappears. Several people gasp, wait, Nan Rongyi appears beside Mr. Jiang Tu. The team members exchange glances. Was that the captain just now? Jiang Yu shouts, I didn't see clearly either. Nan Rongyi instructs, don't move while your spine is misaligned. Mr. Jiang Tu asks, is everyone else alright? Nan Rongyi replies, don't worry, we can hold our own. She begins treating Mr. Jiang Tu. Meanwhile Nan Yu is using the walkie-talkie, where is everyone? Xu Manyuan responds, we've reached the shelter. Jiang Yu curses, no one got lost, right? Xiang Shero cries, I got lost. Zhu Jiming shouts, hey, I'm right next to you. Xiang Shero snaps, you useless man, are you even human? Zhu Jiming retorts, what do you mean? Fine, I'll go right, you go left. Shorty Zhu can do whatever. Nanyu sighs, alright, you two stop arguing. Then comes the sound of something shattering. Jiang Yu asks worriedly, what was that? Nanyu deduces it sounds like a demonic beast is heading their way. Hope they're safe. Jiang Yu looks over but sees nothing. Meanwhile a Blue Valley ferocious fox beast's claw strikes. Xiang Shero pales in fear, help, save me. Then she turns to the person who stopped and says, Zhu Jiming, you coward, running away like that. Jiang Yu shouts his signal is gone, looks like the comms channel is locked. Nanyu mutters angrily, useless. He then orders the female team member Xiang Shero, hide in the crevice, don't expose your position, well rescue you soon. Xiang Shero pleads, save me, please come quickly. In being held back the Kaimar formation won't last long, hurry. Jiang Yu shouts her soul system spells won't work on them. Nanyu said angrily, Zhu Jiming dared to abandon his companions and flee alone. Then she added that a signal had appeared at the 9 o'clock position. Mu Ningxue immediately activated her wind formation and took flight. Then Mu Ningxue flew away using her ice seal spiral technique. The pack of South Valley fierce fox beasts continued their rampage. Mu Ningxue shouted over there as she took a high vantage point. She began panting as she prepared her frost kill star bow. Mu Ningxue drew the bow and loosed an ice arrow. The arrow radiated an intense chill humming sounds. Soon 2 Blue Valley fierce fox beasts were completely frozen. Just then several Japanese mages flew over. They exclaimed, WH, who did this so powerful? The whole team was stunned. Zhuo Manyuan concluded the goddess Mu has done it again. Nanyu shouted over the calm, Xiang Shaozhe save Xiang Shaozhe. Guan Yu replied, Li Kaifeng and I are on our way, we'll handle it. Meanwhile the ice on the 2 Blue Valley fierce fox beasts began to melt. But Li Kaifeng had already rescued Xiang Shaozhe. Can you walk? Xiang Shaozhe answered yes. Nanye's voice rang out again, the ice is cracking, get out now. Zhuo Manyuan asked Mu Ningxue, how did you resolve this so quickly? Mu Ningxue gasped, I made sure not to hurt Xiang Shaozhe. Then Jiang Yu shouted, wait, they're getting away. Nanyu replied, of course, look, so many high-ranking mages have arrived, if only they'd come sooner. Jiang Tu added, forget it, let's not pursue them. After hearing this Zhuo Manyuan looked stunned and said that was too dangerous. Thank goodness Mu Ningxue acted in time. Mu Ningxue finally spoke. Then she suddenly felt weak and collapsed forward. But Xiang Shaozhe caught her hand and steadied her, saying thank you. Mu Ningxue smiled faintly. Nan Rongding reminded her, rest well when we get back. Mu Ningxue agreed, okay. Zhuo Manyuan thought to herself, just like in the Golden Forest wasteland back then, I wonder what she's thinking today. Afterward the group relocated to the 12th district of East Sea City. They were arranged to stay there. Xiang Shaozhe told Mu Ningxue, you should rest first. Nan Rongding added, I have mana-stirring potions. The Japanese man said, there are over 10 rooms here, choose whichever you like. Zhuo Manyuan plopped into a chair and sighed, finally we can rest. Then the Japanese man cleared his throat. Ahem, there's a fee for staying here, pay what you can. Zhuo Manyuan and her companions exclaimed, what we have to pay? The man added, if you don't have money, spirit pills will do. After listening, Jiang Tu and Nanyu exchanged glances. Jiang Yu asked again, wait, do you know who we are? The man countered, you're Jiang Yu. Jiang Yu confirmed yes. The man then asked Nanyu, and you're Nanyu? Nanyu confirmed that's right. The man added, well, that settles it, doesn't it? If you want to become this district's team, you'll have to prove yourselves. Everyone was confused. District team, the man scoffed, good heavens, are you here on vacation or something? Donghai City has 32 districts. The core district protects assets and hires district teams to eliminate sea demons. Understand? Didn't the national institutions brief you on this? John Yu mused to himself. It seems they've mistaken us for short-term mercenaries. John Yu asked again, what about the district team's payment? The man exclaimed, good grief, wasn't the money already given to your leader? Don't joke around. John Yu thought glumly, we haven't seen any money yet. Nanyu asked, so during protection missions who gets things like demon cores? The man replied, the district lord sells them to the Japanese government and distributes the profits based on contributions. Don't get any ideas. Sea demon remains must be handed over. Keeping them for yourself will lead to punishment. Oh, and your leader reminded you need to reach a 4-star district team rank quickly or the equipment promised to you will go to another team. Everyone was puzzled. How do we get 4 stars? John too deduced the evaluation criteria are almost the same as the Hunter alliances. The man added, good performance earns you points and then you rank up. For a ragtag team like yours it'll take at least 4 or 5 years. With a laugh he turned and left. Zhao Manuan shouted, let's take him down, but Jiang Tu stopped him. Alright, then everyone started discussing. Nanyu announced, I checked on my laptop, we've been assigned to District 20. Guess who the district lord is? Jiang Tu immediately asked, who? Nanyu showed them the screen. See for yourselves. Jiang Yu asked, do we know this person? Nanyu pointed out that orange-haired guy next to Hindo, and he looked familiar. Jiang Shao suddenly remembered, oh, isn't that the guy who tried to impress Mu Ningxue? He's the district lord's son, I think. Jiang Yu burst out laughing. Aha, then let's send Mu Ningxue out and have her dad rate us 4 stars. Noticing everyone staring at him, Jiang Yu chuckled, ha, just kidding. Seriously though, is she physically up for it? Mu Tingying scoffed, for all we know she doesn't even want to fight. If the reserves die they won't get any resources. After hearing this, Zhao Manuan glanced at Mu Tingying but said nothing. The next day the sun was already high and the sky shining brightly. Sunlight fell on Mu Ningxue's face, jolting her awake. A layer of frost had already formed on her hands. Mu Ningxue pulled the blanket tighter, wondering if she might never wake up again one day. Time passed and several enforcement mages were patrolling the shore. Mu Ningxue gazed quietly at the sea. Suddenly a young man approached Mu Ningxue and asked, hello, are you a mage too? Mu Ningxue confirmed yes. The other introduced himself. I'm Tian Shiseng here for an internship. Oh, and I'm a student at Waseda University. Mu Ningxue said nothing and Tian Shiseng continued, the tide is so low, next high tide will be dangerous, you shouldn't go out, sea demons might lure you in. Mu Ningxue asked in surprise, what do the tides have to do with sea demons? Tian Shiseng blinked, ha, haven't you read The Waves by Chunxiao? He explained, when the sea can't breach the shore, sea demons ride the waves in and retreat with the tide. The higher the tide the more demons appear. Mu Ningxue countered, if the tide is this low, won't the next high tide be even higher? Tian Shiseng confirmed yes, no sea demon would defy the ocean's laws. To understand the sea is to understand sea demons. Suddenly someone shouted, water, water, stop, don't go. A woman screamed wildly, water. Tian Shiseng yelled, save her, quick, save her. Mu Ningxue said there are no sea demons near her. Yet Tian Shiseng had already rushed forward and the enforcement mages panicked. Mu Ningxue used wind step, swiftly overtaking Tian Shiseng. Tian Shiseng warned, don't let her touch the water or she'll be in grave danger. Mu Ningxue replied, all right, but as she neared the woman had already face-planted into the water. The woman's face was completely drained of color. The enforcement mages sighed, another incident. It's my fault for not stopping her, I thought she was just taking a stroll. Meanwhile Tian Shiseng put on gloves. The enforcement mages saw Tian Shiseng lifting the bodice clothes and demanded, what are you doing? Let go, you fool. Tian Shiseng replied, she's the most recent case of death I've encountered. No matter what, I must unravel the mystery of this strange illness. Seeing Tian Shiseng hindered from examining the body, an enforcement mage said, let him look, he seems like an experienced mage. Mu Ningxue glanced at the body, immediately drawn to its delicate features, then asked, what happened? One of the enforcement mages declared loudly, she's already dead. This has been happening often in Donghai City lately. Another enforcement mage added, for now we're treating it as an epidemic. So it can't be classified as a sea demon homicide. This whole thing is baffling. The scene shifts to their lodging. Nangong Ni asks in surprise, Uncle Yuan. Xiang Xiao explains, even the government can't figure out the real cause it looks really bad. Mu Ningxue adds that in turn also said it has no distinct features, it just randomly appears on people. Nangong Ni continues worriedly, even the most terrifying plagues have a cause. Doesn't Uncle Yuan have any clues at all? But Mu Ningxue just shakes her head gently. Guan Yu speaks up, forget it, this isn't our problem, what's the point of talking about it? Li Kaifeng guesses maybe some people were under too much pressure, took something and jumped into the sea. Nanyu claps her hands and says alright, let's focus on what's in front of us. Tomorrow the tide will rise and a large number of sea demons are expected to come ashore, we can't let our guard down. Jianyu reminds them alright, wasn't Mo-fan going back to change clothes? As Qing Ran says this, a wave of resentment hits her, giving her a headache. The scene shifts to Stolen Mountain in northern Tokyo. While everyone is busy arranging food and lodging, Mo-fan is happily playing with a Japanese girl. He tells Wanyue Tianchuan, you take this back yourself, it's a waste of my time. Her father didn't even know that his old friend passed away 3 days ago. Wanyue Tianchuan explains Master has cut ties with the mortal world, if not for this trip we might not have known for another 6 months. Hold on to this for now, I'll contact my teacher after we descend with it. The two leave. Mo-fan checks his phone as he walks, then suddenly shouts, damn fate, my girlfriend is in trouble. Wanyue Tianchuan asks, who's your girlfriend? Mo-fan tosses a hairpin to Wanyue Tianchuan and says, by Fakian, hold on to this for now, I need to go to Donghai City. He summons a swift spirit wolf, jumps onto its back and says let's go. But Wanyue Tianchuan says wait a minute. She then uses enchanted vines to tangle the swift spirit wolf's tail, making it act dumber than a dog. Wanyue Tianchuan adds, hold on to this for me, I'll take you to Donghai City. Mo-fan retorts, miss. Wanyue Tianchuan counters, don't you want to know about the Crimson Demon from your past life? Mo-fan reluctantly agrees, fine, let's go to Donghai City, we'll talk about this later, hurry up. The two then ride the swift spirit wolf, exploiting the poor creature's strength as they fly away. Below, several villagers running away see the massive wolf and turn pale with fear, clinging to each other without daring to breathe. Mo-fan reminds the wolf, old wolf, remember this woman's face, she owes a debt of honor. The swift spirit wolf howls again as time passes. It carries the man and woman to Donghai City. The area is surrounded by layers of lightning barriers. Thunder flashes and lightning roars as a group of mages battle below. Mo-fan gazes at the surging waves, pondering to himself, those red specks covering the sea, could they not all be sea monsters? Wanyue Tianchuan shouts, oh no, it's the tide. Mo-fan retorts, well duh, what about a tsunami? Wanyue Tianchuan asks Mo-fan, which district is your team in? Mo-fan glances at the message and exclaims, District 20. Wanyue Tianchuan warns, with this massive tide, District 10 is completely sealed off and half of District 20 is locked down. Sea monsters can invade freely. Mo-fan gasps, this is bad, doesn't that mean they're in danger? Wanyue Tianchuan urges, we must regroup quickly. Soon after, the two reach the embankment. Several military mages warn no entry for civilians, access is forbidden during battle. Get out of here, Wanyue Tianchuan tells Mo-fan, figure it out yourself. Mo-fan holds up his mage badge and asks, will this work? The military mage replies, your rank isn't high enough, you can't enter. Mo-fan shouts, wait for me, you'll get a higher ranked badge. By now the waves have surged higher and someone declares this will be a brutal fight. Sure enough, Mo-fan and Wanyue Tianchuan have already climbed onto a spiritual beast in the village. The military mage yells, hey you two, stop. Blasted halt, trespassing in East Sea City is a serious crime. But the spiritual beast speeds up, leaving the military mages far behind before Mo-fan stretches an endless sea. Mo-fan asks Wanyue Tianchuan, where is District 20? Wanyue Tianchuan answers, keep going straight. Meanwhile, others struggle against the waves, cursing, let's take these bastards down. Zheng Manuan sighs, no wonder all the buildings here are new. They collapse after every battle then get rebuilt. By now the seawater has turned the district into a vast ocean. Jianyu tells the group these buildings were reinforced, but they still can't withstand a single hit. Jiaoyu warns, stop staring, let's go. Suddenly a baby's cries ring out. Zhang Manuan gasps, heavens, whose child is this? Nanrong and I immediately suggests quick. Seeing the child in imminent danger, Nanrong Ni acts fast, casting a lantern canopy. A banner rises blocking Nanrong Ni's view. She barely has time to mutter the waves are too strong before shooting the lantern canopy toward the child again. Nanrong Ni tells the child, careful, big sister's taking you up. Just then Jianyu shouts from afar, Nanrong Ni, stay back. But before Nanrong Ni can react, a massive sea monster emerges from the depths. Nanrong Ni pales in terror, screaming. Jianyu recognizes it and yells, it's a bone fiend, run. As the sea monster lunges, Nanrong Ni frantically casts her spell, the lantern canopy fluttering. The bone fiend's claws are already closing in on Nanrong Ni's feet. Jianyu had barely shouted watch out before it was already too late. With a dull thud, Nanhong Ni's leg was pierced through. She screamed in agony. Before her the white knot demon opened its greedy maw. Nanhong Ni panted heavily, and in the next instant the monster lashed out with its claws. Panicked Nanhong Ni barely dodged the razor-sharp talons by rolling aside. Seeing the wall beside her collapse, Nanhong and I was terrified. The white knot demon, however, let out a frustrated growl. Nanhong and I wondered how many people this trick had fooled. Jiao Yu leapt forward, saying, "You'll go save her." Jiang Yu warned. Jiao Yu cut off its arm. Jiao Yu stepped onto the upper railing and leapt down. His demon-slaying sword flashed from its sheath. Just one strike and the white knot demon's arm was severed. The creature howled in pain. Jiao Yu readied his stance. "Let's see what else you've got." Then the eye on his forehead locked onto the sea demon. Jiang Yu drew a dagger while Jiao Yu distracts the white knot demon. "He'll cut off its tentacles. Bear with it for a moment." Jiang Yu began, and Nanhong and I let out a couple of pained groans. "Ma," Jiang Yu said, "there, it's done." He then carried Nanhong and I onto the rooftop to regroup with their allies. Nanyu took out medicine and handed it to Nanhong and I. "Drink this first." Grateful Nanhong and I took it and thanked her. A few underlings sneered. "What a bunch of country bumpkins. Of course, how could there be kids in a war city like this?" Xiang Xiaoniu roared, "Stop spouting nonsense." Another underling chimed in, "With this level of intelligence and the team will be laughing before the tide even peaks." But another underling cut in, "Enough. Focus on the water now. Shut up." The others immediately fell silent. "Yes, sir." The night shift captain from the opposing side called out, "Newbies, keep your sector under control." They moved slightly southward. Zhao Manuan remained silent. Nanhong and I lay in pain, and Muningshua looked at her sympathetically. Nanyu told Nanhong and I, "You rest well, handle things here." Zhang Tu asked his companions, "How's Zhao Ye's situation?" Zhang Yu assessed, "The white knot demon is no weakling, we need to help him." Meanwhile, Zhao Yu was still playing a deadly game of chase with the white knot demon. The monster opened its maw and fired a powerful jet of water. Zhao Yu quickly leaned back to dodge it. But when he saw the hole it left in the wall, he was taken aback. He thought no wonder Nanhong and I was so badly hurt by just one attack. Just then the white knot demon lashed out with a mass of tentacles. Seeing the horrifying appendages, Zhao Yu broke out in a cold sweat, thinking, "Ugh, these battlefield-grade demons are nothing but trouble." He executed a wind-step technique and landed swiftly. As he ran, he shouted, "Hey, someone give me a hand, this thing is too much." Hearing this, Zhang Yu yelled, "Fei go." Zhao Yu kept running while glancing back. The bone demon opens its blood-red maw and lets out a frenzied roar. Then a mass of tentacles lashes out, lunging straight at the merfolk. The guy shouts, "Heavens, someone save me." The merfolk shuts his eyes and braces for impact. The bone demon lets out a sinister chuckle when suddenly its entire body shudders. A few soft sounds later, the bone demon's face is slashed with an X-shaped wound. It writhes in pain and plunges into the water, leaving the merfolk stunned. As the bone demon swiftly sinks to the depths, the merfolk finally snaps back to reality. At this time, a black shadow jumped from the sky. When it lands, it turns out to be a black cat meowing. The merfolk stares in disbelief. "Ha, a cat." The cat strikes an adorable pose, melting hearts. The sisters are all smitten, and even Zhao Manuan can't hide her affection. Zhang Yu sees their excitement and sighs, "Come here, come here." Zhao Manuan gasps, "Wow, so Zhang Ye's summon is this cute." Xiang Xiaoru is overjoyed, "Too adorable, I just want to hug it." Zhang Yu rolls his eyes at them. "Ahem, everyone tone it down, it doesn't like being touched." The merfolk is now curious, "What kind of creature is this? Its combat power is terrifying." Zhang Yu replies, "It's a Yaksha slayer. By sheer luck I formed a contract with it." Zhao Manuan asks excitedly, "A Yaksha slayer? They're incredibly rare. You're already on par with Mo-fan now." Xiang Xiaoru asks in surprise, "Mo-fan? Has Mo-fan formed a contract too?" Zhao Manuan realizes she let something slip. "Oh, I was just talking nonsense, huh?" Zhang Tu reminds them, "We'll talk later. The sea demons are here." Everyone immediately focuses on the water's surface. Before them is a group of toads with spiked backs. Nanyu assesses their combat level isn't low, but without scales they might be easier to handle. But the merfolk shouts, "Heavens, there are so many more underwater." Suddenly the toads leap from the water onto the buildings occupying multiple floors. Nanyu shouts, "Form ranks." Everyone quickly puts on their communicators, preparing for battle. The team splits up to observe all directions. Li Kaifeng, Jusu and Mutingting form one group, the golden duo Qi Ming and the merfolk form another. The frost beauty Mu Ningxue guards a position alone. Strategist Jian Yu warns, "These toad demons excel in close combat. They're not poisonous. But be careful of the spikes on their heads, they have a paralyzing effect." Zhang Tu asks, "Any obvious weaknesses?" Zhang Yu replies, "None." Zhang Tu presses, "What about demonic arts?" Zhang Yu answers, "They can walk on water and spit water, but no special demonic arts." Nanyu reports, using his sensing ability a total of 37 have climbed up. The underwater numbers can't be counted yet. Zhang Tu assigns tasks, "You stay with Nan Rongni and maintain communication." From now on she will take command. Zhang Yu, young master, remember to follow me. Nan Yu agrees. Alright. Zhang Manuan sighs. So you're a rare Ing-type mage from the dimensional system. Mr. Jiang too reminds as long as she stays calm and listens monsters will have a hard time ambushing her. Nan Yu reports at your 6 o'clock. Zhang Manuan. Sure enough, a green-scaled sea monster appears. Zhang Manuan gives Nan Yu a thumbs up. Perfect. He then uses light wine 7 chimes and the green-scaled sea monster immediately collapses. Zhang Manuan cheers triumphantly. Yes, but Nan Yu already warns light wine won't work. These sea monsters live at the bottom of the ocean. Their eyes have long since degenerated. Zhang Manuan exclaims no way. Just then the green-scaled sea monster closes in. Nan Yu shouts in alarm, then pushes Zhang Manuan behind her to dodge. Zhang Manuan immediately obeys. Yes ma'am. Nan Yu opens her mouth wide and lets out a lion-like roar. Sound waves roll out. This move is called Killing Music Palace. The green-scaled sea monster is instantly blown away. The sound waves strike its body, sending it flying into a nearby building. Zhang Manuan gasps. That was incredible. Nan Yu reminds him, protect me and Nan Rongni. Zhang Manuan squints and smiles. With me here, not a single hair on either of you will be harmed. Meanwhile, Nan Rongni clutches her wound and shakily stands up. Nan Yu suggests let someone take you to a safe zone. Nan Rongni refuses again. No, there are sea monsters everywhere. Don't split our forces. Just then another green-scaled sea monster charges forward. Nan Yu hasn't turned around yet, but she clearly hears the monster lunging. Nan Rongni warns, watch out. Nan Yu coldly shouts, killing music burst. With a roar, the green-scaled sea monster's head explodes. The remaining monsters tremble in fear at the sight. Zhang Manuan watches the monster fall and mutters, she's so fierce I don't even need to protect her. Nan Yu reports, Mu Ningxue, a green-scaled sea monster has appeared near you. Over there the beauty gracefully stretches her legs, instantly casting an ice-type spell, Frostbind Bone Crusher. Each Bone Crusher shoots toward the monster. The monster notices and quickly retracts its legs, leaping to dodge. Mu Ningxue scoffs at missing her shot and immediately adjusts the Bone Crusher's direction. Soon the Bone Crusher latches onto the monster's leg. Its body is swiftly frozen. Mu Ningxue flicks the Bone Crusher, hurling the monster far away. Seeing their companion thrown, the other green-scaled sea monsters roar and gather to surround Mu Ningxue. One lunges at her, but she dodges effortlessly. Seeing the beast spinning, trying to use its spikes like a saw to charge at her, Mu Ningxue waved her hand and used Ice Barbarian to freeze it. Several six-legged rescue crickets were instantly frozen. Seeing 3 six-legged rescue crickets pouncing at her, Mu Ningxue furrowed her brow slightly. She used Wind Disc Tornado. The 6-legged rescue crickets were immediately struck in the mouth by the fierce wind. Toxin from several spikes pierced into their mouths, paralyzing them. The beasts roared in fury. Just then one 6-legged rescue cricket broke free from the ice, though chunks of it still clung to its legs. It opened its mouth wide, extending a water-spraying trunk, and a jet of water was about to spray toward Mu Ningxue. From a distance, Guan Yu saw the danger and shouted a warning, but Mu Ningxue had already cast Ice Seal. She leapt into the air, dodging the water jet while freezing it solid. By now the 6-legged rescue cricket's limbs were completely frozen. Mu Ningxue delivered a fatal strike, Ice Seal. But then the sly Guan Yu suddenly appeared and said, let me help you. He killed the 6-legged rescue cricket with his demon-slaying spike. The guy laughed smugly, saying, don't worry Mu Ningxue, I'll protect you. Meanwhile the remaining 6-legged rescue crickets fled in panic. Mu Ningxue froze another one with Ice Barbarian. Guan Yu grinned and said, let me handle it. She was already annoyed with him. In the end, Mu Ningxue didn't manage to kill any, while Guan Yu took down 3. After finishing them off, he struck a pose acting all high and mighty. Come with me, you're still weak these days. But Mu Ningxue had already shooed him away. Go to Nanya's side and worried about Nan Rongye. Seeing himself dismissed, Guan Yu hesitated. All right, I'll do my best to protect your friend. Then he flew off using Wind Ghost Dash. Mu Ningxue let out a sigh of relief. She had finally gotten rid of him. Suddenly a whimpering cry echoed. Mu Ningxue asked in surprise, a baby's cry? It's the white cry demon. She saw its tentacles had already grown back. Mu Ningxue pondered. The tentacles regenerated too quickly. Suddenly Nanyu shouted, something's wrong. Ai Jiangtu asked in shock, what happened? Nanyu reported, Nan Rongyi's been poisoned. Mu Ningxue asked worriedly, how is she now? Nanyu looked at Nan Rongyi's festering leg and said, the wound is rotting, exposing blood vessels. Everything's turning white. Shu Manuan called out, Zhu Jiming, come here. Zhu Jiming replied, calling me, want help? I only know how to use poison and control it. I can't cure it. Shu Manuan shouted, get her out of here quickly. If this continues, her life will be in danger. Guan Yu hesitated, saying I, but Ai Jiangtu objected, no. The sea demons are growing in number. Going out there would be even riskier. Jiang Yu suggested about the white bone demon. Knowing too little, it's best to gather intel from other teams. AI Jiantu judged and said, "I'll go." Zeman Yuan told everyone, "I still have some life-saving herbs that can help treat the wounds. Don't let the sea demons get close." Nanyu confirmed understood. Then she began using her perception ability. Meanwhile, AI Jiangta's figure vanished. Seeing a massive wave approaching, someone shouted, "Watch out." AI Jiangtu was startled, then used instant movement to disappear. The woman across from him saw the wave sweep over AI Jiangta's original position and gasped in shock. She sighed, looking helpless. Suddenly AI Jiangtu spoke, "Hello." The woman jumped in surprise and asked, When did you start following me?" AI Jiangtu replied, "I'm a spatial mage." The woman responded, "No wonder, I vaguely remember you. You're the captain of Team 7. What are you doing in Team 2's area?" AI Jiangtu answered, "Someone in our team was poisoned by a white knot demon." The woman asked in surprise, "A white knot demon? You're really unlucky. Wait, didn't you bring the injured person?" AI Jiangtu shook his head. "Not yet." The woman warned, "That's for the best. Never move the injured, it'll speed up the poison's spread." AI Jiangtu asked urgently, "How do we cure it?" The woman told him, "The white knot demon has a white fleshy growth on its head. There's an antidote inside. But once extracted, the liquid will turn to dust within an hour." AI Jiangtu asked, "So we have to capture it alive? We let it escape?" The woman immediately said, "Go find it now. The antidote only works if it's from the same white knot demon that poisoned them." So he asked over the team channel, "Has anyone seen that white knot demon?" Others replied, "No, we only see healing green demons here." What now? Mu Tinjing said, "What can I do? Let's deal with these healing green demons first." Guan Yu suddenly shouted in panic, "Mu Ningxue, that's strange. Has anyone seen Mu Ningxue?" Zhu Jiming answered, "She went alone to find the white knot demon." Nanyu shouted, "Stay calm and hold your positions. Things are bad. We're surrounded." On this side the toads kept multiplying and then a massive one appeared. Guan Yu thought to himself, that must be the leader of the healing green demons, probably injured by Mu Ningxue earlier. Mu Tinjing asked worriedly, "How many of them are there?" Zhao Manuan shouted, "Even if we kill them, Nan Ron was poisoned and didn't make it." Xian Xiaoru reminded, "Mu Ningxue is in danger too. Her body hasn't fully recovered." Shu Su also looked concerned, but they couldn't break through the encirclement. AI Jiangtu asked the strategist Jiang Yu, "Can you summon the Yaksha assassin?" Jiang Yu agreed. "Yes." AI Jiangtu said, "Have it go. Rescue Mu Ningxue immediately. We must find that bone demon." Jiang Yu shouted, "Feifei, run. Protect her at all costs. Understand?" Cat Feifei sighed and dashed away. She darted past the healing green demons, who were furious at the sight of humans. They all gave chase, splashing into the water. Feifei leaped from one building to another with the healing green demons hot on her tail. Meow, she yelped. A healing green demon opened its jaws wide, blocking Feifei's path. With its sharp fangs right in front of her, Feifei extended her claws and slashed the demon's face before using the momentum to leap away. Her claws lashed out again, quickly shredding the demon's face. A young vampire marveled, "Wow, that's some serious bite force. This guy's vampiric abilities are insane." When Yali saw the dentist appear, he exclaimed in surprise, "Captain." He told the others, "Leave Mu Ningxue to it. Let's deal with the immediate threat first." The dentist nodded in agreement. Then the magic of primordial turtle technique was unleashed and I was tasked with restraining the healing green demons. Meanwhile, Mu Ningxue soared through the air with her magic. Panting, she said, "Nan Rong heard me. Just a little longer. Hold on." Suddenly a meow echoed. Mu Ningxue turned in shock to see Feifei standing on a rooftop. Then the cat let out a loud meow. Mu Ningxue smiled at Feifei. "It's you." But Feifei charged straight at her. She watched in surprise as Feifei rushed past, slicing through several silken threads. Startled, she gasped, "Ah, when did this web appear?" Following Feifei's gaze, Mu Ningxue spotted a monster lurking on the building, one that was nearly invisible. Yakshasha let out a sharp meow while the monster growled softly in response. Mu Ningxue warned Feifei, "We need to find that bone demon. Don't provoke this thing." As she turned to leave, Yakshasha meowed again, meow meow meow. Following Yakshasha's direction, Mu Ningxue asked in surprise, "You mean we should go that way?" Yakshasha nodded and meowed. Mu Ningxue froze. "You know where the bone demon is?" Yakshasha meowed in confirmation. Before them stretched a vast sea. Suddenly a voice rang out, "That guy's fate is sealed." Mu Ningxue thought, that voice sounds like Mo Fan. Yakshasha meowed again. Mu Ningxue glanced back and said, It's fine, let's go." She murmured to herself, "Nan Rong, just hold on a little longer." Meanwhile, Wang Yue Tianxuan said to Mo Fan, "Can you stop cursing?" Mo Fan was taken aback. "Heavens, you even understand my curses?" Wang Yue Tianxuan replied, "Ever since I met you I've heard that phrase dozens of times." Mo Fan pointed at the monster on the building and said, "That jerk Wan Zhuang. The city gate wanted to harm Mech and I curse it a little. Even Moonlight Sky Noble would have nothing to say." You suddenly cover Moonlight Sky Noble's mouth with your hand. She shakes off your annoying hand. Fan says I've got signal now. Is Mu Lingshu there? Zhao Manuan shouts, isn't Mu Lingshu off looking for the bone demon? Oh my god, Fan, you jerk, you're finally back. A voice comes through the walkie-talkie. Nanyu, there's a leader behind you. Xiang Shaoqi, break its enchantment, don't let it spray water. Fan, Mu Lingshu went to District 19 alone, go find her quickly. Fan asks worriedly, is everyone okay? I feel like things aren't looking good. Zhao Manuan replies, it's a bit messy. Nan Rongni was poisoned by the bone demon and is in bad shape. Go find Mu Lingshu. Capturing that bone demon can cure Nan Rongni's poison. Fan immediately summons his wolf, Swift Spirit Wolf. Then he points at the Japanese girl and says, Tiansun, go help them. I'll go find Mu Lingshu. Fan stands in the vast waters cursing loudly, this damned fate, where the hell is District 19? Bone demon, once I find the way I'll make you regret it. Then Fan looks up and widens his eyes. Oh, there's someone up there. He asks, hey buddy, is District 19 this way? But the guy doesn't say anything, just sneers him. Fan shouts, I can't hear you, can you speak louder? But the creature just sticks out its spiked tongue and lunges at him. Fan jumps back in shock, then curses, so it's a monster. Damn it, if I don't attack, don't bother me either, he snarls. Take this, a thunder fist blasts into the sky with a boom. The monster is sent flying. Fan sneers, pathetic. Then he turns to Swift Spirit Wolf and says, let's go, better to leave first. Who knows if that thing will bring the whole demon clan with that man and wolf dash away. Near the monster blasted by flames, several sea demons appear and let out low growls. Fan faces a thick fog. He mutters, I shouldn't have taken a wrong turn right. He thinks the fog is too thick. Me wolf can't get up here. Suddenly Fan sees a light. There's someone ahead. He realizes a mage must be controlling this mist over here. Mu Lingshu is hiding in a corner. Beside her is a blue valley wind fox beast snarling wildly. Mu Lingshu says to the chubby cat, good thing you scratched its eyes earlier. The cat purrs proudly. Meow. Mu Lingshu asks worriedly, are you okay? Sorry, maybe it came to take revenge on me. The little cat meowed again. It pressed its front paws against the wound on its chest, meowing. Mu Lingshu widened her eyes in surprise, realizing the bleeding had stopped. Thankfully it was just a surface wound. The little cat meowed a few more times. Outside, the Blue Valley maple fox beast was still spewing mist. Mu Lingshu and Yi Luosha sat frozen, not daring to move. Just then a few young sea demons were snickering. The little cat's ears perked up and it let out a meow. Those sea demons outside were still searching everywhere, chuckling. Mu Lingshu reasoned, we have to get out of here. But I can't use the frost kill star bow right now. Yi Luosha meowed again. Mu Lingshu asked, do you want me to distract it so you can find the white sleep demon? After a moment's thought, Mu Lingshu agreed, alright, but after you kill the white sleep demon, don't come find me, just give the antidote to your master. So the two split up. Mu Lingshu used a wind-based technique to fly out. The sea demons below lit up at the sight, making strange noises. Meanwhile, the Blue Valley maple fox beast received word and immediately turned to leave. The district chief asked in surprise, why did the Blue Valley fox beast leave? Someone else pointed out, it seems to be heading toward Hero S. The captain immediately shouted, Hero S, the Blue Valley fox beast is coming your way, get out of there. Hero S responded, Roger that. Oh, it's chasing a silver-haired girl. The others gasped at it was her. He gritted his teeth and muttered TCH. Then he told Mu Lingshu, run toward me. She was surprised someone was coming. She quickly dashed over. Just then several jets of water shot out. Boom, the building across was destroyed. A few people shouted, Hero S. On this side, Hero S stood before the Blue Valley fox beast. He swallowed hard and called out nervously. To him the Blue Valley fox beast paid no attention, its target still Mu Lingshu. Seeing the beast leave, Hero S scowled in disgust. Useless, it didn't even try to attack me. With that he unleashed a water surge technique, striking the beast with a torrent. The beast turned back in fury. Hero S paled. Oh no. One of the Blue Valley fox beast's paws slammed down. Hero S instantly used Wind Ghost art, scrambling forward. But the other paw came down, grazing his shoulder from behind. Hero S collapses in pain onto a slab of concrete. He shouts at Mu Lingshu, run now. Mu Lingshu hesitates. Without the wind wings, escape is impossible. She decides to cast her flooding water technique. In an instant, ice and snow solidify, trapping the Blue Valley fierce fox beast in a massive block of ice. Mu Lingshu sighs when a deep voice suddenly echoes in her mind, isn't this a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity? One of you will be replaced eventually. That person will be you. Mu Lingshu glares around fiercely and demands, who are you? Why are you using mental speech? Why are you talking to me? The deep voice speaks again, are you really willing to die here? No one knows the suffering you've endured or pities your frail body. This is a rare chance. You're already poisoned. Fate is helping you. If you do nothing, you've done your best. It's just bad luck. Mu Ningxue clenches her fists. No, absolutely not. She snaps angrily. Who do you think you are? Stop whispering these disgusting things in my ear. She plops down onto the ice, which is already melting into puddles. The Blue Valley Fierce Fox Beast breaks free and lunges at her. Mu Ningxue sits there sobbing. Meanwhile, hundreds of meters away, Mo Fan sees the evil pearl glowing and wonders if he should intervene. The shattered pearl emits an eerie, chilling light. Mo Fan vanishes using Shadow Step and reappears behind the Blue Valley Fierce Fox Beast. It's her, he shouts. Just then a group of sea demons charges forward. Mo Fan vanishes again with Shadow Step, sneering, just a bunch of small fry. But when he sees the Blue Valley Fierce Fox Beast, he freezes. Wait, this is a commander-level beast. Suddenly a tornado hurtles toward Mu Ningxue. She's still in a daze when Mo Fan shouts in panic, Mu Ningxue. Enraged, he unleashes black-purple lightning at the beast's head. Get away from her, you monsters. The black-purple lightning crackles against the Blue Valley Fierce Fox Beast. But its scales are too thick, it doesn't even flinch. Then the evil ox stirs. You're no match for it. If you don't want her hurt, try using my power. Mo Fan snaps, shut up, evil ox, get lost. He waves his hand, casting mind control. The Blue Valley Fierce Fox Beast is instantly forced to its knees. Mo Fan slams its head into a nearby building. Thud thud thud, the beast is battered into a daze. Hero S watches in horror. How can someone wield such violent power? Mu Ningxue snaps out of it. Mo Fan, do you know any spatial techniques? Mo Fan summons his little girl, Little Yanji. The Blue Valley Fierce Fox Beast staggers up, roaring. Little Yanji has already conjured a fireball. A fireball hurtles straight toward the Blue Valley Fierce Raccoon Beast's head. Mo Fan activates his Mystic Chariot armor and Blood Beast boots, charging forward at full speed. At this moment, the Blue Valley Fierce Raccoon Beast is being scorched by Little Yen, sending it into a furious rage. It flails its multiple arms wildly at the sky before slamming them down onto the frozen ground. Mo Fan quickly scrambles onto the roof of a nearby building. The Blue Valley Fierce Raccoon Beast lunges at him, its sharp claws swiping downward. Mo Fan swiftly vanishes using Shadow Step, leaving the beast to swipe at empty air in frustration. Mo Fan reappears behind it and uses illusion magic, thrusting his sword forward. After the sword strike, the Blue Valley Fierce Raccoon Beast is trapped. Meanwhile, Mu Ningxue notices the beast has been restrained. Seizing the opportunity, Mu Ningxue unleashes a move and ice spreads rapidly. The Blue Valley Fierce Raccoon Beast is frozen again. Mo Fan shouts and Little Yen merges with him. Take this punch, he roars. A powerful fist crashes into the sea demon's body. The massive Blue Valley Fierce Raccoon Beast collapses. Mo Fan lands just in time as Mu Ningxue shouts, Mo Fan, watch out. The Blue Valley Fierce Raccoon Beast suddenly whips its tail. Darn fate, Mo Fan curses. Sharp spikes shoot straight toward Mo Fan. He takes a hit and immediately vanishes using Shadow Step. He sees a dent in his Mystic Serpent armor. Mo Fan thinks to himself, this creature's claws and tail are both deadly. Meanwhile, the Blue Valley Fierce Raccoon Beast stands back up, roaring madly. Shilo S shouts it's casting a demonic technique. Its belly begins to glow brightly. A blinding red light shoots out, instantly reaching Mo Fan. This isn't good, he yells as his body is sent flying through several buildings. Mo Fan lies in the ruins, another wound added to his body. He coughs non-stop, wiping blood from the corner of his mouth. On the other side, the Blue Valley Fierce Raccoon Beast raises its glowing claws. Mu Ningxue, Mo Fan shouts. She quickly deploys an ice barrier and a massive ice pillar erupts from the ground. The Blue Valley Fierce Raccoon Beast's claws strike true. With a deafening crash, Mu Ningxue's surroundings are left in a bloody wasteland. The beast's demonic technique pierces through her ice layer. Mu Ningxue's hands tremble as she stares in horror at the shattered ice. Cold sweat drips down her face as she collapses to the ground, gasping for breath. Shilua S stammers, over here. Mu Ningxue shouts, Mo Fan, run, but he asks, are you okay? She hesitates for a moment. I saw you two flirting. Hero S jumps in and says, excuse me, looks like we can't leave after all. We're surrounded by Ningxia demons and even my position is taken. Mo Fan says to Mu Ningxue that Cursed Scholar is covered in scales, is tougher than a 1,000-year-old turtle. She remembers what Ai Juntu once said, the Blue Valley ferocious beast has incredible defense. The only way to attack it is through its head where there are no scales. So she tells Mo Fan this thing has a weakness. He immediately asks where. Mu Ningxue replies, on its head there are no scales there. Hero S stares at the two fools in shock. They haven't even thought about running. They're actually planning to fight back. Mo Fan adds, looks like we still have a chance. Mu Ningxue seems a little worried, but there are so many Ningxia demons. Hero S suggests I can call my companions to distract the Ningxia demons, they're nearby. Mo Fan agrees, alright, I'll leave command to you. Then Mu Ningxue freezes everything around them. The Ningxia demons are held back and a cat's meow is heard. Mu Ningxua happily exclaims, it's you Dalasha meows meow. She asks excitedly, did you take down the white plan hive demon? That's amazing. Dalasha jumps down and hugs Mu Ningxia's leg. Fan, seeing he wasn't hugged, asks, what is this thing? She explains this is Jianye's contracted beast, it's very powerful. Jingbai comments, it looks cute, but having a contracted beast on our side is great. Little black kitty distracted while I attack its weak spot, but the kitten shakes its head and meows meow. Fan points at himself and asks, wait, you want me to distract it? Mu Ningxua adds, Fan, it's very agile, let it handle the distraction, you focus on the Blue Valley ferocious beast. Fan agrees, seeing her point, fine. Just don't go tickling it, kid. Then he calls out his little companion Little Yenji, lend a hand. Fan suddenly feels something's off. His fire-based powers surge even stronger in the icy domain. Little Yenji smirks, I learned a new skill recently, want to see? Sure, let's see it. Flames erupt and a pair of fiery wings sprout behind Fan. That fool mutters, heavenly concealed flames, still the same as before, right? But the flames burn wildly and Fan panics, hey, could you warn me next time? His body hurtles straight toward the Blue Valley ferocious beast. Fan moves too fast, they can't control it. The Blue Valley ferocious beast is stunned as Fan clings to it. He's just as baffled by the situation. Heroes asks in shock, what is he doing? Dalasha facepalms and sighs, meow. The Blue Valley ferocious beast stares blankly at Fan. He cursed under his breath, using an opponent's force against them was just plain stupid. Then he used Shadow Step to teleport to a nearby building. Mofan landed swiftly. Just then the blue-horned fierce fox beast turned to look at him, its legs seemingly in pain. Mofan immediately activated Shadow Step again. Suddenly the beast's leg lashed out, followed by a sweeping tail strike. Mofan yelped in panic, not this again. Right then Much's bone blue strike came flying at him. Mofan looked utterly confused. He was dragged back by the sticky attack, his head smashing into a block of ice. Still reeling, Huame slammed him into another ice block. Finally Mofan ended up sprawled at Muchu's feet, clutching Huame in a messy heap. Ugh, seriously, Mofan groaned, can't you be a little more reliable? He sighed, miss, I just had a momentary lapse. Just then Xiaoyan ran over. The disciple muttered, all right, being a man is tough. Mofan turned to Xiaoyan, can we girls stop playing like this? This skill is powerful, but can you still focus enough to use flame fire? Meanwhile the blue-horned fierce fox beast had broken free from one of its restraints. Heroes shouted, oh no, its arm is moving. Mushue cried, are you okay? I can't hold on much longer. Mofan yelled Xiaoyan one more time. Next Mofan's wings sprouted from his back. He told his daughter, Xiaoyan, listen to dad's command, he'll count, but this thing is too fast. Mofan roared AAH and instantly closed in on the blue-horned fierce fox beast. He struck wildly, punches, claws, a flurry of attacks. His fire blade plunged into the beast's massive body. The creature let out a furious roar, boom, a burst of flames erupted, creating a massive explosion. The blue-horned fierce fox beast was blasted away. Heroes barely had time to say so strong Nightchaser kill cheered. Meow Mushue was also impressed by then the beast was already wounded. Blue liquid gushed from its wound like a fountain, crashing through several buildings. The waves surged violently as its massive body moved. A few people shouted in shock, my eyes, I can't see. That's the power of a high-level mage. Just then a radiant mist demon approached the Japanese girl. She shouted, perfect chance, fierce fist, but the demon remained unharmed. The girl thought dejectedly, why is my fierce fist so much weaker? Heroes added, something's off. Wasn't the plan for him to distract the monster while the cat attacked its weak point? Mu Ningxue mused to herself, knowing this was bound to happen. Meanwhile Yachasha let out a cat's meow before darting away. Fan was still spreading his wings of flame. He said to the little cat, kitty, let me keep fighting, it's not done with me yet. Then Fan unleashed a fire dance and the Blue Valley beast turned tail and fled. Yet the flames had already ignited and a towering pillar of fire shot into the sky. As the flames dissipated, Fan released his possession Heroes, then asked it ran away. Mu Ningxue replied, we shouldn't chase it might counterattack. Fan nodded in agreement, yeah, that's what I was thinking. No sooner had he spoken than a streak of blood-red light struck. Dodging too late, Fan's blood sprayed everywhere. He clutched his stomach wound, gritting his teeth, that blasted thing, even from the water it still fights back. As Mu Ningxue approached, Fan forced a brave front humping. Mu Ningxue gently reminded him, Nan Ronting is still waiting for our antidote, let's go back. Fan nodded, yeah, let's go. Noticing his expression, Mu Ningxue asked worriedly, are you okay, is the wound bad? Fan replied, I don't know, I hope it didn't hit anything vital. Mu Ningxue added, then let's stop the bleeding first. Fan hesitated but Mu Ningxue pressed, is it serious? Fan suddenly blurted out a silly question, wait, is the kidney on the left or the right? Everyone was left speechless and even Yacha let out a helpless meow. Seeing Mu Ningxue storm off in anger, Fan hurried after her calling, hey, don't go. As she walked away, Mu Ningxue muttered to herself, I think his brain took the hit. Just then Fan caught up using his shadow, still rambling. If my kidneys hurt you wouldn't mind marrying me, right? Mu Ningxue snapped, unable to take it anymore, can you just shut up for once? Fan switched to a whiny tone, don't abandon me, Snow. Mu Ningxue's temper flared as she shouted, you're insane. Fan quickly grabbed her wrist and asked, why are there so many sea demons? Oh well, problem solved, I need to stop the bleeding. Just then a meow came from the side. Yacha. Mu Ningxue turned to it, La Sha, do you want to help? The little cat seemed encouraged, meowing even more energetically. Fan burst into laughter, haha, I really need to stop the bleeding, sob. Ahead, Yacha had already dashed off, its tiny body agilely clearing the path of countless land demons. Fan calculated silently, there are probably twice as many as I thought. After a while the two returned to the meeting point. Xian Xiaoru saw them and cheered. Fan, Mu Ningxue, you're back. Mu Ningxue immediately asked, how is he? Zhao Manuan frantically shouted, quick, he needs the antidote. Just in time, Mu Ningxue ordered Xiang Xiaoru remove his bandages. Sang Xiao quickly responded, Then Zhao Manuan carefully dripped the potion into Nan Rongyi's wound as the crowd watched in breathless silence. Suddenly Mu Tingding sneered, humph, a little later and it would have played right into her hands. He was insinuating that Mu Ningxue was waiting for a teammate to die so she could take their place. Mu Ningxue stammered, but just then the Night Fiend cat let out an enraged roar. It swiped its claws, slashing fiercely at Mu Tingding's face, a strike that hit deep. Mu Tingding shrieked in pain. Jiang Yu quickly stepped in. Night Fiend, what are you doing? Mu Tingding clutched his neck, finding bloody gashes, and exploded in fury, that damned cat, he'll skin you alive. But Jiang Yu had already scooped up the cat while Mu Ningxue, secretly ready to spell to protect it. Nan Zhao had to intervene. Don't escalate, this is the bone demon, that easy to deal with. You don't have to be so harsh. Mu Tingding finally calmed down but still snapped coldly, shall be leaving the team soon anyway, you should just watch that mangy cat of yours. The atmosphere in the group suddenly turned eerie. Seeing Fan in the buffer zone, Sang Xiao asked, are you okay? Fan replied, alive, got any water? So Sang Xiao handed him some. Here, drink up. Fan took the water and thanked him. Then he tilted his head back and chugged it down like a thirsty beast, gulping 3 or 4 flasks in one go. As Sang Xiao bandaged him he said, you're severely dehydrated, what happened? Once the wound closes I'll give you another dose of medicine. Fan, open your mouth. Fan answered, I'm fine, just got careless and got slashed by that blue-horned beast. Hearing the name of the beast, even Sang Xiao couldn't help but flinch. Meanwhile on the other side, Zhu excitedly shouted, he's awake, thank goodness. Another teammate chimed in, our efforts weren't in vain. Nan Zhao asked with concern, how do you feel now? Nan Rong replied joyfully, thankfully I'm conscious again. Just then the team leader walked over and greeted them. Li Kaifeng added, that's great. Suddenly someone shouted, look, the seawater is receding. The group erupted in cheers, it's retreating so fast. The water's receding 2 meters, 3 meters, me legs are numb. Fan sighed, never thought East Sea City would get me this excited. Nan Rong replied, you should be happy just to be alive, why do you sound disappointed? Fan asked, after this trial someone will have to leave the team. Nan Rong shot back, you want to give up your spot to Mu Ningxue? Not far away, Zhao Manuan asked Mu Ningxue if that powerful fox from Blue Valley had been forced to flee by Fan. Mu Ningxue confirmed, if Nan Rong intervened then it's possible the team still needs a mage for healing support. That means Mu Ningxue won't be part of the National Mansion selection team. After the tide fully receded, the Japanese began clearing the battlefield. All the crystals from District 19 had already been collected. District 10 needs more hands to speed up the process and District 20 should accelerate its cleanup. Time passed and Jiangyu sighed, they're cleaning up so fast, no wonder Japan has all skilled workers. Just then a Japanese worker approached to inform them that they would receive payment in their rooms after returning. This experience is only just beginning. Zhao Manuan said happily, alright, let's go. Right then Nan Zhao called Mu Ningxue, thank you for saving Nan Rongye. This is your payment, though it's only 12 million. Mu Ningxue happily accepted it, thank you. Fan stood aside lost and thought Mu Ningxue was actually short on money. The moment she stepped into the elevator she started calculating. A single star river vein cost as much as 110 million yen, even pricier than back home. Looks like I'll have to break through the nebula barrier on my own, hopefully everything goes smoothly. When Mooningshue entered the room she froze at the sight. Mo-fan was lying there reading a book. Shoes off, she shouted, "Hey, that's too much." Mo-fan looked up in surprise. "How, what did I do?" Only then did Mooningshue notice the messy clothes on the floor. His pants and socks were tossed everywhere. She suddenly realized, oh no, she had walked into the wrong room. Seeing her flustered, Mo-fan asked, "Are you okay?" Mooningshue quickly covered it up and, "No, nothing, I just wanted to check on your injuries." Mo-fan replied, "Strenuous activity might cause bleeding but otherwise I'm fine." Mooningshue responded, "Glad to hear that, I'll be going now." Mo-fan quickly called out, "Wait, stay a little longer." He immediately used spatial magic to tidy up the room. "I can tell you're troubled. All right, let's go for a walk." Mooningshue replied, "I just got back from outside." Mo-fan added, "There's a place in East Sea City with a lot of great stuff. Let's go see if there's anything good. Give me 5 minutes, I'll take a quick shower." Mooningshue agreed. Then Mo-fan walked into the bathroom. Mooningshue accidentally glanced at a magazine on the floor. It had photos of girls in revealing bikinis. Her face flushed as she yelled, "Mo-fan, you pervert, what are you looking at?" From the bathroom, Mo-fan shouted back, "Sorry, I swear I'll never look at this stuff again." Mooningshue snapped, "Shut up." Mo-fan quickly added, "I just wanted to ask you. If it's about backup members, there's no need to ask." Mo-fan replied, "It's really hard to have a normal conversation with you." Seeing Mooningshue suddenly stop, Mo-fan asked, "What's wrong?" Mooningshue said, "It's nothing, just looking at you made me realize a lot of things." Mo-fan immediately understood. "You mean those who lack confidence often overcompensate by working hard to improve themselves?" Mooningshue happily replied, "Something like that. But I think your personality doesn't match your appearance at all. You didn't rely on any power or influence, you stood up entirely on your own." Mo-fan asked again, "Then what's the lesson?" He stared blankly at Mooningshue as she waved her hand and said, "Hey, what's wrong with you?" Mo-fan smiled slightly because I'm used to it. I grew up in an environment where I had to rely on my own strength. If I had been born into a wealthy family, I probably wouldn't have had the drive to strive. Like that idiot called Pighead Man Yuan who lives in the same dorm as me. He spends all his money and time chasing girls and doesn't cultivate it all." Hearing this, Mooningshue couldn't help but laugh. The two then headed to the bustling market in East Sea City together. Shouts from vendors filled the air. Business was booming and the flowers were cheap and beautiful. "The prices are too high, do you like them?" Seeing Mooningshue asking so many questions, Mo-fan quickly said, "Come on, let me take you to try the grilled octopus here." Then he placed a plate of grilled octopus in front of her and said, "Don't be afraid, just try it." Mooningshue replied, "Thank you." Mo-fan excitedly suggested, "Let's open a restaurant in the future. You handle the freezing and I'll do the cooking. Let's name it Fire and Ice Love Song." Mooningshue blushed and replied, "Okay." After returning, she took out a set of keys and Mo-fan offered, "Let me open the door for you." After unlocking it for her, Mooningshue shyly asked, "Is this my room?" Mo-fan then asked, "By the way, aren't you going to invite me in for a bit?" Mooningshue's face turned slightly red. A few days later, Mo-fan and Mooningshue went out for a walk again. She sighed regretfully, "It would be great if it were cherry blossom season right now." Mo-fan asked, "Have you been preoccupied with something these past few days?" Mooningshue replied, "I'm planning to go into secluded cultivation." Mo-fan asked again, "After 10 years of hard work, is it finally time?" Mooningshue answered, "I need to rest for a while." Mo-fan offered, "Let me help you." But Mooningshue declined. "You're a multi-attribute cultivatory and need more resources than I do. Keep them for yourself." Mo-fan disagreed. "Resources can be found again, but missed opportunities won't come twice." Then he took out a stone and handed it to Mooningshue. The moment she saw it, she exclaimed, "This is a spirit vein stone." Mo-fan replied, "Recently others are also going into secluded cultivation to break through to higher realms. Everyone's using this to enhance their cultivation. Don't miss this chance, just take it." Mooningshue asked, "When did you buy this?" Mo-fan happily replied, "I just picked it up on a whim. I couldn't sleep that night, so I went out and bought it." Mooningshue pondered for a moment before saying, "I've had my plans for a while, thank you." Mo-fan, he quickly grabbed her hand, "Don't say that. Getting into the official team is a rare opportunity. After all, what's mine is yours. Take this star vein for now, you can return it after breaking through your bottleneck." But Mooningshue pushed Mo-fan's hand away and said dejectedly, "Only a dozen or so remain in the national selection. Every one of them has powerful backing and resources. Neither of us has any backing. If we use this now, we'll just be eliminated again eventually. You'd lose resources too. It's not right anyway, thank you. I hope you understand why I have to refuse this kindness." Then Mo-fan stormed out and slammed the dormitory door shut. Seeing his sour expression, Jumanuan asked, "What's wrong with you? Good grief, what happened?" Mo-fan asked in surprise, "You beast, you already broke through your bottleneck." Shumanyuan replied, "Yeah, I used 30% of the Star River Vein's energy. Close the door, I've got something to tell you." Mo-fan asked in surprise, "What's so secretive?" Shu Manyuan answered, I lied to my dad saying I only succeeded after 3 breakthroughs so he'd support me with more Star River veins, but he found out and scolded me harshly. Mo Fan scoffed that brat from the Zhao family will probably squander their fortune. Shu Manyuan continued, not the point, hey race, the thing I was doing this to help you, don't you want to impress Mooning Shu? Mo Fan pulled out the Star River vein this. But Mo Fan sighed and put the Star River vein away. A rich kid spent 2 billion to turn himself into a jerk. And now a poor guy is about to spend 2 billion to support a girl. Mo Fan asked, tell Mado all the team members have family backing. Shu Manyuan blocked his question, don't you know anything about how the world works? Everyone knows this, why ask? Mo Fan was stunned, unable to believe Jiang Yu had such a powerful background. If he gets eliminated, many high schools will lose their credibility. Mo Fan looked utterly confused, what's going on here? Shu Manyuan explained that all the magical tools in high schools were provided by schools in the southern Yangtze region. These were all left to students nationwide by Li Kaifeng's father, his ancestor there, like living Buddhas. Mo Fan exclaimed, peanuts. So his family has already helped me out. Shu Manyuan continued, as for Mu Dingding, the Mu clan is an incredibly formidable family. They own real estate in all 4 first-tier cities in the north and their industries are vast. Mr. Jiang Tu and Mr. Nan Zhao represent the 2 major military regions of the north and west. Mo Fan asked again, what about Xiang Xiaoru? Shu Manyuan replied, that woman is a bit mysterious. I've looked into her before but found nothing. Her background must be huge. The Nan family is one of the oldest magic families and she's a rare healing type mage. Her chances of being eliminated are almost 0. Mo Fan sighed, forget it, I thought it'd be simple but it's so complicated. Shu Manyuan said, to be honest, if you have backing, the deeper you go in the academy competition the more aggressively factions will invest in you. Mo Fan shook his head, I'll take that as a suggestion. I'm used to getting resources and solving problems on my own, but I have my own life. Shu Manyuan responded, that's exactly why the forces behind you have no reason to control you, you've saved them a lot of money. Mo Fan asked again, my backing? Shu Manyuan snapped, or did you think you were qualified to join the National Academy competition team on your own? They'll keep cultivating, go back to your room and train. Shu Manyuan was genuinely annoyed by his friend's cluelessness. Talking to him is so frustrating. Mo Fan stopped and asked, what's wrong with him? Shu Manyuan muttered to herself, speaking of the Nan family, it's really strange. They know the most about sea demons, so why didn't she recognize that the baby's cry was from a bone demon? Maybe I'm overthinking it. The entire team was still in seclusion in East Sea City. A carefree guy shouted, my ice magic has reached the advanced level, I'm the real winner here. Meanwhile, Mo Fan was drooling in his sleep. Shu Manyuan rushed in and yelled, Mo Fan, wake up, assembly now, the instructors are here soon. The whole team gathered. Headmaster Son, he praised them, you performed exceptionally well, you made no mistakes and handled the attack brilliantly. Team leader AI Jiangtu has already reported to me Mu Ningxue performed exceptionally well. This time Feng Li spoke up, but it seems like only Mu Ningxue hasn't advanced to the senior level yet. Xiao Xiang remembers to explain, teacher, last time Mu Ningxue performed exceptionally well. I think we can offer her the team's reward this time so she can advance too. Mu Ningxue hates unnecessary talk and Feng Li opposes it, but rules are rules. The team's new member will fly here tomorrow. Mu Ningxue, you can pack your bags, you'll return to the country with us tomorrow. Mu Ningxue replies, I've already packed but I still have some questions for the teachers. Mu Ningxue murmurs, what did I want to ask, just go back. Mu Ningxue wonders if she can become a keeper after leaving the team. Feng Li hesitates, this matter there's no precedent. Mu Ningxue continues, I heard that if a keeper performs well they can be promoted and return to the National Bureau team. Feng Li adds, you're quite determined. Mu Ningxue asks, is it possible? Feng Li agrees, of course your strength is enough to be a keeper. Mu Ningxue says excitedly, thank you teachers. Dean Songha adds, I hope you'll perform brilliantly in the academy competition. In her bedroom Mu Ningxue's phone rings. Mu Zhuoyun says weakly, hello Mu Ningxue. I called you because I heard Mu Ningxue cuts and I was eliminated. Mu Zhuoyun replies, oh don't take it too hard, it's normal. By the way, if you want to return, come back with the teachers. Mu Ningxue answers, I was planning to return, is there anything you want me to tell Dad? Mu Zhuoyun replies, nothing, well talk when you get back. Mu Ningxue presses, tell me now. Mu Zhuoyun hesitates, this matter, it would be better if you took your mother's surname in the future. Mu Ningxue freezes upon hearing this. She immediately asks, what about father? Mu Zhuoyun answers, no need for a surname, just call me Zhuoyun. Mu Ningxue asks again, what about the others? Mu Zhuoyun says, they are all people I trust. I've thought it through carefully, if we don't change no place will accept us. It's not a big deal, well just change our surname. Mu Ningxue replies, I understand, that's it then. Afterward Mu Ningxue sits in thought gripping her phone. Suddenly there's a knock at the door. Mu Ningxue asks who is it. She opens the door to see the young Guan Yu. Oh, it's you. Guan Yu scratches his head and says, hey, what's wrong, did you cry? In the days before reaching the next stop I'll do my best to persuade my grandfather. I think he'd agree to mentor someone as talented as you in ice magic. Once you join our family they'll become your strongest backing. Mu Ningxue asked again. Really? Guan Yu excitedly said, I'll call him right now, wait for my good news. Mu Ningxue widened her eyes and asked, what do you mean? Guan Yu picked up the phone and said excitedly, hello grandpa, I have something to discuss with you. The other side retorted, you didn't fail your advancement, did you? You brat, do you have any idea how much a single star river vein is worth? Guan Yu explained, no, it's not about advancement. Did you know the Mu family once trained an ice mage before? Mu Ningxue, have you heard of her? The elder replied, I've heard. I also heard you're quite concerned about her. Guan Yu confirmed, yes grandpa, could she join our family? If our family had 2 members competing in the academy contest it would be a huge advantage. The elder sneered, oh, and I suppose this is also to win her favor so she'll be more motivated to compete, right? Guan Yu happily said, exactly grandpa, you know me so well. But the elder snapped, you've got a crush on her, haven't you? If you were here right now I'd give you a good scolding. Are you trying to provoke the Mu family, or do you think you can just take care of someone like that? Do you think our family is that powerful? Just then Mu Ningxue walked over and overheard the entire conversation. Guan Yu stammered as she approached, I don't get the wrong idea. Mu Ningxue replied, I just came to tell you don't misunderstand, I don't need anyone's help. Guan Yu tried to stop her, don't get the wrong idea Mu Ningxue. Trust me, I'll help you, wait for my good news at the Venice battle. Mu Ningxue refused, no need, I'll handle my own affairs. Guan Yu added, but it's difficult unless you defeat most of the other nation's disciples at the embassy. Mu Ningxue said firmly as she walked away, I'll be back definitely. Later, under pouring rain, teachers from the academies bid each other farewell at the airport. Alright, that's it, let's board the plane. Just then Mu Fan shouted, wait. Headmaster Songha asked in surprise, Mu Fan, do you have something to say? Mu Fan replied, I'm going back to my country too. Feng Li shouted, what are you going back for? Your team is about to leave for the next location, please stay. Mu Fan responded, find someone from the embassy to replace me, I'm quitting the team too. Everyone was stunned. This guy isn't human, is he quitting the team? What a ridiculous joke. Feng Li shouted, say that again if you dare, brat. Mu Fan calmly said, I'm leaving the National Academy team. Yes, you're the captain, right? I returned to my country just to hang out with Mu Ningxue, I won't be staying here. Feng Li pleaded, Mu Fan, take back your words, pretend I misheard, otherwise I'll erase this country from my eyes forever. Mu Fan shot back, who do you think you are? I never take back what I say. I'll follow Mu Ningxue wherever she goes. I'll come back after rejoining the Guardians. It's not over yet, Dao Manyuan urged Mu Fan, you've taken the joke too far. Apologize to the teacher and well, let this slide, but Mu Fan just grinned and said, my luggage is already packed, see you all later. Nanjiao Xiang Xiaoru will miss you both. Meanwhile, Headmaster Songha was left speechless. He then turned to calm the hot-tempered instructor. Feng Li, take it easy, haha. Feng Li bared his teeth and roared at Mu Fan, what? Am I angry because of this brainless brat? Get lost, just seeing him makes me suffocate, leave now. Mu Fan pouted, teacher Feng Li, why should I leave? I'm flying back with you, by the way, help me handle the house purchase. Feng Li was so furious he nearly coughed up blood. This little brat. The other instructors could only laugh awkwardly, ha. Then the group boarded the vehicle and departed, leaving the rest of the team behind. Xiang Sharu asked Guan Yu, why are you so upset? Guan Yu snapped back, none of your business. Xiang Sharu retorted, how is it not my business? Isn't Mu Ningxue important to you? Mu Fan dares to take the title everyone else discarded and bring Mu Ningxue back to the Guardians. What are you even doing? Guan Yu was left speechless. Meanwhile, the vehicle carrying the instructors and the 2 who quit had already driven off. Once we perform in Venice, any woman I want will be within reach. Nanrong asked in surprise, are there really people like that in the world? Zhao Manyuan sniffled, wow, what kind of uncle is this? Meanwhile, the plane was ready. Mu Ningxue remained silent. Mu Fan sat beside her excitedly asking, aren't you touched? Mu Ningxue replied, no. Mu Fan pouted, you're not honest at all. Mu Ningxue added, you really don't need to do this. You should stay away from me or you'll get into trouble. Mu Fan replied, you know what? I've always relied on myself, that's my strength. When I want to do something I don't need to look at others' faces. Mu Ningxue pressed, what about your family? Mu Fan yelped, that's even simpler. Mu Ningxue asked in surprise, why? Mu Fan explained, they'd never refuse me. Mu Ningxue said, you talk like you're here to save the ancient capital. Forget it, it's useless to talk to you now. Mu Fan insisted, seriously, I'm being serious. If you get the chance, come with me to the ancient capital, you'll see how the people there treat I feel like a real man, like a hero. Mu Ningxue asked in surprise, what do I have to do with you that we should go there together? Mo Fan snapped back to his senses and said coldly, she's my wife. Upon hearing this, Mu Ningxue turned livid with anger. Scene shifts to the Spiritual Concealment Judgment Assembly. Several people were discussing how Feng Lisu was known for being impartial. So how could he have agreed to let Mo Fan join the team? Don't bring this up again, it just makes me sad. One person replied, what happened? Another asked. Tang Zhong hesitated before saying well, Mo Fan left the team. The other person slammed the table in frustration and cursed who on earth kicked him out. Quick, summon Feng Li and the 4 instructors here to see me. But Tang Zhong added actually he wanted to leave on his own. Scene shifts as Mo Fan enters the apartment. He sniffed the air in the room. Besides the scent of that esteemed person in Mu Nugio, who else could it be? He mused to himself, this scent is so familiar. Then he shouted him back. A mischievous thought crossed his mind. Had someone just taken a bath? How boring, he muttered, knocking on each door, but no one was there. Mo Fan sighed in disappointment as he sat in a chair wondering where the two of them had gone. He even bought them gifts. Mo Fan then thought of the Icebone Goddess. After Mu Ningxue finished her business here, where should he take her? Just then there was a knock at the door. He opened it and asked in surprise, who is it? When he opened the door, no one was there. Bewildered, he asked, no one? Did I just see a ghost? But when he looked down, he saw Lingling standing beside him, her face flushed with anger. He exclaimed, oh no, it's you, kid. Lingling said in disgust, the computer notified me you were back. She then walked straight inside. Lingling sighed, big brother isn't in the city and sister forced me to go to school. Dealing with those brats is so annoying. When I heard you were back, I skipped school to see you. Mo Fan then asked, is my little brother in class? Lingling replied, I already came back, so I only skipped half a day. Mo Fan continued, perfect, I actually need your help with something. He thought to himself about the Crimson Demon matter. I should ask the 3 elders and elder sister Leng Qing instead. Lingling is still too young. Lingling took the milk tea and asked, what kind of help? Mo Fan said sincerely, I was wondering if you have any big missions lately. I'm a little short on funds. Lingling licked her lips and said, there are plenty of missions, but the question is, do you dare take them? Mo Fan replied, I'm not talking about missions worth a few million, I need ones worth tens of millions. I'm broke. Supporting a wife, raising a child, and I still need to upgrade 4 systems. Lingling answered, actually there's a huge mission I haven't done in a while, my hands are itching to try it. But this task might require a team to complete, just the 2 of us might not be enough. Mu Fan said cheerfully, oh, do you need to add more teammates? Mu Fan continued, then let's add Mu Ningxue, her combat strength is undeniable and she could use the money too. Lingling added, I know a bit about her, how about you go prepare first? Mu Fan replied, if she joins things should become much easier. Lingling suddenly remembered, oh right, you should go to the Star Exchange and upgrade your Hunter Master title. You have just enough star points, Mu Fan said happily. Alright, I'll go now. Time passed and Mu Fan sat in the cultivation chamber. Mu Fan looked at his star clouds and sighed, I feel like they're about to explode. The lightning energy had already reached saturation, and ever since the fire element advanced to high rank it had made the lightning element quite uncomfortable. For example, if the galaxy pulse fails you could lose 100 million in an instant. Forget it, maybe I should use Little Loach for assistance. Mu Fan exclaimed in surprise, the energy left from the Lotus platform is still here. Little Loach is in a big vat, sometimes I really think you're alive. At that moment energy began radiating out. Mu Fan entered his spiritual world and asked in surprise, you upgraded? I didn't know you could evolve further. You mean I should stabilize the energy first before attempting to advance the lightning element? That would be safer. Or should I use this energy to advance the spatial element to mid-rank? That way I could learn some mid-rank skills afterward. Mu Fan dragged himself to Hangzhou. Mu Fan approached the snake pond and remarked, it's rare to see teacher Tang Yu so relaxed. Usually I can't even reach her by phone and can only leave messages. Tang Yu replied, I'm now an official member of the Judgment Assembly. Aren't you with the National Talisman team? What are you doing here? Mu Fan casually picked up the teapot and said, just came back to visit. I came to ask you about high-rank cultivation. My fire element somehow advanced to high rank, so I have no experience with it. Also, it's been a while since I last saw teacher Tang Yu. You've become even more elegant. Tang Yu replied, you don't have to say it. Mu Fan continued, flattering, you're too modest. Tang Yu cut to the chase, no need to beat around the bush. Mu Fan started buttering her up. Well, the star maps you gave me before, Ito, you have any for the lightning element? Hee. Tang Yu said sternly, those are secret treasures of the Judgment Assembly, they're not suitable for outsiders. Relying too much on books isn't good for a mage's mind. Mu Fan whined, isn't Tang Zhong the president? What secret treasures? Just give me 70 or 80 of them. Tang Yu was so furious she nearly coughed up blood. 70 or 80. Does this kid think star maps are F4 paper? After Mu Fan asked for the spirit diagram book, Tang Yu held up 3 fingers and said 3, that's the most I can give you. Mu Fan continued to plead 5, please, I really need them. Tang Yu held up 4 fingers for that's my final offer. Upon hearing this, Mu Fan immediately put on a sweet and obedient look, hee for it is. Tang Yu sighed, I knew you didn't come here with good intentions. Mu Fan then said, oh, by the way, I have something here, I wonder if you can make sense of it, teacher. Tang Yu looked displeased, what else do you want now? However, the moment she glanced at the phone, Tang Yu felt a wave of dizziness. She saw a Woku ritual implement a wooden fish. Tang Yu quickly asked, where did you get this? Mu Fan replied, from a temple in Japan. I heard this is a perfectly preserved ancient magical artifact. It contains a whole world inside and can nurture spirits. Tang Yu confirmed, that's right, these engravings record the existence of interdimensional beings. Mu Fan asked in surprise, interdimensional beings, are there others? Tang Yu confirmed yes. To explain this would have to start with the extinction of interdimensional beings. Long ago, the land of China was home to many interdimensional beings. They were revered as gods in that era. They used their immense power to protect humanity. Mu Fan asked again, if they're extinct, why does the interdimensional prawn still exist? Tang Yu countered, no, that's not the case. History has been distorted. Those beings and their guardians now exist only in legends. Mu Fan asked in shock, legends? Tang Yu added, there are rumors that interdimensional beings are immortal. Mu Fan was stunned, wait, immortal? That sounds too far-fetched. I can believe they live for thousands of years, but immortality that defies logic. Tang Yu confirmed it's the truth. In fact, some records show the interdimensional prawn died thousands of years ago. Our ancestors even painted its death. Its body decayed and peeled away as if corroded by lime water. Its bones lay exposed on a grassland before slowly sinking into the sand. Mu Fan was dumbfounded, maybe, but then he pointed at the cheerfully swimming interdimensional prawn. Look at it, does it look like it's in trouble? Tang Yu explained, they're in a state of clinical death. If the right conditions are met, we can revive them. Mu Fan gaped, the right conditions, like gathering 7 Dragon Balls. Tang Yu confirmed, exactly, start gathering them. Mu Fan exclaimed, oh my goodness, this is straight out of a comic. Tang Yu continued, to be honest, I don't know the exact conditions, I only know that interdimensional energy is the key. Mu Fan said, this is too good to be true. That wooden fish seems to have already accepted me as its master. Tang Yu added, in short, there are very few ways to revive interdimensional beings, and magical artifacts can only be used as advanced tools. Mu Fan asked again, so if we find a method, there's still a chance for revival, right? He thought to himself, if he had another powerful creature like Xianxi to assist him, just imagining it felt exhilarating. Afterward, Mu Fan boarded the ship to return holding several star map manuals in his hands. Then gripping the little clay monkey, he said, I'll wait for you a few more days. Train hard, keep going, I'll wait patiently. A few days later, Mu Fan was able to enter the 3-step tower. As he cultivated, he thought, Dean Xiao is truly generous. When he heard I wanted to improve my lightning techniques, he let me train in the 3-step tower. The lightning elemental energy within 100 meters was nearly overflowing. Mu Fan looked at the star river veins in his hands. Mu Fan sighed, 100 million, failure is not an option. Meanwhile, at Pudong Airport, a blonde man named Sabi spoke up. I thought we'd land in some rundown place, but China's airport is better than I imagined. A woman named Austin retorted, come on, after we defeat this country we still have a lot to do. Does anyone know how strong China really is? Sabi added, no need to waste time, you all go do your own things, I can handle this alone. Austin warned, don't underestimate them. Sabi replied, I'm not underestimating them. If I really wanted to underestimate them, I would have sent the weaklings to deal with them already. At the same time, inside the Chinese pavilion, an elder was shouting angrily, you're all a bunch of fools. Lu Yilin is gone and you're nothing but a pile of mud. Are you happy now that our country's battle flag was downgraded from challenge tier to marked tier? Dongfang Lai countered, teacher, by please be more understanding. At least give us some resources, or how are we supposed to fight? By Dong Yu roared, ah, do you think I don't want to? Look at your last performance, you lost so badly to Thailand. Now Egypt is here, if you lose again forget about resources, you won't even keep your positions as pavilion leaders. The mage Deng Jun hesitantly interjected, teacher, by the Egyptian team is here. By Donnie asked in surprise, they're here already, how is that possible? Deng Jun said they only sent one member to challenge the entire Chinese pavilion, claiming one is enough. Bai Dongyi widened his eyes and asked, just one person? The man replied, yes, just one. They said the others had other matters to attend to. Upon hearing this, Bai Dongyi flew into a rage, shouting, that's outrageous. Seeing Sabi wave his hand, Bai Dongyi angrily ordered his disciple Dongfang Lai. The young man quickly responded, I'm here. Bai Dongyi commanded, take him down. If he can walk out of the forest within 7 days, you'll be spending a month in the hospital. Dongfang Lai groaned inwardly. What kind of rule is this? Bai Dongyi then bellowed. The impatient professor roared. Prepare to depart. Dongfang Lai flinched and hurriedly replied, yes sir. Seeing his prey enter the arena, Sabi said cheerfully, let's start now, I like this. Immediately the hot-tempered Bai Dongyi roared, who the hell is this jinx? Don't provoke us, get down there and teach him a lesson, all of you. The assassin suddenly interrupted. Wait. Dongfang Lai sneered. Only now you're scared. Too late, the assassin retorted in surprise. Scared of what? No matter how strong you are, you're just wasting my time. Bai Dongyi bellowed again. You're the most insufferable exchange student I've ever met. The assassin raised a hand dismissively. How many? You set the rules. Oh thanks teacher. Then send 3 of you, either all at once or one by one. If I beat all 3 I win. Fury clouded Bai Dongyi's face as he snarled, fine, you think you can handle this alone? A maid hurriedly whispered, teacher Bai, don't be rash, we don't even know his strength, he must have some special ability. After a moment's thought, Bai Dongyi decided, alright, 1 against 3. If you pull it off, the challenge badge is yours. The assassin replied calmly, of course, just don't regret it when you lose. Bai Dongyi commanded, begin. Follow the usual rules, no need to repeat. Dongfang Lai hesitated and Bai Dongyi thundered. Dongfang, you fool, shove your fiery fist down his throat. Across from them, the assassin raised both hands, letting out a savage laugh. Eerie crimson energy began swirling around him. A chill ran down Dongfang Lai's spine, his face turning pale. This is Bai Dongyi blurted out in shock, the necromancy system. The assassin had already finished drawing the summoning array in an instant. The crowd murmured, necromancy is tricky, it can summon creatures from the realm of the dead. Soon a bandage-wrapped hand reached out from the dimensional gate, followed by a roaring mummy crawling through. No wonder Egypt's specialty, mummies everywhere. The mummy opened its mouth unused for 1,000 years and let out a binding roar. As its fist was about to smash into his face, Dongfang Lai quickly activated his magic, summoning a magic shield. The shield appeared just in time to block the deadly strike, but it shattered and vanished soon after. With no other options, Dongfang Lai activated his demonic artifact. A dull thud echoed as Dongfang Lai was sent flying in a cloud of smoke. Bai Dongyi roared, you've already used 2 defensive artifacts in one go. Stay calm. Dongfang Lai coughed as he emerged from the smoke, shouting, understood. Then he bolted the mummy hot on his heels. Dongfang Lai let out a disgusted yell and retaliated with fire magic. But his flames missed the target entirely. Dongfang Lai was shocked, his soul nearly leaving his body. Suddenly he felt a sharp pain in his chest and spat out a mouthful of blood. He roared, damn it, where else can you run this time? He unleashed his strongest technique, fierce fist, level 4 9-fold flame barrier. Blazing flames surged toward the wet corpse. Dongfang Lai laughed triumphantly, hot enough for you, ha ha ha. However, Sha Bei merely scoffed dismissively. Is that all you've got? He continued, mocking, ha. The wet corpse emerged from the flames unscathed and lunged straight at Dongfang Lai. Its speed was so fast that Dongfang Lai was left stunned, barely managing a gasp. With a deafening crash, Dongfang Lai was sent flying into the audience barrier. He coughed up blood again. Sha Bei sneered, pathetically weak. Bai Dongyi was furious and shouted, heal him now. The girl quickly replied, yes. The commentator began analyzing this vengeful spirit. Isn't large, but its weight seems astonishing. Look at the ground where it stands, it's caving in. Another person added, this burial shroud vengeful spirit has incredible defense. Even a level 4 fierce fist can't harm it. Who's next? Amid the tense atmosphere, the commentator volunteered, I'll go. Bai Dongyi asked worriedly, are you sure? The commentator adjusted his glasses and answered firmly, yes. The first match, Team China suffered a crushing defeat. The second match begins. Sha Bei glanced at the girl stepping onto the field and arrogantly warned. Even if you're a girl like your friend, my killer won't show mercy. Prepare your defensive tools. The commentator remained silent. Bai Dongyi's command rang out, go. The second match begins. The commentator's expression turned gray. Vines began manifesting around her. The burial shroud vengeful spirit seemed to sense the plants. It leapt high into the air, bouncing up and down. The commentator gritted her teeth, thinking, I won't fall for that again. She cast her spell, magic vine growth. She controlled the vines, which lashed out and ensnared the creature, pulling it down. Several vines immediately wrapped tightly around the burial shroud vengeful spirit's legs. The monster roared in fury before being yanked to the ground. Countless vines burst from the earth. Get up! Vines tightly coiled around its limbs and belly. The thing thrashed wildly, of course. It tried to snap a few vines, but they had already wrapped around its head and neck, pulling it downward. The zombie kept writhing on the ground. Bai Dongyi praised, well done. Look at how this undead tries to escape. The other students cheered, amazing. The wood mage continued casting spells. What a shame. The zombie was now trapped in a cage made of trees. Shabi remained calm, saying our kingdom has few plant mages, but even this can only handle one undead. That was just a warm-up. The wood mage shouted, bring it on, use whatever you've got. Shabi summoned another undead. This time a curved blade emerged first, followed by an entire arm. Then a dual-blade zombie slowly rose. The moment it appeared, it let out a frenzied howl. Its roar sent the students into a panic. It swung its twin blades, slashing through the bushes. Shabi raised his voice, this is a mummy dual-blade ghost, enjoy the fight. The wood mage's trees were hacked to pieces. Crimson sword energy slashed toward her, leaving her stunned. The wood mage screamed, I surrender, but before she could finish, her body was sent flying into the air. The young girl was badly injured, collapsing unconscious on the ground. The gruesome sight left all the students and Bai Dongwei speechless. Even Shabi looked puzzled. What's all that screaming about? Where's the medical team? Bai Dongwei shouted frantically, wood mage, wood mage. Blasted, didn't you see? She signaled her surrender. Shabi roared, she did it too late. How was my undead supposed to stop? A male medic reported, I'm setting her bones, her shoulder and thigh are both broken. Bai Dongwei was sweating nervously. Any progress? The student was in a panic. Teacher, it's not looking good. We need to get a high-ranking healing mage from Bright Pearl Tower. Bai Dongwei said urgently, let me carry her, but the student stopped him. No, bone fragments have pierced her organs. Moving her could be fatal. This is an emergency. Why hasn't anyone arrived yet? Almost there. A healing mage is running over to cast a spell. He reported some bone fragments are blocking her blood vessels. Help me remove them. The student looked worried too. The healing mage changed his mind. Then help me clear her blood vessels first. I'll remove the fragments. Remember, wherever I reach I must unblock the meridians there. The students immediately obeyed. Understood. Then the towering mage reminded them to pay attention to her heartbeat rhythm. The other side obediently complied. Understood. The atmosphere was extremely tense when a student suddenly shouted, this jerk. Didn't your master teach you what restraint means? Shabe retorted, you're not necromancers. How would you know how hard this is to control? Bai Dongwei roared, boy, don't you even think about apologizing. Shabe replied, your challenge only forbids killing or using curses. What's wrong with going all out? Bai Dongwei bellowed, you caused this mess and still claim you didn't mean to hurt anyone. Shabe shot back, sorry, I didn't expect things to turn out this way. Your students are just too weak. Even if this is just a match, you should give it your all. That's respect for your opponent. Bai Dongwei gritted his teeth and snarled, you. Mu Nukio said to Bai Dongwei, let me try, master. Bai Dongwei softened his tone, your attacks are too limited. Fighting like this will only buy time. You won't win. His strength is already nearing commander level. Though furious, Bai Dongwei relented, fine, well, just give him the National Pavilion medal. Another protested, teacher, Bai, how can we do that? We've already lost so many medals. Bai Dongwei roared, I said we're giving it. Take today's sparring as a lesson. Just as tensions peaked, a crisp yet icy voice cut through the crowd, may I try? Bai Dongwei snapped, you're not part of the guard team. What are you doing here? Mu Nukio spoke up, master, this person looks familiar. Then she gasped, Mu Ningxue. Several male students echoed, Mu Ningxue. Wo Mu Ningxue from the imperial capital university, the goddess of the strongest faction. Mu Ningxue coldly glanced at the person beside her and said, besides, his strength isn't much greater than mine. Bai Dongwei seemed hesitant as he asked, are you sure you're not ready yet? This guy's strength in the national government's team is probably nothing special. Mu Ningxue added, in the national government's team I'm not exactly weak either. Bai Dongwei cautioned, all right, but if you sense danger surrender immediately. I don't want to see my student get hurt. Mu Nugio also reminded Mu Ningxue, be careful. This assassin seems about to break through to the commander realm. Mu Ningxue acknowledged with a nod. Upon seeing Mu Ningxue enter the arena, Chabe immediately sneered, another woman. This country must be short on men. Mu Ningxue declared firmly, I will defeat Egypt first. I'll take you down. Chabe replied, fine. Mu Ningxue added, the match is about to begin. Meanwhile, Bai Dongwei announced the third match begins. No sooner had he spoken than Chabe ordered an attack. The mummy displayed the prowess of a top-tier athlete, charging at Mu Ningxue in one breath. She hesitated for a moment, but her gaze quickly hardened. Murmuring an incantation, she activated her ice domain, freezing a section of space instantly. The mummy charged right into the ice domain. Its speed slowed noticeably and frost began forming on its body. By the time it neared Mu Ningxue, she had already flown away using a wind formation. The mummy's punch landed on empty air. Mu Ningxue gracefully leapt aside and the mummy crashed heavily to the ground. She had already circled behind it. The opponent paused, then quickly gave chase. Bai Dongwei praised, good reaction. Chabe sneered, if all you do is run, you're useless against my iron corpse, ha. On the other side, the mummy continued its assault, smoke rising from its body. Chabe added, it's only using 70 of its speed. If it goes all out, you won't escape. Muningshua replied calmly, "Oh really, same here." Shabe's eyes turned crimson as he roared Iron Corpse full force. Yet the Iron Corpse remained unchanged. Shabe bellowed, "Iron Corpse, get your hands off that damn arena," but the mummy stayed motionless. Shabe shouted furiously, "What the hell are you doing?" His mind raced with anxiety. This girl was a lunar spirit mage. "No, it's still within my control, it can't move, it's frozen." By now the Iron Corpse was covered in a layer of frost. Muningshua said coldly, "Freeze," then unleashed a wind slash. Others' wind techniques were green, but hers was blue, the color of ice and snow under sunlight. Shabe cursed, "Damn it." So he ordered his underling bladed mummy to step forward. The creature swung its scimitar down with a fierce slash. With one swing the blade's wind shattered the screen into pieces. A student called out in worry, "This is bad, it shattered the screen." Another girl added, "Not just that, it even cut through the wind itself." Meanwhile Muningshua had already retreated, her hand bearing a bloody scratch. Muningshua looked at her injured fair arm and thought to herself, "I need to react faster." Then she stomped her feet hard, forming an ice seal formation as countless flexible bone threads shot out. The bladed mummy swung its blade, sending out a blade wind. By Dongwu side, here we go again. Muningshua used her hands to maneuver the flexible bone threads to block, but the blade wind sliced through many of them still rushing toward her. She quickly conjured an ice wall with a loud crash. The ice wall shattered, but Muningshua successfully deflected the blade wind. By Dongwu praised, "Good, well done. Condensing so much ice power in such a short time, no wonder she was once part of the National Bureau's elite squad." Shabe sneered, "This level of skill isn't worth boasting about." The bladed mummy crossed its arms, its eyes glowing red as it unleashed a barrage of blade winds with a crash. The ground was already shattered to pieces. By Dongwu shouted anxiously, "Watch out." Its blades swept the area, making it impossible to dodge within 20 meters. Muningshua felt like there was no escape, so she cast a wind magic spell, Wind Dash. Muningshua's figure soared into the air, but just then a blade wind struck. Muningshua gasped, "Oh no, I can't dodge this." She quickly cast Ice Seal Flexible Bone, sending out ice chains. Muningshua stepped on the ice chains to gain momentum and used Wind Dash to speed away. Her figure shot upward, finally evading all the blade winds. The students and instructors below were left in cold sweat. Muningshua let out a sigh of relief, but just then, the flexible bone threads had already wrapped around the bladed mummy's arms. Its arms were frozen solid, and soon the frost spread across its entire body. Muningshua thought to herself, "It's almost completely frozen." Shabe muttered under his breath, "A Gamir guardian from the Chinese region has put me in such a tough spot, looks like I'll have to use my second system." He ordered the bladed mummy to strike again. The creature swung its arm toward Muningshua, but its movements were painfully slow. By Dongwu shouted, "Stay calm, it's not as terrifying as it seems." The bladed mummy continued to swing its blade fiercely, each strike sharp enough to pierce through the icy mist. Muningshua cast her magic, freezing the frost into place. The curved blade still tore through the icy wind rushing forward, but its speed grew slower and slower, until it froze completely half a meter away from its target in the snow. Sabe let out a shocked cry. Her spell wasn't some ordinary magic array. Ordinary arrays were the low-level ones those guys always drew. Sabe shouted again, "Shesh is not just an intermediate mage." The students nearby asked in surprise, "What's going on?" "Her ice magic is nothing like ours." Nunu Jiao assessed the domain of ice. "It's an innate talent." The others gasped, "D domain." She stood out in the selection team. "I heard rumors her family's feud with the Dark Church got her caught in the crossfire." The students cheered as if they just won a prize, shouting, "Muningshua, smash that guy's face in. Show him what real Chinese power looks like. Go Muningshua." Sabe's expression darkened. The guy looked down at Dalmoneshi's frozen body with disdain. "Humph." Muningshua continued casting her spell, freezing all things. Dalmoneshi's entire body was now encased in ice. Even the ground beneath her feet had frozen over. Muningshua's fingers twitched slightly. Sabe's heart sank. This wasn't good. The ice and snow crept closer to him. Sabe shouted, "I won't lose. I absolutely can't lose." Muningshua remained silent, cold emanating from her. A sinister smile curled on Sabe's lips. Suddenly the guy's eyes snapped open. At the same time a dark crimson aura erupted from Dalmoneshi's body and it exploded, the ice shattering around him. Sabe's eyes gleamed with malice. The students on the side gasped. "It exploded, that's terrifying." But Muningshua had already raised an ice wall to block the blast. She stayed silent. Seeing Muningshua focused on Dalmoneshi, Sabe thought to himself, "This is my chance with darkness here. I can use shadow magic." But when he looked down, his feet were already frozen solid. "Oh no, me feet are stuck." Sabe strained to pull his feet from the thick ice but couldn't. He made a decision. "It seems this is the only way." Without hesitation he gritted his teeth and yanked his leg violently from the ice. He clenched his jaw enduring the bone-deep pain, then he activated his afterimage technique. All that remained on the ground was a bloodied severed leg. The students from the great ship were stunned. Mu Nu cried out, "Watch out!" Assassin Bei had already moved behind Xuemuning. He raised his spear thrusting at her vital spot, then he roared, "You took my leg so cocky, but now you'll pay a far heavier price." Xuemuning remained silent, her long hair swayed gently in the wind. Suddenly a sharp metallic clang rang out. The blade was blocked by her hair. Immediately after, Assassin Bei was flung back. He shouted, "So tough! Good girl!" Xuemuning's hair was covered in a thin layer of ice. Assassin Bei plopped onto the ground gasping, This is impossible." He vaguely realized something. "My move was flawless. She couldn't have reacted that fast. She was waiting for me to do this." So he roared, You did this on purpose. You tricked me into cutting off my own leg." Xuemuning glanced back with a cold gaze before turning away. The ice on Assassin Bei's leg had already melted. He looked down filled with regret. Then Assassin Bei let out a blood-curdling scream. He writhed in agony. The ice on his leg had melted. He begged, "Heal me now. Heal me now. Is this how you treat exchange students, Stu? My leg." The man desperately crawls toward his severed leg, collapsing onto the ground. As he drags himself toward the leg, he lets out a miserable wail. The people from the Qing Empire around him think to themselves, "Serves him right, how you had it coming." The butcher's screams echo all around. "Give me back my leg, you people act butcher. The butcher will make you pay." Then, overcome by pain, he breaks into sobs again. He rolls over, changing his tone. "I beg you please. I beg you please heal me." Dr. Peidong snaps, "Stop wailing." The butcher trembles. "I am not crying anymore." Dr. Peidong reminds him, "Apologize to Latang Xan." The butcher shakily gets to his feet. "I'm sorry, I was too arrogant." Dr. Peidong orders, "Treat him properly." The apprentice obediently complies. Yes, the other disciples whisper among themselves in protest. Really? Why heal someone like him? He doesn't deserve treatment. They couldn't even challenge us with their strength. We won. That's right, thanks to Mu Ningxue being here. Mu Nukio also praises her. Mu Ningxue, you fought really well. At that moment, someone arrives with a stretcher to carry the butcher away, reporting the bleeding has stopped. They'll take him to the infirmary for further observation. Pei Dongwei waved his hand and said, "Go ahead." Then he raised his voice, "All members assemble. Today is a disgrace. Do you feel it? If not for Mu Ningxue, you would have seen what kind of people exist in this world, powerful yet gentle, ruthless and arrogant. At school you can do as you please, but since you're here I hope you show other nations that our country won't be pushed around so easily." After hearing this, all members shouted in unison, "Understood." Scene shifts to the 3rd Division Tower Hall. Guaning walked out laughing heartily. "Ha ha ha. Guaning finally advanced the second system to the intermediate stage. Ha ha ha, I've finally broken through. I'm a genius." Guaning noticed Mo-fan appearing behind him. Still buzzing with excitement, he happily said, "What a coincidence. Let me treat you to dinner. Let's celebrate together." Mo-fan accepted the invitation without hesitation. Sure, Guaning continued cheerfully, "Let's go for a walk. Ha ha ha, today is our lucky day." "Which academy are you from, brother?" Mo-fan said, igniting a flame in his hand. "The Fire Academy." After hearing this, Guaning exclaimed, "The Fire Academy, full of those who love violence. You also have the lightning system, right?" Mo-fan confirmed, "That's right, my second system is the lightning system." Guaning marveled, "Wow, dual cultivation and lightning and fire, 2 violent systems combined. Congratulations, you must have worked hard." Mo-fan said happily. "My lightning system's recent strike on the Star River almost failed. Thankfully we finally succeeded." Brother Guan placed his hand on Mo-fan's shoulder and reminded him, "Brother, you got too excited and mixed up the Milky Way and the nebula. The Milky Way is high-grade stuff way beyond our reach." After saying this, Guan realized Mo-fan wasn't responding and felt like a complete idiot. Then he continued, "Hey brother, did you really break through to the advanced level? We're the same age. How's that even possible? Come on, don't joke around." So he decided to check. Just finished checking. Brother Guan staggered back 3 meters in shock. "What the this kid?" As night fell, Mo-fan pushed open the door and announced loudly, "I'm back." But there was no sign of the busty maid or Miss Mu Nu. Mo-fan shouted, "Weird, where'd they go?" "Whatever, I don't care. The advanced system is done. This is amazing. I've got to tell Change about this good news right away." He started rolling around the room excitedly before grabbing his phone and tapping away. "Oh, and Ling Ling too." Just then the door opened. Mo-fan's sharp dog-like hearing had already picked up on who it was. "New Jiao, long time no see. Come give me a hug," he said, stretching out his arms. But when he saw Mu Ningxue behind her, he quickly changed his tune. Let me take your bag for you." Mu Nu scoffed, "Pervert." Mo-fan was caught red-handed and slunk away like a stray dog. "Mu Ningxue, why didn't you tell me you came to Shanghai to pick her up?" Mu Nu said to Mu Ningxue, "Hurry up and put on your slippers." Mu Ningxue nodded in agreement. "All right." Mo-fan was drenched in sweat. He set down the bag he was carrying and said to Mu Nu, who then turned to Mu Ningxue, "Have a seat. Would you like something to drink?" Mu Ningxue replied, "Just plain water is fine." Mo-fan quickly recognized it was a delivery job. "Let me handle it. You two stay here." Mu Nu said to Mu Ningxue, "Oh, Mu Nu is here too. I forgot to tell you." Mu Ningxue asked in surprise, "You're living together?" Mu explained no Yumi and Mo Fan rented an apartment together nearby. Mo Fan brought over the water and asked curiously, right, how did you two end up coming together? Mu replied, don't even get me started, there was an Egyptian competitor in the match today. Just then there was a knock at the door. Thump thump. Mu asked in surprise, who could it be at this hour? Mo Fan quickly said, let me check. After opening the door, Ling Ling appeared. Mo Fan asked in surprise, what are you doing here? Ling Ling replied, is this a bad time? Should I come back another day? Mo Fan asked again. What's the matter? Ling Ling answered, I have a big task and my brother wants to take it. Then Ling Ling began explaining the mission. This case was originally handled by the Judgment Council. I thought you'd be interested in it. However, the danger level is extremely high. After saying that, she showed the screen to everyone. Mu asked in surprise, isn't that Chongming Island? Ling Ling continued, after the disaster in the capital, a large faction of the Tide sect was uprooted. They fled overseas. Rumor has it they went to Chongming Island. At this moment the two beauties of the Mu family pondered silently. What's the background of this little girl in a high school uniform? Mo Fan pretended to cough. Ling Ling continued, there are some other things too. Mo Fan asked again, any other tasks? Ling Ling replied, there are, but the pay is quite low. The National Judgment Assembly is hunting down the Black Teachings leaders. Mo Fan gently squeezed Ling Ling's shoulder and said, all right. A little girl like you shouldn't get involved in such matters. After hearing this, Ling Ling asked in surprise, what? But Mu Mingxue interrupted, let her speak. She understood Mo Fan didn't want to bring up his own pain. Mo Fan squinted and smiled, let the Judgment Assembly handle the Black Teachings leaders, you don't need to worry about it. By the way, I have good news to tell you. But Mu Mingxue cut in, do you think I wouldn't care? Even my family is gone now. As long as it's related to the Black Teachings leaders, I'll take the mission even without pay. Mo Fan was slightly stunned, then said to the little girl, Ling Ling, you should go back first. Ling Ling nodded. All right. Mu Jie also stood up and said, excuse me, it's not safe for Ling Ling to go back alone, I'll escort her. With that, she immediately left to give the two some space. Mo Fan and Mu Ningxue fell silent for a moment. Then Mo Fan plopped down onto the chair next to Mu Ningxue and said, of course I have all the leads. Ling Ling is my partner. Mu Ningxue said angrily, I don't need you to decide things for me. Mo Fan responded like a venomous snake, I said no, and that's final. Mu Ningxue said angrily, you Mo Fan, you've said all there is to say. Listen to Pendant, get involved with the Black Sect Summit. Not now, at least, Mu Ningxue insisted. My father's adopted son is a member of the Black Sect Summit. My fellow disciples are also high-ranking members of the Black Sect Summit. If I do nothing, he might become a target of the victim's family's vengeance. As long as we prepare thoroughly, there won't be any danger. Mo Fan, I really need this opportunity. Mo Fan reminded her. You've never directly dealt with the Black Sect Summit. How do you know how ruthless and cunning they are? Mu Ningxue countered. So just because of that I have to listen to you this time? Mo Fan shot back. Even if I don't agree, you'll still go to Chongming Island to look for clues, right? Mu Ningxue nodded yes. After hearing that, Mo Fan sighed, fine, but you have to promise me I'll follow my lead in everything. No emotional decisions, absolutely none. Mu Ningxue suddenly became obedient. All right. Mo Fan stared at that smile, completely stunned. She was so beautiful when she smiled. Damn, the Black Sect Summit. I've taken you down once or twice and I can do it 100 times more. The scene shifts to the Qingtian Hunting Club where Mo Fan introduces Mu Ningxue. They just met Ling Qing. Mo Fan greeted her cheerfully, senior sister, then he cautioned, go easy, I don't want to see you get hurt. Ling Qing let out a cold laugh. Has the person returned yet? What would you two like to drink? Mo Fan answers, a blueberry juice. Mu Ningxue says lemon cola. Ling Qing asks Mo Fan, did Ling Ling tell you about this? Ling Ling stares at the blueberry juice, drooling with envy. But Ling Qing dashes her hopes minors aren't allowed to drink this. Mo Fan then asks again, are you sure Salong has already escaped Chongming Island? Ling Qing confirms yes, that guy is incredibly cunning. We underestimated Chongming Island. That place was full of surprises. Mo Fan asks in confusion. In other words, Chongming Island is the Dark Chicha's last stronghold in the country. Ling Qing judges that's likely the case. They operate in complete secrecy. Chongming Island has never been exposed in the past decade. Mo Fan continues, so that's why you need hunters. The Dark Chicha's influence is even greater. And we can't verify the true identities of so many hunters. Ling Qing confirms yes. A few private hunter organizations also refused this job. They're afraid of retaliation from the Dark Church. This operation will be led by your team. Will support you in secret. Mo Fan responds. Alright, but then he remembers, wait sis, I haven't even agreed to take this case yet. Ling Qing glares and scolds, what else do you want to ask? Mo Fan replies, I understand the situation now. Personal strength alone won't be enough. Ling Qing's anger flares as she warns, you deliberately leak Judgment Council secrets, want to spend a few months in prison. Mo Fan is left speechless, thinking to himself, those two sisters teamed up to set me up. Mo Fan had no other choice but to agree. Alright, let's find out how many of them there are first. Ling Qing replied, it's still unclear if it's just a branch, there might be fewer than 40 members. Fan asked again, how is the bounty calculated? Ling Qing listed the amounts. A follower is 500,000, a priest is 9 million, a blue-robed steward is 120 million, dead or alive. Fan added. This is outright extortion. A blue-robed steward alone is worth 120 million. Isn't that price a bit too low? Ling Qing explained. Because the intel was provided by those bandits and they're also assisting. If you capture a blue-robed steward independently, the bounty could go up to 200 million. Fan asked in surprise. The reward is higher for a live capture. Intel about the crimson-robed pontiffs. Fan mused. With enough money to buy a Star River vein, she could definitely advance to a higher realm. Fan suddenly exclaimed, wait, the bandits mentioned a crimson-robed pontiff. Besides Salong, are there others? Ling Qing replied. It said the Crane Church has 7 crimson-robed pontiffs. 1 is Salong, 4 are unidentified, 2 have been captured. Finding them is extremely difficult. Fan felt dizzy at the thought. Besides Salong there are 6 others. Ling Qing answered. They've all left our country, so there's no need to worry. Besides, Salong is the most gifted criminal. Fan sighed. Salong, so many have already lost their lives because of her. Ling Qing suggested the next course of action. First we need to eliminate those guys on Chongming Island. Issuing a bounty for Talon will obviously cost a lot of money. After hearing this, Fan sighed again. Ling Qing added. This matter is extremely important. Lingling will go with you to Chongming Island. Fan am entrusting Lingling to you. Fan nodded in agreement. Don't worry. I'll guarantee her safety with my life. Lingling jumped down from her chair and said, Ahong, you all underestimate me. Ling Qing reminded Muningsu, you should be more careful and not act on impulse. Muningsu, behave yourself. Yes, Ling Qing thought to herself, why not use sister's people this time? Fan, I thought you already understood. The scene shifts to a bus station on Chongming Island. Fan, Muningsu and Lingling step off the bus. A staff member from the scenic area approaches them. Hello, please show your IDs. May I see your ID cards, and could I ask what's your relationship? What brings you to Chongming Island? Fan replied, my girlfriend and my sister were here to have fun. Lingling began to act. Brother, I want to ride a horse. I want to ride a horse, the staff member said cheerfully. If you want to ride horses you can go to Fengtown, there's a big grassland there. Lingling asked innocently. Are there real horses? There aren't horses, only on grasslands. The staff member took their IDs and laughed. There are some here too. The ecosystem here is incredibly primitive. You've come to the right place, Lingling said with a squinty smile. Thank you, uncle, the other replied. Have fun. After that, Lingling returned to her usual self. The little girl said bluntly, all right, get in the car. Muningxue thought to herself. It's a shame Lingling isn't going to the Oscars. In the car the group chatted animatedly. Fan asked Lingling. Are you looking into information about Talon smuggling people out of the country? Lingling confirmed yes. If they want to take Talon out of the country quietly, they must follow international regulations. I've already checked in advance. Some farms were reported by officers to have issues. The screen displayed keywords related to international trade. There were 6 relevant results, all marked as private. Fan added the most recent one is Catfish Town. Well, start there. Lingling agreed. All right. Soon after Fan and the others arrived at Yunfeng Town, someone shouted, we're here to have fun. Before they knew it, they had gotten out of the car. Fan said to a scenic area staff member, I heard you have catfish here. My little sister has never seen them before. Can we take a look? Lingling asked innocently. Big brother, is that okay? The staff member replied cheerfully, sure, feel free to look around. Fan and the other 2. Lingling, Muningxue and Tongqing said thank you. A few hours later, Lingling sighed, everywhere is just catfish. Fan groaned, I'm exhausted, my eyes are about to go blind. However, people from Hafen Court might be secretly watching us. Be careful, Lingling warned. Don't rush to the next place. Let's stay here and enjoy another day. Lingling and Fan whispered to each other, if you want to act, at least do it properly. I'm already bored stiff. I want to see other places too. You talk too much, you annoying woman. Muningxue had to cover her mouth to stifle her laughter. The next day, Fan and the others boarded the vehicle again. Fan's water bottle suddenly fell. The person sitting in front picked it up and handed it to Fan. Here, Fan replied cheerfully, thanks. The person then asked, hello, are you all heading to Jinping village for fun too? Fan answered yes. Suddenly the people above became excited. Amazing, this is incredible, so beautiful. This is my first time seeing such vast grasslands, said the bespectacled boy. See, I told you that you wouldn't regret it. Another person shouted, it's amazing, look over there. There are such beautiful houses over there. It would be great to live in one of those. Wow, Zhao Pinlin, you're the best. I've never stayed in a villa like this before. While everyone was chatting happily, Zhao Pinlin glanced down. There was Muningxue and she saw the young man talking to a girl. I came here with my classmates. Are you all here for the same reason? Yongsheng, are they your friends? Yongsheng replied, we just met. They're also heading to Jinping village. So I spoke up. Zhao Pinlin added, the more the merrier. Why don't you 3 join us? Fan declined. That might not be a good idea. The girl with golden hair said cheerfully. A petite girl suggested. Some people in our class can't make it, so there are plenty of empty rooms. Another girl immediately agreed. Exactly, we've already booked the rooms. It'd be a waste to leave them empty. Seeing Fan start to hem and haw, He quickly sent Lingling a distress signal. Lingling, help me, but instead of helping, the girl punched him hard, nearly knocking the wind out of him, yet she cheered excitedly. Perfect. I'd like to stay there too. Muningshua just looked slightly stunned while Mo-fan was at a loss for words. Zhao Pinlin continued, no problem, I have a room right by Mu Lake. You can see the whole view just by opening the window. Lingling seemed overjoyed. Hee, that's great, but won't we be bothering you and the others? Zhao Pinlin quickly replied, not at all. I'm really happy to have such an adorable little sister staying with me. Lingling waved happily. Thank you, big brother, Zhao Pinlin replied as he walked away. My pleasure, I'll be waiting for you. But the moment he turned to leave, Lingling's excited expression vanished, replaced by a sarcastic look as she stared at Mo-fan, leaving him and Mu Ningxue utterly confused. Seeing their bewildered faces, Lingling reluctantly explained, their itinerary is very similar to ours. Professor Hao won't suspect a group of stud young people as simple-minded as this are rare to come by. At this moment Zhao Pinlin was happily chatting with his buddies. What a piece of work this guy is. Hearing this, Lingling and Mu Ningxue could only think to themselves, like a tracks. Like soon after the group arrived at the villa district, a middle-aged man greeted them with a beaming smile. Pinlin, please come in. Then he turned to the staff and said, no need to check them, just take them to their rooms. Zhao Pinlin spoke up, we're hungry. Lao Chi, have you prepared lunch? Lao Chi chuckled and replied, yes of course, this way please. Everyone wait here for a moment, lunch is being prepared, he said as he led them into the hall. Zhao Pinlin said to Mo-fan and the others, you three come in too, what's wrong? He turned to Lao Chi and asked, how are the houses by the lake? Lao Chi replied, they've already been rented out just like here. Zhao Pinlin frowned, where's my grandfather, how could this happen? Lao Chi lowered his voice and explained, young Master Zhao, I'm more than happy to have you and your friends here. But Zhao Pinlin cut in, who are the people who just rented the houses? Lao Chi answered, they're suppliers of military artifacts. What are they doing here? Lao Chi continued, in 5 days there will be a lecture by Master Min. All the rooms have been booked by attendees. Zhao Pinlin asked, what the heck is a master? How come I've never heard of it? The butler quickly whispered, oh my young master, keep your voice down, many people protect this wise monk. Zhao Pinlin waved him off. All right. I get it, just let me know where that room is tomorrow. The butler nodded repeatedly, sure. In the room, Lingling was sipping her milk intently. Mo-fan asked curiously, did you find anything? Lingling just shook her head. Just then Zhao Pinlin walked in and said, let's go eat first, then we can look around. Lingling faked excitement and cheered, great. Mo-fan sighed, I want something sweet. Time passed and the group sat around a bonfire. Someone suggested, let's take turns telling scary stories. If more than half of us don't find it scary, the storyteller gets punished. Mo-fan jumped in first, let me go first, it'll scare you all silly. In Japan I met a monk and a girl. I asked the monk at the temple and found out the girl was already dead. Things got weird, her face was half human half demon. After finishing the story everyone was stunned. Mo-fan thought to himself, fate, isn't my story scary enough? But just as he thought that, when he screamed, that was terrifying. Even Zhao Pinlin, who was munching on an apple, had to say, alright, let's just go back to the hotel. At this moment Mo-fan smugly thought to himself how adding a few small details made such a big difference. Only Lingling dismissed it, calling it a childish trick. Seeing this, Yongsheng patted Guowenyi on the shoulder and said mysteriously, why not listen to my story instead? This isn't a true story, just a rumor circulating in O-town. The others eagerly urged, hurry up and tell us. Yongsheng continued, my brother is a demon-hunting mage. About 2 months ago a strange mist appeared in O-town and residents began disappearing mysteriously. My brother was put in charge of investigating. Guess what he found in O-town? Sherlin immediately asked, what was it? Yongsheng replied, a Rakshasa woman. That mist was actually a swarm of man-eating moths. Imagine dense clouds of them devouring someone in seconds. Yusheng asked in surprise, how man-eating moths? Sherlin added, this is just a local rumor getting exaggerated. Mo-fan chimed in, this young friend is right. I stayed there for a while before the mist was real. As for whether the Rakshasa woman exists or if the disappearances are connected to those moths, no one knows. Yongsheng continued, before he could find answers my brother was reassigned to another mission. Lingling looked disappointed, no answers, not even a trace of the Rakshasa woman. Guowenyi said in horror, wait, does that mean this is real? Yusheng trembled and going back to the inn. Sherlin couldn't help but curse, darn it, you're not serious, right? The group panicked, pushing each other, let's hurry back. Mo-fan quickly explained, this isn't my fault, I was just telling the truth. Mu Ningxue was furious. Yongsheng reminded Wenyi, you should say something or you'll be punished. Guowenyi hesitated, this matter, I recently encountered something strange too. Maybe I was seeing things that night, my friend, and I went to the neighboring town to hang out. She muttered as she walked. My brother said he'd pick me up. Why isn't he answering his phone? I'm scared. Suddenly a shadow flashed by Guo when he murmured, forget it, I can handle this. It's only 2 kilometers, close enough, he'll walk. She continued. After walking for a while I smelled something foul like gas from a septic tank. Mo Fan seemed to sense something. Yang Sheng immediately asked, weren't you scared walking alone at night? Sherlin scoffed, so reckless, if something happened it'd be your own fault. Guo when he snapped, what? She went on, after walking a bit more I saw something moving in the grass. She looked at the horse lying on the ground and thought, blood, that horse is injured. Then she saw a shadow devouring it ravenously. It was eating the entrails raw, and Guo when he covered her mouth, too terrified to make a sound. She continued. The horse's belly was torn open, its guts spilling out. The thing across from her was feasting like a starving beast. After hearing this everyone was stunned. Mo Fan's expression turned grave. Yang Sheng asked again, are you sure that was a person, not a monster? I've heard that monsters sometimes appear in the city too. Guo when he replied, I'm not sure either, but it looked more like a person. Its limbs were bent and I could even see its bones. Hearing this, Mo Fan glanced at Ling Ling before asking, may I ask where you saw it? Guo when he answered, in Jindong, near the ranch. Yang Sheng pressed, then why are you so determined not to go there? Wan Sheng sighed, I'm a little scared, maybe we shouldn't go. Zhao Pinlin suggested, how about this, tomorrow we'll go to the management office and hire a monster hunting mage to come with us, what do you think? Wang Sheng added, that's going to cost a lot though. Zhao Pinlin replied, it's fine, the villa district already has mages. Wang Sheng praised a monster hunting mage as a bodyguard. Zhao Pinlin, you're amazing. Zhao Pinlin said smugly, mages aren't that impressive, as long as you have money they'll work for us. After listening, Mo Fan and Mu Ningxue felt a chill run down their spines. The scene shifted to King Tianji in the attic. Lu Ru sat up abruptly, her eyes snapping open. She stepped onto the floor with a thud. Old Man Bao wondered, oh, has that little girl woken up? Just then Leng Cheng walked in and Old Man Bao asked, what's wrong, you look on edge? Leng Qing replied, there's an evil presence, aren't you being too careless, old man, you didn't even notice something was up here. Old Man Bao soothed, don't overreact, she's Mo Fan's attendant. Her aura must have startled you, it seems she just advanced. She's been in a deep sleep for half a year, looks like she's undergone a transformation, don't worry, she means no harm. Leng Qing said firmly, it's best if the Judgment Council doesn't find out about her. The Judgment Council doesn't distinguish between good and bad bloodlines. Old Man Bao countered, don't say that, since she took over this area. Crimes committed by the Blood Clan have dropped significantly, don't be so rigid, she needs special consideration. Leng Qing retorted, oh, so this is the former Saint Academy president's idea, what about the Dark Church? Old Man Bao's expression turned disgusted, they're a bunch of beasts, you can't think of them as human. Leng Qing fell silent. The scene shifted to Jinjin Town, where there was still a dairy ranch. Wang Sheng cheered, there's a golf course, a winery, an archery range, and a horse ranch over there, so many places to have fun. He asked in surprise, Zhao Pinlin, is this place yours too? Zhao Pinlin answered, there are 3 ranches here, my dad invested a little in them. Ling Ling whispered to the other 2, this is the place I suspected the most before. It's 5 or 6 kilometers from town, if something happens it'd be easy to cover up. Mo Fan nodded in agreement, right, let's keep up the act, since we're here we need to be even more careful. After the off-road vehicle stopped, a well-dressed butler approached and said, please follow me inside. Your rooms are ready, our master is very hospitable, so please make yourselves at home. Everyone cheered at Tisa, it looked like a palace, amazing. Just as they finished speaking, several respectful maids approached and said, welcome back everyone. A few guys leaning together smirked, the maids were stunning. A woman spoke up, now I'll give you all a map of our farm, it marks all the buildings and facilities in the estate. The maids then handed out the maps. Pinlin Market declined while Yongshang happily accepted the map. The woman continued, since the farms are spaced apart. If you need to move around just let me know and I'll arrange a shuttle for you. Kylie, she said. A few guys cheered, this place is great, so convenient. Ling Ling whispered to Mo Fan that Kylie is a Chinese foreign national. Mo Fan, studying the map, muttered, him not a mage. Ling Ling thought for a moment, then stepped forward and asked Kylie, sister, do you have yachts here? You know, the kind that floats on the water. Besides horseback riding, I'd love to go on a yacht. Kylie blinked and smiled, we do have yachts, but they only set sail once a season. The next departure is about a month away. Ling Ling sighed, oh, looks like I won't get to ride one this time. Kylie replied, even when it's time you'd need a visa if you want to go, we don't handle international travel here. Ling Ling sounded disappointed, oh, that's too bad, thanks sister. Kylie responded, you're welcome. Mo Fan thought to himself, if there's an international yacht here, Salon might use it to escape abroad. Back in their room, Ling Ling told Mo Fan, I have a few things to tell you. Based on my investigation, even if there's an international cruise ship here, Salon would still struggle to escape. Fan replied him. Ling Ling continued, there are things you might not know. I had my suspicions at first, but I wasn't sure. But after what sister said about us coming here, I've confirmed it. Fan asked, confirmed what? Ling Ling answered, there's a problem within the Judgment Council. Hearing this, both Fan and Mu Ningxue were shocked. Mu Ningxue quickly asked, could it be that dark church members have infiltrated us? Ling Ling replied, that's a possibility. There are many conflicts within the Judgment Council. Salon may have exploited that. The ones who helped him escape so easily were part of an invisible alliance. Fan added, so you think there might be dark church members in the Judgment Council? Maybe not, Ling Ling replied, because the Judgment Council members' meetings must often involve the soul oath. Members of the Black Church cannot pass through this gate. Fan asked again, is the soul oath reliable? Ling Ling replied, 100% reliable. The Black Church can never escape this vow. Mu Ningxue added, given the circumstances, the Judgment Council secretly invited us here. Just then Zhao Pinlin brought over 3 cups of tea and asked, what are you all whispering about? Try this black tea, everyone who comes here drinks it, Callie said, offering to explain. After everyone finished their tea, Callie said, well, if you're not too tired today, feel free to look around. Well, go attend to other guests, call us if you need anything. The butler then addressed a group of hunters, you've been waiting a while. We welcome all guests here, but you're wearing uniforms, clearly not just here for sightseeing, right? One of them answered, we're from the city's monster hunting squad. About a month ago a young man died mysteriously here, supposedly from a monster's poison. Why wasn't this reported to higher authorities? Upon hearing this, the other two exchanged glances. The butler instructed Callie, go brew some tea. Callie obediently complied. The butler replied, we've already reported it to the local authorities. To avoid panic, the news wasn't made public. The captain asked in surprise, oh, wasn't there a monster involved? The butler confirmed, that's correct. The captain snapped, enough excuses. We're here to investigate. Tell your superiors to prepare all relevant documents. We'll be back tomorrow. The butler added, it's not as serious as you think. The captain retorted sharply, spare me the talk. After eavesdropping, Ling Ling clicked her tongue. This is troublesome. Mu Ningxue hurriedly asked, what's wrong? Ling Ling replied, this is going to be tricky. A group claiming to be from the monster hunting squad is here to investigate. This could directly interfere with our plans. Fan asked again, an investigation? Did they receive some kind of information too? Ling Ling left and Fan asked, where are you going? Ling Ling answered, I'll go say hello and ask them to leave. It won't affect our plans. Fan stopped her, no, we still don't know where the Black Church is. If we let them leave carelessly it might tip them off. Mu Ningxue added, they're here for another case. Right, we should just keep enjoying ourselves. As night deepened, Fan walked while thinking. There were about 2,000 guests and staff across the 3 manors. Suddenly he spotted a girl with acne walking down. Fan called out, Guowini, I need to ask you a few things. Where did you encounter the monster's kiss? Seeing Guowini's terrified expression, Fan quickly reassured her, don't worry. Don't worry, I'm a bit scared of that thing too, so I wanted to ask you about it. Let's avoid that place. Guowini pointed at the grove and said, over there past that small woods. Fan replied. Oh, thanks, I'm full and want to take a walk, hope I don't go the wrong way. Guowini chimed in, I ate too much too, let's go together. Fan happily exclaimed, great, let's go then. She's a local and probably knows a lot. The two then headed toward the racetrack. After gazing into the distance, Fan said, oh, the sound came from over there. Guowini said nervously, let's go somewhere else, this is the place I was talking about. Fan added, actually, I want to check it out. And the adventurous type. Guowini shook her head repeatedly, don't go, it's really dangerous. Fan continued, maybe you were mistaken. If we face it today you won't have to live in fear anymore. Guowini hesitated, you're right, I need to put this behind me. Fan quickly agreed, yeah, exactly. He thought to himself, wow, I'm really good with words. I could be a tour guide or a motivational speaker. Then Fan quickened his pace down the path ahead. The surroundings were eerily quiet. Guowini looked around in terror, trembling as she pointed at a dirt road. This is an old path, but it's been destroyed. Fan immediately asked, do you see that thing up ahead? Seeing Fan stride forward without hesitation, Guowini shouted, don't go, it's dangerous. But Fan gestured for her to be quiet and pushed aside the bushes in front of him. Fan stood there pondering for a moment before saying, something's not right. As he stared at the horse skull, Guowini had already run off without a trace. Fan crouched down to examine the horse skull, guessing a black-touched demon must have been here. I ate a horse. He stared blankly into the distance and noticed bloodstains on the ground. He added, it could only be a black-touched demon or a dark tortoise demon. Their saliva is corrosive, which is why the grass won't grow here. Let's take some soil back for Lingling to analyze. We might find some clues with that. He started digging. Whoa, when he stammered, are you okay? Fan shot back, why did you run off and come back? Whoa, when he struggled to hold a large rock, it's too dangerous for you to stay here alone, let's leave together. Fan thought to himself, this girl is actually kind. Then he told Guo when he forget it, I've checked enough, there's nothing here, let's go back. Whoa, when he set the rock down, really there's nothing? Fan replied, no, but I want to check again, can you head back on your own? After a pause, Guo when he said, okay sure, you stay then. Suddenly Mu Ningxue appeared behind him and asked, did you find anything?